Typhoons, acid rain, torrential downpours, extreme cold, and fantastical beasts. The apocalypse descends, and 98 of the planet's population perishes in various natural disasters. In his previous life, Zhang Sen struggled for survival in the apocalypse for 8 years, risking his life countless times to protect his only family member. In the end, he met a tragic fate, betrayed by his loved ones. Reborn a week before the apocalypse, Zhang Sen awakens his spatial abilities and begins hoarding supplies with fervor. When the apocalypse strikes, he wields a gun in his left hand and a knife in his right, with a leopard lying at his feet. He systematically deals with troublesome neighbors, relatives, and his White Lotus girlfriend. As all order collapses, Zhang Sen begins to navigate the tumultuous seas of the apocalypse. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Zhang Sen had never experienced such pain. Before him loomed the massive, jagged teeth of a beast, stained with remnants of flesh, indistinguishable as to whether it belonged to him or another. His right leg was brutally torn asunder, the stench of blood and decay filling his nostrils, while the beast's roars relentlessly assaulted his eardrums. His chest was ripped open by claws, and his throat had long been pierced, rendering him utterly voiceless. Desperately, he watched as the evacuation truck retreated. At the rear of the vehicle, four individuals huddled together, celebrating their narrow escape. It was his uncle's family of 3, along with his girlfriend, Chun Tiantian. He could not comprehend it. For 8 long years in the apocalypse, he had safeguarded them. For their sake, he had flirted with death countless times, narrowly escaping its grasp. Without him, those 4 would have perished innumerable times. Just moments ago, he had fought through hordes of beasts to protect them, ensuring they boarded the truck safely. Yet, at this critical juncture, they had callously pushed him off the vehicle. Zhang Sen's gaze remained fixed on the retreating rescue vehicle, where Qin Tiantian and his cousin, Zhang Heng, were tightly entwined. The echoes of others' whispers about the complexity of Zhang Heng and Chun Tiantian's relationship reverberated in his mind, but he had never believed it. Zhang Heng regarded him with a mocking smile. In that instant, he seemed to grasp the true essence of kinship and love. His face, marred by torn flesh, twisted into a self-mocking grin. As his consciousness began to fade, a flash of white light appeared, and he finally closed his eyes in resignation. Ding! Superspace activated. Binding in progress. A voice suddenly resonated in his mind, jolting Zhang Sen awake. His heart still raced with the terror of being besieged by a horde of beasts. Yet, the scene before him filled him with disbelief. This was his bedroom before the apocalypse. Hadn't it already been destroyed? Zhang Sen remained dazed for a few seconds before realization struck. He grabbed the phone from the bedside table and glanced at the time. May 18th, 2043, 6 o'clock in the morning. He had been reborn. After 8 years of mere survival in the apocalypse, he had returned to 7 days before it all began. Space binding successful. The robotic voice in his mind continued. Space. A flash of white light enveloped him as his consciousness entered an unfamiliar realm, a vast expanse of white. Was this spatial ability? The space appeared astonishingly vast. Recalling his previous life, he remembered that in the second year of the apocalypse, humanity began to evolve. A small fraction of survivors awakened their abilities, among them those with spatial powers. Compared to other abilities, spatial powers were deemed the least useful. Even if one wished to stockpile supplies, it was nearly impossible after years of apocalypse. Unless one was fearless enough to steal from others, the meager rations earned through desperate struggle were hardly sufficient, let alone for hoarding. Spatial abilities could neither thrive in battle nor ensure personal safety. At best, they served as a support role. Most spatial users possessed a volume of less than 1 cubic meter, merely assisting other ability users by carrying equipment or medicine. It is akin to the current role of a mere errand boy. However, these thoughts are merely Zhang Sen's reflections at present. With the prowess and insights from his previous life, he can only perceive space manipulators who utilize their spatial abilities solely as storage. Gazing into the seemingly boundless expanse before him, Zhang Sen suddenly feels that the apocalypse may not be as terrifying as it seems. He consciously navigates through the space and discovers a thick veil of white mist at its edge. Beyond the white, mist appears to be obstructed by an unknown force, and he refrains from forcefully penetrating that shroud. Given his current capabilities, he surmises that such an endeavor would be beyond his reach. Nevertheless, he senses that the area concealed by the mist will undoubtedly present him with greater surprises. Over the next hour, in an effort to validate the utility of the space, he begins to mentally place the items within the room into the spatial realm. Initially, he starts with small objects like cups, mobile phones, and tablets, gradually progressing to larger items such as sofas, beds, wardrobes, televisions, and refrigerators. The space graciously accommodates everything, swallowing all movable possessions from the room. Just as he prepares to withdraw all the items, a voice suddenly resonates within his mind. Ding, golden item detected. Would you like to use it for spatial enhancement? Zhang Sen is momentarily taken aback, his gaze landing on a deep red box atop the coffee table. It contains the golden bracelet he purchased for Chen Tiantian's mother's 50th birthday, weighing 48 grams. Thus, gold can indeed be utilized for spatial enhancement. Zhang Sen is overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Upgrade!" No sooner had the words left his lips than the golden bracelet transformed into a faint golden light, surging into the white mist. Upon scrutinizing the space, he notices no significant changes, only that the white mist seems to have receded slightly and has become less dense. Yet the mystery of what lies beyond remains elusive. Although the results of the upgrade are modest, Zhang Sen is undeterred. Understanding how to upgrade is sufficient. After all, in the apocalypse, gold is worth less than a simple sausage, making it easily attainable. He returns all the items in the space to their original positions with a mere thought, the process seamless and fluid. Zhang Sen feels a surge of delight. Awakening a spatial ability post-apocalypse is indeed fortunate. Whether fortunate or not is debatable. With such a vast space filled with supplies, he can navigate the apocalypse with unparalleled ease, especially considering that time within the space remains frozen. Regardless of what is placed within the space, it emerges precisely as it was when stored. With a substantial understanding of how to utilize the space, he prepares to amass provisions. Checking his account balance reveals a sum of 2.3 million. 6 years prior, his parents perished in a tragic car accident, leaving him the apartment he currently resides in, along with a factory and a total of 6 million in savings and compensation. At that time, he was but a child, and the factory was entrusted to his uncle, Zhang Jianjun. In less than 2 years, the factory succumbed to bankruptcy. 3 years ago, Zhang Jianjun approached him for a loan to purchase a home. Eager to live nearby, he generously lent them 3 million, enabling them to acquire an apartment on the 10th floor of the same building. To this day, that sum remains unpaid. In his previous life, amidst a torrential downpour, he found his household devoid of sustenance and sought to borrow grain from them, yet returned empty-handed. They claimed to have nothing left, and he, naively, believed them. Each time he ventured out in search of supplies, he generously distributed most of what he found to them. Reflecting on it now, he realizes he was gaunt and emaciated at the time, while that family appeared robust and healthy just before departing for the survivor base, hardly resembling those in dire need of resources. His foolishness lay in considering them his only kin in this world, leading him to pour out his heart and soul, only to find himself betrayed in the end. However, it matters not. Since he has been reborn, he shall reclaim every debt owed to him, not only from them, but also from Chen Tiantian and those neighbors who betrayed him in his former life. He will spare none of these wretches. Chapter 2. Caught in Adultery. Recently, a series of severe heat warnings have been issued nationwide, urging citizens to take precautions against heat stroke. Certain commercial districts have implemented power usage restrictions, prioritizing electricity supply for residential needs. As the news blared on the television, Zhang Sen casually consumed his takeout, occasionally tuning into the broadcast. Suddenly, his phone chimed, reminding him of his impending interview, transporting his recollections back to the same day in his previous life. He departed at 9, preparing for his interview. As he descended the stairs, he recalled the heat alert and decided to visit Zhang Jianjun's home to remind him to stay cool while out. To his surprise, he stumbled upon Chen Tiantian, clad in her pajamas, dining with a family of 3. He sensed something amiss, but Li Yun explained that she was merely preparing to invite him for breakfast. Hence Chen Tianatian's presence. Chen Tiantian resided in the same neighborhood. Zhang Sen had initially intended for her to live directly with him, but she insisted that her mother forbade cohabitation before marriage, also not permitting her to yield herself to Zhang Sen before then, subtly suggesting that he should rent her a place instead. With a sense of bewilderment over his wife's virtuous nature, he willingly paid for a 2-bedroom apartment in Building 5 across the street. It was his excessive trust in Zhang Jianjun's family and Chen Tiantian that led Zhang Sen to be repeatedly deceived by them. In his previous life, he brushed aside such blatant inconsistencies, merely reminding everyone to stay cool before hastily heading to his interview. However, this time, it presented an opportune moment to reclaim his debts and perhaps even extract a little extra. He swiftly consumed the last 2 soup dumplings, clutching an old phone and a fruit knife as he ascended to the 11th floor. Zhang Jianjun's residence was in 1002, identical in layout to his own, 160 square meters with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The entrance was secured with a coded lock. and having previously agreed to oversee the installation of a new air conditioner while they were away, he was privy to the code and could enter directly. It was just past 7 in the morning, and Li Yin was likely out shopping for groceries. Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Heng were still asleep. Upon entering, he noticed Chen Tianation's high heels positioned at the doorway. A cold smirk crossed his lips. It was as he had suspected. He took out his phone, activated the recording function, and approached Zhang Heng's bedroom door, finding it locked. Without delay, he kicked the door open, flicked on a light, and executed the series of actions with fluidity. What greeted his eyes was a couple engaged in a compromising situation, his girlfriend of 3 years and his cousin, whom he had cherished for over 20. Zhang Heng and Chen Tiantian were evidently marked by the remnants of a night of debauchery. Upon noticing Zhang Sen and the phone in his hand, they momentarily froze. Once they regained their senses, they hastily grabbed a blanket to cover themselves. Zhang Sen's icy gaze swept over the pair. Zhang Heng, how could you betray your sister-in-law like this? Brother, it's not what you think. Darling, let me explain. They both stammered, desperate to justify their actions. At that moment, Zhang Jianjun, hearing the commotion from the master bedroom, rushed over. Upon witnessing his son caught in the act with his daughter-in-law and his nephew recording the scene, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Heng, exclaiming, "You beast! Why is your sister-in-law here?" Zhang Sen turned to shoot a glance at Zhang Jianjun, devoid of any warmth. An inexplicable chill crept into Zhang Jianjun's heart on such a sweltering day. This foolish nephew, usually so jovial. How could he regard him with such a gaze today? Zhang Sen refrained from further comments and returned to the living room, quietly seating himself on the sofa. He saved the video to another WeChat account, subsequently deleting the record. On the coffee table lay Zhang Jianjun's cigarettes. At this point, Zhang Sen had yet to develop a smoking habit. Later, when the apocalypse struck, he joined a survivor base, scavenging for supplies, where he stumbled upon a stash of well-preserved cigarettes. His captain, an avid smoker, treated cigarettes like long-lost kin, indulging himself and generously sharing with the entire team. Though Zhang Sen had no addiction, he noticed the fleeting relaxation on everyone's faces after a smoke and eventually joined in. As the availability of cigarettes dwindled, he would indulge occasionally to numb his fraying nerves. However, at this moment, he felt an inexplicable longing. He picked one up, placed it between his lips, and lit it. Zhang Jianjun soon emerged from the room, momentarily taken aback by Zhang Sen's smoking. Adopting a tone of authority, he chastised, "Xiao Sun, why have you taken up smoking? It's a poor habit, put it down." Zhang Sen ignored him and took another puff. Observing this, Zhang Jianjun decided not to press the issue of smoking, recognizing that more pressing matters required attention. "Xiao Sun, don't overthink this. I spoke with your brother. He was out drinking last night and happened to run into his sister-in-law. They returned together, both quite inebriated. It's all a misunderstanding. Rest assured, I will ensure your brother is appropriately reprimanded and made to kneel and apologize." Zhang Sen didn't even glance at Zhang Jianjun, merely flicking the ash off his cigarette. "Uncle, you owe me 3 million. It's time to repay that debt." Zhang Jianjun froze at this statement, then awkwardly chuckled. "Xiao Sun, it's not that I don't want to pay you back, but my finances are a bit tight at the moment. Could you wait a little longer? You know I've always regarded you as my own. Please don't let your brother's foolish actions create distance between us." Just then, Zhang Heng and Chen Tiantian emerged. The latter's eyes reddened. "Beast, kneel before your brother." Zhang Jianjun roared at Zhang Heng. Reluctantly, Zhang Heng complied and knelt. Zhang Sen cast a cold glance at him before turning his attention to Chen Tiantian, who, seemingly emboldened, rushed to Zhang Sen's side, kneeling and clutching his thigh. "Darling, I don't know how this happened. I only remember being intoxicated last night. Is that so?" A hint of a smile graced Zhang Sen's lips. Sensing her attempt to use drunkenness as an excuse, it appeared Zhang Jianjun had already concocted a defense for them. Indeed, experience was a formidable teacher. Chen Tianation's tears cascaded down, rendering her particularly pitiful. "It's true, darling. Otherwise, how could I betray you? Zhang Heng and I were never together. We merely crossed paths later." He overheard someone speaking ill of you, and, out of indignation, he began drinking, ultimately getting drunk. "I know how much you care for Zhang Heng, and I couldn't ignore him. I thought I was heading to your home, but I never imagined it would lead to such a grave mistake." Observing Chen Tiantian's tearful display, Zhang Sen couldn't help but admire her acting skills. She could easily secure an Oscar nomination. He replied coolly, "I recall you're not one to drink." Chen Tiantian defended herself. "I don't enjoy drinking, but hearing them speak ill of you upset me, so I couldn't help myself." You have no idea how hurtful their words were. Zhang Sen scrutinized Chen Tianation's expression of righteous indignation, internally mocking her, knowing she was fishing for him to inquire about what was said. He refused to play along, merely fixing her with a frigid gaze. Under his penetrating stare, Chun Tiantian felt as though all her lies and facades had been unraveled. In her memory, Zhang Sen had never regarded her with such a look, void of affection, filled with resentment. Darling, Chun Tiantian attempted to say more, but was interrupted by Zhang Jianjun. Xiao-san, this is also partly my fault and your second aunt's. We went to bed too early last night. Had we seen them return together, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Zhang Sen chuckled softly, fixing his gaze on Zhang Jianjun. Uncle, let us skip the theatrics. We're all busy here. I can't collect my debts today. I want the 3 million you owe me. He extinguished the cigarette, his expression frosty. And I must have the money today. Chapter 3, Debt Collection. Zhang Jianjun felt a surge of displeasure. It was utterly incomprehensible for his normally dutiful nephew to suddenly adopt such a sharp demeanor. Despite the familial warmth he had extended over the years, he found the notion of arbitrarily parting with 3 million to this insolent youth intolerable. Hadn't his kindness and care, which had enveloped this nephew like a warm embrace, warranted at least that sum? Nevertheless, as he still relied on Zhang Sen for many business dealings, it was imperative to quell this child's ire without delay. With that thought in mind, he stormed up to Zhang Heng and delivered a resounding slap to his face. You wretched creature, look at the distress you've caused your brother. This scene unfolded just as Li Yun returned home with groceries, witnessing the altercation. She rushed forward to shield Zhang Heng, exclaiming, Zhang Jianjun, why did you strike my son? Zhang Jianjun, feeling exasperated, retorted, and you still dare to defend him? Ask your son what reckless acts he committed while intoxicated. He was clearly intent on attributing the matter to drunken debauchery. Zhang Sen stood silently, casting a cold gaze upon the unfolding drama. For Li Yun, her son Zhang Heng was her pride and joy, and witnessing his mistreatment had momentarily clouded her judgment. Now, observing the atmosphere in the room, she began to comprehend the situation. In a fit of fury, she struck Zhang Heng lightly on the back, demanding, you scoundrel, what on earth have you done? After the theatrics subsided, Li Yun, with red-rimmed eyes, turned to Zhang Sen, pleading, Xiao-san, your brother is still young. Regardless of his transgressions, I, his second aunt, apologize on his behalf. Will you accept this? Zhang Sen remained unperturbed, fixated on Zhang Jianjun, stating, regardless of the circumstances today, debts must be settled. It is only fair. I shall reiterate for the last time. I am here solely to reclaim the money owed. As for how they chose to discipline their son, that was their concern, not a spectacle for my amusement. Li Yun, witnessing Zhang Sen's impenetrable demeanor, felt her anger swell. This little rascal, after all the care their family had shown him over the years, now dared to act so brazenly in her home. Yet, maintaining her facade of smiling tiger, she responded, Xiao-san, how can you speak to your second uncle in such a manner? Are you not hurting his feelings? He has been far kinder to you than to my Heng. Zhang Sen snorted derisively, indeed so kind. He deliberately drove my factory to bankruptcy and turned a blind eye while his son cavorted with my girlfriend. After the apocalypse, he deceived me time and again, abandoning me, and ultimately led to my tragic demise. Such kindness indeed. Li Yun continued, moreover, we are all family. What did you speak of? Family cannot keep tabs on one another. Over the years, both your second uncle and I have treated you well. Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow, so what you imply is that if I lend you 3 million, it becomes your family's money and does not need to be repaid. Is that correct? Li Yun, with a smile, settled beside Zhang Sen. Xiao-san, you are freshly graduated and have yet to enter the workforce. Unaware of how difficult it is to earn money these days, where we procure 3 million. Besides, if it weren't for your insistence on living closer to us, we would not have purchased this house. Had we not bought it, your second uncle would not have lost several projects due to cash flow issues, resulting in losses far exceeding 3 million. But your second uncle, fearing you would feel guilty, has never mentioned it in your presence. As she spoke, she wiped away a tear, feigning immense grievance. Zhang Heng chimed in, exactly, brother. It was you who insisted on giving us 3 million for this house. How can you now claim we owe you? Zhang Sen, with a sardonic smile, approached Zhang Heng and delivered a forceful kick to his chest. Though his current strength paled in comparison to his past life, this kick was delivered with ample force. Zhang Heng clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Zhang Sen, what are you doing? Are you insane? Are you trying to kill me? Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun sprang to their feet, ready to intervene. Zhang Sen, with a kick, sent them both crashing to the ground, grimacing in pain. He looked down at the three sprawled on the floor, alongside the pale-faced Chun Tiantian kneeling by the sofa. To utter such shameless words, I am truly astounded by this trio. Zhang Jianjun, clutching his abdomen, rose again. Zhang Sen, have you lost your mind? I am your second uncle. Do you dare lay hands on me? Do you not fear divine retribution? Zhang Sen scoffed, lifting Zhang Heng as if he were a mere chick, producing a fruit knife from his waistband and pressing it against his neck. Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun screamed in unison. Zhang Hong, terrified, pleaded, brother, what are you doing? Zhang's son gritted his teeth. Enough of your prattle. Zhang Jianjun, I warn you, I must retrieve my 3 million today. Otherwise, you may find yourself without a son. Zhang Jianjun, fuming, retorted, you've gone mad, Zhang's son. Even if you disregard our brotherly bond, you cannot break the law. Release your brother, and I promise to repay you promptly. Zhang's son tightened his grip, causing a small wound to appear on Zhang Hong's neck. Li Yin cried out, no. Xiao son, please calm down. Do not harm your brother. Brother? Is he truly a brother? Zhang's son roared. Zhang Hong, tell me, how many times have you slept with Chen Tian? Zhang Jianjun and Li Yin finally understood Zhang Sen's madness. Zhang Hong trembled. Brother, you misunderstand. I only slept with sister-in-law last night. I truly was drunk. I know I was wrong. How many times? Zhang Sen's voice grew louder, resembling a person driven to the edge, increasing the pressure on the knife. Did you think I happened upon this by chance? I've heard your sordid tales more times than you can count. Zhang Sen had indeed heard from former friends about Zhang Hong's entanglements with Chen Tian, but that was in a past life. A university classmate had mentioned seeing them emerge from a hotel before the apocalypse. Clearly, Zhang Hong had once again fallen for his actress girlfriend's deceit, severing ties with that university friend. For times, Zhang Hong stammered, his face paling as he confessed. Do your parents know? Zhang Sen pressed, his voice laced with venom. Speak the truth. If you lie, I swear I will end you. They know. Did you hear that? Zhang Sen wore a smile that was both tragic and mocking. This is my dear brother, sneaking around with my girlfriend behind my back. And my beloved second uncle and aunt, fully aware of this, yet still choose to put on a show. Zhang Jianjun, I will say this one last time. Either I kill your entire family and turn myself in, or you repay me the money, and we sever all ties henceforth. Xiao Sun, where am I to procure such a sum? Grant me some time to gather the funds, will you? No. Today, either I see the money, or we all perish together. In truth, there is nothing in this world worth my attachment. Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun, having only one son, watched in fear as Zhang's son spiraled into madness. In desperation, they transferred 3 million to him. After Zhang Sen received the bank transfer, he released Zhang Hong. The apocalypse had not yet arrived. He had no intention of taking a life. Zhang Jianjun, relieved to see Zhang Hong unharmed, felt a wave of conflicting emotions wash over him. Though he longed to strike down Zhang Sen for his outrageous behavior, he could only suppress his wrath for the moment. Xiao Sun, your brother has indeed acted foolishly, but now that the money has been returned, could you, in light of our familial bond, delete the video and let this matter pass? Rest assured, your brother will surely end things with your girlfriend. Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow. Are you attempting to silence me? Consider this a plea from your second uncle. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Sen declared, the hush money is 5 million. What? 5 million? Have you lost your mind? Where would I find such money? Zhang Jianjun roared in frustration. Zhang Sen chuckled. The hush money for Zhang Hong's affair is 1 million. And the matter of you deliberately bankrupting my father's factory is worth 4 million. Second uncle, do you truly believe I am unaware of anything? Years ago, my father's factory was entrusted to you, yet within 2 years under your management, it succumbed to bankruptcy, leaving me with not a single penny. Before long, you hastily opened a new factory, utilizing the very employees, supply chains, customers, and networks that my father had established. It was not until a year later that you finally disclosed the existence of this new venture, clearly indicating that your intention was never to assist me in my endeavors. For a million, at that time, the sale of the factory yielded even more than that. Tell me, is it I who am deranged, or is it you? Zhang Jianjun's complexion grew increasingly pallid, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zhang Sen continued, I now merely request this modest sum. Out of respect for you as my father's own brother, I'm not trying to make it difficult for you. Otherwise, upon leaving this very door today, I shall go straight to the authorities. Zhang Jianjun appeared unconvinced. Do not try to intimidate me. If you had evidence, you would have reported it already. Zhang Sen scoffed. It matters not. Believe what you will. When I offered you a chance, you failed to seize it. Thus, I will commence by revealing how your family has bullied the orphan of my elder brother. I shall employ these 3 million to hire a social media army. Soon, all of Niniang will be aware of your misdeeds. I imagine, amidst the public outrage, the police will expedite their investigation. Oh, and those associates you currently collaborate with, I trust they still remember my father, and they remember me. After all, they are his longtime comrades. Their willingness to work with you is a testament to my father's reputation. Otherwise, you would not be inviting me to dine with him so frequently. As he prepared to depart, Zhang Sen cast a glance at the residents. Uncle, aunt, relish your final days of affluence. I shall ensure that everything you have unjustly taken from me is returned. By the way, aunt, the house in the village still stands, I presume? Do remember to tidy it up in advance. Your family must have a place to dwell. The expressions of Zhang Jianjun's family darkened, with Zhang Heng trembling in rage. He longed to confront Zhang Sen physically, yet he refrained, sensing that Zhang Sen was genuinely capable of violence. Xiao Sun, do you not consider our familial bond at all? Zhang Jianjun felt he could not gamble any longer, even if Zhang Sen lacked concrete evidence. The actions of his family towards him were enough to ruin their reputation should they become public knowledge. The factory he had painstakingly seized would soon collapse. All he could do was attempt to bind Zhang Sen with the ties of kinship. To his astonishment, Zhang Sen chuckled, Zhang Jianjun, do you truly expect any familial affection after all you have done to me? With no other option, Zhang Jianjun reluctantly acquiesced, promising to transfer the remaining 5 million to Zhang Sen by noon the following day. Once he exited Zhang Jianjun's residence, Zhang Sen swiftly returned to room 1602. Time was of the essence. The apocalypse loomed just 7 days away, and he had an abundance of supplies to gather, leaving no room for hesitation. He powered on his computer and began compiling a list of necessary supplies. In his previous life, an unprecedented heat wave was followed by devastating typhoon, acid rain, torrential downpours. An extreme cold, natural disaster struck with relentless frequency. His inventory of medical supplies spanned 3 full pages, with many items being exorbitantly priced and difficult to procure. With no time to scour through each pharmacy, he contacted a high school classmate who worked as a sales representative for a pharmaceutical company, sending him the list. A friend wishes to purchase this batch of medicine. Delivery required within 3 days at the latest. Can you manage that? 5 minutes later, his classmate called back, Sung-ge. This order is quite substantial. Why do you need so much medicine? Are you sure this isn't a prank? Certainly not. My friend is undertaking a charitable endeavor. The only stipulation is that the goods must arrive within 3 days. Can you let me know what deposit would be suitable? No need for that. I called to confirm the intended use of the medicine. I also have a batch nearing expiration, with less than 6 months remaining. If it's for charity, you might want to reconsider. A thought struck Zhang Sen. Near expiration? He had the space to store it indefinitely. I must acquire that batch as well. Let us include it in tomorrow's delivery. With no time for further discussion, Zhang Sen hung up and promptly transferred 200,000 as a deposit. This is the deposit. The remainder will be paid upon receipt. With the addition of the 300 million Zhang Jianjun owed him, his account now boasted 10 million. Soon, with the forthcoming 500 million hush money, he would possess a total of 1.01 billion. However, this sum was still insufficient for the stockpiling of resources. As for why he only demanded 500 million from Zhang Jianjun, it was because he understood that this was the maximum amount Zhang Jianjun could readily provide. Any more, and he would be driven to desperate measures. Given Zhang Jianjun's cautious and prideful nature, he would indeed muster this amount. Spending 500 million to acquire a factory that generates millions annually would likely leave him feeling as though he had gained an advantage. Under normal circumstances, he could opt to alert the authorities and allow them to investigate, reclaiming everything that had been taken from him. Yet, time was of the essence. After briefly calculating the necessary supplies he needed to stockpile, he realized it was still grossly insufficient. He needed to procure funds, and ideally, he must secure them today. Otherwise, the dual approach of gathering supplies while seeking money would be a severe waste of time. After submitting loan applications across various lending apps, he turned his attention to the house in which he resided. Grabbing the deed, he stepped outside, grabbed a quick bite at a nearby restaurant, and then drove his modest BMW to the bank. The Yuan community is situated in the heart of Nanyang, established 8 years ago. His residence spans 160 square meters. Given current market trends, each square meter is worth over 50,000, meaning he could easily fetch over 8 million if he sold it now. However, his urgency led the bank to offer him merely 5 million. With no time for haggling, he exited the bank with 5 million in hand. Now, combined with the 3 million secured from various lending apps, his total climbed to 17.9 million. The fund from online loans and the mortgage on his property were merely a means to an end. Once the apocalypse arrived, no one would be able to locate him. Even the explicit photos he had taken would vanish with the collapse of the internet, leaving nothing to fear. Chapter 5. Stockpiling Supplies. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, the temperature soared to 48 degrees outside, making it feel as though one were trapped within a steamer. Zhang Sen's t-shirt was drenched in sweat, yet he dared not delay. He drove to a second-hand dealership and sold his BMW for a meager 150,000, then promptly rented a cargo van. As he settled into the vehicle, he received a phone call. It was from an old acquaintance, Lu Hao, whom he had encountered earlier that day while dining at the entrance of the community. Lu Hao, a 21-year-old veteran, worked for a local renovation company not far from Yuan, where he rented a room. Zhang Sen had known him in his previous life, as Lu Hao had handled renovations for many homes in the community, including the neighboring Unit 1603. However, prior to the apocalypse, they were not particularly close. They had only grown familiar during their collective efforts to gather supplies. Both being of similar age and lacking guile, they found common ground. Lu Hao was a decent person, aware of Zhang Sen's many responsibilities. He often looked out for him, sharing extra supplies. On one occasion, during a confrontation between their supply team and other survivors, Lu Hao had even shielded him from a blow. Zhang Sen had always been grateful for this, but soon after, he had lost sight of Lu Hao. He presumed he had perished, as death was a tragically commonplace occurrence in the apocalypse. Re-encountering Lu Hao stirred a sense of nostalgia within Zhang Sr. Though he had vowed never to easily trust anyone again in his life, he also abhorred the idea of being indebted to others. He would seek an opportunity to repay Lu Hao's kindness. Lu Hao called to inform him that he had located workers and materials and was ready to assist Zhang Sen with the renovation of his home. In fact, Zhang Sen had already reached out to several renovation companies earlier that day. However, his requirements were rather unique, making it difficult for renovation companies to take on the project. After all, it merely involved replacing a window, installing a security grill and a main door, alongside adding a few fireplaces. Moreover, the materials he requested were quite specialized, leaving little room for profit. Given the sweltering weather, even if they were willing to take on the job, there would be a considerable wait. Zhang Sen, however, could not afford to wait, and fortuitously encountering Lu Hao, entrusted the matter to him. He even promised that should he successfully resolve the issue, he would reward him with 20,000 yuan. How long will the work take? Zhang Sen inquired, somewhat taken aback by Lu Hao's efficiency. His expectation was a time frame of 2 to 3 days, but to his astonishment, Lu Hao managed to complete it in just a few hours. 1 day will suffice. It's simply a matter of replacing a bulletproof glass and security door, along with installing 4 fireplaces. It will be swift. Zhang Sen held Lu Hao's capabilities in high regard and recognized that he genuinely needed an assistant. After all, working alone was exceedingly inefficient. He recalled that Lu Hao had mentioned that, due to the recent heat wave, power restrictions were imposed in commercial areas, and he had been working from home. Thus, he posed a question. Lu Hao, would you be interested in a part-time job? Lu Hao was taken aback. A part-time job? Yes, essentially as my assistant. Work for half a month, and I'll pay you 50,000. 50,000, Lu Hao exclaimed in delight. His earnings at the renovation company, at their peak, barely exceeded 10,000, and during lean times, he would earn only 5 or 6,000. The prospect of receiving 50,000 for merely half a month's work was indeed enticing. Nevertheless, having worked for a year or two and coming from a military background, he understood that there are no free lunches in this world. Such a generous offer would entail demanding tasks. Upon learning that the job mainly involved running errands and that he could outright refuse any morally questionable tasks, Lu Hao happily accepted the part-time position. After hanging up, Zhang Sen promptly transferred 20,000 yuan to him as an advance, which included a tip and would settle the remaining 30,000 in salary after 2 weeks. Lu Hao, being a straightforward person, hesitated to accept too much. Since he was already acting as an assistant, there was no reason to take the tip. Zhang Sen said little more, sending him the address and the door lock code, urging him to promptly measure the dimensions. While there was still daylight, Zhang Sen drove to the largest wholesale market in Nanyang. He drove around and found the biggest grain and oil store, spending over 1 million yuan to empty the shop stock. He purchased 5 tons of salt alone. Salt is crucial for human survival. Without it, one cannot endure long. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, he had witnessed someone barter a bag of salt for 10 pounds of grain. Due to the sweltering heat, the store owner was eager to close up shop and readily offered Zhang Sen a 5% discount for clearing the inventory. He even volunteered to send help to load the goods. Zhang Sen thought about how long it would take to transport all these supplies, so he asked the owner, "Is there a warehouse for rent nearby? I wish to buy more. I believe there's one in the village nearby. Let me check." The owner dashed out and returned 2 minutes later, drenched in sweat. "I've inquired, and indeed, there's a warehouse available, over 5,000 square meters. When do you need it?" "Right now," Zhang Sen replied, handing the owner a cigarette. The owner accepted it and said, "Follow me. I'll take you there." The warehouse owner was the proprietor of a nearby mineral water shop, and Zhang Sen took the opportunity to purchase all the mineral water from his store, which totaled around 100 tons, comprising both small bottles and large containers. Water had become exceedingly scarce in the post-apocalyptic world. In addition to the water, he decided to stock up further, buying 105-ton water storage tanks and water purification tablets, preparing to store water day and night in his space. With that space available, he no longer needed to laboriously melt snow for water. Next, he ventured to the vegetable wholesale area, the meat wholesale area, the spice wholesale area, the grain, fruit, and vegetable seed wholesale area, the instant food wholesale area, the electrical appliances wholesale area, and the tissue paper wholesale area. spending over 300,000 yuan. After renting the warehouse, he arranged for the goods to be delivered there. Coincidentally, Lu Hao had finished taking measurements, and work was set to commence the next day. Zhang Sen called Lu Hao to come collect the goods and to notify him once everything arrived. By the time he left the wholesale market, dusk was fast approaching. He drove to the largest outdoor goods store in the city. Coincidentally, the store was having a clearance sale. Everything was discounted, with some items going for as low as 30% off. This store was already known for its exceptional value, and now it felt like an opportunity to strike gold. He procured disaster relief kits, tents, fire axes, climbing ropes, binoculars, radios, waterproof flashlights, large-capacity solar chargers, wetsuits, and oxygen tanks, everything he could think of without exception. He also ordered 10 inflatable boats and rubber rafts. Initially, he intended to purchase polar survival gear, but unfortunately, the store did not carry the type that could withstand temperatures as low as minus 60 or 70 degrees. Fortunately, the owner helped him contact a supplier from another region. Ultimately, Zhang Sen acquired 10 complete sets of cold-resistant gear for himself, arranged for express shipping, and they would arrive the following day. Chapter 6. Stockpiling Weapons. The owner, thrilled to have such a substantial customer, had all the staff work overtime to help Zhang Sen load the goods onto his vehicle. With several people working together, they completed the loading in under 10 minutes. Zhang Sen drove off, finding a secluded spot to park, and then stored all the items in a space. Just then, Lu Hao called, informing him that the warehouse's stock had arrived and the quantities were correct. Zhang Sen hurried to the warehouse, seeing the mountain of supplies piled up within. He felt an overwhelming sense of security. These provisions would be sufficient for him to survive for 30 years in the apocalypse. Mr. Zhang, why are you stockpiling so much food and water? Lu Hao queried, puzzled by Zhang Sen's sudden bulk purchase of supplies. I plan to open a supermarket. Zhang Sen casually fabricated a reason and then dismissed Lu Hao for the day. Once Lu Hao had left, Zhang Sen locked the door and placed his hands on the supplies. The once nearly filled warehouse suddenly appeared empty. Zhang Sen gazed at the scene before him and couldn't help but smile. His account held just under 7 million yuan. He had already received a message from Zhang Jianzhan, who was quite cautious and requested Zhang Sen to visit his home the following day to sign various confidentiality agreements before transferring the funds. Zhang Sen was indifferent and readily agreed. At this point, he was solely interested in the money, having little interest in the factory that Zhang Jianzhan held. After all, when the apocalypse struck, that factory would be the first to be submerged. As the clock approached 10, it was time to procure a batch of weapons. Driving to the western outskirts, Zhang Sen spent over half an hour searching until he found a place among a cluster of bungalows. The establishment appeared to be a small supermarket, where a woman in her 30s, clad in a floral sundress and smoking a cigarette, sat behind the counter. Upon spotting Zhang Sen entering, the woman merely cast a glance before returning to her mobile game of mahjong. This shop was one Zhang Sen had heard of from a big shot he met in the first year of the apocalypse. Ostensibly a small supermarket, it held many secrets. Zhang Sen approached the counter. A pack of hard cigarettes, please. Without looking up, the woman replied, soft or hard? The hardest kind. The woman paused her game momentarily, finally lifting her head to reach into the counter and toss a pack of hard cigarettes onto the counter. 45. Zhang Sen met the woman's gaze. So cheap? Aren't they 174 pack outside? Or is this brand not strong enough? Do you have anything stronger? The woman narrowed her eyes, adopting a guarded expression. Who sent you? Brother Depao. Brother Depao was a big shot Zhang Sen had encountered during the apocalypse. They had once traveled to a base together and crossed paths with another faction, resulting in a confrontation. Although Cannon Brother possessed firearms, their numbers were limited. In a moment of peril, he found himself besieged, only to be rescued by Zhang Sen, who bravely plunged into the fray. As a result, their bond deepened over time. During their journey to the base, Cannon Brother frequently regaled Zhang Sen with tales of his past exploits in the underworld, which also led Zhang Sen to learn about this establishment and its secret code. Upon hearing Cannon Brother's name, the woman's demeanor visibly relaxed. Follow me, she instructed, rising to close the shop's door before proceeding deeper inside. Upon reaching a corner, she revealed a hidden iron panel, unveiling a staircase that descended before them. Without further ado, she descended into the depths below. The basement was cluttered with various goods, and the woman approached a robust iron door, knocking in a rhythmic pattern of 323. After a brief 5 seconds, the door swung open, revealing a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard. This was the proprietor of the establishment. Cannon sent me, the woman stated. The owner nodded, casting a discerning glance at Zhang Sen, sensing that this young man was no ordinary character. Though his appearance was immaculate, his eyes betrayed a depth of experience, calm, cold, and undoubtedly stained with blood. Come in, the bearded man gestured as he entered the room, with Zhang Sen following suit while the woman secured the door behind them. What do you desire? The bearded man inquired. Zhang Sen surveyed the sparse surroundings. Noting the wall adorned with an array of bows and crossbows, devoid of any equalizer devices. His gaze landed on a compound crossbow nestled in the corner. Its sleek black form exuded an aura of lethal elegance. Zhang Sen had witnessed such a weapon in the apocalypse, where it had pierced the skull of a mutated tiger with a single shot. He had heard it was domestically produced in Lighthouse. Its power surpassed that of a handgun, boasting high precision and ease of use, with the added advantage of being quieter than firearms in the early years of the apocalypse. Moreover, the arrows were reusable, presenting an extraordinary value. "How many do you have?" he inquired, pointing at the compound crossbow. 10, the bearded man replied. A smirk gracing his lips, this young man was clearly knowledgeable. "I'll take them all." "How many matching arrows do you have?" "About 300, the man responded. Zhang Sen nodded, agreeing to take them all, and then added, "I wish to travel to Lighthouse. It's far too liberal there. I need to acquire some equalizer devices." The bearded man chuckled, leading Zhang Sen to another hidden chamber filled with an assortment of firearms. Zhang Sen's heart soared. Clearly, Cannon Brother had not misled him. This man possessed considerable skill. Subsequently, he procured 20 grenades, 3 Type 54 handguns, and 3 AK-47s, depleting the entire stock of ammunition. He opted against other complex firearms and precision instruments, deeming them too costly and ineffective in the cold apocalypse era that was soon to unfold, where cold weapons would reign supreme. In the end, Zhang Sen also collected 10 machetes, 10 daggers, 10 straight swords, 5 sets of top-tier military cold-weather combat gear, 5 sets of anti-cut clothing, and 5 bulletproof vests. This excursion cost him over 3 million. With less than 4 million remaining, he felt untroubled, knowing he would replenish his funds the following day. After completing the transaction with the bearded man, it was already past 2 in the morning. As he was about to depart, Zhang Sen asked, "Can you procure diesel and gasoline?" The bearded man paused. "How much do you require?" "I cannot manage a large quantity." 50 tons of each, Zhang Sen replied. The man contemplated for a moment. 3 million. Zhang Sen couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity. Had he been taken for a fool? The prices had been exorbitant during his weapon purchase, and had he not been well-versed in market values, he might have been swindled. Now, this man was attempting to impose a similar trick. Diesel was less than 10,000 per ton, while gasoline exceeded 10,000. Was he attempting to triple the cost? "I can offer a maximum of 150,000. If that's not feasible, then so be it," Zhang Sen stated. His intent was not to force the bearded man to lower his price, but rather to express that the price was excessively steep, as he needed to retain funds for other pursuits. Honestly, all the supplies he had stockpiled were precautionary measures, and he was indifferent to losing any particular item, knowing other channels existed to obtain what he needed. Thus, he refused to be a fool. However, if the bearded man were to be forthright, he would not mind allowing him a small profit. After a moment of contemplation, the bearded man nodded. Zhang Sen provided an address for delivery the following day before driving away. Once he reached a secluded path, he halted the vehicle to store the weaponry in his space before continuing on his journey. Upon returning home, it was nearly 4 in the morning. He entered his space to assess his supplies, realizing that what he had amassed was merely the tip of the iceberg. He shook his head in resignation. Poverty still loomed large. Chapter 7. The continued stockpiling of supplies. At 8 in the morning, Zhang Sen was roused by a phone call from Lu Hao. After freshening up, he found Lu Hao arriving with workers in tow. After a brief exchange, Zhang Sen descended the stairs. It was time to collect his dues. Li Yun, as usual, donned a facade of warmth. "Xiao Sun, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Ann Air has prepared your favorite lean meat noodles," she cooed. Zhang Sen regarded her impeccable performance with a sense of revulsion. In his past life, he had been ensnared by her feigned affection, believing them to be his closest kin, risking his life for them countless times. Reflecting on it now, he realized that this family had done nothing for him beyond hollow words of concern, and their affection was predicated on his inheritance and connections, as well as his foolish willingness to lend them money unconditionally. With these thoughts, his eyes turned colder. "No need for that. Let us finalize this. I have other matters to attend to." Li Yun's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, her expression pleading. "Xiao Sun, we are your last family in this world. Do you truly wish to sever ties in this manner? Your brother has realized his mistakes. If you two become enemies, it will be your uncle and I who suffer the most." Zhang Sen lit a cigarette, unable to suppress a laugh. "Enough, Ms. Li, stop the charade. No matter what you say today, the amount remains 5 million, no less." The Zhang family finally shed their masks, displaying their true colors, yet Zhang Sen was unfazed. In his eyes, these individuals were already marked for demise, and their end would be fraught with torment. "Zhang Sen, have you truly made up your mind? Once this is resolved, our familial bond will be irreparably severed." Zhang Sen exhaled a cloud of smoke, relieved. Let us expedite the transfer. Zhang Jianjun, nearly apoplectic with rage, tossed a confidentiality agreement before Senator Zhang Sen perused the document with a casual demeanor, finding it as he had anticipated. It merely stipulated that the affair regarding Zhang Heng's liaison with his sister-in-law and the dispute over the factory would henceforth be considered settled, never to be mentioned again. Upon receiving the transfer, he signed with flourish, then, before the assembled crowd, deleted the video. With 5 million added to his account, Zhang Sen drove off contentedly. First stopping at his favorite breakfast spot for a hearty meal, he devoured 2 baskets of soup dumplings, 1 basket of soup buns, 2 fried dough sticks, and a bowl of soy milk. Finally satiated, just as he was about to leave, it struck him that since time stood still in his space, he might as well stockpile prepared meals for future convenience when cooking would be a chore. After negotiating with the owner, he ordered 200 portions, each of various buns, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and wontons, to be delivered daily for 5 days. He then proceeded to place orders at his favorite restaurants, selecting only his preferred dishes, again requesting 100 portions each to be delivered for 5 consecutive days, all to be stored in the warehouse. In order to avoid drawing suspicion, he concocted an excuse about being an employee of the factory, claiming the provisions were from the staff cafeteria or welfare meals. After securing the necessary sustenance, he drove to the fresh produce market. He placed an order for nearly a ton of assorted live fish, requesting them to be eviscerated and scaled. Additionally, he ordered 2 tons each of chicken, duck, pork, beef, mutton, chicken eggs, and duck eggs, along with a batch of fertilized eggs. A quantity of fresh shrimp and crabs was also included. This excursion amounted to approximately 1 million yuan, as the fish had to be killed on site. Not only was there a processing fee, but it would take 3 days to deliver everything. However, Zhang Sen was unperturbed. He needed to visit the warehouse to collect the vegetables delivered by various restaurants over the next few days. It was evident that Lu Hao alone was insufficient for the task. To streamline operations and keep Lu Hao from knowing too much, Zhang Sen hired several individuals specifically to oversee the warehouse and unloading. Once that was settled, he proceeded to the lumber market. Just days after a torrential downpour, the entire region of Betrayal would face power outages. Following this, the extreme cold would cause natural gas pipelines across nations to crack and leak under the low temperatures. The demand for fire sources became paramount. Without fire, cooked food and hot meals were unattainable, forcing most survivors to revert to a primitive existence, consuming raw flesh. Countless individuals perished due to hypothermia. The means of acquiring fire sources also became rudimentary. Consequently, firewood and coal became exceedingly vital for humanity's survival in this apocalyptic scenario. Zhang Sen directly purchased 700 tons of firewood, effectively depleting the lumberyard. He also acquired 1,000 canisters of gas and 1,000 tons of coal. The total expenditure for these 3 resources was just over 1 million yuan. After paying various restaurants today, Zhang Sen still had 6 million yuan remaining. After completing this round of errands, Lu Hao called to inform him that the glass and doors at home had been replaced, and the fireplaces in the living room and bedroom had been installed. Upon returning to inspect, Zhang Sen found the installations to be quite satisfactory, especially the 2 large doors that had been replaced. Testing them with a sledgehammer, he found both doors to be remarkably sturdy, given his current strength. Even his palms vibrated from the impact, and the doors had merely lost a bit of paint. Furthermore, the entrance was reinforced with 3 steel plate bolts, each 10 centimeters thick, ensuring that unless the walls were demolished, no one could gain entry. Should it come to the point of breaching the walls, he would not be fearful. The stockpile of firearms within the space was sufficient to eliminate everyone in the building. A small hole was even made above the door, serving as a point of counterattack. Upon exiting his home, Zhang Sen handed Lu Hao the renovation cost to settle the bill, which amounted to a modest sum of around 100,000 yuan, inclusive of triple the labor costs he had provided. With the sweltering heat and the urgency of his needs, he knew that without offering more, no one would be willing to take on the work. Just as Lu Hao stepped out, Zhang Sen received a call from a high school classmate, who informed him that the medical supplies had all arrived. Zhang Sen instructed him to come to his residence. Half an hour later, his classmate arrived with a colleague, bringing with him a dozen large boxes that they placed in the living room. Everything is here. You can check the inventory, his classmate said. Zhang Sen did not hesitate. It was not a matter of distrust, but rather, these were life-saving supplies, and he could not afford any mistakes. He meticulously inspected the contents: medical bandages, disinfectant alcohol, cold medicine, fever reducers, antibiotics, tetanus vaccines, and various anti-inflammatory medications. After settling the remaining balance of 1 million yuan, his high school classmate cheerfully returned 50,000 yuan to him as a commission. Expressing gratitude for securing such a substantial order, Zhang Sen smiled. Their relationship had been amicable over the years, marked by mutual support, and he casually remarked, "This year's climate is exceptionally peculiar. Typically, such extreme heat is followed by disasters. For precaution's sake, it would be wise to stock up on long-lasting food and supplies." His classmate paused, noting Zhang Sen's serious demeanor, and nodded, thanking him. Zhang Sen was uncertain whether his advice had made an impact, but he had done what he could. There was no need to grasp his ears and declare, "The apocalypse is upon us. If you don't stock up, you'll starve." After seeing his classmate off, Zhang Sen closed the door and stored all the medical supplies in his space. He then called Lu Hao, instructing him to drive to find a wholesale vegetable and fruit supplier, seeking large quantities of fresh produce at affordable prices. With these arrangements made, he set off to the warehouse, where the fresh goods had already arrived. Just as he was about to step out, the deliverman arrived with 2 gigantic boxes. After signing for them and bringing them inside, he opened them to find the cold weather gear he had purchased the previous day, which appeared to be of good quality. He stored it in his space. By the time he arrived at the warehouse, darkness was nearly upon him. After checking the inventory and ensuring everything was in order, he instructed the workers to finish for the day. As the door closed behind him, he ran his hands over the mound of supplies. Moments later, the warehouse was once again devoid of items, save for puddles of water on the floor, evidence that goods had recently occupied the space. After a meal, Zhang Sen remained in the warehouse, smoking 2 cigarettes, as the staff from the various restaurants began to arrive with prepared meals. Each establishment delivered around 200 portions, a modest quantity, and it took no more than a few minutes for each vehicle to enter, unload, and depart. Once they left, Zhang Sen promptly transferred the dishes into his space. In total, after deliveries from 7 or 8 restaurants, it only took about 2 hours to complete the process. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, he anticipated the arrival of the firewood, coal, and gas within the next half hour. Zhang Sen continued to wait. The firewood arrived first, with 30 semi-trailer trucks delivering the 700 tons, the unloading process alone taking several hours. During this time, the gas delivery also arrived. Once all the goods were unloaded, Zhang Sen secured the door and stored everything in his space. Due to the excessive quantity of coal he had ordered, the supplier was unable to send a team immediately. Zhang Sen instructed them to return the following day. Just then, a burly man delivering gasoline and diesel arrived. After confirming that the goods were satisfactory, Zhang Sen settled the remaining balance. After the fuel was unloaded, he did not rush to store it away. This man had navigated the underbelly of society for years and had many tricks up his sleeve. He waited for over an hour, ensuring the man had departed, before finally putting the items into his space. Chapter 8. Indulging in Culinary Delights. On his way home, he received yet another call from Chen Tiantian, which he promptly dismissed. Since the incident of being caught in bed yesterday, Chen Tiantian had relentlessly attempted to reach him, but he had not answered a single call. After such an incident, Zhang Heng likely no longer dared to pursue her. She was probably preoccupied with thoughts of how to win him back, eager to apologize. Zhang Sen scoffed inwardly. There was no hurry. She would have ample opportunities to atone in the future. The next morning, Zhang Sen awoke and checked the temperature outside, which had already reached 50 degrees Celsius. It was expected to rise to around 54 degrees the following day, with the highest temperature recorded before the apocalypse being 57 degrees. After showering and having breakfast, he set out to find Lu Hao. Lu Hao had already located the most affordable wholesale supplier of fruits and vegetables the previous day. Driving to the supplier, Zhang Sen could not help but admire Lu Hao's impressive work ethic. He had managed to find such a large and remote warehouse. With the heat becoming unbearable, the owner, fearing that the fruits and vegetables would spoil, offered Zhang Sen an exceptionally low price. Zhang Sen, feeling generous, purchased the entire stock for 1.5 million yuan. Now, he had nearly every variety of fruit and vegetable available on the market, enough to last a lifetime. With just over 3 million yuan remaining, he contacted the supplier of the snowmobiles he had ordered. Upon learning that the snowmobiles had arrived, he eagerly went to pick them up. The total for the 10 snowmobiles came to nearly 500,000 yuan. He had no choice but to opt for the best configurations available, and even at that price, he received a discount. There was no need for delivery, as his van was capable of transporting them. After retrieving the vehicles and driving to a secluded area, he stored them in his space. Subsequently, he drove to the largest shopping mall in Anyang. After purchasing a cup of iced Americano, a sudden realization struck him. Such luxuries had vanished entirely since the apocalypse began. Prompted by this nostalgia, he proceeded to visit several of his former favorite coffee shops, ordering 200 cups of iced coffee and 100 bags of coffee beans from one. He also acquired 5 coffee machines, collectively spending a sum of 100,000 yuan. Only then did he commence his shopping spree. This summer was the hottest on record. Down jacket stores were offering extensive promotions, yet cotton quilts remained unsellable. With a decisive gesture, Zhang Sen purchased 100 thick down quilts, 200 air-conditioned quilts, and 500 sets of bed sheets and duvet covers, effectively depleting the inventories of multiple stores. Additionally, he procured 100 sets of thermal underwear, 100 wool sweaters, 1,000 pairs of underwear, and 2,000 pairs of socks, all tailored to his size. This single expedition cost him over 500,000 yuan. Now, he had less than 1,000,000 yuan remaining. Zhang Sen resolved to cease further expenditures. The remaining funds would suffice only to settle daily payments to various restaurants. With his essential supplies fully stockpiled, he was well prepared to navigate the apocalypse with ease and independence. Seated in the cargo van, he patiently awaited successive deliveries of coffee, down jackets, quilts, and other items, each time finding the vehicle's interior empty before the next batch was loaded. Upon completing the collection, Zhang Sen proceeded to the warehouse, where coal and fruit had also been delivered. Upon meeting Zhang Sen, Lu Hao verified the inventory and, without uttering a word, placed the keys down and intended to leave. Zhang Sen transferred 50,000 yuan to Lu Hao, settling his assistant wages, and advised him to stockpile supplies due to the erratic weather. Lu Hao nodded in agreement, but said little before departing. Merely minutes later, Lu Hao transferred 20,000 yuan back to Zhang Sen, stating, "Boss, handling the renovations is part of my duties as your assistant. Half a month's wage of 50,000 yuan is already generous. I must take undue advantage. Feel free to reach out anytime." Zhang Sen's admiration for Lu Hao deepened. Despite bearing a perplexed expression toward Lu Hao's actions, he restrained his curiosity, refraining from asking inappropriate questions and focusing solely on his work. Lu Hao was unassuming and grateful, understanding the hardships of earning money in these times and refusing to accept what was not rightfully his. Though they were the same age, Zhang Sen, aged 30 after 8 arduous years surviving the apocalypse, regarded Lu Hao as a commendable young man. After securing the supplies, Zhang Sen waited until various restaurants delivered prepared meals, all of which he stored in his spatial dimension before returning home. He wrapped up his day earlier than usual, arriving home around 9 in the evening. He indulged in a bath to wash away his fatigue. He then retrieved a large-capacity hard drive purchased from an online retailer, commencing downloads of diverse educational materials, films, and television series. The educational resources aimed to enhance his survival prospects in this new world, covering subjects such as mechanical engineering. The entertainment content was purely to alleviate the profound boredom of solitary existence in the apocalypse. Having access to his spatial dimension, Zhang Sen had no desire to enter any official bases. His plan was to resolve issues with the building's neighbors before retreating to a remote mountainous area near an official base to live out his days in seclusion. Decades might pass, but a lifetime is not long. He had already purchased numerous resources online and now only needed to continue downloading. While acquiring Japanese language materials from a foreign island, he momentarily indulged in personal pleasure twice. As for spending money on frivolous joys, that was a concern for another time. After all, in the apocalypse, as long as he wished, even the most exalted top-tier female celebrities would line up for him. The following morning, unwilling to venture outside, he retrieved breakfast from his spatial dimension and quickly consumed it. He then devoted himself to physical training at home, pushing himself until he collapsed, utterly exhausted. His current physique was frail, relying heavily on tools for defense. Only after lunch did he begin to recover. Downloading alone was slow, and fearing the network might be interrupted before completion, Zhang Sen summoned Lu Hao, handing him several hard drives loaded with educational material to assist with downloading. Thus, Zhang Sen's sole task for the day was to collect the prepared meals. Determined not to have deliveries sent to his warehouse again, he drove the cargo van to a location equidistant from the various restaurants, arranging staggered pickup times. By the time all meals were collected, it was dinner time. With money still to spare, Zhang Sen invited Lu Hao to enjoy Nanyang's most expensive seafood buffet, priced at 699 yuan per person. Lu Hao, from a modest background, had never dined at such an extravagant venue and eagerly accepted the invitation. Upon meeting, Lu Hao expressed his gratitude profusely. "Boss, you're incredibly generous." Zhang Sen smiled, replying, "Enough with the pleasantries. Tonight, we feast without restraint. This might be the last time in our lives we enjoy such luxury." Lu Hao grinned so broadly his eyes nearly disappeared. Without further ado, they set about reclaiming their investment, ultimately eating until they could barely stand. Zhang Sen had deliberately chosen a seat outside surveillance camera range. Seizing an opportunity, while Lu Hao went to the restroom, he discreetly transferred some food items into his spatial dimension. Over the next 2 days, Zhang Sen maintained a simple routine. Mornings spent exercising at home, afternoons collecting meals, and evenings indulging with Lu Hao at previously unaffordable Michelin 3-star restaurants, where they feasted lavishly, causing Lu Hao to gain 3 kilograms. Concurrently, Zhang Sen procured additional delicacies, storing them in his spatial realm. Chapter 9. Premonitions of Natural Disaster. Time swiftly advanced to the final day before the apocalypse. While driving home, the two passed a supermarket. Realizing he had forgotten to purchase toiletries, Zhang Sen asked Lu how to stop. They entered the store, and Zhang Sen headed straight to the personal care aisle, indiscriminately grabbing towels, bath towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, body wash, hand soap, and more, emptying an entire shelf. Lu Hao was utterly astonished, having amassed so many items. Zhang Sen enlisted store staff to assist with checkout. Passing through the food section, Zhang Sen inquired, "Did you manage to stockpile supplies as I instructed?" Lu Hao shook his head blankly. "I've been busy helping you download these past 2 days and haven't had time. I plan to start tomorrow." Since they were already there, Zhang Sen summoned staff once more, instructing them to fill a cart with long shelf-life foods, bread, self-heating hot pots, ready-to-eat rice, sausages, instant noodles, within a budget of 20,000 yuan. He also had Lu Hao collect several bags of rice and flour, along with over a dozen buckets of noodles. Lu Hao was bewildered, asking, "Boss, is it really necessary to buy so much?" Zhang Sen replied, "Since we're here, and this is the 20,000 yuan you returned to me earlier, just buy whatever. You live alone, so these 1T spoil easily." Lu Hao sighed silently, thinking that had he known this money would return to him in such a manner, he might have accepted it outright. Exiting the supermarket, they resumed their journey home. Nearing their destination, both received a simultaneous news alert. "Urgent notice. Our city will face an unprecedented super typhoon at 10 p.m. tonight, with wind speeds expected to reach level 16 to 17. All schools and workplaces are mandatorily closed, except for essential personnel ensuring public welfare. All others are advised to leave their posts promptly. Citizens are urged to avoid going outdoors unless absolutely necessary." Lu Hao glanced at Zhang Sen in disbelief. "Wow, boss. You're incredible. There really is a natural disaster." Zhang Sen had no time to respond, his mind reeling with shock. The super typhoon had arrived earlier than anticipated? What was happening? Why the sudden change? There was no time for further contemplation. Other matters demanded his attention. He pressed the accelerator, and 5 minutes later, the cargo van came to a halt at Lu Hao's apartment building entrance. Fortunately, at the supermarket, everything was neatly packed and loaded into large boxes. Zhang Sen assisted Lu Hao in moving the items into the house, and along the way, they encountered 2 unfamiliar neighbors, neither of whom exchanged greetings. The apartment Lu Hao rented comprised 3 bedrooms and a living room, with the other 2 rooms occupied by a man and a couple, all of whom were still out. Lu Hao felt somewhat embarrassed to impose on Zhang Sen for help, saying, "Boss, you could just leave it in the living room." However, Zhang Sen insisted on carrying the items into the room. Thankfully, Lu Hao's living space was the master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom, spacious enough to accommodate several large boxes. After placing the items, Zhang Sen suddenly recalled that in his previous life, Lu Hao had not survived the natural disaster. He turned around, his expression grave as he looked at Lu Hao. "Lu Hao, I have a feeling this typhoon is not as simple as it seems. If my suspicions are correct, the items you purchased today may very well save your life, but they could also lead to your demise. Therefore, remember this. No matter what others offer you for these items, do not sell them. It will be best if no one knows you possess food." Having said this, Zhang Sen disregarded Lu Hao's reaction and turned to leave. He had done all he could. He had repaid the debt from his previous life. If Lu Hao chose not to believe him, that was his own misfortune. Zhang Sen drove the van to a secluded corner and stored it away. He then retrieved another vehicle from his space, a black Hummer, sufficient for navigating through the stormy weather, with a license plate already removed. After donning a black windbreaker, a cap, and a black mask, he entered the vehicle. He pulled out a map of Niniang from his space, marking several circles in red ink. These indicated his destinations for the night, the result of his research in recent days. The black Hummer roared to life, akin to a colossal beast traversing the night. The harbingers of the fierce typhoon had arrived, the streets echoing with the howling winds. After more than half an hour, the black Hummer came to a steady stop outside a warehouse district, the largest in Niniang, home to the Tianmiao supermarket and Jingwang supermarket warehouses. Most crucially, it housed a cold storage facility belonging to a large meat enterprise. Due to the low terrain, this area would be submerged on the first day of torrential rain following a strong typhoon, making it a challenging spot for anyone seeking supplies. Thus, it was of little consequence if he benefited from this situation. With agile movements, he slipped into the compound, his figure vanishing like a specter in the darkness. He moved swiftly, reaching the Tianmiao supermarket warehouse within 2 minutes. The warehouse entrance was equipped with a sensor lock, requiring either a password or a card. However, this posed no challenge for Zhang Sen, who believed in brute force. He retrieved a heavy hammer from his space, smashing the lock with a single blow. Once inside, he was elated to see that the supplies had not been removed. The expansive warehouse, stretching over tens of thousands of square meters, was densely packed with various goods. Merely walking around would take considerable time. Zhang Sen, however, had no intention of leisurely browsing. He summoned a balance bike from his space and began to swiftly maneuver through the outermost row, causing vast quantities of supplies to vanish into thin air within moments. In less than 3 minutes, the once bustling warehouse was reduced to a few piles of goods in the corners that had yet to be processed. For days, he had tirelessly stockpiled supplies, fearing that someone might come to confiscate them. In his previous life, he had visited this warehouse, only to find it completely emptied, an act clearly orchestrated by the authorities. Although he was uncertain when the officials cleared the supplies, he worried they had received a tip-off about the impending disaster and acted accordingly. To be safe, he had prudently hoarded enough supplies to sustain himself. Having these items was certainly preferable. If not, he would not be left helpless, his dual insurance plan. Next, he proceeded to the Jingwang warehouse, employing the same method to strip it bare. Following that, he raided the supplies from over a dozen smaller warehouses, taking everything without even glancing at the contents. Finally, he arrived at the cold storage. Upon entering, the frigid air sent a shiver down his spine, but the sight within filled him with joy. The massive cold storage, spanning over 10,000 square meters, was lined with an abundance of pork, beef, lamb, and various poultry. The sheer volume of meat likely exceeded 1,000 tons, enough for him to eat for 100 lifetimes. If he did not take it now, the meat would spoil within 3 days after the power outage caused by the storm. To ensure that it perished in dignity, he had no choice but to laboriously store it all in his space. The entire operation of zero-cost shopping in the warehouse district took less than an hour. To safeguard against anyone attempting to relocate supplies during the typhoon, he visited the monitoring room in the compound. A single grenade obliterated the surveillance equipment, ensuring that no one would know how these supplies had vanished. Having completed all these tasks, he swaggered out of the compound. The fierce typhoon had arrived, the howling winds pushing the black Hummer steadily along the road toward the port, Nanyang's hub for transporting various goods. Unlike the warehouse district, the port was guarded. Upon his arrival, Zhang Sen beheld thousands of containers lined up neatly on the docks. The black Hummer parked in a spot not captured by the cameras. After disembarking, he hopped onto his balance bike and entered the port. 20 minutes later, the thousands of containers had vanished without a trace. Zhang Sen waved goodbye as he left, his deeds concealed in anonymity. Next on his agenda was a newly opened large-scale warehouse supermarket, Sam's Club. Renowned for its value for money, shopping here required a membership card. Zhang Sen possessed no such card, but he had a hammer. With a single strike, he shattered the glass, revealing the largest supermarket he had ever seen. Resembling a grand shopping mall, the lights were off inside, so he donned a headlamp and began his spree on the balance bike. The first floor was filled with daily necessities, and adhering to his principle of not overlooking any item, he collected everything. After clearing the first floor, he descended to the basement level. Upon entering the food section, Zhang Sen's eyes widened in amazement. Had I known this would be so easy, I wouldn't have exhausted myself hoarding supplies for days. I should have just come here for zero-cost shopping, he exclaimed. Is there even a chance I'll finish all this? Shaking off his astonishment, he hastily continued his shopping spree, muttering to himself as items vanished around him. Roasted chickens, durian cakes, red wine, cigars, and all sorts of unsold prepared foods, all mine. Afterward, he ventured to the second basement level, where the items were even more extravagant, piled high almost to the ceiling. After spending over 40 minutes, he finally emerged from the now-empty Sam's Club, satisfied with his haul. With his tasks for the day complete, Zhang Sen prepared to head home. On the way back, he needed to cross a stretch of railway, a vital route for freight trains in Nanyang. As the black Hummer approached, he spotted a freight train in the distance, slithering through the darkness like a massive serpent. A freight train. Zhang Sen's heart raced. He retrieved binoculars from his space to take a closer look. There were indeed items on it, but the relentless rain made it difficult to discern what they were. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, the black Hummer sped past. Upon reaching the side of the train, Zhang Sen finally discerned its cargo, coal. He saw no sign of people, indicating they had likely evacuated in haste. Zhang Sen conducted a cursory count and estimated that this freight train boasted at least 70 to 80 carriages, all laden with coal, amounting to several thousand tons at the very least. Although he no longer had a pressing need for such material, he thought, since he was already here, why not take action? In his previous life, he had scoured similar freight trains for supplies, and to this day, most train couplings still operated with the Jane's coupler, which could be effortlessly detached by hand. Yet, had it not been for the concern of limited space, he would have relished the opportunity to absorb the entire train into his realm. After unfastening 2 couplings, he began to draw the carriages into his space. Remarkably, he was able to disengage a coupling in less than a minute on average, and within the span of an hour, Only the locomotive remained on the tracks. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment and decided to take the locomotive as well. After all, it would be a pity for it to be left behind alone. Besides, having the locomotive might prove advantageous in the future. His space was certainly ample enough to accommodate it. Once the locomotive was collected, Zhang Sen continued on his journey, harboring a faint hope of encountering further surprises along the way. Indeed, as he passed by a large gas station, he noticed 6 enormous fuel tankers parked inside, all brimming with fuel. Each tanker could hold approximately 40 tons of oil, indicating they had yet to be unloaded. It seemed fortune smiled upon him. After securing the tankers, he contemplated checking the oil reserves, but time was of the essence, and the approaching typhoon urged him to refrain from taking risks. He resolved to return later and test his luck. Presently, his stockpile of diesel and gasoline was nearing 200 tons, which would last him for many years. Even if he could not procure oil on his next visit, he was certain other opportunities would arise in the future. With this thought, Zhang Sen decisively relinquished the idea and drove off in his black Hummer. As he entered the city, it was evident that the roads were markedly less congested than usual, as many had hurried home due to the impending storm. The fierce winds wreaked havoc, lifting debris and paper into the air, while some billboards were torn from their mounts. Numerous trees had been uprooted along the roadside. As he passed a luxury car club, his attention was inadvertently drawn to a recreational vehicle within. He realized he could indeed use a motorhome. Taking a calculated risk, he drove closer, shattered the dealership's glass, and stepped inside to examine the RV up close. Just the sight of the emblem indicated it was a luxury model worth over $10 million, with bulletproof body and glass, explosion-proof and durable tires, and even a hybrid fuel system with foldable solar panels atop the roof. A motorhome is essentially a mobile home, essential for both travel and leisure. This vehicle seemed tailor-made for him. After absorbing the RV into his space, he took a moment to survey the luxury car club, which truly lived up to its reputation as a playground for the affluent, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Spanning over 3,000 square meters, the decor was ostentatious. As Zhang Sen circled the premises, his gaze swept over the lavish vehicles, Bentleys, Ferraris, Maseratis, Rolls-Royces, all of which he promptly collected into his space. Although the post-apocalyptic environment might not afford him many chances to drive them in the future, they would serve well as formidable projectiles should the need arise. He had devised a method of attack over the past few days, where he could hurl heavy objects from his space at anyone who provoked him, an effective means of retaliation. The store contained numerous cold-resistant tires, several oil barrels, approximately 500 to 600 liters of fuel, dozens of engine oils and lubricants, not to mention a plethora of spare parts, all of which he graciously accepted. After thoroughly raiding the premises, he ascended to the second-floor office, where he was momentarily blinded by the opulent decor. The space was adorned with fine wines, cigars, and a plethora of extravagant decor, including 2 safes, all of which found their way into Zhang Sen's space. Ding! Gold detected. Would you like to use it for an upgrade? Gold? This was an unexpected delight. Upgrade! Upgrade! Zhang Sen exclaimed eagerly. A brilliant flash of golden light enveloped the area, and he distinctly noticed the white mist in his space receding significantly, revealing what appeared to be ripples of water within. Could it be that his space had a water source? Zhang Sen had no time to ponder. Having spent over 30 minutes at the club, he decided it was time to depart. As he was leaving, his peripheral vision caught sight of 3 massive shipping containers nestled in a corner, each equipped with waterproof seals. Such large containers could either have just arrived from overseas or be intended to safeguard the club's valuable vehicles. Zhang Sen felt a surge of excitement as he swung his hammer, breaking open one of the containers. To his astonishment, he discovered a top-tier off-road luxury vehicle inside. The Palaman Raider, valued at $20 million, hailed as the land behemoth. It was an unstoppable vehicle, impervious to both scorching heat and frigid cold. Zhang Sen gasped in awe. After absorbing it into his space, he opened another container. What the heck? After 8 years of surviving in the apocalypse, Zhang Sen considered himself well-versed in grand spectacles, yet he found himself momentarily speechless. The Kaibei He-Stand Shield. It outclassed nearly all off-road vehicles globally, valued at $25 million. It rolled off the assembly line as a bulletproof SUV. Suddenly, he felt that all the luxury vehicles he had previously absorbed into his space paled in comparison to these 2 titans. No man is indifferent to cars. Zhang Sen felt his heart racing with exhilaration. With great anticipation, he stowed the 2 super vehicles into his space while inwardly reciting, "I vow to abstain for 3 months in gratitude for heaven's blessings." Chapter 11. The Little Black Cat. And then there was the last container. Zhang Sen rubbed his hands together. "Treasure, here I come." He swung his hammer down, but perhaps in his excitement, he miscalculated the strike. Good things come to those who wait, he reassured himself. He set the hammer upright, clasped his hands in prayer, and blew gently into his palms. Then, seizing the hammer again, he struck with fervor. Clang! The lock fell away with a clear sound. Zhang Sen opened the container doors, shining a powerful flashlight inside, only to find it utterly barren, a chaotic mess of rags and weeds littering the floor, along with the unpleasant odor of animal droppings. Zhang Sen furrowed his brow, contemplating what could possibly be inside. Before he could finish his thought, a dark shadow lunged at him. What the heck? Zhang Sen stumbled back 2 steps, his dagger materializing in his hand. He quickly raised it, only to discover a pair of two-toned eyes staring back at him. A sound akin to a chick's chirp reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a black cat. The cat meowed twice and boldly extended its tongue to lick his face. Zhang Sen found himself smiling inexplicably. While he preferred dogs over cats, this particular feline stirred a desire to pet it. He sheathed his dagger and gently patted its head. The black cat seemed to revel in the attention, rubbing against his neck. Zhang Sen noticed that, while the cat was rather large, it was alarmingly thin, mere skin stretched over bones, suggesting it had been trapped in the container for quite some time. Yet, how had it survived in such an oxygen-deprived environment? Upon closer inspection, he spotted specially designed ventilation holes at the top of the container. Well, you little rascal, it seems you have quite the pedigree, Zhang Sen remarked with a chuckle. He carefully set the black cat down, squatting to rummage through his space for a sausage and a piece of raw fish. Here you go, eat up. You look like you could use a good meal. The black cat meowed twice and happily began devouring the offerings. In the blink of an eye, both the sausage and fish had vanished. In this apocalyptic world, having a dog with combat potential was more practical. A pampered cat was rather less appealing to him. He simply lacked the patience for it. All right, I must take my leave now. Take care. Zhang Sen tossed a few fish and a box of ham onto the ground, patted the cat's head, and prepared to depart. The black cat paused for a moment, meowed twice. Unfazed, Zhang Sen strode toward the exit. The black cat, seemingly understanding that he intended to abandon it, dropped the fish it was holding and darted forward in a flash. Just as Zhang Sen was about to step out the door, he felt a tug at his foot. Looking down, he met the gaze of the cat's yellow eyes, which were filled with a sense of grievance. Zhang Sen was taken aback. Do you wish to accompany me? The black cat climbed up his pants and leaped into his arms, wrapping its front paws around his neck and nuzzling against him. Zhang Sen sighed with a rueful smile. In this apocalyptic world, how am I supposed to care for you? Besides, I've never owned a pet. Aren't you afraid I might inadvertently let you perish? The black cat mewed softly, still nuzzling his neck. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Sen decided, fine, if you're coming along, then so be it. A cat wouldn't require much sustenance, and with so many provisions in his space, caring for one seemed trivial. If it perished, he couldn't be blamed. After all, leaving it behind would result in a grim fate. Accompanying him, at least it would have food. Observing the black cat's affectionate demeanor, he mused that if nurtured well, it could be a companion for many years in this desolate world. After all, solitude was indeed quite dreary. With that resolve, Zhang Sen pulled the black cat from his embrace and warned, all right, you will follow me from now on, but let me make this clear. I absolutely detest betrayal. Should you dare to betray me, I shall skin you alive. Also, I have a temper, so you must obey. If you disobey, you'll find yourself on the receiving end of a beating thrice a day. Do you understand? The black cat gazed at him with pitiful eyes, mewing softly, its front paws gripping his fingers and giving them a lick. Zhang Sen chuckled. All right, let us first gather your food. He cradled the black cat with one arm and returned to collect the ham and fish he had discarded earlier, subsequently stowing away the container he had intended for the cat. The typhoon had reached its peak intensity, causing even the Hummer to sway in the gusts. Zhang Sen remained vigilant, navigating cautiously, a journey that should have taken 20 minutes stretched to nearly an hour. Fortunately, he arrived at the underground parking garage without incident. He parked the vehicle in a blind spot, surveyed his surroundings to ensure no one was present, and then stored the Hummer in his space. The black cat stared in astonishment as such a large vehicle vanished before its eyes, its pupils dilating. It flicked its gaze between Zhang Sen and the spot where the car had been, utterly bewildered. Zhang Sen was charmed by its adorably confused expression and patted its head. Though his tactical jacket was waterproof, beads of moisture clung to its surface. Concerned that the black cat might be uncomfortable, he unzipped his jacket and tucked it inside, enveloping it as they journeyed home. Upon arriving, he set the black cat down and busied himself with his space. He had yet to examine many of the items acquired during the zero-cost shopping spree that evening, particularly the containers from a port. Chapter 12, Unboxing. He focused his mind on the warehouse area, discovering that aside from the celestial meow, canine companions, and a meat stored in the cold storage, most warehouses were filled with snacks, clothing, and daily necessities. After reviewing these items, he began unboxing the port containers. Each box bore a shipping label, and instead of rushing to open them, He first glanced at the labels, noting that many contained daily necessities, each filled with identical items. For instance, one box was filled with cashmere garments, including coats, cashmere sweaters, and trousers in various colors and qualities. Cashmere is both warm and lightweight, making it a fine choice for layering. As for the coats, while they were stylish, they were impractical in the wind. Other contents included bedding, daily necessities, clothing, beverages, and alcohol. After unboxing several hundred containers, fatigue began to set in. Then he spotted 4 oversized containers. The shipping label indicated that they were filled with off-road vehicles. Excitedly, he opened the container to find 8 SUVs inside, although they paled in comparison to the 2 colossal beasts he had acquired that day. These 8 SUVs were still luxury vehicles, comparable to the black Hummer he had rented, making them suitable for navigating the apocalypse. As he continued, he found that these large containers were stuffed with minerals, fertilizers, coal, toys, crafts, and various luxury items. Somewhat dull. Only a few containers of pet supplies and a box of fitness equipment piqued his interest. The Black Cat's future was now secure, and he could utilize the professional fitness equipment to enhance his physical capabilities. After over an hour of exploration, Zhang Sen arrived before a cluster of green containers. Upon inspecting the shipping labels, his excitement surged once more. These 20 or so labels indicated they were refrigerated containers. Typically, such containers held fresh fruits, vegetables, or meat, as well as specialized medicines and high-quality beverages. His heart raced, and his hands trembled with anticipation. He opened each one, discovering they contained rare but expensive pharmaceuticals, predominantly various vaccines. There were also supplies he had stockpiled, but given that he was alone, he had little reason to rejoice. They would serve merely as a precaution. But if he encountered someone truly in need, perhaps he could trade them for precious goods. More surprisingly, he found many veterinary medicines and vaccines. This added yet another reason for the Black Cat's survival. As he continued, the main event arrived, containers filled with imported food. Imported lamb chops and beef, each weighing tons, along with seafood arranged meticulously in boxes. Australian lobsters, king crabs, tuna, wild yellow croaker, golden fish, and countless oysters. Zhang Sen's smile nearly split his face. Although he could afford these delicacies, he seldom indulged before the apocalypse. Now, with the world in chaos, they had become his to relish. Beyond expressing gratitude for fate's bounty, he found himself at a loss for words. The following few boxes contained industrial goods, mechanical parts, tires, machinery, and raw materials. However, he was delighted to discover dozens of low-energy, silent generators, far superior to what he had stockpiled. After unboxing dozens more, he found several boxes of electronics, all major international brands. Air conditioners, televisions, rice cookers, ovens, and more. There was even a box of electronic gadgets, including computers, tablets, phones, and watches, all the latest models. Unfortunately, their practical applications would be limited. He could only connect them to his hard drive for study. Additionally, there was a box of kitchenware, pots, pans, and dishes, all complete. After another spell of boredom, he unboxed a container of drones, the shipping label stating there were a total of 3,000 units. Valuable assets for future use. Having seen so many valuable items, Zhang Sen's heart had finally settled. Utilizing his spatial abilities drained his mental energy significantly. After using it for so long today, he felt utterly depleted. However, this was part of his intentional training to strengthen his mental fortitude. Glancing over the shipping labels of the remaining containers, he found little of interest and decided to leave them for a future day when boredom struck. After retrieving a plethora of pet supplies from his space, he checked on the Black Cat, relieved to find it was merely hungry and had no other issues. Feeling reassured, he bathed the cat, dried its fur, and filled its bowl with cat food before finally collapsing onto the sofa. On the balcony, the Black Cat merely sniffed at the food, disdainfully pushing it aside before leaping onto Zhang Sen's lap, licking his hand and curling up on his belly. He absent-mindedly stroked its fur. Not fond of this brand of cat food, Zhang Sen had once again adopted a different approach, yet the Black Cat persisted in pushing its way through. Believing it to be unhungry, he paid it no further heed. To his surprise, the Black Cat began to mewl plaintively. As Zhang Sen gazed at the feline, an unsettling sensation washed over him. The dim lighting in the club had obscured his observations, and his preoccupation with bathing it had left him largely oblivious to its appearance. Now, with a moment to spare, he scrutinized it closely and discerned that something was amiss. This cat seemed distinctly different from any he had previously encountered. Although he had never owned a cat, he was well aware that such vocalizations were not characteristic of felines. He snapped a photograph, but Baidu's image recognition failed to identify it. After a thorough search, he eventually stumbled upon a video showcasing a creature that bore a slight resemblance to his black cat. However, the being in the video turned out to be a black jaguar. A jolt of realization struck Zhang Sen. The creature he had rescued was not a cat at all, but rather a jaguar. No wonder it had been transported in such a large container from overseas. Goodness. Jaguars are carnivorous creatures, capable of reaching lengths of up to 180 centimeters and weighing over 300 pounds, with formidable bite strength. What if it were to bite him in his sleep one day? A cold sweat broke out on Zhang Sen's brow. Yet as he gazed at the little creature nestled in his arms, clinging to him like a playful pet, he gradually felt his anxiety dissipate. Why fear? This creature could also be domesticated. The affluent individual who had arranged for its transportation certainly intended to rear it as well. If others could manage its care, why couldn't he? Moreover, given its diminutive size, with proper nurturing, it would likely bond exclusively with him as it matured, obeying only his commands. If fortune smiled upon him, and it underwent a transformation, its combat prowess could become astonishing. At that point, with a single command, it could leap forth and eliminate anyone he deemed a threat. How exhilarating! With this thought, Zhang Sen burst into laughter, realizing he had struck gold. The more he observed the black cat, the more he found it endearing, unable to resist the urge to stroke its head. Little jaguar, let me give you a name. He mused. The small jaguar paused its eating, clinging to his arm and letting out a sound that seemed more animated than before, appearing adorably foolish. So silly. Zhang Sen chuckled. How about I call you Silly Goose? He called out a couple of times, but the little jaguar merely stared back at him, its expression tinged with apparent disappointment. Oh, you find it unappealing? How affectionate and charming. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment, realizing that once it grew up and he took it out in public, calling it Silly Goose might not be fitting, as it would diminish its intimidating presence. He proposed to the little jaguar. How about this? When we are alone, I shall call you Silly Goose, but when we are out or around others, you shall be known as Satan, a demon from your homeland. How cool is that? Chapter 13, Demon Satan. Zhang Sen recalled the video he had just seen, depicting the adult jaguar, which evoked a chilling sense of dread. It truly warranted the moniker of a demon. The little jaguar appeared quite pleased with the name, emitting a series of excited calls before resuming its affectionate licking of Zhang Sen's hand. Having resolved to care for Satan diligently, he understood the importance of proper training. Recalling the scent within the container, he decided to begin with toilet training. He retrieved a litter box from his space, filled it with litter, and commenced teaching Satan how to use it. However, Satan wore a perpetually vacant expression, prompting Zhang Sen to nearly demonstrate the process himself. Fortunately, after several attempts, Satan finally grasped the concept, leaving its first puddle in the litter box. Zhang Sen rewarded it with a piece of sausage as a treat. The hour had grown late, so he extracted a large dog bed from his space for Satan to sleep upon. After bathing, Zhang Sen reclined on his bed, scrolling through his phone. He knew he must cherish this time, for soon, the internet would become inaccessible. After watching several videos, he found himself inundated with reports of extreme weather. A few pessimistic souls lamented the impending doom, only to be met with scornful retorts. A larger contingent expressed delight at the prospect of not having to work or attend school the following day. Zhang Sen observed these comments, reminiscent of his past life. With a tranquil heart, he would wait and see. The moment the typhoon ceased would signify the true onset of the apocalypse. After closing the video platform, he opened WeChat, only to be confronted with a barrage of unread messages in his chat with Zhang Heng, numbering 99. Upon opening it, he skimmed through the screen, which was filled with vitriolic insults. It seemed they were aware of their lack of evidence against him and resorted to verbal attacks in a futile attempt to reclaim their dignity. Yet, the insults were repetitive, primarily accusing him of incompetence and asserting that Chen Tian had willingly climbed into his bed. Zhang Sen couldn't be bothered to read further. The apocalypse had already descended. What awaited Zhang Heng would be nothing short of hellish torment. Following this, he noticed another array of messages from Chen Tian, also numbering 99. Presumably, he had blocked her phone number, forcing her to reach out via WeChat. Her messages primarily consisted of apologies, claiming that her liaison with Zhang Heng had been coerced, and expressing an eagerness to marry him immediately. Zhang Sen felt a surge of disgust and promptly exited the conversation. He then glanced at the community group chat. To his astonishment, upon opening it, his phone froze momentarily. After half a minute, the interface returned to normal. He scrolled back through the messages. Wow, this is the strongest wind I've ever seen in my life. Look, the billboard across the street has been blown down. Property management. Can you move my car to the underground garage? I see some cars have already been damaged. Have you all stocked up on food? I have nothing at home. Should I gather some supplies? I also want to stock up. I've seen many people saying the apocalypse is upon us. Do not spread rumors in the group. If it incites panic, the neighborhood committee will definitely report you. This officious individual was Lu Ziyu, the deputy director of the neighborhood committee, known for her sharp tongue and penchant for petty advantages. Generally, few residents dared to engage with her, not out of fear, but rather a sense of futility. Most members of the group were young people, with little inclination to spend their days arguing with an elderly woman. After a few minutes of reading, Zhang Sen closed his phone, finding it devoid of value, akin to his previous life. The only difference was that, in his past existence, he had attempted to persuade others to stockpile supplies, reasoning that even if the typhoon passed quickly, non-perishable items would remain viable, providing peace of mind. At that time, Lu Ziyu had lambasted him in the group, accusing him of spreading panic and threatening to report him after the disaster. Nevertheless, some young individuals had heeded his advice and gathered convenience foods. Yet, even so, most of them eventually betrayed him. In this life, he wished only to observe these individuals struggle under the merciless onslaught of nature. After witnessing the unfolding drama, he would send them all on their way, one by one. Setting his phone aside, he glanced out the window. Rain had begun to fall outside, though not heavily yet. If he were determined to gather supplies, he could still venture out to procure some. However, it seemed unlikely that anyone in this building would dare to step outside, unlike in his previous life. Zhang Sen murmured to himself. Not only had the super typhoon arrived a day early, but the rain had also commenced 2 days ahead of schedule. He could not comprehend the reasons behind this anomaly, yet he felt no panic within. After all, with the resources in his space, as long as Blue Star did not explode, he could survive indefinitely. Zhang Sen stared blankly out the window, memories of his past life flooding back, images of countless individuals turning on one another and perishing due to natural disasters. He languished within this building, nearly single-handedly supporting half of its occupants. Yet upon his departure, he faced betrayal time and again. Traversing various outposts, he struggled to survive due to the absence of any supernatural abilities. Time and again, he escaped the clutches of death, only to ultimately perish at the hands of those closest to him. All of these experiences weighed heavily upon his heart, as if a colossal stone had been placed upon it. From the moment of his rebirth, he vowed that in this life, he would not aid anyone. Those who had wronged him in his previous existence would not escape his reckoning. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of his mental energy, he slept soundly until 10 o'clock the following morning, only roused by Satan scratching at the door. Zhang Sen rose from his bed and opened the door, only to be met by Satan's woeful expression, making it clear that the creature was hungry. This was his own fault for oversleeping. Instead of giving Satan another sausage, he offered a few dried fish and a bowl of cat food, along with a bowl of milk. He had no fondness for milk. It would only go to waste. So he chose to give it all to Satan, who needed nourishment to grow. Initially, Satan stubbornly refused to eat the cat food or drink the milk. In this apocalyptic world, Zhang Sen was not inclined to indulge him, insisting that the snacks must be consumed. Reluctantly, Satan whimpered, but obediently finished everything. Zhang Sen did not retrieve food from his spatial storage, but instead cooked himself a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. After enjoying his meal and spending some time petting the leopard, he cleared out the larger secondary bedroom, retrieved fitness equipment from his space, and began his physical training. After several days of practice, his physical abilities had improved somewhat, although still incomparable to his previous life. He felt confident that he could handle 2 or 3 ordinary opponents without much trouble. Following 2 hours of exercise, he took a brief rest before commencing knife training. In his past life, his primary weapons have been straight knives or daggers. During his practice, a thought suddenly struck him. Now that he possessed spatial abilities, why could he not incorporate them into combat? Chapter 14, Dark Humor. It was impossible to confine living beings within his space, but he could access weapons from it at any time. If he were to engage an enemy wielding a dagger, and they anticipated his attack range, dodging his strike, what if at that moment he switched to a straight knife? The adversary would be overconfident, believing they had evaded the dagger, when in truth, he had already changed to the straight knife. This tactic, though rather underhanded, would surely astonish the enemy in their final moments, leaving them bewildered and questioning their fate. Would that thrill not surpass the mere act of killing? Zhang Sen admitted to being rather base in his inclinations. In such a dreary apocalypse, finding a bit of amusement was not easy. He could treat this maneuver as both his ultimate technique and a guilty pleasure. With this thought, a sly smile spread across his face. Satan, who had been gazing at him with adoration, instinctively took a step back, retreating to a corner while warily observing his lecherous master. Immersed in his own dark humor, Zhang Sen remained blissfully unaware of the distrust and disdain reflected in the eyes of his little leopard. He appeared to practice his blade switching with delight. The room was silent. After a while, bored of watching, Satan preferred to admire the rain. After some practice, Zhang Sen took a bottle of water from the fridge, downed it in one gulp, then turned on the television, tuning into the official news channel. After years without watching television, he often forgot it was there, even when it was in front of him. Upon switching it on, the familiar voice of a female news anchor filled the room. Satan, intrigued by the sudden appearance of figures in the small black box, watched intently. The news anchor, reminiscent of his past life, informed the public that the typhoon was expected to end in 2 days and advised citizens to remain indoors, securing their doors and windows, and to refrain from venturing outside unless absolutely necessary. This report served as a comforting reassurance to the populace. The chat group soon buzzed with excitement. This time, no one preached doomsday theories. Instead, they celebrated the prospect of not having to work or study. Yet Zhang Sen knew that the world would not be saved. In 3 days, the typhoon would indeed cease, but it would be immediately followed by 5 days of acid rain. After that would come the most torrential downpour in history. Once the rain subsided, a month of flooding would ensue. Various natural disasters would arise, like the scythe of death, claiming countless lives upon this planet. Zhang Sen, weary of the grim news, trained diligently until he was exhausted, then retrieved 2 prime steaks from his space and fried a few eggs. He feasted heartily. Satan's lunch today consisted of 2 of the fish he had tossed to the ground yesterday, and without the need for cat food, the entire leopard was exhilarated. After eating, Zhang Sen resumed practicing other hidden skills related to his spatial abilities. He aimed to master the technique of drawing objects into his space without physical contact and placing them in any designated location, rather than retrieving them from the exact spot they entered. After an afternoon of practice, he made some progress, now capable of drawing objects within a 1-meter radius into his space. However, this was still insufficient. He needed to continue honing his skills. As time passed, Zhang Sen's life grew simpler. During this period, Zhang Heng scolded him a few times, and Chen Tiantian sent several messages, even extending video invitations to come over, claiming she would like to visit him. She even sent him some selfies that would require heavy pixelation if posted online, as they were likely to attract the attention of internet police. Zhang Sen ignored all of them, though he saved the photos, not out of impulsiveness, but because he thought a shame for such efforts to go unappreciated. He resolved to find an opportunity to share them with everyone. After all, her hard work deserved an audience. Chen Tiantian lived in Building 5, which he rented, so he had joined the owner's group for that building some time ago, which proved convenient. Casually, he tossed Chen Tianatian's selfies into the group chat. Chen Tiantian, please stop bothering me. There are plenty of men in Building 5 who won't mind your dirtiness. Good luck. This caused an uproar in the group. Women began cursing, while men hastily saved the images. Unbeknownst to Zhang Sen, this seemingly innocuous act ensured Chen Tiantian would not have to worry about food for a long time, though she would also be in an unusual predicament for quite some time. Of course, these were matters for another time. The following afternoon, he could distinctly feel the winds had lessened. As night approached, the typhoon finally came to an end, though heavy rain continued to pour outside. Zhang Sen gazed out the window, his brow furrowed with concern. It had ended too soon. In his previous life, the typhoon had lasted until the 3rd day, culminating in acid rain. By the next morning, the authorities had already issued warnings about the impending acid rain. Given this early cessation, he feared the death toll from the acid rain would be significantly higher. What had caused this change? Could it be the butterfly effect of his rebirth? The question lingered. Was he truly so vital? Just then his phone rang. It was a call from Lu Hao. Upon answering, he heard Lu Hao's cheerful voice. Boss, the typhoon has stopped, and the rain should be letting up soon. Let me treat you to dinner tomorrow. Lu Hao was a grateful person. After Zhang Sen had treated him to numerous lavish meals, he felt compelled to reciprocate. No need. I plan to stay indoors for a while, Zhang Sen replied. Though uncertain if the acid rain would arrive early, he decided it prudent to remain indoors for at least half a month. Lu Hao did not press the matter further. All right, boss. I'm going out shortly to buy some food. After several days of consuming instant meals, I crave a change of taste. Is there anything you would like me to purchase? I could deliver it right to your doorstep. Zhang Sen gazed out the window at the individuals below. Some wielding umbrellas or clad in raincoats as they exited the building. Suddenly, the downpour intensified dramatically, visibly escalating in ferocity. Zhang Sen's heart raced, and he soon heard the anguished screams of those outside as they hurried back. Lu Hao, he urged, there's something amiss with this rain. Do not venture outside. Just then, the television blared an urgent announcement. Attention, citizens. An emergency message. The rainfall in our city has suddenly intensified, and this rain is acidic, capable of corroding human skin. Citizens are advised to exercise extreme caution and refrain from going outdoors. Those already outside should seek shelter immediately. If anyone inadvertently gets drenched in the acid rain, they must wash the affected areas thoroughly with copious amounts of clean water. Almost immediately, notifications flooded all mobile news apps and text messages bearing this alarming news. The wails from outside persisted. Lu Hao's trembling voice came through the phone. Goodness, boss, is there really acid rain? I can hear the screams of that guy downstairs. It sounds as if he has been doused in sulfuric acid. Zhang Sen remained silent, his heart hardened like stone. Yet, having witnessed days of peace and tranquility. The return of such scenes weighed heavily on his mind. Lu Hao continued, "Boss, you truly have a keen eye. You instantly recognized that something was wrong with this rain. Had you not said anything, I would have likely ventured down with just an umbrella." Zhang Sen sighed softly. "I only deduced it because I heard the screams from downstairs." Chapter 15. The Prelude to the Apocalypse. Can it really rain acid? Help. My child just got caught in the acid rain, and after washing for a long time, nothing seems to work. Is there a doctor in the group? This is terrifying. A typhoon just passed, and now acid rain? Are we not to be allowed to live? I was just about to buy some food, as we have run out at home. Me too. Our food supplies are completely depleted. Can any kind-hearted soul assist us? Yuan Liping. I have nothing left at home either. If anyone has extra food supplies, please help. I can pay. Huang Wei. I still have a box of instant noodles. No need to buy. You can come and take half a box each. May good people enjoy lifelong peace. May good people enjoy lifelong peace. Lu Xiaoying. I have no food left either. Could you spare me a few packets? All right, you three family can share a box. Zhang Sen couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Xiaoying truly had a penchant for exploiting opportunities. She typically hoarded inexpensive food at various supermarkets and frequently received rice, flour, and oil from their community. How could she possibly have run out of food in just 3 days? Ridiculous. As expected, Yuan Liping, who could have shared half a box of noodles, could no longer contain herself. Living with 5 family members, 2 adults, and 3 children. Under normal circumstances, they could endure some discomfort. However now, with no one knowing when the acid rain might cease, and with official departments remaining silent, her family could potentially rely on that half box of noodles for several days. And with only a third of a barrel remaining, her frustration was palpable. Yuan Liping, Lu Xiaoying, you're truly amusing. Who in the group doesn't know you love hoarding food at home? When no one is willing to provide supplies, you remain silent. But the moment a kind-hearted person steps up, you come out to exploit the opportunity. Have you no shame? Yuan Liping was enraged and directly confronted her. Lu Xiaoying, accustomed to being coddled, found herself publicly reprimanded for the first time in the group and immediately retaliated. You are the one without shame. My family genuinely has no food left. So what? Is it only permissible for others to receive aid while my family is to starve? Are you suggesting my husband and I should perish from hunger? You have some nerve. Just wait until this acid rain passes, and you shall see how I deal with you. Yuan Liping, you old hag, do you think I'm afraid of you? As a deputy director of the neighborhood committee, what can you do? Everyone knows you love to take advantage of others, even when a sewage truck passes by. You want to take a taste? Yuan Liping, Huang Wei, young lady, you don't need to get away for free. It's something you purchased with your own money. Charge me, and I will come over shortly. 500 for half a box, and I will transfer the money to you in person. Lu Xiaoying, if you're willing to pay 500 for half a box of noodles, I will believe your family truly has no food left. The individual who could have shared half a box was now utterly flabbergasted. Originally, she could have received half a barrel for free, but now she was being asked to pay a steep price of 500. How could she not be incensed? Fortunately, Yuan Liping was a reasonable person and urgently needed others to support her. She privately messaged, agreeing to lend her the 500 yuan, but expressed a hope that she could receive 2/3 for her family. The person happily consented and refrained from further discussion in the group. This left Lu Xiaoying fuming. She had initially aimed to take advantage, but ended up being verbally assaulted. Consequently, she unleashed another tirade in the group. However, Yuan Liping paid her no mind and simply replied, if you wish to buy, then buy. 500 yuan is not an exorbitant amount. Is 500 more valuable than your life? Lu Xiaoying was so infuriated that she could hardly catch her breath with the food she had hoarded. There was no way she would spend 500 on a few packets of noodles. Instead, she sent a venomous voice message declaring, who would be foolish enough to spend 500 on a few packets of noodles? If you want to buy, go ahead. I would rather starve than spend that ridiculous amount. This revelation made it clear to everyone in the group that Lu Xiaoying was, in fact, not lacking in food. After all, if she were truly in dire need, she wouldn't hesitate to pay even 5,000 yuan for sustenance. Zhang Sen, sipping a cold beer while enjoying a cigar, watched the unfolding drama in the group, occasionally exchanging glances with Satan. Look at this young lady. She will surely regret her actions in time. This woman is fierce, swiftly putting that old hag in her place. See, no one is speaking up in the group. They're likely just as entertained as we are. Chapter 16. The first floor is flooded. The acid rain persisted throughout the night. Zhang Sen had gone to bed early the previous night and rose early today. He aimed to maintain a healthy physique to confront any dangers in the best possible condition. Upon waking, he first prepared breakfast for Satan, just as he had the day before. He then stepped onto the balcony to observe the situation outside. The upscale community where he resided in Niniang boasted decent drainage systems. Yet outside, Water had begun to accumulate. It was not deep, likely reaching only to the ankles. News on his phone indicated that in many low-lying areas and older neighborhoods, water had already seeped into the first floors. The thought of being submerged in acidic rainwater was almost unbearable for Zhang Sen if this downpour continued. It was likely that today, the acid rain would indeed flood the first floor. As anticipated, the residents on the first floor shared similar concerns. They had been voicing their grievances in the property management group, yet the management had no viable solutions. Even if they wished to help, they dared not venture out in such hazardous acid rain. The first floor residents cursed for a while, but ultimately had to devise their own means of self-rescue. While they had not explicitly stated their methods in the group, Zhang Sen could surmise that they would likely seek assistance from the higher floors. Based on past experiences, it would not be long before someone reached out to him. In his previous life, he had indeed taken in Zhao Hongwei and his family of 3 from the first floor. However, this family was nothing but ungrateful. They devoured all the food in his home, and, to make matters worse, Zhao Yu, their 12-year-old son weighing 150 pounds, constantly complained about the food. When it came time to forage for supplies, this family contributed nothing. The able-bodied Zhao Hongwei spent his days claiming to suffer from various ailments and lamenting his inability to swim. This family merely sat around with their mouths agape, waiting for him to provide for them. During the subsequent retreat to the survivor's base, this family would invariably cower behind him at the slightest hint of danger. Zhao Yu even betrayed him to the enemy, effectively sending him to his demise. That incident utterly extinguished his warmth towards them. Thereafter, he ceased to concern himself with their welfare, enduring their covert and overt insults throughout the journey, revealing a stark absence of human empathy. This, perhaps, epitomizes the quintessential ingratitude born from fleeting favors. Upon arrival at the base, he never encountered that family again. Their fate remained unknown to him. As he was preoccupied with safeguarding the lives of himself, Zhang Jianjun's family of 3, and Shen Tiantian. Among all the occupants of that building, the ones he despised most, aside from Zhang Jianjun's family, were Zhao Hongwei's kin. Today, Zhang Sen refrained from hastily consuming breakfast. Instead, he ran 8 kilometers on the treadmill, followed by some boxing, working up a profuse sweat. After lying on the floor for half an hour, he finally proceeded to eat. Post-breakfast, he unfurled a map of Nanyang on the table, marking numerous red circles. These indicated the destinations he intended to visit once the acid rain ceased. His purpose was not to scavenge supplies. He had amassed sufficient provisions and had no desire to compete with ordinary people. What he sought was gold. In this apocalyptic era, gold was practically useless to others. It was better for him to acquire it all, utilizing it to enhance his spatial realm. His curiosity about what lay beyond the white mist was immense. Taking advantage of the still-functioning internet, he researched all pertinent information on these locations, formulating a rough plan before folding the map away. He then resumed honing his peculiar survival skills. After more than 3 hours of continuous practice, he finally began to sense progress. He summoned Satan, seating him on the sofa, and performed a sequence of maneuvers with the dog-leg knife before him. Satan watched attentively, his face brimming with admiration. Yet, in the very next moment, the dog-leg knife vanished abruptly, replaced by a straight blade thrust before his eyes. Startled, Satan leapt backward, tumbling behind the sofa's backrest, standing rigidly against the wall with eyes wide as saucers, displaying an expression of utter shock. Zhang Sen clutched his abdomen, laughing uncontrollably. Satan, being astute, recognized the jest and, slightly vexed, curled up in a corner, ignoring him. Finding amusement and feeling bored, Zhang Sen retrieved a small ball from his spatial pocket and began playing fetch with Satan. The outside world was drenched by torrential rain, yet inside, tranquility prevailed. The man and his leopard reveled in their game. Whenever Zhang Sen's patience waned and he wished to cease, Satan would nudge his hand with the ball, eager to continue. Later, Zhang Sen conceived the idea to practice telekinetic retrieval. He tossed the ball halfway, then summoned it back into his spatial pocket, only to release it again. Satan frequently chased the ball enthusiastically, only to find it vanished mid-pursuit. With wide, searching eyes, he would look around, only for the ball to suddenly strike him on the head, which delighted him immensely. The game, trivial as it was, continued until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, during which Zhang Sen's mastery of telekinetic retrieval improved, and the ball grew progressively larger. Amidst their joyous play, discord erupted anew within the group chat. Glancing outside, Zhang Sen observed that the rain had already flooded the steps at the building's entrance. At this rate, within 2 hours, the ground floor would be submerged. While ordinary rain might be bearable, this was potent acid rain. Evacuation was imperative before the water breached the premises. The ground floor residents began to protest, demanding answers from the property management. The management was helpless and stated in the group chat that residents should relocate upstairs, contingent upon the consent of other tenants. At this juncture, Lu Ziyu stepped forward, self-appointing herself as the building's floor warden under the title of deputy director of the neighborhood committee. She composed an eloquent message themed disasters are merciless, but humanity is compassionate, accompanied by allegedly authentic screenshots of conversations with officials, assuring everyone that the acid rain would soon conclude and urging calm. Observing the unfolding drama, identical to past experiences, Zhang Sen couldn't help but chuckle. Subsequently, Lu Ziyu commenced her duties, posting a message. Everyone, the first floor is about to flood. As neighbors, if anyone has vacant rooms, please offer shelter to our first floor residents. The group chat fell silent immediately. After waiting 30 minutes and receiving no cooperation, Lu Ziyu's temper flared. She admonished, I know you've all seen my message. Don't remain silent. Today it's the first floor residents who suffer. Tomorrow, it could be you. If you refuse to lend a helping hand, how can you expect others to help you in the future? We are neighbors. I urge some of you not to be selfish, lest you face the entire building's reproach. Yet after several more minutes, no one responded. Lu Ziyu, unable to contain herself, declared, since no one is volunteering, I will call out names one by one. She proceeded, Li Ting, your 160 square meter home houses only you. Please free up at least 2 rooms to accommodate one first floor family. Zhang Sen, you also live alone in 160 square meters. You must shelter 1 family. Lu Qi, although your home is 100 square meters, you live alone and can make space. That settles it. The 3 first floor families should promptly prepare to relocate upstairs. Chapter 17, I don't have a brother like you. Zhao Hongwei, exasperated, inquired, thank you, Director Lu, for organizing this. Li Ting, Zhang Sen, Lu Qi, fellow neighbors, may I ask whose home I should go to? The summoned residents were furious, but reluctant to be branded selfish. Li Ting, a woman of delicate pride, reluctantly responded, sorry, I just woke up and saw the message. I live alone, and it would be inconvenient to host males. If the first floor residents include 1 or 2 females, I can accommodate them. But I must clarify that food supplies are scarce. Any guests must bring their own provisions. Soon, a reply arrived. Li Ting, that's great. It's just me and a female friend. We have some food and can share. Thus, one household's accommodation was resolved. The group chat fell silent thereafter. Lu Qi feigned ignorance, reasoning that Zhang Sen's house was larger and he had not objected, so he would wait and see. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Sen was filled with regret. How could he have forgotten the 2 young women on the first floor? He remembered them vividly. They were a couple. Such a fragrant pair of lilies. In his previous life, they had journeyed with Zhang Sen to the refuge. One night, he witnessed them sharing a kiss. Indeed, a passionate one. That image remained etched in his memory. Shortly after, they left the refuge and, upon reunion, had established their own base, resolutely refusing to admit men. Judging by their appearance and physique, something significant must have transpired at the refuge, though Zhang Sen had no intention of letting anyone stay at his place. He admitted to himself that if it were this couple and they could withstand a scrutiny, it might not be impossible. He sighed deeply, lamenting his missed opportunity, and set down his phone, disinclined to monitor further developments. Zhao Hongwei, growing anxious at the lack of responses, privately messaged Lu Ziyu, Director Lu, what should I do if no one replies? Lu Ziyu, having just put down her phone to watch a drama, frowned upon seeing Zhao Hongwei's message. These young people were audacious indeed, daring to defy her directives. Stop pretending to be dead, Lu Qi and Zhang Senator, if you continue the charade. I shall come knocking at your door. Compared to Lu Qi's residence, Zhao Hongwei harbored a stronger inclination towards Zhang Sen's abode. Zhang Sen's home was spacious, undoubtedly offering a more comfortable living arrangement. Moreover, he had long heard whispers that Zhang Sen possessed a modicum of wealth. Being a recent university graduate, he was likely still rather naive and thus easier to manipulate. Zhang Sen, greetings neighbor. I am Zhao Hongwei, the owner of 101. I kindly request that you allow my family to stay at your residence for a few days to weather this storm. Should it be feasible, I am willing to offer compensation. Upon reading the message, a smirk crept across Zhang Sen's face as he responded swiftly in the group chat. Get lost. Stop bothering me. Lu Ziyu, old hag, who acknowledged you as the building leader. How dare you attempt to command your elder? If you truly were so self-sacrificing. Your family occupies a 100 square meter home with just 2 residents. Could you not spare a room for others? Lu Ziyu was infuriated, her temper flaring. Zhang Sen, do you lack any manners? I could very well be your grandmother, yet you speak to me in such a manner, with disaster looming. How can you exhibit such a lack of humanity? Zhang Jianjun, Mr. Zhang, your nephew behaves in this manner, and you, as his uncle, do not intervene? In Zhang Jianjun's household, the family of 3 sat on the sofa, engrossed in their phones, observing this unfolding drama. This Zhang Sen has truly lost his mind. Zhang Jianjun scoffed, dismissing him as an uncouth individual. Zhang Heng chuckled. He must have been provoked. What a useless fellow. Once the acid rain subsides, let us see how others scorn him. And you dare speak, you spendthrift. If it weren't for your inability to control your lower half, sleeping with his girlfriend and driving him to madness, would our family have been extorted for over 8 million? Zhang Heng pouted, a rebellious look on his face. Yet, deep down, his resentment towards Zhang Sen only intensified. Li Yun, seeing her son berated, interjected, "Why are you so quick to scold Ahong? Matters between men and women are mutually consensual, are they not? Chen Tian finds your son admirable and willingly climbs into his bed. Who can be blamed? If there is fault, it lies with Zhang Sen, that useless individual who cannot retain anyone." I have heard Chen Tian mention that throughout their years together, she and Zhang Sen have never engaged in such activities. Zhang Heng seized the opportunity. Exactly, Dad. You often claim you are superior to Uncle. Look at how you now conduct business far better than him. As your son, is it not natural that I surpass Zhang Sen? Thus, it is only normal that Chen Tian would willingly give herself to me and not to him. Zhang Jianjun, who had always contested his elder brother, found Zhang Heng's words resonating deeply within him, and his anger dissipated considerably. Seizing the moment, Zhang Heng continued, "In my opinion, we should not fear Zhang Sen. Let's teach him a lesson. After all, he currently lacks any evidence." Li Yun, incensed by their sudden loss of 8 million, immediately became intrigued. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Heng smiled coldly. After Zhang Sen had made his bold declarations in the group, Lu Ziyu's complaint to Zhang Jianjun went unanswered, and the chat fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Zhang Sen received 2 friend requests on WeChat, one from Zhao Hongwei and the other from Lu Qi. He promptly rejected Zhao Hongwei's request but accepted Lu Qi's. Lu Qi, being a few years older than Zhang Sen and having received his home as a gift from his family, quickly messaged him. "Brother Sun, you are truly brave. You spoke the truth. Why should we allow that old woman to play the good Samaritan while dictating to us?" Zhang Sen recognized that this individual was eager for him to take the lead, and he felt no particular aversion. In the apocalypse, such people were plentiful. Even in times of peace, they were not scarce. It was a given, for as the saying in the Great Xia goes, the first bird to show its head gets shot. Zhang Sen did not mind. At times, he too would prefer to be a turtle, allowing others to charge into battle. This was entirely normal. He bore no animosity towards Lu Qi. Their previous lives had not intertwined much, likely due to Lu Qi's premature demise. After exchanging a few casual messages, he set his phone aside, focusing on playing a ball game with the devil. After a while, someone tagged him in the group chat. He opened it to find a flicker of mockery in his eyes. "Zhang Heng, Brother Zhang, please do not speak in such a manner. We are all neighbors. You live alone in an empty house. Why not let the neighbors on the first floor stay for a while? If you're short on food, I can bring some over. The rain will cease in a few days." Zhang Sen, what? Your home is stocked with food? Zhang Heng, not in abundance, but enough to get by. We are all neighbors, and Lu Niang is merely being kind. Do not take your frustration out on her. I will send Zhao Ge to visit you, and I will conveniently bring you some food. Zhang Sen, get lost. I refuse to associate with a brother who sleeps with his sister-in-law in front of his parents. If you cannot appreciate the courtesy I offer, do not blame me. Zhang Sen casually shared a screenshot of the video he recorded at Zhang Heng's home that day. In the image, Zhang Heng and Chen Tian were in a state of disarray, their clothing askew, clutching the blanket with startled expressions. Upon seeing the screenshot, Zhang Heng was consumed with rage. How could this fool have not deleted everything? Why was there still a photo? He hurriedly called Zhang Sen, but found himself blocked. He then sent a message. "Did you not claim you deleted everything? Zhang Sen, I swear, you took the money and still bring this up. Do you have no shame? Delete it immediately, or I will come up there and kill you." Zhang Sen chuckled coldly, discarding his phone and no longer checking the messages in the group. Chapter 18. The Scheme of the Zhang Jianjun Family. Thanks to Zhang Sen, the residents of Building 9 enjoyed yet another round of gossip that was both visually and substantively sensational. Confined to their homes, boredom reigned supreme. And with such scandalous news circulating, Zhang Sen and Zhang Heng's chat screenshots, along with the compromising photos of Zhang Heng and Chen Tian, quickly spread throughout the entire community group. Countless voices declared it remarkable. A thunderous scream erupted from Building 7 as Chen Tian caught sight of the photographs. In that instant, she felt a burning desire to annihilate Zhang's senator. The last time Zhang Sen had shared her photo in the group, she had been seething with anger, bombarding him with messages of outrage for several hours, only for him to ignore her completely. She suspected that Zhang Sen was deliberately trying to irritate her. Fortunately, the pictures had captured her in carefully curated lighting and poses, presenting her beautifully, so she ultimately let it slide. However, this time was different. These were images of her caught in a compromising position. How utterly humiliating. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun were equally taken aback upon viewing the photographs. Zhang Sen's words were astutely articulated. I do not associate with a brother who sleeps with his sister-in-law in front of his parents. This was not merely a statement about Zhang Heng and Shen Tiantian. They were well aware of, and had tacitly accepted, this situation. They were known in the neighborhood as exceptionally benevolent individuals, not only kind-hearted but also diligent in caring for the orphaned children of their deceased brother and sister-in-law. And now, everything had been ruined. Zhang Jianjun, furious beyond measure, stormed into Zhang Heng's room and slapped him hard. You fool. I spent 8 million to settle this matter. Why did you have to provoke him? Zhang Heng, clutching his face, was consumed by rage, losing all semblance of reason as he rushed into the kitchen to grab a knife, intending to charge to the 16th floor. This frightened Li Yun terribly. To her, this calamity would eventually pass. If her precious son charged up there with a knife, even if Zhang's son, this madman, fought back in self-defense, her son would still be justified. Even if her son succeeded in killing Zhang Heng, it would still be murder, and he would face imprisonment. Thus, she and Zhang Jianjun joined forces to intercept the furious Zhang Heng, beginning to contemplate how to mitigate the adverse effects of this incident. After much deliberation, they decided to contact Chen Tiantian, collaborating to stage a performance that would portray Zhang's son as a domestic abuser with multiple affairs, claiming that Chen Tiantian had long been unable to endure it and had fallen in love with Zhang Heng, intending to break up with Zhang Sr. Zhang Jianjun had even devised a plan. Should Zhang's son retaliate, he would emerge playing the victim, proclaiming that Zhang's son was a beast for even striking him. Yet, to his astonishment, Zhang's son remained silent. He assumed this silence signified Zhang's son's lack of evidence and imminent defeat, filling his heart with joy. Meanwhile, Chen Tiantian gazed triumphantly at the messages consoling her and berating Zhang's son on her phone. Initially, she had hoped to reconcile with Zhang's son, knowing that Zhang Heng was merely toying with her. However, Zhang's son's breach of trust in exposing the photos inadvertently aided her cause. At least now, she held a lever over Zhang Jianjun's entire family. With this advantage, she was confident she would marry Zhang Heng and inherit his family's factory. Though the Zhang family was not among the wealthiest second-generation elites, her tarnished reputation left her no better prospects, so she resigned herself to this compromise. As for Zhang's son, she had once intended to soothe him. After all, during their 3 years together, he had always been obedient and devoted, a consummate sycophant. No matter how she acted out during their quarrels, he would eventually yield and appease her. Before this ordeal, Zhang's son had even proposed meeting her family in marriage, voluntarily mentioning adding her name to their house deed. How had everything come to this? She could not comprehend the depth of his hurt. Was it truly so severe just because she had slept with others a few times? If the problem was so trivial, couldn't she simply make amends? Was it necessary to escalate matters so drastically? Chen Tiantian had considered waiting for the rain to cease before trying to placate him. But now she deemed it unnecessary. Such a petty man deserved a lifetime of solitude. A smug smile curled at her lips. Zhang's son, don't blame me. You brought this upon yourself. Everyone else rejoiced, believing Zhang's son had finally exacted revenge and vented his anger. Yet unbeknownst to them, Zhang's son sat on the balcony's recliner, cradling Satan, gently stroking the dog's head, his mood remarkably serene. The insults hurled in the group chat did not faze him. He was aware of the 4 conspirators' scheme to strike first, yet he had no desire to engage in endless disputes over right and wrong with the doomed. To debate morality with the dead was futile. A new plan was already germinating in his mind. He intended to incite these 4 against each other. Once the acid rain ceased, Chen Tiantian would inevitably seek out Zhang Heng. He awaited that day eagerly. Gazing out at the relentless acidic downpour, Zhang's son smiled. Soon, everything would escalate. Satan, perplexed by his words, glanced at him and licked his hand. Though it was only mid-afternoon, the continuous acid rain had darkened the sky ominously. Suddenly, the lights within the house extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Not only their home, but the entire visible neighborhood was shrouded in blackout. It has begun, Zhang Sen murmured. Chapter 19, Power Outage. After days of relentless acid rain, the external power cables were corroded beyond repair. The power cut was inevitable. Soon, the internet would also fail, severing countless people from the outside world. Humanity's painstakingly built technological civilization was being ravaged by this acid rain. The residents' group chat erupted anew. Is the power out? It seems so. The entire community is dark. What is going on? Trapped at home without electricity, and this damned acid rain shows no sign of stopping. How are we supposed to survive? My phone is almost dead. Anyone have a power bank to lend? No one cared about Zhang Sen's or Zhang Heng's family disputes anymore. Survival was everyone's sole concern. Few remembered that the two households on the first floor were still seeking shelter. With no alternatives, these two families knocked on Lu Zai's door. Lu Ziyu, at her wit's end, sarcastically mocked Zhang Sen again in the group chat, which he ignored entirely. Ultimately, the first-floor residents resorted to knocking on the doors of neighbors with fewer occupants, pleading for refuge. However, most refused to open their doors, and even when they did, the men inside rejected them outright. Desperate, they finally knocked on Zhang Sen's door. This time, Zhang Sen answered, having heard Zhao Hongwei's voice, but only opened the inner security door. Leaning leisurely against it, he asked, "What's the matter?" Zhao Hongwei forced a smile. "Brother Zhang, please help us out. Can we stay here a few days? We'll pay whatever you want. Our two families will pool the money." "No way. Get lost." Zhang Sen slammed the door. Zhao Hongwei and the other resident's faces fell. What kind of person was this young man, to be so heartless? Enraged, Zhao Hongwei kicked the door, only to injure his right big toe severely. Clutching his foot, he hopped and finally collapsed, wailing in agony. Zhao Yu, seeing his father hurt, pounded on the door, shouting curses. "Get out here. Your door hurt my dad." But Zhang Sen, busy preparing hot pot ingredients in the kitchen, heard nothing. Dejected, the two families left, with nowhere else to go. Eventually, they broke into an unoccupied, empty apartment and settled in. Lu Hao was immensely grateful that Zhang Sen had generously purchased 20,000 yuan worth of food for him. Otherwise, he might have starved. Considering the current situation and Zhang Sen's stockpiled supplies in the warehouse, Lu Hao suspected Zhang Sen knew more than others. After all, the wealthy had access to information that common folk did not. Lu Hao shared a rental with two female roommates, who also liked to hoard snacks, so they had not yet faced food shortages. Yet, with the sudden blackout and the acid rain intensifying, he felt uneasy. He recalled Zhang Sen's earlier warnings and took them to heart, locking his door tightly and venturing out sparingly. Yesterday, Yi Xiaoting, who lived in the smaller bedroom, knocked on his door asking for food. He claimed he had little and gave her a pack of instant noodles. At noon today, she knocked again, and he realized this might be a bottomless pit. So he insisted he had nothing left. Now, Lu Hao hid alone in his room, stuffing old clothes into the door gaps, contentedly enjoying a self-heating hot pot, even adding an extra bowl of instant noodles. Poor Yi Xiaoting was starving in her little room, eyes wide with hunger. After finishing his meal, with no entertainment and afraid to use his phone, Lu Hao went to bed early, praying the acid rain would cease by morning. Unexpectedly, around 2 in the morning, he was jolted awake by loud quarrels and crashing sounds outside. Startled, thinking someone had broken in, he dressed and listened at the door. The quarrel stemmed from Yi Xiaoting's hunger-driven attempt to borrow food from the couple in the adjacent room, who had none to spare. Desperate, Yi Xiaoting returned, only to be approached by the girl's boyfriend, Zhou Bai, who offered her a bowl of instant noodles, 2 sausages, and an egg, on the condition she slept with him once. Yi Xiaoting, known for her boldness and wishing to retaliate against the girl for refusing to share food, agreed immediately. In the dead of night, Zhou Bai, seizing the opportunity while his girlfriend was sound asleep, stealthily sought out Yi Xiaoting. Much to his dismay, he was caught red-handed by his girlfriend. This led to a fierce altercation among the three parties. Initially, Zhou Bai attempted to justify himself to his girlfriend, claiming that it was Yi Xiaoting who had seduced him. However, he soon retreated into silence, resembling a timid quail. Consequently, a physical confrontation ensued between his girlfriend and Yi Xiaoting. The tumultuous exchange persisted for over an hour before finally subsiding. Lu Hao, unable to find sleep, regretted not having simply offered Yi Xiaoting a packet of instant noodles, a sausage, and 2 marinated eggs. He could have even thrown in a large radish. He was weary of relying on his right hand anymore, as it had developed calluses. Chapter 20. The ferocious beast transformed into a slothful cat. Although the power had been cut outside, Zhang Sen procured a silent diesel generator from his supplies. The interior of his home remained unchanged, as the blackout curtains had already been installed long ago. Thus, even with all the lights ablaze, it would go unnoticed that his household still had power. However, with dawn breaking, lighting was no longer necessary. While he had an ample supply of diesel, he deemed it extravagant to use it unnecessarily. The acid rain had persisted for several days. Despite having kept the windows shut, the atmosphere within his abode had become somewhat humid and unpleasant. The temperature had also dropped, now hovering around 20 degrees. He lit some smokeless charcoal in the fireplaces located in both the bedroom and living room, and retrieved several air purifiers from his supplies. Activating them all, after an hour, the dampness dissipated, and the air became considerably more bearable. The WeChat group had fallen silent, likely due to many members' phones running out of battery. Following breakfast with Satan, Zhang Sen commenced his daily training regimen. Now that his physical condition had improved, he began incorporating weighted exercises. As he ran on the treadmill, Satan lounged nearby, lazily observing him. Zhang Sen suddenly pondered what other leopards did in their youth. The more he watched Satan's lethargic demeanor, the more alarmed he became. Approaching, he felt the flesh on Satan's body, which had indeed expanded since he first rescued him. Now, he resembled a medium-sized dog. However, the softness of his flesh was concerning. Was he truly transforming this ferocious beast into a pampered cat that merely indulged in play and gluttony? That cannot be allowed. After all, this creature was destined to be one of his most crucial assets in the future. He hastily extracted another treadmill from his supplies and encouraged Satan to join him. Satan, however, was reluctant to move. He could not comprehend why life should not consist solely of eating, sleeping, and engaging in playful games. Why the sudden demand for activity? But Zhang Sen, with his unyielding demeanor, refused to indulge him. He retrieved his tablet and replayed a video of a black leopard hunting a wild boar. Look at them, and then look at you. Do you not feel ashamed? He then showed him another video of a leopard being besieged by a pride of lions. Seemingly sensing the impending danger, Satan hunched his back and emitted a low growl, then leaped onto the treadmill. Zhang Sen, pleased with this response, activated the machine. Satan, still too small and having lived in comfort for too long, fell off after just 5 kilometers, unable to match Zhang Sen's stamina. He resolved that he could no longer coddle this foolish creature. It was time for rigorous training. Thus, Satan was no longer the carefree fool he once was. The man and his leopard embarked on a daily regimen of exercise, nourishment, and rest to maintain Satan's wild instincts. Zhang Sen incorporated some raw meat from his cold storage into Satan's meals. After a few days, Satan exhibited a notable increase in agility, able to sustain the treadmill's top speed for extended periods. Outside, the water had risen to the 3rd floor. The WeChat group was devoid of messages, as the internet had been down for 2 days. One afternoon, after finishing their training, Zhang Sen and Satan lay on the floor, too exhausted to move. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door, accompanied by a cacophony of voices demanding he open up. Initially, Zhang Sen had no intention of responding, but the crowd's clamor escalated to threats of forceful entry. Reluctantly, he rose and approached the door, peering through the peephole to see Lu Ziyu standing at the forefront, flanked by a dozen disheveled individuals. Fortunately, none bore weapons, as the situation had not yet escalated to that point. Zhang Sen retrieved a straight knife from his supplies and opened the first door, addressing them through the iron gate. What do you want? Lu Ziyu, with an air of arrogance, insisted, open the door. The acid rain has inundated the 3rd floor. So many neighbors are left homeless. You must take in at least one family today. Zhang Sen, his expression icy, retorted, on what grounds? Just because I am the building's manager? I've received orders from above to take action. If you refuse to comply, once the rain ceases, I will be the first to report you. You will be held accountable. Lu Ziyu had employed this tactic for quite some time. Originally, she had no desire to involve herself, but the incessant barrage from the neighbors had become unbearable, with each one calling her director, inflating her ego. In her eyes, she was the leader, and they were meant to heed her commands. Only by subduing the residents of this building could she compel those with whom she had previous grievances, like the detestable tenant in 902 and Zhang Sen, to humbly apologize to her. While her aspirations were grand, Zhang Sen was clearly not inclined to acquiesce. He sneered, refraining from further conversation, and brandished the knife. Who dares to enter? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Lu Ziyu trembled with rage. Zhang Sen, what are you doing? Do you intend to kill? I have connections. If you continue this defiance, I will contact them to have you taken away. Go ahead and try, Zhang Sen challenged. Behind Lu Ziyu, Lu Qinhui interjected, Zhang Sen, one cannot be so selfish. We are all neighbors. Everyone else is willing to shelter us. Why can't you? Your home is spacious, and you live alone. Upon hearing this, the others rallied in support. Exactly, Zhang Sen. We are neighbors. Can't you be a little generous? If you truly refuse us, at least share some food. We have children starving. A young woman pushed her way to the front, adjusting her collar and accentuating her assets. Zhang Sen, please take me in. You must feel lonely living alone. If I move in, we can keep each other company and pass the time. The crowd was taken aback by her boldness, their eyes fixating on her. Several men were visibly stunned, their expressions indicating disbelief. Is this even a strategy? Unfazed by the onlookers, the woman, weary and hungry, was undeterred. Despite Zhang Sen's disheveled appearance, his face remained clean, and his physique was commendable. Even if it were just for a night, she felt she had nothing to lose. Zhang Sen, despite his youthful vigor, could not ignore the implications of her words. He found himself inadvertently glancing at her prominent features. The woman, noticing his gaze, boldly winked at him and licked her cracked lips. However, upon observing her uneven facial features, His fervor dissipated entirely. No thanks. The woman's alluring smile faltered. You. Chapter 21. Yet I desire your life. Lu Qinhui pushed her aside, stepping forward. He was accustomed to working out, and, having seen Zhang Sen open the door in a soaked athletic shirt, knew this young man had been well fed during these trying days. Unlike them, who had endured hunger at home and were too weak to exert themselves, he and his girlfriend were determined to move into 1602. With the food available in Zhang Sen's home, he was certain they would not go hungry. Come on, Zhang Sen, do us a favor. Please take me and my girlfriend in. Otherwise, we truly may not survive. Zhang Sen cast a cold, piercing glance at him, a familiar face from the past. During the early days of the apocalypse in his previous life, a group of young men, including the two of them, venture out together in search of supplies. On one occasion, when they were operating as a pair, they encountered another group of survivors. This man abandoned Zhang Sen, fleeing and causing him not only to lose their gathered provisions, but also later using that incident as a pretext to allocate him significantly fewer supplies upon their return. Since Zhang Sen's rebirth, this was the first time he had seen Lu Qinhui again. Fortunately, there was no deep-seated grudge between them. If not for this encounter, he might not have recalled him at all. Yet now that fate had brought them face to face once more, Zhang Sen resolved to end it swiftly. It was high time to teach these people a lesson, lest they presume him to be weak and continue to pester him daily with their unwelcome visits. He fixed his gaze on Lu Qinhui, tapping the horizontal bar on the door before him with a straight blade in his hand. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. You wish to move in here? Lu Qinhui glanced at the blade, then at Zhang Sen's icy stare, and involuntarily took a step back. But recalling their previous encounters, where Zhang Sen had always appeared scholarly and wore a perpetual smile, he assumed it was all a facade. That blade looked ornamental at best, probably not even sharpened. Gathering his composure, Lu Qinhui thought, Zhang Sen, don't try to intimidate me. Were it not for the calamity outside, I wouldn't have come to you. Everyone is struggling now. I only asked to borrow a room, not to claim your life. So why the posturing? Zhang Sen fell silent for a moment, seemingly giving the matter serious thought. Lu Qinhui's heart leapt with excitement. With his physique once inside, he believed he could easily dominate Zhang Sen, confident that he could subdue him within 3 moves. After all, he had been training in boxing for months. And even his coach often praised his muscular build and lethal punch. He imagined that all of Zhang Sen's supplies would soon be under his control. This was how young men should behave, with a spirit of selflessness, not selfishness. Lu Ziyu, having finally broken through Zhang Sen's formidable defenses, felt a surge of pride. Stretching her neck, eager to glimpse the interior of Zhang Sen's home, she was met with his cold indifference. He stood at the door, blocking her entry. His eyes fixed on Lu Qinhui. Are you sure you only want to move in? Not my life. Lu Qinhui nodded fervently. Of course. My girlfriend and I will live harmoniously with you. You can rest assured. She is excellent at housework and will manage all your chores. Mid-conversation, Lu Qinhui suddenly felt Zhang Sen's arm rise swiftly. A searing pain erupted in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw half the blade embedded in his body. He lifted his head in disbelief, staring at Zhang Sen, only for the pain to intensify. At that moment, screams echoed through the corridor as everyone rushed outside. Even Lu Qinhui's girlfriend fled without a trace. Murder! Murder! Zhang Sen paid no heed to the commotion. Grasping the hilt, he gently rotated the blade. His cold gaze fixed on Lu Qinhui's contorted, anguished face. But I want your life, he declared, withdrawing the blade as blood splattered. Lu Qinhui staggered, clutching the wall to steady himself. Zhang Sen did not spare him another glance, turning to close the door behind him before retreating to take a soothing hot shower. Afterward, he checked the surveillance at the door. The area was deserted. Everything was precisely as it should be. This incident would serve as a stark warning to the building's inhabitants. Zhang Sen was not to be trifled with, and they should cease their disturbances. As for Lu Qinhui, with such a grievous wound and no medical intervention, his survival was doubtful. He would likely succumb slowly, left only to await death. Zhang Sen refrained from delivering a fatal blow immediately, knowing that the slow, powerless fading of life was a far crueler torment than a swift demise. More importantly, he did not wish for Lu Qinhui to perish at his doorstep. With the acid rain still pouring outside, disposing of a corpse would require braving the hazardous elements, a task Zhang Sen was unwilling to undertake despite having protective gear. Lu Qinhui's girlfriend, though initially terrified and fleeing with the others, overcame her fear and stealthily returned to the 16th floor. By then, Lu Qinhui had managed to crawl to the elevator lobby. Seeing his severe injuries, she canvassed the neighbors for anyone with medical knowledge. Her efforts quickly spread news that Zhang Sen had stabbed Lu Qinhui. Unfortunately, the building housed no medical professionals, but she managed to procure some alcohol and bandages. Taking matters into her own hands, She used sewing needles and thread from her home to suture his wounds. Liu Qinhui endured another ordeal, yet he did not survive long. Passing away on the night of the following day, his girlfriend discovered his lifeless body upon waking. Meanwhile, the entire building was stunned by Zhang Sen's ruthless audacity. The only ones now fearing him were the Zhang family of 3. The couple was grateful they had restrained Zhang Heng. Otherwise, had he charged at Zhang Sen wielding a knife, the encounter would have ended in serious injury or worse. Zhang Jinjun's face was pale with fright. This kid is truly mad, he murmured, urgently warning Zhang Heng never to provoke him again. Once the acid rain ends, someone will surely report him. He is bound to face severe consequences. Zhang Heng nodded hastily. Lian suddenly realized something. Once this menace was gone, and with no other relatives, wouldn't his property belong to them? Zhang Jinjun's face broke into a broad smile. Exactly. Once he is dead, the house and the 8 million he took from us will be ours. We'll transfer the property to our son's name. Our uncle left him millions before he died. He must have over 10 million in total. That'll all be mine. Zhang Heng's heart swelled with excitement. He had never imagined that fate would so favor them. Before he could even exact revenge on Zhang Sen, the young man had unwittingly dug his own grave. Chapter 22. The building committee is established unaware of the Zhang family's scheming dreams born from his violent act. Zhang Sen sat on the balcony as recliner, gazing through the curtain of rain with a steaming cup of coffee in hand. He took a sip, a profound sense of satisfaction filling his heart. Finally, he had taken action. His patience was nearly exhausted. Satan lay beside him on the lazy sofa, eyes half closed, nearly asleep. Zhang Sen calculated the time. It was already the 7th day since the acid rain began. It was time to cease. Indeed, the downpour outside had lessened somewhat. At 6 o'clock that evening, the acid rain officially ceased. Everyone believed the calamity was finally drawing to a close. Yet none anticipated that mere hours later, a torrential storm would commence. Compared to this deluge, the prior acid rain was but a drizzle. Large raindrops incessantly battered the glass, shattering even the weaker panes within 2 days. The next morning, upon awakening, Zhang Sen found the water level had risen significantly, now flooding up to the 4th floor. The hopes they had nurtured were met with crushing disappointment. The night before, they had rejoiced, believing the world was on the path to recovery. But morning revealed an unprecedented, devastating storm unlike anything they had ever witnessed. In that instant, many were plunged into utter despair. More and more people realized this disaster was no ordinary calamity. With scarce food and water, many were nearing the brink of endurance. Increasingly, households had depleted their supplies. Moreover, most residents in this building were young people who typically subsisted on takeout meals and stocked only snacks. After 7 or 8 days, all provisions had long since vanished. Those who could no longer bear the pangs of hunger had no choice but to knock on their neighbors' doors, pleading for a morsel of sustenance. Yet, in the current dire circumstances, even those with provisions feared they would not last much longer. Who would dare lend food to others? The entire building descended into chaos, with anguished screams and curses echoing from various homes in the dead of night. Initially, no one dared to knock on Zhang Sen's door, but when desperation overwhelmed them, and seeing Zhang Sen had fortified his entrance and still possessed the strength to kill, people surmised he must have food stored within. Thus, a man from the 17th floor, accompanied by his 8-year-old daughter, approached the 16th floor. He concealed himself in the elevator lobby, sending his daughter to knock on Zhang Sen's door. Observing the scene through surveillance, Zhang Sen quickly surmised their intent. Without opening the door, he shouted out, "Get lost at once. If you bother me again, I'll slaughter your entire family." Terrified, the girl burst into tears and fled, her father cursing Zhang Sen's cold-heartedness as he hurried away with his daughter. 2 days later, Zhang Sen's door was knocked upon once more, this time by 3 young men. Zhang Sen did not open, but responded through the intercom. "What is it?" The leader, Su Fan, a former public relations director at a company before the apocalypse, spoke eloquently. "Brother Sun, apologies for the disturbance. Our building has formed a management committee. To overcome these hardships together, the committee has decided to consolidate supplies under unified management. Starting tomorrow, provisions will be distributed per capita. Everyone in the building has agreed except for your household." It had come to this point at last. No doubt, this was Lu Ziyu's insidious scheme. In a previous existence, Zhang Sen had joined this very committee. Indeed, he was among the young men who knocked on doors. Except for a few dissenters or those utterly without food, most supplies had been confiscated. At that time, Zhang Sen had surrendered all his food. Yet, the provisions distributed lasted only 3 days, and the daily allotments were meager. When questioned, Lu Ziyu claimed the food was all gone. As the building descended into turmoil, outsiders stormed in. Due to residents' grievances, Lu Ziyu was reported and was the first to be overrun. Only then did everyone discover that her home concealed food in every nook, hidden in the kitchen and bathroom ceilings. She and her elderly husband rationed the supplies to last nearly half a year. However, these goods are never returned, but seized by external bullies. If Zhang Sen's suspicions were correct, the management committee was orchestrated by Lu Ziyu. Before Su Fan's arrival, Zhang Sen had been apprehensive, fearing a hostile reception or worse. Upon hearing Zhang Sen's calm demeanor, Su Fan relaxed. Yes, brother Sun, Director Lu heads our committee. If you're angry, take it up with her. Has she provided any supplies? Su Fan wore a conciliatory smile. Of course, she offered a bag of noodles and a few eggs. Her last remaining food. He added that the kitchen and bathroom ceilings were filled with rice, flour, cured fish, and meat. Su Fan and his companions were visibly shocked. Exchanging glances. Brother Sun, is that true? How do you know? Zhang Sen lost patience. Go check for yourselves. Don't bother me again. I have no food. Anyone who knocks again, I'll sever their hand. Startled, the trio hastily withdrew. Upon hearing their report, Lu Ziyu seethed with rage, but dared not confront Zhang Sen directly, resorting instead to futile denunciations at home. Director Lu, Su Fan recalled Zhang Sen's words. He said you have plenty of food hidden in the kitchen and bathroom ceilings. Is that true? Lu Ziyu was alarmed. Has he installed surveillance in my home? How else would he know where I'm hiding supplies? Her greatest concern now was that she had recently collected provisions from several households on behalf of the committee. If her deceit was exposed, the consequences would be severe. Chapter 23. The dissolution of the management committee and the emergence of the old Nine Gates. Lu Ziyu hastily denied the accusation. Impossible. I've already handed over all the food in my home to the committee. Su Fan, seasoned in the corporate world, saw through the facade of this cunning, albeit limited, elderly woman. Her expression betrayed guilt. As Su Fan and his two companions descended the stairs, they had already conferred. Although their own contributions were meager, those were their last reserves. If Lu Ziyu had indeed deceived them, it meant she intended to manipulate the supplies for her own benefit. They would inevitably receive less than what they had surrendered. Since Director Lu insists, would you mind if we conducted a search? Su Fan inquired. 7 or 8 able-bodied men, summoned by Lu Ziyu, stood inside her home, including Zhang Heng. Though Zhang Heng still had some food, it would not last much longer. Hearing Su Fan's suggestion, he sensed something amiss. Indeed, Director Lu, if there is nothing to hide, what harm is there in a search? Lu Ziyu snapped, slamming the table. How dare you invade my home? Old man, drive them out. She seized a nearby broom to chase them away, while her trembling husband brandished a rolling pin, cursing the young men. Yet, at this juncture, respect for elders was irrelevant. Lu Ziyu had acted unreasonably from the start. Many bystanders harbored their own calculations. The household consisted only of the elderly couple, if they indeed possessed abundant supplies. The young men could seize them and secure a hearty meal. The group of youths erupted in frenzy, disregarding Lu Ziyu and her husband, forcibly pushing them aside to ransack the home. To their astonishment, they discovered 5 large bags of rice, 3 of flour, dozens of eggs, heaps of noodles, and various cured meats totaling at least several dozen pounds. Their eyes gleamed at the sight. Zhang Heng indignantly rebuked, Director Lu, how could you withhold so much food and deceive us with such a paltry offering? Are you trying to fleece us? Lu Ziyu collapsed to the floor, unable to move, wailing and cursing her captors. The others ignored her outbursts, exchanging glances that conveyed their shared resolve. Su Fan, now evidently the leader, declared, Director Lu, in light of your conduct, we have unanimously decided to revoke your position as building chief and expel you from the committee. These supplies belong to the committee now. Starting tomorrow, your household will receive rations on a fixed schedule. With that, they confiscated all the provisions from Lu Ziyu's home. She wept bitterly, lamenting, you bandits. You're condemning me to death. Once the door closed behind them, the group congregated in the 10th floor elevator lobby. A college student among them, moved by Lu Ziyu's cries, hesitated. Shouldn't we leave her some food? What if she starves? Zhang Heng scoffed. Don't worry. A woman this adept at hiding supplies surely has more stashed away. Another chimed in. Besides, she conned us out of so much food, she never intended to distribute it. She wants us to perish just as much as she wants to survive. Indeed, such a person deserves no mercy should she starve. Thus, without remorse, they appropriated the supplies they had surrendered and divided the entirety of Lu Ziyu's hoard amongst themselves, tacitly ignoring that some those who had pinned their hopes on the management committee for salvation and order were infuriated upon discovering that their aspirations had been dashed. They were consumed with rage towards Lu Ziyu, wishing nothing less than to flay her alive and drink her blood. In a fit of fury and desperation for survival, they banded together and scoured Lu Ziyu's residence once more, uncovering all the supplies that had previously eluded them. They effectively severed the lifeline of Lu Ziyu and her husband. Zhang Heng and his group returned triumphantly, their provisions laden. As he surveyed the crowd, a brilliant idea flashed through Zhang Heng's mind. He decided to join the management committee, contributing a box of biscuits and 2 kilograms of rice, merely a small fraction of his family supplies. Li Yun, having dealt with Lu Ziyu on numerous occasions, was well aware of her character and took precautions. It was a gamble, but should they win, they would secure more resources. If they lost, their loss would be minimal, as the items they had contributed would only suffice for a day's sustenance for their family. Little did she anticipate that on the very first day, Zhang Heng would return with such a bounty of food, including meat. It was noteworthy that both Zhang Heng and Zhang Jianjun preferred fresh fare and shunned preserved and frozen meats. Thus their supply had been exhausted a few days prior. This brought immense joy to Li Yun and Zhang Jianjun. My son, your management committee is truly remarkable, distributing such an abundance of food in a single day. Whose household possesses such a stockpile? Zhang Heng reclined on the sofa, legs crossed in a manner akin to a lord. Whose indeed? It must belong to that old hag across the way. What, Lu Ziyu? Li Yun inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Zhang Heng elucidated the entire situation. Enraged, Li Yun exclaimed, I knew that old woman harbored ill intentions. Thank goodness for my son's cleverness. Zhang Heng basked in pride, assuring her, rest easy, mother. As long as I am here, our family shall never lack for food. Zhang Jianjun, taken aback by his son's words, interjected, What do you mean by that? I must warn you not to follow in Zhang Sen's reckless footsteps. Men like him are destined to meet a grim fate. Zhang Heng dismissed his concerns with impatience. Do not fret, I am not that foolish. Understanding her son's temperament, Li Yun sought to flatter him. Son, do tell me, have you been up to something significant outside? Zhang Heng chuckled, It's nothing grand. I simply disbanded the management committee and formed a new group, the Old Nine Gates. I currently oversee 7 or 8 brothers. Chapter 24. Father is leaving. The torrential rain had persisted for 7 consecutive days. Although the downpour had lessened somewhat, there was no indication of it abating. Several households had their windows shattered and their homes inundated with water. The floodwaters had now ascended to the 5th floor, following the example set by the Zhao family. The doors of several unoccupied residences had been forcibly opened. Even so, 7 or 8 families were left to dwell in the stairwell. Those trapped by this natural disaster had grown increasingly irritable, leading to frequent disputes within the building. Your household is too noisy at night. My supplies have gone missing. It must have been your family who stole them. Even those fortunate enough to remain in their apartments found themselves embroiled in conflicts. The stairwell now a foul-smelling chaos of waste, resulting in violent confrontations. Everyone teetered on the brink of despair. Only Zhang Sen remained unfazed, living a life more comfortable than before the apocalypse. The rainfall had diluted the previously acidic downpours to a point where they posed little threat to human health. Zhang Sen resolved to seek out supplies while others were still oblivious to his intentions. Remaining indoors for too long would arouse suspicion. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is in martial arts, one fears a kitchen knife. If the entire building placed their hopes for survival solely on him, they might be resolute in their determination to confront him. He might not escape unscathed. Only by diverting their attention and encouraging them to place their hopes elsewhere could he ensure his own safety. Standing at the door, like a father preparing to embark on a long journey, he addressed his loyal companion. Satan, the outside is flooded. I cannot take you with me. Satan, undeterred by his explanation, pressed closer. Zhang Sen added, Once the rain ceases, I will take you out to play, all right? Yet Satan remained obstinate, tugging at his pant leg and whining. After much coaxing, Zhang Sen grew frustrated, retrieving a gun from his space and pointing it at Satan. Get back inside. Otherwise, I'll shoot you. Satan leapt back, cowering against the wall. So, you respond to force rather than reason. Zhang Sen chuckled. Come out, you silly creature. Satan peeked out cautiously, but Zhang Sen raised the gun again. I will go find you food, but if I return to find someone has broken in, I will shoot you as well. Understand? Guard the house well. If anyone dares enter, bite them. Satan regarded him seriously, dispelling any trace of playfulness from his face. Be fierce, Zhang Sen urged. Satan crouched low, emitting a low growl. Good, keep it up. Father is leaving. Wait patiently for me. The rain had sufficiently diluted the previous acidic downpour, mitigating any potential harm to human health. Zhang Sen resolved to seek supplies while the others remained oblivious. Remaining indoors too long would invariably raise suspicions. The elevator was inoperable, so clad in a raincoat and bearing a large hiking backpack, Zhang Sen ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 15th floor, a noxious odor assaulted him. Frowning, he pressed on to the 14th floor, where he was noticed by others. The sight before him was a sea of apathetic faces. Any attempts at small talk were met with his indifference. He continued his ascent to the 6th floor. The 6th floor had been cleared out, and due to the intensified training over the past days, breaking through a security door posed no challenge for him. Upon entering Unit 602, he discovered that the balcony window had already been shattered, eliminating the need for him to break it himself. Glancing back, he noted that no one was following him. He retrieved a speedboat from space, donned goggles, and fired up the engine, speeding away. The engine's roar was distinct even amidst the downpour, drawing almost everyone within earshot to the windows to witness Zhang Sen navigating through the deluge like a leaf upon a vast sea. Someone shouted from an open window, "Brother, are you out searching for supplies? Can you bring some back? I'll pay you 10,000. I'll offer 20,000 for a portion. Count me in, 30,000. Among them was Chun Tian, residing on the 7th floor of Building 5. Seeing Zhang Sen, she became frantic. "Zhang Sen, it's me. My family has no food left. Could you bring some back for us?" Yet Zhang Sen merely shot her a cold glance before vanishing from sight in an instant. Upon reaching the street, various debris floated upon the water's surface: driftwood, plastic bags, vehicles, and even corpses. Once a bustling metropolis, it now lay submerged and devoid of life. Some residents along the street, hearing the engine's roar, grew excited. "Brother, are you with the official rescue team? Do you have food? We're starving. Please, send me some food. I haven't eaten in 3 days." Zhang Sen remained indifferent, piloting the speedboat onward. The map was firmly etched in his memory. By recognizing landmarks along the street, he could ascertain his direction. After half an hour, he finally arrived at his destination, a 30-story office building. The height of the office building far exceeds that of the residential structure, and the elevation of the land here is somewhat greater. Thus, only the 2nd floor was submerged. He halted the speedboat, retrieved a large hammer from his spatial storage, and smashed the glass with a resounding blow before stowing the boat away and climbing inside. Chapter 25. Mao, you are quite lacking. Zhang Sen's primary destination for this outing was a high-tech company located on the 21st floor. This establishment had collaborated with the military to develop a batch of military supplies. He headed directly to the 21st floor and forcefully broke open the main door with a hammer. The space was devoid of personnel, and the items were meticulously arranged, as if the employees had merely stepped out for an extended holiday. However, no one would ever return to work here again. In due time, other survivors would flood in, taking every useful item. Zhang Sen's foremost desire upon entering was a particular type of nanofabric, a deep gray material known as the nano constant temperature clothing. As the name implies, wearing it would maintain a constant body temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. This was something he had discovered in his past life during a period of extreme cold. At that time, while scavenging for supplies with the base personnel, he had stumbled upon this company and brought back this unwanted lightweight material. Regrettably, he never had the chance to wear the constant temperature clothing before his demise. He had merely witnessed how, after he retrieved the clothing, the upper echelons of the base had significantly reduced their wardrobe. Guided by his memory, he dashed to the innermost sample room where he found the constant temperature clothing. Several sets were displayed, encased in glass. He shattered the glass and held the fabric in his hands, feeling its soft and delicate texture, reminiscent of silk. He decided to examine it further upon his return. After collecting all the samples into his spatial storage, he proceeded to the warehouse to find over a dozen additional pieces of the constant temperature clothing, all of which he stowed away. Next, he sought out other supplies. The company had been in partnership with the military for an extended period, designing and producing numerous products, many of which had never reached the market, much like the constant temperature clothing. Zhang Sen also gathered a batch of military walkie-talkies, cold weather combat suits, sleeping bags, tents, ultralight bulletproof vests, and cut-resistant clothing and gloves. In truth, apart from the constant temperature clothing, he already possessed most of these items in his spatial storage. But the quality here was evidently superior to what he had hoarded. Since he had discovered this place in his previous life, these items rightfully belonged to him. Without the luxury of inspecting each item closely, he nearly emptied the entire company, leaving no office furniture or bookshelves untouched. When the cold weather set in, they could be used as firewood. He recalled how, in his former life, his teammates had unearthed many valuable items within this building. Thus, he began his search from the 30th floor. The 30th floor was open plan, clearly indicative of a wealthy corporation. Upon closer inspection, it was a financial company explaining its affluence. Employee benefits were generous, with the break room stocked with an array of exquisite imported snacks and beverages. After thoroughly scouring the break room, he meticulously cleaned the office area before making his way to the chairman's office. Good heavens, this office must be at least 200 square meters. The walls were adorned with several pieces of artwork, all by renowned ancient masters, with any single piece worth an 8-digit sum. Behind the desk stood a row of antique display cases filled with an assortment of antiques, tang swords, and precious blades. Regrettably, Zhang Sen had little interest in such trinkets. They felt too lightweight. He withdrew one to test its heft, striking it against a wooden chest, and was immediately astounded. By the heavens, it slices through iron like mud. This item would surely captivate that little sister if gifted to her. He stored everything in his spatial storage, including the antiques. Nearby, a massive safe was also collected into his spatial storage. A voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Gold detected. Would you like to use it for spatial upgrade? Zhang Sen was taken aback. What a delightful surprise. Yet he refrained from rushing into an upgrade. He wished to ascertain the quantity of gold contained within. He intended to gather gold from other locations as well. Curious to know how much would be required to complete the upgrade, he decided to hold off on upgrading for now. After collecting these items, he noticed several bottles of Moutai liquor and dozens of boxes of high-end cigars piled in a corner. These were no ordinary bottles of the famed Fishan Moutai, but various collectible editions. There was even a 1982 Yuxing brand, with prices starting at 150,000 per bottle. Astonishingly, there were 4 cases containing 48 bottles in total. Chairman Mao's eclectic tastes extended to a collection of limited edition Patek Philippe watches worth millions. Thank you, Chairman Mao, he exclaimed. He continued his exploration and found Mao's lounge. The moment he stepped inside, Zhang Sen felt as if his worldview had been irrevocably altered. Wealthy individuals truly know how to indulge. This was no mere lounge. It resembled a chamber of pleasures. Waterbeds, an array of chains, handcuffs, whips, and candles adorned the space. Zhang Sen paused, pondering the futility of such items, which held no use for him, yet felt like a waste to leave behind. After all, Chairman Mao had invested effort into acquiring these treasures. He ought to preserve what the man cherished most. Yes, he would first collect Chairman Mao's belongings. In an instant, the room was nearly emptied, leaving only a small cabinet. Let me see what other treasures Chairman Mao has. Zhang Sen pulled open the cabinet, his eyes widening in astonishment. There were various small umbrellas. These were indeed valuable items, as the wealthy in the apocalypse feared illness and childbirth. Such items would become priceless in the future. Zhang Sen picked one up to examine it. There were all kinds from threaded to ultra-thin versions. Just as he was about to store them away, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon closer inspection of the umbrella's packaging, he noticed it was labeled as super small. Chairman Mao, you are quite lacking, he thought. He already possessed a fair number of these in his spatial storage, but these were so diminutive that he had never encountered anything like them before. Even in his previous life, could they be a specially customized version? He sighed, pondering whether this was the reason he had never managed to become wealthy. Damn it! How could I have overlooked this detail? After some contemplation, he decided to store them away, just in case he encountered Chairman Mao one day and could sell them at a premium. After all, children shouldn't always wear adult shoes. They might trip. Once stored, the lounge was left with only a gigantic refrigerator, complete with a built-in battery. Inside, it brimmed with exquisite foie gras beef, caviar, black truffles, Iberian ham, and 1982 Lafite, all in pristine condition. Zhang Sen collected the entire refrigerator into his spatial storage. Chapter 26, Zero-Cost Shopping at the Gold Store. After exiting Chairman Mao's company, Zhang Sen continued his zero-cost shopping spree, descending floor by floor. Unless he encountered a company of particular interest, he gathered everything from other companies, provided the items were not spoiled or less useful than firewood. Clothing companies? Collected. Cosmetics and skincare livestream sales? Collected. Food livestream sales? Collected. To his delight, he discovered a company engaged in agricultural research. They were stocked with a variety of crop seeds and cultivation boxes. Previously, he had never considered the need to stockpile seeds for farming in the apocalypse. However, upon seeing these seeds, he suddenly recalled that since his spatial storage contained a water source, perhaps, after an upgrade, he could indeed cultivate crops. With this thought, he collected all the seeds and cultivation boxes. If the spatial storage proved unfit for farming, these boxes could still serve a purpose, providing him with activities to occupy his time during the endless apocalypse. After busily gathering items for 2 hours, he finally sat down for a sip of water. At his feet lay 3 large delivery boxes, unopened by the intended recipient. Out of boredom, Zhang Sen sliced open one of the boxes. To his astonishment, it was filled to the brim with small umbrellas. He picked one up for inspection. This one was an oversized version. Hey, this will come in handy. He opened another 2 boxes, and once again, they contained small umbrellas. The 3 boxes combined probably held around 2,000 to 3,000 of them. Zhang Sen glanced at the recipient's name, Lu Meng. True to his name. Brother Meng, I doubt you'll ever need these. I've been rather busy lately, and I can't make use of them. Once I have some free time, which may take up to 3 years, I'll help you out. After a brief respite, Zhang Sen resumed his zero-cost shopping spree. Fearing theft, he refrained from inspecting the contents and simply smashed open doors to collect everything in sight. Within half an hour, the entire building had been stripped bare. Zhang Sen piloted his speedboat to the next target, a shopping mall. Upon entering, he found the water level precariously balanced between two floors. Unable to step onto solid ground, he donned his diving gear while still aboard the speedboat. This mall would later serve to sustain the survivors of the city. He had amassed enough supplies for himself. It was time to provide a glimmer of hope to those innocent souls. His sole objective for the day was gold. The first floor of the shopping mall housed 7 or 8 jewelry stores. After donning his gear, Zhang Sen plunged into the water. Having obtained a high-level diving certificate during his university travels, he found diving to be a trivial endeavor. The shop shutters were roll-up doors, not particularly sturdy, and he easily pried them open with a large set of pliers. Entering the first store, he swiftly collected all the gold from the cabinets into his spatial storage. He continued to the next store. In under an hour, he had thoroughly looted all the gold shops within the mall. Without changing his clothes, he drove the speedboat to the next shopping mall. By the time he finished around 1 in the afternoon, he had emptied all 8 jewelry stores in the vicinity of their gold. He took a moment to rest in the last mall, retrieving a bottle of water and 2 meals from his storage to replenish his energy before heading to Nanyang South's most famous street of gold shops. The doors of these stores were considerably sturdier than those in the malls, but adhering to the principle of leaving no thief empty-handed, Zhang Sen meticulously cleaned them out. He continued his endeavors until dusk, only stopping when the sky was nearly dark. After changing back into his clothes, he began his journey home. Having braved the rain all day and spent hours diving, he was beginning to feel the effects of hypothermia. He extracted a large umbrella from his storage and poured himself a generous cup of ginger tea he had prepared that morning, feeling somewhat warmer after drinking most of it. By the time he approached his community, night had fallen. When he was about 500 meters away, Zhang Sen switched off the speedboat's engine and began paddling back within or from his storage. There had been many onlookers when he left that morning, and he anticipated some might attempt to confront him upon his return. To be safe, he retrieved a handgun from his storage. Following the day's downpour, water had seeped up to the 6th floor, fortunately only to knee height. Concerned about a potential ambush, Zhang Sen opted not to exit through room 602 as he had that morning. Instead, he headed to the master bedroom of 601. Using a powerful flashlight, he scanned for any hidden threats, confirming the absence of ambushers before prying open the window and jumping inside to stow the speedboat into his backpack. After removing his raincoat and tossing it into storage, he carefully brandished a knife and cautiously exited room 601. Upon reaching the stairwell on the 8th floor, he was spotted by some residents who recognized him. They hesitated to approach, but a few bold individuals did. "Brother Son, did you go out for supplies? Brother Son, what's it like outside? Brother Son, is there any government rescue effort? Brother Son, could you spare some food? My son is starving." Zhang Sen, holding the knife with a cold expression, remained silent. To his surprise, an old man dared to reach for his bag. Zhang Sen wasted no time. With a swift motion of his knife, he severed the man's hand, causing him to collapse in agony. A middle-aged man rushed forward, exclaiming, "You've cut off my father's hand. You can't leave." Zhang Sen merely cast a chilling glance in his direction and continued his ascent. The middle-aged man, intimidated by the look in Zhang Sen's eyes, refrained from further confrontation, fearing he would be the next victim. Upon reaching the 8th floor, a filthy woman blocked Zhang Sen's path. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as the girlfriend of LV Chinui. "Zhang Sen, you murderer! You killed my boyfriend." Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow. "And what do you want from me? Do you wish for me to send you to join him? I didn't mean it that way." The woman, still somewhat fearful of Zhang Sen, realized she was out of options. If she didn't cling to him, she would soon perish from hunger. Moreover, her beauty often garnered admiration from countless admirers online, who dubbed her a goddess. Previously, LV Chinhui had spent considerable resources to win her affection. Now, believing she could leverage her appeal, she felt emboldened. "Since you killed my boyfriend, you owe me. Provide me with some food and let me stay at your place. During my stay, I can even offer you some benefits. Once the waters recede, I might let you be." Zhang Sen was on the verge of laughing at her foolishness. His gaze filled with disdain. "And what if I refuse? If you refuse, once the waters recede, I'll report you to the police. Murderers must pay for their crimes." A contemptuous smile curled on Zhang Sen's lips. "I detest being threatened. If one must pay for a life, then why not take another? Just like you and your boyfriend. Both are equally repugnant." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of silver appeared. The blood on the tip of Zhang Sen's knife turned a vivid red once more as a torrent of blood gushed from the woman's neck. Clutching her throat, she found herself unable to make a sound or breathe. Moments later, she collapsed heavily to the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock, covering their mouths. Too afraid to utter a word for fear of inciting Zhang Sen's wrath, and becoming his next victims. Yet Zhang Sen did not spare them a glance as he turned and ascended the stairs. Chapter 27. Murder Without Hesitation. As he neared the 10th floor, Zhang Sen sensed an impending danger. Perhaps it was due to the numerous close encounters he had faced in his previous life that made him acutely aware of threats. This sensitivity had followed him into his current incarnation. His right hand rested on the handgun at his waist while his left held a powerful flashlight. As he carefully ascended along the wall, he concentrated, listening for any sounds in the darkness, detecting only a faint rustle. He glanced at the floor number. Come out. Zhang Sen had a hunch about who it might be. After several seconds, Lu Ziyu's husband emerged from the shadows, trembling and wielding a kitchen knife. Zhang Sen was taken aback. He had expected to see Lu Ziyu, not this old man. He recalled that this old man had collapsed at the onset of the extreme cold in his previous life and had never recovered. He was notorious for being unscrupulous, often behaving inappropriately towards the young women in the building. If any girl dared to scold him, he would unleash a torrent of foul-mouthed insults. In short, he was no good. Zhang Sen, pay me back for my food. The old man pointed the knife at Zhang Senator. It's your fault that my household was robbed. Zhang Sen chuckled. Old man, your supplies were stolen because your wife was caught playing tricks. How can you blame me? Or are you too cowardly to confront them and have decided to take it out on me? Lu Ziyu and this old man were akin to two sides of the same coin, never reflecting on their own faults, only blaming their misfortunes on others. Enough with the nonsense. Hand over your backpack, or I'll kill you. The old man threatened. Are you joking? Look at how your hands are trembling. Do you truly believe you can kill me? I'm not afraid to kill. I am now faced with a dire choice. Either kill you or starve to death. There's no alternative left. If you refuse to heed my words, I will fight you to the death. Enough idle talk. If you intend to strike, do it swiftly. I have to return home and sleep soon. Zhang Sen was unwilling to waste any more time. His clothes were soaked and a chill crept over him. The old man trembled violently, but, after a brief hesitation, roared furiously and swung his knife downward. You scoundrel, I will kill you. Zhang Sen's eyes gleamed with a cold, murderous intent. Before the old man's blade could descend, Zhang Sen plunged a straight sword into the man's heart. Clang! The old man's cleaver clattered to the floor. Zhang Sen withdrew his sword, blood splattering across his body. The old man never uttered another word. He collapsed rigidly to the ground, his eyes wide open in shock. Without sparing him a glance, Zhang Sen proceeded upstairs. After a while, from below, Lu Xiu's piercing cries rang out. Old man. The straight sword was drenched in crimson blood. Zhang Sen whistled casually, ascending the stairs with an air of ease. Those who had witnessed Zhang Sen's murderous act moments earlier were now too terrified even to look at him directly. In their eyes, Zhang Sen had become a god of death, a cold-blooded psychopath from some suspense thriller who killed without blinking. No one dared to obstruct Zhang Sen or speak to him. Even those on the upper floors who had seen the killing firsthand deduced from the blood on his blade and prior rumors that he had lost his mind once again. Thus, Zhang Sen returned home unimpeded. Meanwhile, Su Fan led two members of their old Nine Gates, as if fleeing for their lives, bursting into apartment 1303. This unit was a small three-bedroom apartment jointly rented by Su Fan and his two brothers, now transformed into their base. They had known since morning that Zhang Sen had gone out for supplies and had been lying in wait to ambush him. Just now, the three had heard noises and stepped out to confirm if Zhang Sen had returned, only to witness him killing Lu Xiu's husband with their own eyes. What are you panicking for? Zhang Heng asked. Su Fan's face turned pale. Zhang Sen is back, and he has killed again. Zhang Heng was shocked. What? Who'd he kill this time? Lu Xiu's husband. That old man tried to snatch his bag, but was killed in self-defense. Zhang Heng. Maybe we should just give up? That guy has gone mad. Kills without hesitation. Zhang Heng glanced disdainfully at his comrades. They were utterly useless, trembling in fear just because Zhang Sen had killed an old man in self-defense. Yet, he still needed them and dared not fall out with them. Pretending to ponder for a moment, he finally asked, How much food do you have at home? They exchanged uneasy looks. Zhang Heng continued, Since you've chosen me as the leader of the old Nine Gates, I must consider your well-being. So what if Zhang Sen kills? In these times, who would T kill to survive? When he came back today, wasn't T that bag stuffed full? Su Fan considered and nodded. Yes, it was bulging. That's right. Zhang Heng said, That bag must be full of supplies. Since he is so selfish and quick to kill, we shouldn't hesitate to use extreme measures. Besides, he has that assault boat. If we can seize it, we can venture out for supplies ourselves. Once we have food, who in this building would dare defy us? We still have so many beautiful girls in this building. Once we feed them a little, they'll obey us completely. Think about that lesbian couple living in 902. Their faces and bodies, aren't you tempted? The group shuddered at his words, their desires stirring after so long without women. Although they feared Zhang Sen's ruthless nature, their resolve was beginning to waver. Seeing his plan succeed, Zhang Heng continued to incite them. I don't think we have anything to fear. No matter how formidable Zhang Sen is, he has only one man. But we are 9, each with a knife, and we can kill him. The men, inspired by Zhang Heng's confidence, found their fear of Zhang Sen surprisingly diminished. Yet the most enticing prospect remained. With food in hand, they could freely indulge with the beautiful women in the building. Chapter 28. The Spatial Spring. Upon entering his home, Zhang Sen saw Satan sitting alertly by the entrance. The moment Satan saw him, it transformed into a silly, joyful creature, leaping into his arms and licking his face. Zhang Sen, feigning disgust, pushed him away. Get lost, you stink. Satan wasn't offended, whining softly instead. Zhang Sen pulled him off and asked, did anyone try to break in today? Satan remained silent, maintaining his foolish demeanor. Zhang Sen knew then that no one had come. He pinched Satan's neck affectionately, retrieved a chunk of raw lamb from his spatial stash, and threw it into the dog's bowl. Good job. Here's your reward. Satan was ecstatic. Although it had already eaten the lunch Zhang Sen left, it eagerly devoured the fresh meat. Zhang Sen tossed his backpack into the space, stripped off his wet clothes, cranked up the electric heater, and added some coal to the nearly extinguished fireplace. Then he took out previously stored hot water from the space and enjoyed a thorough bath before organizing the supplies he had procured for free today. First and foremost was the gold. He extracted all the gold from the space and piled it into a small mountain on the living room floor. The entire room seemed bathed in a golden glow. Dividing the gold into 5 piles, Zhang Sen tossed one pile back into the space. Ding! Gold detected. Used for space upgrade? Upgrade. Inside the space, the gold transformed into a dazzling golden light, shooting toward the swirling white mist. The mist quivered, visibly thinning and receding slightly. This time, Zhang Sen clearly saw a spring nestled in the right corner of the space. The water was scarce, only a small pool at the bottom. There truly was a water source. Overjoyed, Zhang Sen added another pile of gold, and once again a golden light flashed. The spring's water grew more abundant. Another pile increased the water further, and this time he could hear the faint sound of flowing water. The final 2 piles made the spring reach about half its full size, and the sound of the flowing stream became more pronounced. Using his consciousness, Zhang Sen examined the spring. The water was crystal clear, revealing some unknown aquatic plants growing beneath. As his awareness neared the water, he felt a soothing comfort wash over him. Beyond the white mist, he could make out the silhouette of a mountain. It seemed the water flowed down from the mountain. A flash of insight struck him. This water was living water. But wasn't time supposed to be frozen inside the space? Looking around, he realized the area where he stored goods exhibited no passage of time. Yet the sound of flowing water was unmistakable. Could the space be divided into 2 parts? The flowing water section, where time moved normally? If so, might that mean this area could sustain living creatures? Zhang Sen was ecstatic. This space truly held yet another astonishing surprise. Who knew what other wonders awaited him? Calming himself, he began to ponder the water's potability. Logically, as the space's master, the environment would not harm him. Still, prudent as ever, he dared not test it recklessly, fearing unforeseen consequences. He approached Satan, retrieved some spring water from the space, and poured it into the dog's bowl. Here you go, silly. Drink up. Satan, carefree and trusting, lapped at the water. After a moment's pause, its eyes brightened, and it eagerly resumed drinking, finishing the bowl clean. It then looked up, paws resting on the bowl's edge, eyes full of hopeful anticipation. Want more? Satan's eyes sparkled even brighter. Zhang Sen was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly so delicious? He poured another basin for Satan, who, upon finishing, requested yet another. Thereafter, Satan appeared as if intoxicated, sinking into a deep slumber. Startled, Zhang Sen feared the creature had been poisoned and hastened to slap its face. Yet Satan remained unresponsive, sleeping soundly. Zhang Sen examined him closely, noting normal breathing and body temperature, and realized that Satan was simply asleep. He resolved to investigate further in the morning. Though he said as much, Zhang Sen remained uneasy, rising several times during the night to check on Satan, who continued to sleep peacefully without any signs of distress, finally easing his mind. The next morning, Zhang Sen was awakened by Satan's licking. He recalled firmly closing the door the previous night. How did you get in? He asked. Satan, with a touch of pride, turned and left the room, then stood up to close the door behind him. Moments later, he rose again, using his paw to unlatch the lock, and triumphantly re-entered. Was this Satan's way of explaining how he had come inside? Zhang Sen was stunned. Had the creature suddenly grown so intelligent as to understand him instantly? Wait, how had Satan grown so much overnight? Though Zhang Sen knew Satan had been growing steadily, This sudden leap from medium to large dog size overnight was unprecedented. A theory formed in Zhang Sen's mind, yet he first inquired directly. "You fool! How did you suddenly grow so big?" Satan pulled back his blanket with a paw and headed toward the door, glancing back to signal Zhang Sen to follow. This creature's cunning was almost supernatural. Zhang Sen got out of bed and followed. Satan approached the water basin, placing his paw upon it. "Are you saying that drinking this water caused you to become like this?" Satan nodded. Zhang Sen was astonished. "You can nod?" Satan regarded him with a look of pity, as if mocking his naivete. He tapped the basin again. "More, please." Zhang Sen asked, "You want to drink more?" Satan nodded once more impatiently. "Hurry up, stop dawdling." Resigned, Zhang Sen retrieved another basin from his space, and Satan resumed drinking with single-minded focus. Zhang Sen pondered the spring water's potency. Judging by Satan's condition, it seemed harmless, so he finally felt at ease and poured himself a cup. Upon drinking, he was utterly amazed. Chapter 29. The punishment of the boss the water was miraculous. Not only did it possess a subtle sweetness, but also left him feeling invigorated and replete with energy. He sensed his spiritual power had significantly strengthened. Indeed, a marvelous elixir. Unable to resist, Zhang Sen consumed 2 more cups until fully satisfied. Afterward, he measured Satan's height against the wall, intending to track his growth daily. Then, he and the leopard resumed their training, intensifying the regimen. Zhang Sen progressively increased his weighted resistance during the exercises, ultimately doubling the load compared to 2 days prior. Yet, unlike before, neither collapsed exhausted. Zhang Sen only breathed slightly heavier, perspiring lightly, while Satan appeared as if merely out for a casual stroll. Once again, Zhang Sen was astounded by the spring water's effects. If they drank it daily, it wouldn't be long before they rivaled first-tier physical ability users from his past life. The spatial dimension had advanced considerably. Zhang Sen had demonstrated this to his neighbors. Making them aware of the risks, he undertook scavenging for supplies, hoping they would cease bothering him. He resolved not to venture out again until the rain ceased. That night, the rain abated somewhat. Based on prior experience, the downpour would diminish significantly in a few days, making excursions less perilous. This sparked a glimmer of hope within the community. In the dead of night, just as Zhang Sen slept soundly, Satan's low growl roused him. Upon waking, Satan turned and left. Such behavior was unprecedented at home. Animals' instincts are often keener than humans in sensing danger. Zhang Sen understood that intruders had arrived. Swiftly, he rose, retrieved his pistol from the space, and approached the door. Outside, the iron gate rattled under repeated blows. Zhang Sen activated the door's surveillance and saw several young men standing there. A faint smile curved his lips. "You've finally come." Outside, Su Fan and Zhang Heng stood at the rear, clearly leading this raid. Zhang Sen chuckled inwardly. At least they were clever enough to send others first. Despite his confidence in handling all 9 men, he preferred to minimize risk, dealing with them individually. He holstered his pistol and returned to the living room, fetching a stool. Outside, Zhang Heng was losing patience. Is this going to work or not? Why is breaking this door so difficult? The man smashing the lock retorted irritably. If you think you are so capable, then do it yourself. Damn it. This door is unyielding. Who is the boss here? Hurry up. You just replaced that door. That idiot probably got wind of this and stocked up on food. If we don't want to starve, we must break in now. Though grumbling, the man intensified his efforts. Inside, Zhang Sen prepared his crossbow, loading an arrow. Standing on the stool, he silently opened the shooting hole above the door. In his previous life, he had used a crossbow to kill numerous low-tier beasts and ability users. He had not neglected practice recently. Killing one of these men would be effortless. He ignored the others and aimed at Zhang Heng first. Judging by Zhang Heng and Su Fan's robust appearance, they likely had not suffered hunger, probably having shared loot from Lu Ze's home, where supplies remained. It was time to teach that family the harsh realities of this apocalypse. Zhang Sen aimed at Zhang Heng's shoulder and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The dart pierced Zhang Heng's shoulder. His agonized scream echoed through the corridor. Startled, Su Fan and the others turned to see Zhang Heng slumped on the floor, blood pouring from his wound. Run! He armed. In moments, the corridor emptied. Zhang Heng fled, enduring excruciating pain. Zhang Sen did not pursue. The moment was not yet ripe. The disturbance had dispelled his drowsiness, so he lit a cigar, sat on the sofa, and stroked Satan. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in apartment 1002. Zhang Heng writhed in torment from his shoulder wound, feeling a chilling numbness as if his blood was draining away. "Dad, Mom, save me. I don't want to die." Li Yin wept uncontrollably. "Don't be afraid, son. Your parents will save you. Have courage. Honey, what can we do? We can't take him to a hospital now." Zhang Jianjun's legs weakened with fear. "How should I know? Last time Lu Qinhui was stabbed by that guy. We were helpless too." There's not a single doctor in our building. Zhang Heng sobbed. What can we do? Dad, I don't want to die. I'm still so young. Despite his anger, Zhang Jianjun restrained himself. Things were already dire. Li Yun urged, Honey, think of a solution. Are we really going to watch our son die? Zhang Jianjun brought a candle close to Zhang Heng's shoulder, observing the wound and the embedded arrow, sweat pouring down his face. That bastard Zhang Sen. He really intends to kill my son with such brutality. He forced himself to stay calm. There was no alternative now. Honey, what do you intend to do? What else can we do? We have to gamble and pull out the arrow, praying there's no infection. Zhang Heng was utterly terrified. Are you really going to pull out? That would hurt so much. If you wish to live, then be silent. Zhang Jianjun's face turned ashen as he instructed Li Yun, Go fetch the first aid kit. Li Yun, trembling with fear, could only comply with Zhang Jianjun's orders and quickly retrieve the kit. Zhang Jianjun helped Zhang Heng sit upright and inspected the arrow lodged in his shoulder. Realizing it was a specially designed arrowhead, once embedded in flesh, removing it would either result in breaking the arrow or tearing away a chunk of flesh. In their current circumstances, breaking the arrow was utterly impossible. His beloved son was truly about to endure unimaginable agony. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Jianjun pressed down on Zhang Heng's chest with one hand while grasping the arrow's tail with the other. Hold him steady, Li Yun Urieli Uweya. Not forgetting to offer words of comfort to her precious son. Son, bear with it. Once the arrow is out, you'll be all right. Zhang Heng understood that he had no choice but to endure this if he wished to survive. He could only nod in reluctant agreement. Zhang Jianjun took a deep breath and, with a sudden force, yanked the arrow out. A scream echoed throughout the neighborhood, as Zhang Heng's agonized cry reverberated in the air, and he subsequently fell into unconsciousness. Zhang Jianjun quickly disinfected the wound and administered anti-inflammatory medication, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. Witnessing his son's pale complexion and the beads of sweat that adorned his forehead from the pain, Zhang Jianjun felt as though his heart were shattering. His son had suffered so greatly, and his survival was far from certain. The instigator of this calamity was none other than his own nephew. How could he not harbor hatred for this? Zhang Jianjun could only think of avenging his son by killing Zhang Senator. He stood up, went to the kitchen, and grabbed a kitchen knife, ready to storm out. Dear, what are you doing? Li Yun urgently grasped his arm. What do you think you're doing? I'm going to kill that beast. Don't act rashly. Zhang's son has gone mad. If he attacks you, what will happen to us, me and our son? Zhang Jianjun, blinded by rage, insisted on going, but Li Yun clung to him desperately. After much struggle, both were utterly exhausted. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Li Yun cautiously peered through the peephole and was startled to see a drenched Chun Tiantian. She opened the door. What do you want here? With red-rimmed eyes. Chun Tiantian replied, Annie, I thought I would never see you again. Upon seeing Chun Tiantian, Li Yun's anger flared. In her eyes, if it weren't for Chun Tiantian sleeping with her son, their family would not have had a falling out with Zhang Sen, and her son would not have suffered such injuries. This was all the fault of this shameless woman. Overcome with fury, Li Yun struck Chun Tiantian across the face. You wretched girl. Because of you, my son has ended up like this, and you dare to show your face here. Chun Tiantian was taken aback by the slap. Having believed that once she reached Zhang Heng's home, she would no longer have to endure her bizarre lifestyle filled with worries of hunger. To achieve this, she had even devoted herself to the only man in Building 5 who owned a boat. That man had become her nightmare, insisting on playing on the water and deliberately anchoring the boat to a tree while engaging in inappropriate activities with her. Unfortunately, she was prone to seasickness, and all she could recall was being on the boat, violently ill. The man, oblivious to her plight, had only grown more excited. To cleanse herself of the filth, she had had to resort to washing herself with dirty water from outside. In truth, Chun Tiantian was not without means in Building 5. She had garnered a loyal clientele. However, she was determined to keep this secret, seeking only married men who were even more fearful of discovery than she was. Yet, this endeavor was fraught with danger. After conducting numerous transactions, if discovered, Zhang Heng would never consider marrying her again. Thus, upon seeing Zhang Sen able to leave, she seized the opportunity. She had intended to gain leverage over Zhang Heng's family, but had not expected to be met with hostility upon her arrival. Feeling aggrieved, she covered her face and exclaimed, Annie, why did you hit me? How dare you ask? If it weren't for you, would my son have been harmed by Zhang Sen? Li Yun retorted and attempted to shut the door. Yet, after enduring so much to get here, Chun Tiantian was unwilling to leave easily. She pushed her way inside, feigning concern. What? Ahang is hurt? How badly? Is it serious? As she spoke, Chun Tiantian rushed in and saw Zhang Heng lying on the sofa, immediately throwing herself at him, wailing, Ahang, Ahang, what happened to you? Zhang Heng, jolted awake by her impact on his wound, pushed her away, growling. Are you out of your mind? Chen Tiantian, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Ah Hung, you're awake. That's wonderful. What do you want?" Zhang Heng's agitation was palpable. "I was worried about you, and uncle," and swam over with all my might. Despite Li Yun's disdain for Chen Tiantian, the girl's insistence on caring for Zhang Heng eventually won her a place in the home. With Chen Tianatian's arrival, Zhang Jianzhen's vengeful thoughts of seeking out Zhang Sen faded from his mind. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen had been waiting for Zhang Jianzhen and Li Yun for quite some time. Noticing their absence, he speculated whether they were truly afraid of him. Regardless, it mattered little to him. Their absence did not mean he would let them off the hook. Armed with a knife in one hand and a hammer in the other, he stormed toward apartment 1301. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. Su Fan and the others trembled in fear inside. Zhang Sen chuckled, thinking, "Do they believe I can't enter if they don't open the door?" With two powerful strikes, he smashed the door lock and swaggered inside. The living room lay empty. Clearly, the three were hiding in their rooms. "Come out now, and I promise not to kill you. If I find you, none of you will escape," he shouted. The three inside trembled at his words. "What do we do? Should we go out?" "Of course not. If we go out, we'll definitely die. Damn it, we shouldn't have listened to Zhang Heng and provoked him. We were fools. Zhang Heng, that scoundrel, had a grudge with us because we slept with Zhang Sen did not even flinch. He merely extended his hand behind him, retrieving a dagger from the void, which he then hurled with precision. The blade struck the man squarely in the heart, resulting in instant demise as the body collapsed heavily to the ground. Throughout this, Zhang Sen remained utterly motionless, not even shifting his stance. The remaining two men trembled in terror, acutely aware of the formidable strength Zhang Sen possessed. It was evident that their combined efforts would be utterly futile against him. They felt a wave of relief wash over them, grateful they had refrained from attacking moments ago. Otherwise, they would surely have met a grim fate. If they were not prepared to resist, they should simply cast their weapons to the ground. Zhang Sen had anticipated their reluctance to comply. After all, they had emerged armed, ready to risk their lives against him. Upon hearing his command, the two quickly discarded their steel pipes and kitchen knives. Zhang Sen was quite pleased. They dared to breach his domain this night, and he would not let them go unpunished. Now that the intruder lay dead, he could offer them a chance at survival, contingent upon their ability to seize it. Su Fan hastily pledged his loyalty. "Brother Sun, command me as you will. Whatever you require of us, we shall undertake without hesitation." "Such dramatics are unnecessary," Zhang Sen replied. "Tonight, there were a total of 9 of you. Aside from Zhang Heng and the one now lifeless on the floor, 7 remain. I require you two to gather the rest and head to Zhang Heng's residence to seize all of his supplies. Leave them one life to spare. Once this task is accomplished, our grievances shall be resolved. Inform the others that any who refuse to act will find me, seeking them out personally." Without another moment's thought, the two bolted for the exit. Once Zhang Sen saw the room had emptied, he kicked over the fallen man, retrieving the dagger from his chest, whistling contentedly as he returned home. Meanwhile, Su Fan and his accomplices forcefully breached Zhang Jianzhen's front door. Initially, Zhang Jianzhen attempted to resist, brandishing a kitchen knife in a futile effort to defend himself, but he was swiftly subdued. He endured several blows, writhing in pain on the floor. Li Yun fared little better, being knocked unconscious in the fray. Zhang Heng, already gravely injured, could do nothing but curse under his breath. The others, already incensed by his earlier manipulation that had led them to their peril, showed him no mercy, some even trampling on his wounds. Zhang Heng cried out in agony. Chen Tiantian, terrified beyond measure, feigned unconsciousness on the ground, fearing that the assailants might turn their wrath upon her. After some resistance from Zhang Jianzhen's family, the 7 began to scour the house for supplies. Fearing Zhang Sen's wrath for ineffectiveness, they searched with great diligence. By the time they departed, not a grain of rice remained in Zhang Jianzhen's home. Chen Tiantian looked at the plundered provisions, internally lamenting her misfortune. How was it that her arrival coincided with the theft of food before she even had a chance to eat? Chapter 31. Chen Tiantian arrives. Su Fan was at a loss regarding what to do with the supplies from Zhang Jianzhen's home. Though he yearned to keep them, he feared Zhang Sen's retribution afterward. After all, how long could he endure without provisions? To provoke Zhang Sen would mean bidding farewell to this world in an instant. Early the next morning, Su Fan knocked on Zhang Sen's door. He intended to drop off the supplies and flee, but he was apprehensive about theft, knowing it would ultimately be his responsibility. After knocking, he concealed himself behind the wall, fearing a swift arrow from Zhang Sen, daring only to peek out. Zhang Sen, observing him through surveillance, inquired, "What is it?" "Brother Sun, I've brought you the supplies. I must take my leave," Su Fan called before running off. Zhang Sen was quite pleased with this outcome. It was essential for everyone to fear him. He summoned Satan, and once he sensed the absence of danger outside, he opened the door. Surveying the scattered provisions on the ground, knowing they had executed their task exceedingly well. Zhang Jianzhen's home must have been completely stripped bare. He had never intended to acquire these supplies, as he had ample high-quality provisions within his own space, deeming these items worthless. His previous thought had been to allow Su Fan and his group to seize them and then share. However, since Su Fan had delivered them, he would accept them without hesitation. His space still had plenty of room. He could always trade them for other necessities later. After sharing breakfast with Satan, Zhang Sen settled on the balcony with a steaming cup of coffee, gazing out the window. The rain had lessened once more today. In a few days, it would cease entirely. By then, building number 9 would transform into a veritable hell. Since Zhang Sen had last ventured outside, others had begun to seek out supplies. In a matter of moments, Zhang Sen observed several groups emerging from various buildings, navigating the waters with an assortment of makeshift vessels. Some were using bedboards secured to numerous plastic bottles, others had tied oil cans to themselves, and some had even donned swimming rings to venture forth. Those without boats were likely resigned to their fate, oblivious to the floating corpses on the water surface. On the other side, Zhang Jianzhen's family of 4 had not eaten since the previous night. By noon, hunger had become unbearable. While the 3 healthy members could endure, Zhang Heng, the injured one, was on the brink of collapse, his condition deteriorating further as he began to run a fever. Zhang Jianzhen and Li Yun, desperate, set out to beg for food. However, at this late hour, it was evident that most households were devoid of supplies. Even those who might have had food were too fearful to lend any. They had exhausted their search beyond the 18th floor, yet found nothing. Upon returning home, Li Yun saw Chen Tiantian sprawled on the sofa, sound asleep. Her anger boiling over as she approached and seized her greasy long hair. Chen Tiantian screamed in pain. Li Yun scolded her furiously. Zhang Heng's father and I are out seeking food, while you sit idly at home. Chen Tiantian retorted, I don't know a single person in your building. Who do you expect me to ask for help? Ask Zhang Sen. You and Zhang Sen are the ones who have brought my son to this state. Let me tell you, Chen Tiantian, unless you go out and get some food from Zhang Sen today, I will break your legs and send you to the beds of those old men in the building to trade for food for my son. You dare. If you do that, I will tell everyone that Zhang Heng seduced me and that you forced me to smear Zhang Sen's reputation. Let's see if you still have a gall to show your face. Go ahead, tell everyone that you are a shameless slut. Li Yun had lost all fear. She scarcely knew whether her family would survive, so she had no regard for reputation. My son is on the verge of death. You said you would take care of him. He needs food now. As she spoke, Li Yun brandished a knife from the kitchen, pointing it at Chen Tiantian. I don't care how you do it. Beg, sell yourself, whatever it takes. I just want to see food, or I will not spare you. Chen Tiantian realized the seriousness of Li Yun's intent and was filled with dread. She looked pleadingly at Zhang Heng, hoping he would intercede on her behalf. To her surprise, Zhang Heng spoke up, Tiantian, I truly am starving. Please go beg Zhang's son. Otherwise, I will really die. Rest assured, once I recover and this calamity passes, I will certainly marry you. All right, I promise I won't let you come harm. I will go plead with Zhang's son right now. Chen Tianatian's eyes glistened, moved by his words. However, as soon as she stepped outside, her demeanor morphed in an instant. You all dare to treat me like this? Even if I have to knock on Zhang Sen's door, I won't give you a single grain of rice. 10 minutes later, as Zhang Sen was preparing hot pot, Satan alerted him, and he spotted Chen Tiantian on the surveillance feed. Chen Tiantian, who once possessed a cherubic face, fair skin, and long, straight black hair, typically dressed in a neighborly fashion, evoked memories of first loves for countless men. Yet now, there was nothing reminiscent of a first love about her. Though her face had not thinned much, it was pallid and lacked vitality. Her long hair was unkempt and greasy, and her clothing was filthy. She appeared as though she had aged 20 years in an instant. She was even more disheveled than in her previous life at the base. After all, he no longer protected her now. Zhang Sen smiled. The woman who once prided herself on her fastidiousness had now sunk to such a state. Yet, this was hardly surprising. She had once insisted on abstaining from premarital intimacy, refused to cohabit with him, and demanded he rent an apartment for her in the neighborhood. Yet in the end, she still ended up in Zhang Heng's bed. Seeing that she had managed to hold on this long, without losing much weight, Zhang Sen reasonably suspected that in building number 5, she must have consumed countless sausages just to survive. Although lacking concrete evidence, his suspicion remained strong. This woman was truly without scruples. In their past life, while he fought on the battlefield to earn some food rations for her, she too was at the base, finding her own ways to secure sustenance. He had occasionally overheard such stories before, dismissing them as mere idle gossip born of the apocalypse's boredom. Given that their household never had surplus provisions, he never took those rumors seriously. Now reflecting on it, damn it, there was no extra food precisely because the rations he earned were shared among everyone. Those rations earned by that wretched woman were either hoarded by her or shared with Zhang Heng's family, but never with him. How could he not harbor resentment? Zhang Sen quietly observed Chen Tiantian through the surveillance camera. She tidied her hair, then tugged down her shirt collar, seemingly trying to reveal more skin. A sly smile playing at her lips. After a moment, she finished preparing herself. Approaching the door, she knocked softly, her voice slightly trembling. Sing. Are you home? Could you please open the door? Zhang Sen, cigar clenched between his teeth, opened the door, wearing an expression of just the right mixture of surprise and disdain. What brings you here? He asked, removing the cigar from his mouth and holding it in his hand. His brow furrowed. What is that smell? Why does it stink so much? Chen Tiantian looked embarrassed. She knew she and T bathed in days. And yesterday's wash with foul water certainly didn't T help her scent. But what could she do? Under this damned calamity, even if she wished to remain pristine. The conditions simply did not permit it. Yet, Zhang Sen seemed unaffected by the disaster. He looked even more handsome than before, his physique improved, though clad in pajamas. The 3 unbuttoned buttons at his chest revealed well-defined pectoral muscles. And, astonishingly, he was still smoking a cigar? Was he impervious to the apocalypse? Most perplexing was the aroma inside the room. Hot pot? At a time like this, how could anyone still be eating hot pot? She swallowed hard. This damn man was living so well. Determined, she resolved that no matter what, she would coax Zhang Sen back and move into his home. Setting aside all else, at least for now, only at Zhang Sen's place could she reclaim her former goddess status. Chapter 32. You may leave now. With that thought, she immediately adopted the tried-and-true tactics that had always worked on Zhang Sen. Her eyes reddened. Sen, are you rejecting me? Do you know how worried I've been these past days? You live alone. I don't even know if you have any food stored. I want to call to message you, but I couldn't. I was so afraid I wouldn't sleep, terrified something might happen to you. When I saw the rain ease this morning, I came straight to find you. And you, upon seeing me, complain about my smell. Do you think I want this? Zhang Sen regarded her coldly, drawing on his cigar. This woman was truly a master of theatrics. Falling for her before wasn't entirely his own folly. Seeing his silence, Chen Tiantian grew anxious. She adopted an even more aggrieved expression, her voice trembling with emotion. Sen, are you still angry with me? I've explained everything. It was Zhang Heng who forced me. He got me drunk, assaulted me, took photos, and coerced me into maintaining this relationship, threatening to send the pictures to you otherwise. I was terrified. The things I said in the group chat were under their duress. They said if I didn't help them, they would kill you. I only did it to protect you. Sen, can you forgive me? All this happened because I love you so deeply. As she spoke, she pressed against the iron gate, tears streaming down her face like delicate rain. In the past, Zhang Sen would have embraced her tenderly by now. But now, all he wished to ask was, who the hell are you? Inwardly, he cursed. Damn it, what a nuisance. This drama is more tedious than a prison visit. At that moment, Satan approached. Chen Tiantian noticed it, but the dim light and its jet black fur made her mistake it for a dog. She exclaimed, Son, you have a dog? How adorable. Satan, offended by the stench, covered its nose and stepped back 2 paces. Chen Tiantian cried out. Zhang Sen kicked Satan sharply. Go eat your beef. Chen Tiantian was stunned. This dog actually gets beef? How much food does Zhang Sen have? Satan, astute and sensitive to Zhang Sen's mood, knew he detested Chen Tiantian. Before departing, it even rolled its eyes at her. Infuriated, Chen Tiantian's anger only grew. The spectacle concluded. Zhang Sen lost patience, his face cold as he asked. So all this trouble you went through was just to check how I'm doing? Chen Tiantian's heart leapt. Yes, as long as you're safe. I am at ease. Zhang Sen replied indifferently. I'm doing quite well. Now you can leave. Stop disturbing my hot pot. Watching you put on this grand performance. My tripe might as well be boiling into shoe soles. If you have time to scheme here, why not go back to your old flame, Zhang Heng? Or if he's no good, there are others. With that, Zhang Sen shut the door, a triumphant smirk curling his lips, though the whole affair was tedious. Seeing this wretched woman in such a pitiable state brought him a perverse satisfaction. Chen Tiantian stood outside the door in stunned silence for a full 5 minutes before accepting that Zhang Sen would not let her in. She sniffed, her stomach growling twice. That hot pot smelled irresistible. This damn man was so selfish. After liking her for so long, how could he suddenly become so cold-hearted? She was suffering, yet he showed no mercy. Furious, she considered going downstairs to find Zhang Heng, but recalling the hunger and the likelihood of being scolded or beaten by the old woman Li Yun, she decided to endure and continue her pursuit of Zhang Sen resolute. She chose to camp outside Zhang Sen's door. She refused to believe that someone who once loved her so deeply would truly abandon her. In her eyes, as long as Zhang Sen saw her heartfelt repentance, he would surely forgive her. Then she could move into his home and share his hot pot. As for that damn dog, daring to treat her so. Once Zhang Sen loved her again, she vowed to have that dog expelled, or even killed and turned into dog meat hot pot. Buoyed by this resolve, she gently knocked on Zhang Sen's door, her voice hoarse but earnest. Son, I know you're still angry, but I will show you how much I love you. I'll wait here outside your door. If anyone bothers you, I'll drive them away. Whenever you're ready to forgive me, open the door. It's all right. I'm willing to wait as long as it takes. Zhang Sen heard her, but pretended not to. Since he wasn't planning to leave for a while, he let her be. After all, a woman like Chun Tian was unlikely to starve outside his door. After finishing his meal, Zhang Sen stealthily checked the monitor. Chun Tian was still sitting outside. He paid her no mind, instead instructing Satan to be alert to any unusual sounds outside and alert him immediately, then retreated to the gym. That evening, Zhang Sen opted not to indulge in hot pot, but rather retrieved a meticulously prepared dish of pickled fish from his space. Under normal circumstances, Chun Tian might not have noticed it, yet she had not savored any meat for several days and was acutely sensitive to the tantalizing aroma of food. Starving to the brink of despair, she couldn't help but wonder how that scoundrel still had pickled fish to enjoy. At that moment, the door of room 1601 creaked open. Old Master E, who resided alone in 1601, was in his 60s, with his children living far away. Typically, his supplies of redstone were ordered online by his son, delivered in large quantities, with a fresh batch arriving just before the typhoon. These days, he had been living quite comfortably. He stood at his door, merely cracking it open to poke his bald head out, softly calling, "Little girl, little girl." Chun Tian rose and approached. "Sir, did you call for me? Are you looking for that Zhang Sen in the room next door?" Old Master E inquired. Feigning innocence, Chun Tian nodded. "You should leave quickly. Zhang Sen is quite audacious. He would even dare to kill." The ninth building had always been tranquil, with no one other than Zhang Sen brazen enough to commit murder. The most anyone dared was to engage in a brawl. Thus, in Old Master E.'s eyes, murder was a grave matter. Little did he know, Chun Tian had experienced several murder scenes herself over the past few days. However, she was somewhat surprised at how bold Zhang Sen had become. This only solidified her resolve to reclaim him. Once she had him back under her influence, once the calamity had passed, Zhang Sen would surely face imprisonment. Perhaps even a fate of eating peanuts. At that point, with just a flick of her finger, his house and savings would belong to her. "Sir, it's fine. He is my boyfriend and would never harm me." "Boyfriend?" Old Master, he responded with a hint of disappointment. "I thought you were a survivor from another floor and was wondering if you'd like something to eat." Chun Tian's eyes instantly sparkled. "Sir, I would like that. I haven't eaten in several days." "Isn't he your boyfriend? Why isn't he feeding you?" Tears welled in Chun Tian's eyes. "We had a quarrel, and he wouldn't let me in." Old Master, he chuckled, his gaze lingering on the expanse of her fair bosom. "Would you like to come in and sit at my place?" Chun Tian immediately grasped his implication, inwardly cursing, "You old man, how dare you covet this fairy? Does your thing even work anymore?" With an apologetic demeanor, she replied, "Sir, I want to go in. I got splashed by water outside and smell unpleasant." "No worries. I've had rhinitis for many years and can't smell anything at all. Besides, you seem quite fragrant." Old Master, he has plenty of food at home. Not just instant noodles, but also his treasured sausages. Overwhelmed by hunger, Chun Tian hesitated for a moment, glanced back at Zhang Sen's door with determination, and finally said, "But you absolutely must not tell my boyfriend. I'm left with no choice. I'm too hungry. Of course, I fear him too. Just this once." Old Master, he nodded vigorously and opened the door wider. Chun Tian squeezed inside, initially intending to have just one meal at Old Master E.'s. She ended up dining there for 3 days and consuming a total of 9 meals. Eventually, at mealtime, she would knock on Old Master E.'s door. Despite his age, he had been indulging in deer antler wine and treated Chun Tian splendidly. Growing weary of instant noodles and sausages, she longed to return to Zhang Sen's for hot pot and pickled fish. Thus, each time she finished her meal, she would return to Zhang Sen's door and sleep on the ground. She had taken 2 blankets from Old Master E.'s home, finding her recent days comfortable. During this time, Zhang Jianjun noticed Chun Tian hadn't returned with food and stealthily came up once, only to discover her sleeping at Zhang Sen's doorstep. Under the impression that she was desperately pleading for Zhang Sen's mercy on behalf of their family, he felt a pang of sympathy. After waiting another day without seeing her return, he resolved not to rely solely on her anymore, especially since his son was on the verge of starvation. Summoning his courage, he knocked on Zhang Sen's door. The moment he reached the 16th floor, Zhang Sen was already aware of his arrival. He opened the door, coldly scrutinizing Zhang Jianjun. "Xiao Sun, can you spare your uncle some food? Your brother is on the brink of collapse," Zhang Jianjun implored, wearing a fawning expression. Zhang Sen chuckled. "Zhang Jianjun, have you forgotten? We've severed ties." Xiao Sun, don't say that. The past was all my fault. Can you just consider this a plea from your uncle? For the sake of your father, could you? Zhang Sun's expression turned frigid. Zhang Jianjun, you have no right to mention my father. If my dad knew how you've treated his only son all these years, do you think he would approve of me sharing food with you? Zhang Jianjun felt despair wash over him, yet he refused to give up, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Sun, I was wrong. I truly regret it. I'm begging you. With a thud, Zhang Jianjun knelt down. Your uncle is kneeling for you. Please, just give me some food. I'm willing to return the factory to you. I'm begging you. Beside him, Chun Tiantian chimed in. Son, your uncle has knelt before you as a senior. Please don't be angry. Just give us some food. I can kneel too. With that, Chun Tiantian also knelt, choking back tears. Son, we're truly on the verge of starvation. Had it not been for the past life where this family had caused his demise, Zhang Sun might have genuinely considered forgiving them for this act of desperation. However, at present, his heart was devoid of any empathy. Everything unfolding before him was the retribution he had intentionally inflicted upon them. How could he possibly relent? Chen Tiantian, are you done playing your little act? Zhang Sun smirked disdainfully. You can feast every day in 1301, indulging in 9 meals over 3 days, and yet you dare claim you're starving? Zhang Sun turned his gaze to Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun, instead of begging me, why not plead with your future daughter-in-law? She has been dining splendidly every day. With that, Zhang Sun shut the door, no longer concerned about the fate of the two outside. At that moment, upon grasping the implication of Zhang Sun's words, Zhang Jianjun seized Chen Tiantian by the hair, delivering 2 resounding slaps that sent her sprawling to the ground, stomping on her mercilessly. Wretched girl, you have so much food, yet refuse to share a morsel with my son. If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't be in this state. Where's your conscience? Has my son treated you poorly? Bruised and battered, Chen Tiantian felt utterly shattered, her mouth spewing curses. Your son is on the brink of death. Yet why should I share the food I earned? After unleashing his fury, Zhang Jianjun sat on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, fearing he might spiral further into madness. Chen Tiantian knocked on the door of 1601, seeking refuge inside. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhang Jianjun rose abruptly, blocking the door of 1601, and kicked Chen Tiantian away. She collided with the wall and instantly lost consciousness. When she awoke, she found Old Master sprawled on the floor covered in blood. With all the he completely shed his disguise, leading a group of subordinates to wreak havoc in Building 12. A handful of law-abiding citizens stood no chance against these seasoned ruffians who had thrived on the streets for years. They had previously called themselves the Tiger Gang before the apocalypse, and they continued to carry that moniker in Building 12. Resources and women, once they caught the eye of the Tiger Gang, became their spoils. Initially, there were those who dared to resist, but their defiance was met with brutal force, resulting in their immediate demise at the hands of the gang. Through such merciless tactics, the Tiger Gang established themselves as the despotic rulers of Building 12. In recent days, they had seized control of Buildings 11 and 10, and today they finally arrived at Building 9. As soon as the Tiger Gang entered Building 9, they began to knock on doors, resorting to force if they were met with silence. The cries of the victims echoed incessantly. Zhang Sun's home had good soundproofing, so he remained unaware of the chaos outside. However, his companion, Satan, sensed the impending danger and continuously howled at the door, crouching low and assuming a defensive posture. Zhang Sun recognized that something was amiss and immediately readied himself. He prepared a pistol in his space, ensuring it was in a state of readiness. He positioned a stool and retrieved several hand crossbows, ensuring they were loaded so that he could quickly follow up after each shot. Although he understood that, given the crossbow's limited speed, he could kill only a few, every additional life taken could prove useful. His plan was simple. The moment Wang Hu showed his face, he would not leave alive. In his previous life, the Tiger Gang had attempted to seize Building 9 in a manner similar to this. The losses had been devastating. With over a dozen lives claimed and resources nearly depleted, Zhang Sun did not wish to remain passive. He gathered the remaining able-bodied men, each armed with a knife or an iron rod. They fought valiantly, and although they had lost half their number, the Tiger Gang also suffered significant losses. Wang Hu, having roamed the streets for many years, was not averse to death. He understood that those who were unafraid of dying were the most terrifying adversaries. Thus, a truce was reached, with both parties agreeing to avoid conflict. In this lifetime, Zhang Sun chose not to step forward to organize resistance. He was uncertain if anyone else in Building 9 would dare to do so. Most likely, no one would. If the residents of Building 9 truly possessed such fortitude, his own days would not have been so comfortable. However, such considerations were no longer his concern. His sole objective now was to acquire more gold, upgrade his space, and bide his time. When the opportunity arose, he would retreat to a secluded place with Satan. Wang Hu's current visit aimed to deplete the resources and women of Building 9. They entered the building through a window on the 8th floor. Originally, there were 3 households on the 9th floor. One had succumbed to starvation and was long abandoned. Another household had evacuated to the stairwell, fearing flooding. The last household was occupied by 3 young women, Li Ting and a couple of lesbians she had taken in. When the Tiger Gang arrived, only Li Ting remained at home to guard, as the others had gone out in search of supplies. Li Ting, possessing a fiery spirit, resolutely refused to succumb, and thus fought to her death against a member of the Tiger Gang. Ultimately, her household was ransacked and left bare. Following this, Wang Hu and his gang proceeded to the 10th floor, where they first knocked on Zhang Jianjun's door. Zhang Jianjun had already heard the commotion and hid in his home, too frightened to make a sound or open the door. Wang Hu ordered his men to break down the door and stormed in. His subordinates found Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun, dragging them from their rooms, and then yanked Zhang Heng, who was recuperating in the secondary bedroom, and tossed him to the ground. Although Zhang Heng had temporarily survived, his health remained fragile, plagued by recurring fevers and a wound that was beginning to fester. Wang Hu observed the family's pallid faces, but noted that Li Yun, having been pampered over the years, looked better than most women, radiating a certain allure. Wang Hu pressed the blade of his machete against Zhang Jianjun's throat. "Brother, please don't kill me. I have money. I can give you a lot of money." Zhang Jianjun understood that these men were stained with blood, unlike the easily manipulated EDE, and was instantly overwhelmed with fear, wetting himself in terror. A foul odor wafted through the air. "Damn, boss, this old man is too easily frightened," one of Wang Hu's subordinates remarked. Before they had even done anything, he had already urinated himself. Wang Jun lightly slapped Zhang Jianjun's face with his knife. "We can spare your life, but you must hand over your supplies." "All right, I'll go get them," Zhang Jianjun replied obediently, retrieving half of the supplies he had stolen from EDE. Wang Hu scrutinized him. "Is this everything? If my men find more hidden away, your entire family will pay the price." Zhang Jianjun broke out in a cold sweat. There's a little more. I didn't manage to grab it all at once. Let me go get it." Moments later, Zhang Jianjun piled all the remaining supplies together. "Brother, this is truly all of it. Everything my family has to eat is right here." Wang Hu nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, I shall accept this. And your wife will be ours to enjoy for a few days. Don't worry, we'll return her to you in a few days. But if she becomes enamored with us and refuses to come back, you cannot hold us responsible." Li Yun's face turned pale with fear. "No, please, brother. I'm already so old and have no skills. I beg you, spare me." Wang Hu immediately changed his demeanor, glaring at Li Yun. Zhang Jianjun, fearing for himself, slapped Li Yun hard. "You ungrateful wretch. It's a blessing that the boss has taken an interest in you. Don't throw it away. Did you want to get us all killed?" Li Yun, taken aback by her husband as betrayal after so many years of sharing a bed, retorted angrily. "Zhang Jianjun, have you lost your humanity? To save your own skin, you would push your wife out to the wolves." She then turned to Zhang Heng. "Zhang Heng, say something. Are you just going to stand there and watch your father treat me like this?" Zhang Heng, already in pain from his wound and terrified for his life, quietly averted his gaze. "Mom, just listen to Dad. Otherwise, we will all die." Li Yun was momentarily stunned. The son she had carried for 10 months and raised with such hardship had turned against her. Unable to contain herself any longer, she broke down in tears, exclaiming, "My life is so bitter." Wang Hu relished such melodrama, watching with glee from the sidelines. Li Yun propped herself up and knelt before Wang Hu. "Brother, I'm truly old and sick. I can't do those things. But I can find you a young one, my niece-in-law. She is very beautiful. I could take you to her." Wang Hu perked up with interest. "Oh, where's she? How old?" 22 years old, just graduated from a prestigious university. Very young. Quite the flirt too. She even tried to seduce my son. By the way, did you see that photo circulating in the group? My nephew posted it. She was caught in bed with my son. Wang Hu recalled that it had indeed been a hot topic before the power outage. A scandal involving 2 brothers vying for the same woman. He remembered the woman in the photo as strikingly beautiful, which piqued his interest. Sensing an opportunity, Li Yun gathered her courage and said, "Brother, I have another piece of information that can help you acquire even more supplies. Just leave a little food for me, enough for 1 person to eat. I've come to realize that these 2 men are beasts. I should just look out for myself." Wang Hu pondered for a moment, then smiled. "You are quite amusing. If you can help us find even better women and more supplies, I will leave you some food." Li Yun repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, brother. Thank you." Wang Hu's subordinates collected the supplies, leaving only a small portion for Li Yun. Fearing that these men would leave and Zhang Jianjun would seize the opportunity to take his supplies, she hurriedly stuffed all the provisions into her clothing. Wang Hu pointed his knife at Li Yun. "Now, tell us, where's your niece-in-law? Where can we find more supplies?" "On the 16th floor. All on the 16th floor. My niece-in-law is in 1601, and my nephew is in 1602. My nephew has a lot of supplies. He went out looking for more just a few days ago. And he even has a boat that's very fast. Chapter 35. Zhang Jianjun is in trouble. The Yuan community is expansive, comprising a total of 15 buildings. Building 9 is in the second row, while Building 12 is in the third row. Zhang Sen had departed last time without Wang Hu noticing, nor had he heard the sound of an engine. Naturally, he was unaware that such a vessel as a speedboat existed within the confines of the community. Otherwise, he would have rushed over to seize it. Upon hearing Li Yun's words now, he was elated, fearing that Zhang Sen might catch wind of their plans and escape. He immediately instructed Li Yun to lead them to Zhang's Senator Li Yun, aware of Zhang Sen's ruthless nature and his deep-seated animosity towards her family. Hesitated to accept the task. Brother, it's not that I wish to disregard your authority, but my nephew harbors a profound hatred for us due to my son's misdeeds. If I approach him, he is certain to refuse me entry. Wang Hu dismissed her protests, seizing her firmly, and commanded, enough of the excuses. If you wish to survive, come with us at once. Despite their estrangement, they were still family, and from her words, it was clear that Zhang Sen and his girlfriend resided separately. With 2 hostages in hand, he was confident that Zhang Sen would have no choice but to let them in. Moreover, even if Li Yun's claim were true, and Zhang Sen refused her entry, he remained undeterred. With so many brothers at his disposal, there was no door they could not breach. Most importantly, what if Li Yun spoke deceitfully? If they departed and she fled, what then? Losing both a young female university student and a married woman would be a significant loss for them. Realizing that these men were resolute in their demand for her guidance, Li Yun, unable to resist, conceded. However, before leaving, she stipulated a condition. Brother, may I have a moment? I wish to eliminate this treacherous man first. Wang Hu's interest was piqued. Oh, you wish to kill your husband? Li Yun's gaze was resolute. Indeed, I must rid myself of him. Our household is already devoid of resources, and I cannot bear to sustain this ungrateful wretch. Once you depart, I shall be unable to contend with him. It is better to resolve this matter now. Wang Hu laughed heartily. Very well, I grant you this opportunity. He tossed her a dagger, urging, hurry, do not delay. Li Yun stared at the dagger on the ground, her heart torn. She had never taken a life before, let alone that of her own husband. Yet, at this juncture, she had completely severed her emotional ties with Zhang Jianjun and his son. After years of painstakingly tending to these two, only to be met with betrayal, how could she not feel rage? She knew that once Wang Hu and his men left, Zhang Jianjun would likely not spare her for the meager provisions she possessed. It was better for her to strike first. After all, it was Zhang Jianjun who had betrayed her first. With this thought, she picked up the dagger without hesitation, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhang Jianjun, filled with dread, began to weep. No, my wife, do not kill me. I realize my mistakes. I swear I will never do it again. Please forgive me this once, and I will treat you well from now on. Li Yun remained unmoved, brandishing the dagger as she advanced step by step towards Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Heng, taken aback by his mother's sudden ferocity, panicked. Mom, please calm down. Do not act impulsively. Li Yun glared fiercely at her once-beloved son, scolding, silence. When your father was willing to sacrifice me, you played dead. Now that your father's life is at stake, you suddenly care? She added with venom, speak another word, and I shall take you down with him. Zhang Heng retreated into a corner, silenced. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Zhang Jianjun, realizing that Li Yun was steadfast in her resolve to kill him, suddenly sprang to his feet in an attempt to wrest the dagger from her. Fortunately, Wang Hu had anticipated this, dispatching one of his men to restrain Zhang Jianjun. While the fate of men was inconsequential to them, women were a different matter. When the subordinate saw Zhang Jianjun move, he swiftly struck him, causing Zhang Jianjun to collapse with a howl of pain. The near brush with death sent Li Yun into a frenzy, and the sharp dagger plunged repeatedly into Zhang Jianjun's chest. Blood splattered across her face, igniting her hatred. Soon, Zhang Jianjun lay motionless on the ground, resembling a lifeless heap of mud. Zhang Heng trembled nearby, scarcely daring to breathe. He realized that the mother who had once showered him with affection and compliance was gone. Li Yun continued to stab Zhang Jianjun with relentless fury until she had driven the dagger into him over a dozen times before finally ceasing. Rising to her feet, her expression vacant, she returned the dagger to Wang Hu. Let us depart. When Wang Hu and his group reached the 16th floor, Chun Tian was weakly leaning against the door of room 1603. She had not anticipated that the residents of the 16th floor would be so impoverished, despite her efforts. No one had been able to provide her with sustenance. Son, I am on the brink of starvation. Even if you refuse to let me in, could you at least spare me something to eat? After all these years of our relationship, how could you be so heartless? Brother, this is my nephew's wife. Lian pointed at Chun Tiantian, stepping back after her declaration. Upon seeing Chun Tiantian, Wang Hu's eyes lit up. Though she appeared rather disheveled compared to her charming self in photos, among the women he had recently encountered, she was still quite appealing. Chun Tiantian, noticing Wang Hu and Li Yun together, felt a surge of anxiety. Annie, what's going on? Wang Hu leered at her little sister. Has her boyfriend cast you out? Spotting the blood on their knives, she frantically pounded on Zhang Sen's door. Zhang Sen, help me. Zhang Sen. Chapter 36. Tetanus blows towards everyone. Wang Hu laughed heartily. Call louder. It would be best to summon your boyfriend out. Chun Tiantian, trembling, recoiled. W, what do you want from me? What do you think I want? Wang Hu replied, running a hand across her face. His subordinates, eyeing Chun Tiantian, were equally restless. Brother, this girl looks rather appealing. Can we have her after you're done? Yes, brother. All like a turn. Brother, let me be first in line. Wang Hu roared with laughter. All right, Caesar. We have bigger matters to attend to. At his command, his men advanced to capture Chun Tiantian. Terrified, she struggled and cried out, Zhang Sen, save me. Please, save me, Zhang Sen. No, let me go. My boyfriend is very capable. He has killed many people. Wang Hu and his men erupted into laughter. Kill many people? Can he rival our count? Is that so? I relish dealing with tough ones, Wang Hu said. I'm eager to see if your boyfriend can best my brothers. Upon hearing this, Chun Tiantian quickly realized that Wang Hu was a formidable individual, certainly more ruthless than Zhang Senator. Moreover, her boyfriend, that wretched man, had abandoned her in her time of need. She felt a deep-seated loathing for him, understanding that she could not afford to provoke Wang Hu and knowing what men desired. She instantly threw herself at Wang Hu. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. I've actually broken up with the man inside. Since you have taken an interest in me, why not let me stay with you from now on? My useless ex-boyfriend is rich in provisions. Let us seize everything, for only you deserve such fine fare. Then, she leaned closer to Wang Hu and whispered something in his ear. Wang Hu's male ego swelled immensely at that moment. This woman was indeed intriguing and astute. He lifted Chun Tiantian's chin. You're quite something. Chun Tiantian, as if receiving the highest praise, rubbed against Wang Hu's arm. Tell me, what delicacies does your ex-boyfriend have? Wang Hu inquired. Chun Tiantian scoffed lightly. Plenty. Just the other day, he indulged in hot pot and sauerkraut fish. She glared at the door of Zhang Sen's residence, her eyes filled with venom. Since Zhang Sen refused to let her in or share food, he should not expect to eat either. Once he was dead and his supplies seized, she would definitely employ the knowledge she had accumulated over the years to ensnare Wang Hu completely. In doing so, all the provisions would be hers. With someone as formidable as Wang Hu, she was certain to enjoy a prosperous life. She would soon be the woman of a powerful man. With that thought, she redoubled her efforts to pledge her loyalty. By the way, brother, they also have a dog, and it eats steak. Such a life is truly deserving of a valiant man like you, brother. That wretch is nothing but a waste. It would be an utter travesty to bestow upon him such treasures. Hot pot, pickled fish, steak. It seems this fellow indeed hails from a family of abundant resources. Although Wang Hu and his crew have never lacked for sustenance, their meals merely serve to satiate their hunger. The finest dish he has enjoyed these past few days was merely a self-heating hot pot. Yet soon, he shall feast upon steaming hot pot, pickled fish, and steak. Open the door. With a grand gesture, Wang Hu stepped back, embracing Chun Tiantian. Unbeknownst to him, he had already become a target. Open the door. Open the door. Those inside, listen closely. We are the Tiger Gang. If you open the door now, we shall merely take a few supplies. Should we be compelled to resort to violence, your life will be forfeit. After a moment of silence, there was no response. Wang Hu's anger flared. This was nothing short of a hindrance to his legitimate pursuits. Smash the door down, he bellowed. His subordinates swung their steel pipes and hammers, striking with fervor. The resounding echoes reverberated through the hallway. Yet the outer door of Zhang Sen's home merely lost a bit of paint. Someone gasped, what kind of door is this? How can it be so sturdy? Keep smashing. Damn it. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we cannot break down a single door. Inside, Zhang Sen stood atop a chair, spotting Li Yun lurking outside. However, she was clever enough to hide behind a wall. Zhang Sen had little time for her, his gaze fixating on Wang Hu, who was pressed against Chun Tiantian like a conjoined twin. Observing the blissful expression on Chun Tianatian's face, Zhang Sen recalled how, just days ago, she emerged from across the hall, glowing from her daily meals. He was filled with rage at having been deceived by her innocent facade for so many years. Wishing he could deliver himself a few resounding slaps, he aimed his crossbow at Wang Hu's hand. May you all perish. Whoosh! A short arrow flew through the air, piercing Wang Hu's palm and embedding itself deep into Chun Tianatian's chest. The woman's scream and the man's agonized howl echoed in unison. Wang Hu's subordinates turned, shouting in unison, "Brother!" Without hesitation, Zhang Sen discarded the crossbow, switching to a new one, and shot Wang Hu directly in the heart. Wang Hu fell lifelessly. "Run. He has weapons." Only then did Wang Hu's men sense the gravity of the situation, frantically attempting to flee. However, in the narrow hallway, with over 10 burly men jostling for space, escape was a daunting task. Zhang Sen continued to switch crossbows, firing arrow after arrow. He struck 4 more men. Yet none of the shots were lethal. The cramped space and the urgency of time made aiming nearly impossible. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Hitting them was sufficient. After all, those who had been struck would not live long, even if they managed to escape. The arrows had been specially treated, left on the windowsill, and soaked in the damp air, now covered in rust. Today, those who were struck would face the inevitable onset of tetanus. Not one of them would escape. Chapter 37. Lu Hao delivers supplies. The brothers of the Tiger Gang entered with bravado, only to leave in a state of disarray. Ultimately, the leader had instructed that on the 16th floor, 4 of the brothers still bore arrows in their bodies as they departed. They had no desire to continue pillaging Building 9. The residents of Building 9 had narrowly evaded disaster. Some even mused, "Thank goodness for Zhang Sen, otherwise, we would have lost our provisions." Meanwhile, on the 16th floor, the bodies of Wang Hu and Chun Tiantian lay side by side. Wang Hu's hand remained upon Chun Tiantian. Inseparable, they had truly become conjoined twins. Chun Tiantian had merely not yet breathed her last. The arrow had not struck a vital point. She attempted to remove the arrow, but the moment she moved, a wave of excruciating pain surged through her chest. Inside, Zhang Sen stowed away all the crossbows, noticing that no one remained outside. Realizing Chun Tiantian was still alive, he decided to step out and escort her. To be cautious, he patted Satan's head. "Good boy, is there danger outside?" Satan shook his head. Only then did Zhang Sen open the door, bringing Satan with him. "Stay here and alert me of any abnormalities." With that, Zhang Sen approached Chun Tiantian. He crouched down, looking at her with a mocking expression. "Are you comfortable?" Chun Tiantian wept in agony. "Help me, please, darling, save me." Zhang Sen rose, stepping upon the arrow embedded in Wang Hu's hand. "Chun Tiantian, did you ever consider that this day might come when you betrayed me time and again?" Chun Tiantian could feel the arrow gradually piercing through a thick layer of fat, truly entering her body. Sweat poured from her as she cried, "Don't kill me. Zhang Sen, please don't kill me. You still intend to marry me, don't you? Have you forgotten?" Zhang Sen regarded her as a deity might gaze upon an ant. The image of Chun Tiantian nestled in Zhang Heng's embrace before his previous death flashed before his eyes. He pressed harder with his foot. "Chun Tiantian, may you perish." Zhang Sen watched as Chun Tiantian drew her last breath, then extracted the short arrow from Wang Hu's heart for future use. As for the arrow still lodged in Wang Hu's hand, he chose to keep it. After all, Chun Tiantian had a penchant for men. He would gift her one. Upon returning home, Zhang Sen retrieved the previously prepared 3 dishes and a soup from his storage, also providing Satan with 3 pounds of pork. Thus, lunch was simply resolved for both man and beast. After the meal, Zhang Sen drank 2 cups of water from a space spring, while Satan consumed an entire basin. Eager for more, Satan was denied by Zhang Sen, who feared he might grow too large and be mistaken for a mutated beast. Just as Zhang Sen was about to take a nap, a knock echoed at the door once more. Satan crouched at the door, baring his teeth. Zhang Sen approached the door, hearing a voice from outside. Boss, are you there?" Through the surveillance, Zhang Sen observed Lu Hao outside, carrying a backpack and appearing relatively dry. He activated the intercom, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Hearing Zhang Sen's voice, Lu Hao sighed in relief. He had noticed the door had been battered, but remained securely shut. He had heard that the Tiger Gang would not kill if you opened the door and did not resist. Now, upon hearing Zhang Sen's voice, Lu Hao knew his life was no longer at risk, and a heavy weight lifted from his heart. However, he still wished to confirm, "Boss, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Zhang Sen was somewhat perplexed by Lu Hao's intentions, yet for safety's sake, he did not intend to open the door. "As long as you're fine." Lu Hao exhaled. "I saw the Tiger Gang approaching Building 12 and feared for your safety, so I came to check on you." "Check on me?" Zhang Sen was taken aback. What was there to check? Lu Hao continued, "Brother, don't be too disheartened. That group of beasts, Wang Hu and his ilk, wreak havoc in every building they enter. It's small potatoes to lose supplies, but countless lives have been lost. As long as you survive, losing supplies is of little consequence. I still have some left. It's what you bought from me earlier. I saved a portion for myself, and the rest is in my bag. I'll leave it at the door for you to collect in a while." Zhang Sen was utterly stunned. In these times, supplies equated to life. This lad was willing to share with him, and the bulging bag suggested it contained quite a bounty. He could hardly believe that amidst such turmoil, there existed such kindness. What will you do without these supplies? Lu Hao grinned foolishly. No worries, the rain has stopped. Tomorrow, I plan to go with the people from our building to search for supplies. Then I'll bring you some more. Boss, just stay safe at home until the waters recede. Zhang Sen was truly astonished. What was this young man up to? After enduring so many betrayals in his past life, he had long since lost hope in humanity. However, suddenly there appeared an individual who, with unwavering sincerity, not only expressed a willingness to relinquish life-sustaining supplies to him, but also casually mentioned an intention to return with more provisions in the future. Could it be that he was aware of the substantial resources in his possession and had come to curry favor? Unlikely. In front of Lu Hao, the supplies he hoarded would certainly have spoiled long ago in the eyes of any rational person, rendering them inedible. If Lu Hao had intended to seek refuge, he would have done so already. Never mind, he thought. He had no desire to ponder further. He would not accept Lu Hao's resources. Lu Hao, take your supplies back. I still have enough here. You need not concern yourself with me. Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback. Was there truly someone who could escape the clutches of the Tiger Gang? Impossible. Their boss, slender and frail, could never withstand the brutality of those beasts. Surely, the boss was merely trying to spare him worry, not wanting to drag him into trouble, and thus spoke in such a manner to comfort him. The boss had treated him with such kindness, given him so much money, and shared countless delightful meals. Seeing the situation unfold, the boss even bought him additional food. Were it not for the boss, he would have starved long ago. His life was a gift from the boss. The boss was akin to a second parent to him. With this thought, Lu Hao's resolve to become the boss's guardian strengthened. Otherwise, this fragile, dependent figure might be bullied in the future. Boss, you need not put on a brave face or worry about me. I've left the supplies at your door. When the coast is clear, come out and collect them. Lu Hao understood well that, given the current circumstances, no one dared to open their doors casually, so he did not mind Zhang Sen speaking to him through the door. In fact, he felt a sense of joy. At least Zhang Sen knew how to protect himself. After Lu Hao finished speaking, he set down his backpack to leave, but was called back by Zhang Sen. Take the supplies back. I truly have enough. If the supplies were brought by someone else, he would have accepted them. But Lu Hao, who had already shown him kindness in a previous life and now appeared to genuinely care, he could not bring himself to take such advantage. He also wished to minimize his entanglements with anyone. Yet, Lu Hao was resolute in his belief that he was merely putting on a brave front. Boss, do you look down on me? Do you think me poor and unworthy of your friendship? Zhang Sen sighed. Lu Hao, why don't you turn around and take a look? Lu Hao was momentarily confused. Look at what? Upon turning, he was horrified to see two corpses in such a position. Approaching for a closer look, he rushed back to Zhang Sen's door. Boss, is this Wang Hu? Yes. Lu Hao was struck dumb. Did you do this? Yes. My supplies were indeed not stolen. Lu Hao mumbled to himself. No wonder the Tiger Gang members left your building so swiftly. I thought your place was filled with cowards, offering no resistance at all, allowing them to take everything without a fight. I never expected you to have eliminated their leader. Lu Hao beamed. Boss, you are truly incredible. As Lu Hao had been present during the renovations, he was well aware that Zhang Sen had left a firing port on his door. All right, Lu Hao. You should return now. Take your supplies back. You need not worry about me. I can take care of myself. Lu Hao pondered for a moment. In that case, I will leave half of the supplies with you. After all, I brought out everything today. The people in our building will surely get ideas if they see me with supplies, and if I cannot guard them, it will all be for naught. If I find more supplies tomorrow, I will bring some for you. We do not know how long this situation will last. If you have some, you should stock up. As he spoke, Lu Hao began to pull out a pile of food from his bag. He did not take bread or biscuits, but rather instant noodles, sausages, self-heating hot pot, and self-heating rice, items he considered to be quite delectable. Though he claimed it was half, Lu Hao actually took out a significant amount, neatly arranging on the ground. Zhang Sen was too fatigued to argue further. If Lu Hao truly had extra supplies and wanted to give some to himself, he could take them. He would consider it as storing them for him. If there ever came a day when he was starving, he could return them. After Lu Hao placed the food down, he felt a gaze upon him. Turning sharply, he was met by the unsettling sight of two pairs of eyes belonging to the conjoined twins. Damn, that's truly creepy. Lu Hao felt a chill run down his spine. However, leaving the corpses here was not ideal, aside from the stench. There was the potential for disease that could affect his boss. With this in mind, he set down his backpack, approached Wang Hu, and took away the machete from his hand. He then searched his body, finding a dagger, which he took for self-defense purposes. The building had become chaotic, and there were always people eyeing him warily when he stepped outside. Lu Hao dragged the conjoined twins away and tossed them out through the elevator window. Afterward, he noticed that the door of room 1601 was ajar. and seeing the old man lifeless within, he disposed of that body as well. The door to room 1602 was closed, and he chose not to interfere. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, knocked on the door. "Boss, I'm leaving. Remember to come out and get the supplies." With that, Lu Hao strode away. As he entered the stairwell, he closed the fire door and hid behind it, to prevent anyone from stealing the supplies while Zhang Sen was still inside. 5 minutes later, Lu Hao saw Zhang Sen emerge and waved at him, signaling that he was leaving. However, he did not depart but instead moved to a spot out of sight, continuing to keep watch, ensuring no one would ambush Zhang Sr. After waiting a while longer, he peered out and saw that Zhang Sen's door had closed and the supplies were no longer there, which satisfied him enough to leave. Room 1002. Zhang Jianzhen's corpse lay alone on the floor, blood staining the ground beneath him. Yet, no one paid any mind. Zhang Heng leaned weakly against the sofa, wanted to sit down, but lacking the strength. Li Yun was eating a bowl of instant noodles with a sausage floating in it. The spicy aroma filled the room, tormenting Zhang Heng, who had not eaten. Despite Li Yun's previous indifference, he could no longer endure the hunger. He looked at her with pleading eyes. "Mom, I beg you. Could you spare me a bite? I am your son. How can you bear to watch me starve to death?" Li Yun swallowed the noodles and sipped the broth. "When your father was about to sacrifice me, you were quite indifferent, weren't you? Now you remember I'm your mother?" Zhang Heng wept bitterly. "Mom, I truly know I was wrong. You know I've always been timid. How can I not be afraid in such a situation?" I was momentarily paralyzed with fear. "Rest assured, once I recover, I will protect you well." Li Yun regarded him with derision. "Timid? How come you were not timid when you were with that shameless Chun Tiantian? It's all your fault." Suddenly, Li Yun erupted, shouting, "If it were not for you offending Zhang Sen, would our family have fallen to this state? Do you know what kind of life Zhang Sen is living now? How capable he is. He enjoys fine food at home, while we are reduced to this. He even took Wang Hu's life. If only you had been able to control yourself. With Zhang Sen's character, this life would have been ours. With his protection, we would not be suffering so badly. Yet you, this useless fool, ruined everything, and now you are a cripple. You cannot even sit on a sofa. What use is your existence? You might as well die." Zhang Heng detested being compared unfavorably to Zhang Sen throughout his life. Upon hearing such remarks, he momentarily forgot that his sole remaining source of support and hope lay with Li Yun. In a fit of rage, he retorted, "Indeed, I am useless. It was you who brought me into this world and raised me to this point. If Zhang Sen is so capable, why don't you go and be his mother? Now you dare to say I should not have slept with Qin Tiantian? Did you not stop me back then? Was it not you who incessantly whispered in my ear, urging me to surpass Zhang Sen? Did you not proclaim that I would always be the most important, and that I should prioritize my own interests? What is it now? You wish to blame me for neglecting you? Do you even have a right to do so? Silence yourself." Li Yun, seething with fury, lunged at Zhang Heng, shouting, "I am your mother. Do you dare to lecture me?" Overwhelmed with anger, Zhang Heng could no longer feel the pain as he shoved Li Yun aside and continued, "Stop deceiving yourself. Is Zhang Sen truly treating us this way solely because I slept with Qin Tiantian? When you go to my father into seizing uncle's factory, did you not foresee this day? Zhang Sen is doing this on purpose, deliberately inflicting this torment upon us, yet refusing to let me perish. He seeks to exact vengeance on our family, to ensure we suffer agonizingly until our demise. Now look where we are. Father is dead. I am rendered a useless being, and you have succumbed to madness. His objective has been realized. You deserve this, Li Yun. You brought this upon yourself. Do you think you, a woman incapable of even lifting a chicken, can survive in this building once I am gone?" With all his strength, Zhang Heng grasped Li Yun's hand, declaring, "Kill me if you wish. Is that not what you desire?" Li Yun, taken aback by the grotesque fury etched on Zhang Heng's face, stood frozen in fear. "Kill me!" Zhang Heng bellowed. Frightened, Li Yun stumbled back, turning to stagger away, as if losing her sanity, laughing maniacally. "It's my fault. We all deserve this. I urge your father to seize Zhang Sen's family factory. That child was once so dutiful. It is I who have turned his heart cold. Had it not been for me, he would not have abandoned us." Her face streaked with tears, she wallowed in her regret, oblivious to the fact that her son had approached her from behind, a baseball bat raised high in his grasp. With a resounding thud, Li Yun collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with shock. Chapter 39. Put down the items. When Lu Hao returned home, he first returned the inflatable boat he had borrowed. It was the only means of transportation available on the water from building number 5. To procure this boat, he had worn down his tongue, ultimately parting with 5 packs of instant noodles to secure it. Upon entering his home, he was greeted by an excited shout emanating from his room. "Found it! I knew this little brat must have food." There was still food left, but he had not shared any. When he previously left, he had carried a large bag. which undoubtedly contained more provisions. How selfish. After all this time as roommates, he chose to give supplies to others rather than share with us while we starved. Lu Hao sensed trouble and swiftly dashed to the doorway. The wooden door lock had been smashed, and the room lay in disarray. Yi Shouting stood by his bed, clutching 2 bags of instant noodles and a loaf of bread. The couple, Zhou Bai and his girlfriend, held bread and biscuits in their hands. This was the last bit of supplies he had reserved for himself. What are you doing? Lu Hao demanded angrily. Yi Shouting hid the items behind her back, retorting, Lu Hao, you're so selfish. You have food and one tea shared it all. You forced me to resort to selling my body for sustenance. Exactly. I was wondering why you hid away in your room every day. Turns out you've hoarded food. Lu Hao, what is in that bag of yours? Is it all food? That's just not fair. We're starving, and yet you give food to others while neglecting us. Lu Hao's expression grew increasingly cold. Put down my belongings. Why should we? You eat so well every day, and Haven Tea lost a single pound after all this time. What is wrong with helping us out a bit? Exactly. We'll consider a loan, and once we have food, we'll share it with you. Lu Hao, are you still a man? Don't you see how these 2 women are suffering? Fury boiled within Lu Hao, veins protruding from his forehead as he thundered. I'll say this one last time. Put down those items. I'm not putting anything down today. What is it to you? Zhou Bai, having gone 2 days without food, was unwilling to relinquish the sight of food, tearing open the bag and stuffing biscuits into his mouth. If he managed to eat, Lu Hao would have no recourse, and a fight would ensue. The other 2 women followed suit. Lu Hao was utterly enraged. He yanked open his backpack, withdrew a machete, and charged forward. How dare you eat my food? I'll kill you. None of them had anticipated that Lu Hao possessed such a weapon, nor that he would threaten them with it. They screamed in terror, tossing their items aside. He is going to kill us. Here, take it. We don't want it anymore. I'm sorry, Lu Hao, please don't kill me. Seeing them drop their belongings, Lu Hao halted. While he was unafraid of a brawl, he was not one to take a life. His military background instilled in him the principle of not harming innocent civilians. He glared coldly at the trio. Get out. If anyone dares to enter again, I'll kill them. Pale-faced and trembling, the 3 of them scurried out, pressing against the wall as they made their escape. The moment they were outside, they dashed back to their rooms and locked the doors. Lu Hao shut the door, surveying the ransacked supplies, his heart aching. Fortunately, they hadn't tea-consumed much. Zhou Bai had only eaten a few biscuits, while the 2 women had merely taken large bites of bread and instant noodles. Though he felt disgusted, there was no time to be picky about saliva at this point. He finished the biscuits, took a couple of bites of bread, and set aside the remaining items for dinner. After organizing the supplies, he glanced at the door, now beyond repair. After today's chaos, he understood that he had become a target. It was highly likely that they might attempt to confront him while he slept at night. He had come to grasp why his boss had advised him so sternly to keep his provisions a secret. There was no use dwelling on what had already transpired. He moved his cabinet and desk to barricade the door. He resolved that moving forward, he would have to sleep clutching the knife. Outside, Yi Shouting, hearing the silence, cautiously emerged. After the rain ceased, temperatures had risen again, now exceeding 30 degrees outside. The water levels had receded somewhat, now down to the 7th floor. Had it not been for the ruckus caused by the Tiger Gang, Zhang Sen would have ventured out yesterday. Satan, remembering the promise made to take him out once the rain stopped, had been making a fuss since yesterday afternoon, even resorting to a hunger strike. Zhang Sen was not one to indulge him, giving him a stern warning. Brat, do you even know how to swim? The water is deep outside. If you drown, all my efforts in raising you would be in vain. Feeling wronged, Satan hung his head. Stay home and guard the house. If you behave, I'll reward you with a treat. I assure you, in no more than 20 days, the water will be gone. And I'll take you out to play every day. Hope ignited in Satan's eyes as he lowered his head, nudging against Zhang Sen's palm. Recognizing how cooped up Satan had been, Zhang Sen added, all right, it's settled. When I return, I'll take you for a stroll on the roof. Upon hearing this, Satan perked up, whining joyfully for quite some time. Zhang Sen left him 2 meals worth of food and generously filled a large basin with fresh water before finally stepping out. Chapter 40. The Boss of the Assault Boat. Before departing, Zhang Sen checked the surveillance footage to assess the situation outside, just in time to spot Lu Hao sprinting towards him, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. A frown creased Zhang Sen's brow. What business did the lad have now? He refrained from hastily opening the door, instead peering through the peephole to observe Lu Hao removing his backpack and unloading its contents onto the ground in an orderly fashion. Only then did he knock on the door, calling out, "Boss, are you awake?" After a brief pause, Zhang Sen inquired, "What is the matter?" "I found a plethora of supplies, and I'm giving you half. There are others waiting for me below, so I must leave. Hurry, and come collect them before someone else snatches them away." Lu Hao exclaimed, not pausing for a response as he quickly hid behind the fire exit. Zhang Sen sighed. Waiting a moment before finally opening the door, Lu Hao swiftly departed. Zhang Sen's gaze fell upon the array of food items strewn across the ground. It was evident they were the same provisions he had purchased at the supermarket prior to the storm. This boy is rather foolish, he mused. He lies without even a semblance of preparation. Who returns with supplies so early in the morning? Zhang Sen, unwilling to meddle in trivialities, tossed the food inside before stepping onto the balcony for a look outside. Indeed, he spotted Lu Hao, backpack in tow, seated on a kayak. The kayak held 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, with Lu Hao and another man rowing. Their course was directed towards the outskirts of the community. Glancing again at the food on the ground, Zhang Sen noted that, apart from the identical items delivered the previous day, there were some biscuits and bread. Contemplating momentarily, he speculated that Lu Hao must have encountered some trouble. The most plausible scenario was that after delivering supplies to Zhang Sen the day before, someone had discovered him and his provisions, putting him under scrutiny. Fearing for the safety of his own supplies, he decided to offload everything onto Zhang Senator with another sigh. Zhang Sen dismissed these troublesome thoughts, gathered the supplies into his spatial storage, and ventured out. News of his recent victory over the Tiger Gang's leader had spread like wildfire. Even those who had not witnessed it firsthand understood his formidable prowess. Especially after seeing the remnants of the Tiger Gang fleeing in disarray, some even bearing arrows in their bodies. Some individuals, eager to gain his favor, approached him with sycophantic smiles. Brother Sun, off to gather supplies? Need a hand? I can assist, and you can keep all the goods. I only require a small share. Zhang Sen brandished a sharp glare scram. The man hastily retreated. From that point onward, no one dared to engage him. Each person who caught sight of him promptly stepped aside, avoiding even a glance. Thus, Zhang Sen made his way unimpeded to the 7th floor. In recent days, others had also ventured out for supplies, resulting in shattered windows in several apartments on that floor. Selecting one at random, Zhang Sen retrieved his inflatable boat from his backpack and began to inflate it. Emerging from Building 9, he was greeted by the long-missed warmth of sunlight. He lifted his gaze, noting that the sun was obscured by clouds, no longer blazing as it once had. The entire sky appeared shrouded in a gray haze. Yet, even this subdued sunlight would soon become a luxury in the days to come. With a sigh, he activated the engine. The inflatable boat sped away, capturing the attention of a group of manual rowers. As Lu Hao was rowing, he heard the sound of an engine and turned to see the imposing figure of Zhang Sen in his inflatable boat. Truly impressive. How could he possess such a contraption? Hey, Lu Hao, what are you doing? Yi Shouting suddenly shrieked. Can you even row? You splashed water all over me. Lu Jie shot her a glare. Want to take over? Yi Shouting rolled her eyes at Lu Hao. I'm a woman. How could I have the strength for such labor? This kayak belonged to old Chow. Initially, they had agreed that the 4 robust men would go out for supplies. Yet when they set out today, Yi Shouting insisted she had made arrangements with old Chow to join them, even bringing Zhou Bai along, which resulted in the substitution of one of their original members. At first, Lu Hao was baffled by the need to include Yi Shouting, who seemed more of a hindrance, and that frail roommate of his. However, upon witnessing old Chow's hands nearly wandering under Yi Xiaoting's clothing, it all became clear. Old Chow had succumbed to her charms. He felt an immense relief at having rejected her when she had knocked on their door in her pajamas, fearing exposure of his supplies. Otherwise, witnessing her slumbering away now would have been utterly disconcerting. His first time could not be wasted on such a woman. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen piloted his inflatable boat straight toward the largest commercial district in the southern part of the city. This area boasted several shopping malls and a few gold shops. Drawing from his previous experiences, he had developed a preference for shopping malls when searching for gold. After all, gold shops were concentrated within malls, and their entrances were relatively easy to access. Upon reaching the first mall, he noticed a throng of people gathered outside, likely the original residents from nearby communities. Concerned that the crowd might take notice of his inflatable boat, he disembarked at a safe distance, stowing the engine away in his spatial storage. The inflatable boat transformed into an ordinary kayak as he paddled alone toward the mall, following the direction of the wind. He arrived at the mall in just over 10 minutes. The southern city was elevated, and thus the mall structure was taller than residential buildings. The water level inside had already submerged the 2nd floor. Zhang Sen navigated to a secluded corner, stowed the kayak in his spatial storage to avoid the hassle of inflating it again later. Most individuals venturing out for supplies were primarily in search of food. The mall's 5th floor housed a food court, featuring a variety of trendy eateries, and even a small supermarket. Consequently, the 3rd floor was less frequented, serving primarily as a landing area for those disembarking. Quickly locating an unoccupied corner, Zhang Sen changed into a diving suit. To avoid raising suspicions, he deliberately hung a backpack on himself, ensuring others would not suspect that his outing was merely for recreational diving. Once equipped, he stepped out and nimbly leaped into the water. Chapter 41. Why are you back so soon? A few groups of people who had just come ashore were startled upon seeing Zhang Senator. What the heck? A diving suit. This guy is equipped to the nines. Is he out of his mind? The food is above. What is he doing down there? Fishing? Or collecting laundry? I heard there's a Walmart on the basement level. Goodness, he has struck gold. If only we had diving suits too. The crowd above animatedly debated. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen had already arrived at the entrance of a gold shop. The shop's doors were secured with chains, but for Zhang Sen, this was merely child's play. He retrieved a large pair of bolt cutters from his spatial storage and effortlessly severed the chains. His relentless weight training combined with daily consumption of spatial spring water had significantly enhanced his physical prowess, and he felt considerably stronger. In his estimation, his current stamina and speed could rival those of first-tier physical ability users from his past life. After prying open the gold shop's door, Zhang Sen swam inside. To save time, he gathered everything from the display counters in one sweep. No longer did he need to touch items to store them. As long as they were within the same spatial realm and within a meter of his line of sight, he could collect them at will. Within moments, the gold shop was stripped bare, save for the water. Once he finished, he hurried to the next shop, collecting from 3 in total before taking a 10-minute break and then diving again. An hour later, he resurfaced, having found not a single gram of gold left in that mall. After changing out of his diving suit, he dragged the kayak out. Just as he emerged, he spotted a group of individuals rushing towards him, armed with various metal rods. Zhang Sen's expression hardened. He recognized their intentions as confrontational. This would be an opportune moment to test his newfound strength. There were 6 of them, each carrying a backpack, albeit not fully packed. The leader was a burly man with a buzz cut, clad in a tank top and shorts, his arms and one leg adorned with tattoos. A scar adorned his shoulder, suggesting he had once been a petty thug before the apocalypse. "Brother, could I borrow your diving suit?" the thug inquired. "No," Zhang Sen declined curtly. This thug was a notorious figure within his own district, feared by many, yet none had ever dared to address him so boldly. A sinister smile crept across his face. "Brother, while I'm still speaking kindly, you'd better comply. We only want your diving suit now. Soon enough, it will be your life we demand." Zhang Sen, eager to reach the next shopping mall, dismissed them with a wave, thinking if they want my stuff, they can come get it themselves. The thug glanced at his cronies. Since this guy was so ungrateful, it was time to teach him a lesson. Attack together. At once, 6 men brandished their weapons and charged forward. Observing their movements, Zhang Sen felt as if time had accelerated 5-fold, proof that his recent rigorous training had not been in vain. He shook his head with a light sigh. Too slow. Looks like today's chance to test my skills will have to wait. As the thug's steel pipe swung toward him, Zhang Sen spun gracefully, plunging one of his cookery knives into the man's chest from behind. The thug froze, eyes wide with disbelief. "How are you so fast?" Zhang Sen's gaze darkened with lethal intent. "Fast, my ass. I'm slow as hell." Withdrawing the blade, he simultaneously drove the second cookery through another attacker's chest. Blood sprayed as both men collapsed with a thud. The remaining 4 finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This was no weakling with no fighting spirit. Such ruthless efficiency was beyond their capacity to provoke. Attempting to flee, they were swiftly cut down by Zhang Sen's lightning-fast strikes, 1 man per knife. Witnessing the scene from above, many were stunned by Zhang Sen's prowess. Earlier, some had contemplated robbing him, aiming for his kayak, diving suit, or salvage supplies. Yet none dared act, convinced they could not match the crook-cut thug. Now, they were profoundly grateful for their cowardice, having narrowly escaped disaster. Turning back, Zhang Sen passed the fallen thug and bent down to snatch the gold necklace from his neck, slipping it into his pocket. Though trivial compared to the treasure he had just stashed away, every bit counted. Even ants have meat, after all. Holding the gold tightly, he tossed it into his spatial pocket. Ordinarily, the space would signal an alert, but silence persisted. A sinking feeling crept over him as he extracted the necklace for closer inspection. Damn, it was brass. Surely the space wouldn't team mistake counterfeit for genuine gold? What rotten luck. He flung the necklace far away in frustration. Leaving them all behind, Zhang Sen proceeded directly to the next one. The shopping centers in this area were conveniently close. Foregoing the engine, he paddled the boat with steady strokes. After raiding 5 gold shops, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Seeking refuge in a quiet corner inside a mall, he retrieved the specially prepared spatial spring water and drank 2 cups in quick succession, restoring his vitality. He then retrieved several supermarket sandwiches from his spatial pocket, satiated his hunger, and pressed onward. The gold shops were clustered along the main street, a place rarely frequented by survivors scavenging for supplies, who mostly targeted the malls. Unconcerned, Zhang Sen engaged the engine and roared toward the gold shop district. This street boasted 7 gold shops, each significantly larger than those inside malls. Upon arrival, Zhang Sen disembarked at a low-rise building close to the water's edge, changed into his diving suit, and submerged. The vast size of these shops required him to resurface for rest after clearing each one, to swiftly replenish his energy and spirit. He drank a cup of spatial spring water during each break. By the time he reached the last shop, his stamina waned noticeably. Yet this final establishment was the largest gold shop in Nanyang. To abandon it now would mean returning tomorrow, a troublesome prospect. He had meticulously planned his days and was loath to disrupt his schedule. After consuming 2 more cups of spring water, he dove again. This time, the task was markedly more arduous. The shop's reinforced door demanded multiple strikes to break through. Once inside, Zhang Sen wasted no time, depositing every counter display into his spatial pocket, even the massive gold ornaments at the entrance. It took over 10 minutes to clear the entire shop. As he emerged and prepared to head upstream, a sudden cramp seized his left leg. Chapter 42, Never Owe Anyone a Favor. The excruciating pain threw Zhang Sen into a panic. He struggled, but the more he fought, the deeper he sank. His air regulator nearly slipped off, but he managed to catch it just in time, averting the need to inhale the foul, contaminated water. Damn it! Is this how I'm going to die? Zhang Sen refused to accept such a fate. His apocalyptic journey had barely begun. He quickly composed himself. Fortunately, a tree lay nearby, enduring the agony. He grasped its trunk and climbed upward, eventually breaking the water's surface. Perched on a branch, he removed his oxygen mask and gulped in fresh air. That was too close. Nearly wasted my second chance at life. Zhang Sen spent half an hour stretching on the branch until the cramp subsided. As dusk approached and his strength partially returned, he dared not delay. Standing on the branch, he changed out of his diving suit. His body reeked. So he retrieved water from his spatial pocket to rinse off briefly before donning the clothes he wore before setting out. He then fetched his assault boat. Finally, he was ready to return home. Perhaps shaken by his near-death experience, Zhang Sen's eagerness to return surpassed his previous urgency. Half an hour later, the buildings of Yiyuan came into view. Floating atop the water were numerous bizarrely shaped vessels belonging to other scavengers. Some cast envious glances his way, others bitter with jealousy. None of this disturbed him. Even if they wished to attack, none could match his speed. With only 500 meters left to Yiyuan, Zhang Sen switched off his engine to avoid drawing attention and potential ambush. Just then, a furious shout pierced the air. Damn it, I'm coming for you. The voice sounded familiar. Zhang Sen turned to see Lu Hao, clutching a backpack in one hand and wildly swinging a knife with the other. Zhou Bai, what are you waiting for? Yi shouting shrieked sharply. Zhou Bai brandished a boat paddle, its length surpassing that of a knife, poised to strike Lu Hao. Lu Hao abandoned his backpack, grasping the paddle to pull Zhou Bai closer for a slash. Unnoticed by him, a middle-aged man behind quietly seized another paddle and shoved Lu Hao overboard. Floundering briefly, Lu Hao steadied himself in the water, brandishing his knife toward the kayak. Damn it, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Yi shouting panicked, snatching a paddle and wildly striking Lu Hao's head. A blow drew blood, and soon after, Lu Hao's knife was knocked away. Exhausted from a day of scavenging and paddling, Lu Hao's strength faltered, and he began to sink. Watching this unfold from nearby, Zhang Sen finally understood how Lu Hao had met his demise in their previous life. Memories of Lu Hao taking a blow for him, and the supplies he delivered over recent days weighed heavily on Zhang Sen's mind. He sighed deeply. Damn it, I really shouldn't owe anyone favors. Reigniting his assault boat's engine, Zhang Sen surged forward at high speed toward Lu Hao. Yi Xiaotong gazed blankly at the swiftly approaching assault boat, bewildered. Who was this person? Zhou Bai's mind raced, fearing the boat might overturn them. Move quickly, move quickly. Seeing Lu Hao's head submerged several times, Zhang Sen finally arrived. He grasped Lu Hao firmly, hoisting him aboard the assault boat. Zhang Sen promptly shut off the engine, and Lu Hao gasped for breath, struggling for several moments before regaining composure. His eyes then fell upon Zhang Sen, leisurely chewing gum at the stern. Only then did he realize that the revered assault boat expert he admired was, in fact, his own employer. Boss, what are you doing here? Passing by, Zhang Sen replied, winking toward Yi shouting. What's going on? Lu Hao glanced over. Damn it, these beasts. I spent the whole day scavenging supplies with them. And they not only tried to steal from me, but even attempted to kill me. When I get back tonight, I'll make sure they pay. You plan to kill them? Absolutely. I shouldn't have been so soft when I caught them stealing my food last night. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment. Since the matter was already in hand, why not go all the way? Want to kill them now? Now. Lu Hao was momentarily stunned. Then a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. All right, now it is. Boss, lend me a knife. Zhang Sen chuckled softly, reaching into his backpack, retrieving a crossbow from his space storage, and aimed it at Lao Chao's assault boat. Yi shouting, noticing the situation, screamed in terror. Ah, what are you doing? Expressionless, Zhang Sen pulled the trigger. The arrow sliced through the air, piercing the kayak. The kayak visibly deflated, and the 4 occupants cried out desperately for help. Yet within half a minute, all had plunged into the water. Though all 4 could swim, terror had gripped them, and amidst the filthy water, they frantically swam forward, fearing Lu Hao's pursuit. At that moment, each was overwhelmed with regret, especially the 3 men on board. Damn it, they cursed themselves for ever sleeping with Yi shouting. That cursed woman who had seduced them all last night. Zhang Sen restarted the assault boat's engine and gave chase. Reaching the struggling 4, he tossed a straight blade at Lu Hao's feet. Go ahead. Lu Hao hesitated for a moment, staring at the blade. Zhang Sen discerned his inexperience with killing. But in this apocalyptic world, survival demanded ruthlessness. He said nothing, silently awaiting Lu Hao's decision. If Lu Hao chose to relent, Zhang Sen would respect his choice. Yet Lu Hao, fearing an early demise like in his past life, surprised himself by picking up the blade after only a few moments of hesitation. Damn it. Today I'm going to kill them all. Lu Hao headed toward Yi shouting, pointing at her. Boss, steer closer. I want to kill this wretched woman first. The 4 were close to the assault boat. Zhang Sen adjusted course, soon arriving beside Yi shouting. Her eyes filled with terror. No, Lu Hao, please don't kill me. Fury blazed in Lu Hao's eyes. This wretch. Now she begged for mercy. Yet moments ago, she had wished him dead. Lu Hao slashed at Yi shouting. She failed to dive in time, screaming as blood instantly stained the water crimson. Lu Hao plunged his blade into her chest again, and she died instantly. Looking up, Lu Hao saw Zhou Bai. Boss, the next one is his. Zhou Bai and the other 2 were nearby. Zhang Sen steered the boat toward them. The 3 begged incessantly. Brother Hao, don't kill me, I beg you. Huzzy, it was that wretched Yi shouting who corrupted me. She made me help her. Brother Hao, please spare me. I'll work as hard as an ox or horse to repay you. Lu Hao regarded them coldly. The blood-red sunset cast its ominous glow upon him as he stood in the assault boat like the Grim Reaper, raising his blade. Chapter 43. May I move in with you? Lu Hao had gained experience in killing, knowing precisely how to take a life with a single stroke. Despite their frantic dives and surfacing, none escaped his pursuit. In moments, the water nearby was stained with blood. Expressionless, Lu Hao retrieved the 4 floating backpacks, placed them aboard the assault boat, and returned the knife to Zhang Senator. Thank you, boss. Could you please help me chase that other boat? The supplies I scavenged earlier are still there. Zhang Sen did not refuse. Soon, Lu Hao reclaimed his share of the supplies. Still got the strength? Zhang Sen inquired. Lu Hao nodded. Zhang Sen turned off the engine and tossed him an oar. Row, I'll take you back. Without questioning why the engine was off, Lu Hao silently accepted the oar and began paddling. His mind was chaotic. This was his first time killing someone, yet he knew he had done no wrong. Those people deserved death. He should have killed them last night. Otherwise, today's near-death experience would have happened. Without the boss, he would surely be dead. Alas, another life debt owed to his employer. No matter how hard he worked, it could not repay this debt. Lost in thought, the assault boat reached the entrance of Building 5. Lu Hao donned his backpack, leaving the remaining 4 aboard. Boss, you saved my life again today. These supplies are yours as a token of gratitude. Zhang Sen nodded, not refusing. If he declined, Lu Hao might not survive. Moreover, compared to selfless aid, he preferred this purely transactional relationship. After all, he understood the principle well. Favors can breed enmity. After disembarking, Lu Hao hesitated, eyes flickering as he looked at Zhang Sen, who was about to leave. Boss, Lu Hao called out awkwardly, may I move in with you? Zhang Sen frowned, instinctively about to refuse. Lu Hao hurried on, don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to take advantage. I just want to live across the hall at 1601. Rest assured, I'll handle my own supplies and won't trouble you. If you need anything, just order me around. Once the flood recedes and society normalizes, I'll move out immediately. If anyone causes you trouble, I'll deal with them. Zhang Sen was silent for a moment. The apartment at 1601 wasn't his. Frankly, he couldn't stop Lu Hao from moving in. The residents of Building 9 all feared him and dared not approach. But when extreme cold came, and faced with life or death choices, they would surely move up with resolve. Compared to those people, Lu Hao was preferable. Still, Zhang Sen did not fully trust him, only acknowledging he was slightly better than the rest. Most importantly, the incident of Lu Hao cramping underwater and nearly drowning reminded him. Diving alone was too perilous. He needed a companion above water to pull him out instantly if anything happened. He did not wish to bind himself too tightly to Lu Hao, so he merely said, 1601 ISNT my place. If you want to live there, suit yourself. Lu Hao, thinking he would be rejected, was surprised when Zhang Sen agreed. Overjoyed, he thanked him profusely. Zhang Sen waved him off and rowed the assault boat away. Lu Hao hurried inside to pack. Upon entering, He immediately saw Zhou Bai's girlfriend rush out of a room. Startled, she exclaimed, "Why is it you?" Lu Hao instantly understood she knew about Zhou Bai and Yi's shouting as plot to kill him. He sneered, "Why can't it be me? I'm alive." Disappointed? "W, what are you saying? I don't understand at all." The woman forced a smile. "Where is Zhou Bai? Is he behind you? Did your scavenging go well today?" "He is not coming back. Neither is Yi," shouting. The woman's complexion changed dramatically. "What does this mean? Did you kill them? They all wanted me dead. Is it not justifiable that I killed them instead?" Lu Hao cast his backpack to the ground and approached the woman. Sensing the impending danger, she stepped back in fear. "What do you want?" "Lu Hao, please, do not harm me." Determination filled Lu Hao's eyes. If there was one thing he had learned from Yi shouting and Zhou Bai, it was that one must never show weakness. It was precisely because he had shown leniency that he had nearly lost his own life. He drew a dagger from behind and thrust it fiercely into the woman's abdomen, pulling it out only to stab again. After several repetitions, the woman collapsed to the ground, lifeless. As Zhang Sen opened the door to his home, Satan lunged at him, exhausted from the day. He was startled to see the now larger Satan and swiftly swatted it aside. "Get lost. Don't you have any idea of your own weight?" Satan, momentarily stunned by the blow, lay on the ground, looking up at him with a pitiful expression, shivering as if crying like a child. "Dad, do you not love me anymore? Is there another leopard out there?" A wave of guilt washed over Zhang Sen, and he crouched down to pat his head. "It's not that I disdain you. I've been out all day and soaked in water for so long. I must smell. Just let me take a shower, and then I'll take you out to play." Hearing this, Satan immediately perked up, wagging its tail as it saw Zhang Sen off. In that moment, Zhang Sen realized that having such a companion in this apocalyptic world had its advantages. At least he would not succumb to madness from loneliness. However, he had previously learned that the lifespan of a jaguar was only about 22 years. Now, he could only hope that Satan might undergo a mutation, allowing it to live longer, ideally until it could see him off. After bathing, Zhang Sen's consciousness sank into the space and began using gold to upgrade it. Unlike before, when he had experimented to find out how much gold was needed for the upgrade, this time he allowed the space to absorb all the gold at once. Ding! Gold detected. Would you like to use it for an upgrade? Zhang Sen replied eagerly, "Upgrade." The heaps of gold instantly transformed into a golden light, striking against the white mist, which receded slightly. The sound of flowing water grew louder, and Zhang Sen observed that the water flow had increased more than double compared to before. The distant mountains also became clearer, a lush green emerging faintly before his eyes. Within just a few minutes, the spring, which had previously been half full, was now brimming. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for unlocking an everlasting spring of water. The spatial spring water aids in enhancing both physical strength and mental fortitude. Zhang Sen had already discerned these effects through experiments with himself and Satan. However, the fact that it was everlasting still surprised him. After all, with such substantial benefits, it would be a pity if it were not renewable. Shifting his focus from the spring water, Zhang Sen turned his attention to a small patch of land beside it. Though not large, it was entirely covered in green grass, with a few wildflowers scattered among it. He probed with his consciousness and found that they were indeed real flowers and grass. He could feel the vibrant life force emanating from these plants, suggesting that the space had greater potential for nurturing living things. He glanced at Satan, contemplating whether to let it try the grass. Chapter 44. Personally silencing Zhang Heng. He reconsidered. No, Satan was too important to him. If he were to inadvertently harm it, the loss would be irreparable. Perhaps he could find luck later and discover a living creature or locate someone deserving of their fate. A particular individual suddenly crossed his mind. A few minutes later, Zhang Sen entered through the door of room 1001. Inside the living room, a pile of firewood was burning, with an adjacent stack of unburnt wood clearly taken from various pieces of furniture. Zhang Heng lay on the sofa, his gaze vacant, unaware of Zhang Sen's arrival. Observing his feebly rising chest, Zhang Sen smirked slightly. His life was indeed resilient. Despite such severe injuries, he had managed to survive until now. The room was filled with a foul odor, the stench of decaying bodies. Zhang Sen scanned his surroundings and discovered 2 corpses in the dining area, swarmed by flies. One corpse was merely a head, still clinging to some remnants of flesh on its skeletal frame. It was Li Yun. As for Zhang Jianzhen's body, although it had begun to rot, flesh still remained. It seemed that this was the reason Zhang Heng had managed to endure until now. To survive, he had resorted to consuming the flesh of his own parents. What a ruthless individual. Zhang Sen prodded Zhang Heng with a long knife in his hand. "Wake up." Only then did Zhang Heng open his eyes. Upon seeing Zhang Sen, he thought he was hallucinating. "Brother?" Zhang Sen, observing his brother who resembled neither man nor ghost, recalled the wrongs he had suffered at his hands in a past life, and felt no sympathy or compassion, only hatred. Coldly, he remarked, You certainly have a hard life, surviving against all odds. It was then that Zhang Heng regained his senses and struggled to rise, kneeling before Zhang's senator brother. Please give me something to eat. I'm so hungry. I'm sorry for everything I did wrong. I apologize. Please save me. Just give me something to eat. You have food right here. Zhang Sen pointed to the bodies of Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun. How does your mother's flesh taste? Zhang Heng burst into tears. It's not good, brother. Not good at all. Brother, I didn't mean to betray you. My parents led me astray. They were jealous of uncle and aunt, insisting that I must be better than you at all costs, which is why I made mistakes. Zhang Sen scoffed at this explanation, instead pointing at the two corpses in the dining room. Did you kill them both? Zhang Heng shook his head. No, I only killed my mother. My father was killed by my mother. Zhang Sen laughed. This family, without his protection, had indeed failed to meet his expectations, killing each other off completely. Seeing Zhang Sen smile, Zhang Heng assumed he was secretly pleased and hurriedly said, Brother, I avenged you. It was all my mother's doing, instigating my father to bankrupt Uncle's company. It was all her fault. I've avenged you. As he spoke, he crawled to Zhang Sen's feet. Brother, please, for the sake of our childhood together, have pity on me and give me something to eat. Zhang Sen kicked Zhang Heng away, coldly regarding him. Zhang Heng, I have long told you that I do not have a brother like you. With that, Zhang Sen said no more and with a thought, absorbed Zhang Heng into the space. In the previous moment, Zhang Heng was still in the foul-smelling, dim, and chilly room. In the next, he found himself on a grassy meadow filled with the fragrance of fresh grass. He was stunned, looking around and spotting the spring water behind him, quickly rising to drink from it. Zhang Sen, of course, would not allow him to taint his spatial spring water and, using his consciousness, trapped him in place, rendering him immobile. Brother, Zhang Heng panicked, continuously tapping at the invisible wall of air before him. Brother, where is this? Is it you? Did you bring me here? Zhang Sen observed Zhang Heng breathing freely inside, mirroring the same movements as outside, and felt a surge of joy. As he had suspected, the space could indeed sustain living things. After sufficient experimentation, Zhang Sen decided not to let Zhang Heng continue to pollute his space. Zhang Heng returned home, only to see Zhang Sen smiling broadly, and his heart sank. Trembling, he asked, Why am I back? Did you bring me to that place? Where was it? How was it? Was the scenery nice? Surely, it was much more comfortable than your home. Zhang Heng's face was one of terror. You're not my brother. You're not human. Who are you? Go to hell. Zhang Sen smiled slightly, raising the knife in his hand, and swiftly severed Zhang Heng's head. Then, his gaze swept over the three corpses on the ground, yet he felt no thrill of revenge, only an overwhelming sense of sorrow and lament. This was the person he had been closest to in this world, and also the one he loathed the most. They, along with Chun Tiantian, have all vanished from this world. If they were to know after death the reasons behind their current predicament, would they harbor regrets? Zhang Sen was uncertain and no longer concerned. The past was now a closed chapter. After attending to the most pressing matters, Zhang Sen returned home, ready to fulfill his promise to Satan. Fool, come on, let's go have some fun. Satan, already brimming with impatience, hurried over and nudged his head against Zhang Sen's face. Stop. Zhang Sen pushed him away. He could have easily placed Satan in his spatial realm and brought him to the rooftop, but the current operational range of that space was too limited. Moreover, he intended to take Satan out eventually, so it was prudent to allow him to acclimate beforehand. Zhang Sen began explaining the rules for their outing to Satan. First, no barking in public. Second, he must absolutely obey Zhang Sen's commands, following his every instruction. Third, until Zhang Sen spoke, Satan was forbidden from approaching or biting anyone. Satan, unable to contain his excitement about going out, reached the door and looked back at Zhang Sen, softly urging him, Hurry up, stop dawdling, you're going to suffocate the leopard. The building where Zhang Sen resided had 18 floors. Both the 17th and 18th floors were occupied. Ignoring the residents, Zhang Sen gripped a straight knife in one hand while holding Satan's leash with the other, making their way to the stairs. Despite Satan's reluctance, Zhang Sen secured a leash around him before stepping outside, promising to remove it once they reached the rooftop. The leash was merely a precaution to keep Satan away from crowds, preventing anyone from realizing that he was a leopard, which could incite panic and pose a risk to Satan. If Satan were to become agitated and unleash his ferocity, it would be difficult for Zhang Sen to manage. While he was indifferent to the lives of others, he was not so twisted as to derive pleasure from the death of strangers. After all, he was not a psychopath. Satan had grown to over 80 centimeters in height, his body a deep black, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern golden patterns hidden within his dark fur. However, with the night so dark, as long as Satan remained silent, anyone who saw him would likely mistake him for a large dog. Indeed, the residents in the corridor initially focused their gazes on the straight knife in Zhang Sen's hand before taking notice of Satan. Their eyes reflected little fear. Rather, there was envy and desire. Damn, it's frustrating how some people seem to have it all. They struggled daily for warmth and food, yet this individual had a dog. And not just any dog. This one was well-fed and robust, a clear sign of good care. They hadn't had meat in ages, and their mouths watered incessantly at the sight. In their eyes, Satan was akin to a steaming pot of dog meat hot pot. Chapter 45, I do not need friends. Zhang Sen maintained a cold demeanor, his gaze laced with menace, which deterred anyone from approaching him. The crowd instinctively huddled together, wary of obstructing his path. Unimpeded, Zhang Sen led Satan to the rooftop, where he retrieved a steel pipe from his spatial realm, inserting it to lock the door securely. He then cautioned Satan not to get too carried away and to refrain from making noise. Satan eagerly nodded, understanding. Only then did Zhang Sen unfasten the leash around Satan's neck, granting him freedom to play. The rooftop was considerably spacious, allowing Satan to sprint joyfully. Zhang Sen settled onto a lounge chair, gazing at the moon hanging in the night sky. Unlike before, the moon was not yellow but instead radiated a beguiling red hue. Before long, Satan grew bored, idly pawing at the small stones on the ground. Zhang Sen felt a pang of sympathy. Well, since they had made the effort to come out, he might as well play with him. Retrieving a frisbee from his spatial realm, he threw it, calling, Satan, fetch. Satan's ears perked up at the sight of the frisbee soaring through the air, and he leaped to catch it, returning triumphantly. Zhang Sen stood and threw it again. Satan's demeanor brightened visibly. After some time, Zhang Sen decided to increase the challenge, frequently tossing the frisbee just as Satan leaped to catch it, retracting it into his spatial realm to confuse him momentarily before releasing it again. This exercise not only honed Satan's reflexes, but also practiced his control over spatial abilities. The man and the leopard engaged in this playful pursuit for over 2 hours. Upon returning to the entrance of Unit 1602, Zhang Sen heard some commotion coming from the adjacent Unit 1601. Had Lu Hao moved in? That kid was surprisingly swift. Zhang Sen chose not to greet him and opened his own door. Just as he swung the first door open, he heard the sound of the opposite door opening, followed by a loud shout. Who is there? Get the hell out. Zhang Sen turned to see a figure standing in the shadows, wielding a machete. With a mere thought, a handgun materialized in his hand, and he heard Lu Hao's puzzled voice, Boss? Zhang Sen let out a sigh. This kid, always so jumpy. He stashed the gun back into his spatial realm and illuminated Lu Hao's face with a flashlight. You moved in? Lu Hao squinted, raising his hand to shield himself from the light. Boss, it's you. You startled me. I thought someone was trying to break into your place in the middle of the night. Zhang Sen nodded. The kid was quite vigilant, but it was unnecessary. Lu Hao, there are a few things I need to clarify with you. Boss, go ahead, Lu Hao replied. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment, noting that Satan was still at his feet. He opened the second door. Satan, you go in first. It was then that Lu Hao noticed Satan and exclaimed, What the heck, boss, you have a dog. Satan silently stepped inside. Zhang Sen had no intention of continuing this topic with him, leaving the door slightly ajar to allow for a quick retreat if necessary. He also directed the flashlight beam to Lu Hao's feet, remaining cautious. Should Lu Hao make any sudden moves, Zhang Sen would act decisively. Lu Hao, let us be clear. I agreed to your moving into 1601, but this apartment is not mine. If you or anyone else wishes to move in, that's not my concern. I understand, boss, you can rest assured I won tea. Let me finish, Zhang Sen interrupted, continuing, I'm not a good person. Don't expect that just because you live across from me. We'll look out for each other. I don't need anyone's care, nor will I offer mine. Lu Hao had never intended to ask Zhang Sen for anything. He simply wanted to escape building number 5, given that Zhang Sen had helped him so much. He had long considered him a close friend and wished to reciprocate in some small way, even if it meant just standing guard at his door and assisting with trivial matters. However, upon hearing Zhang Sen's cold and indifferent words, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, as he reflected on their harsh reality, living was already challenging enough. If he were stronger, he would want to drag anyone down. Zhang Sen's stance was understandable. Moreover, without Zhang Sen's intervention, he might have perished long ago. With that thought, he quickly found peace with the situation. However, he remained silent, sensing that Zhang Sen was not yet finished. Indeed, Zhang Sen spoke again. Lu Hao, we are not friends, and I do not require friends. My intervention to save you today was solely out of gratitude for the 2 times you brought me supplies. I do not like owing anyone a favor. You need not bring me supplies anymore. Just take care of yourself. If I need you in the future, I will seek you out and compensate you accordingly, just as it was before the apocalypse. Likewise, I will expect compensation for any assistance I provide you. Lastly, and most importantly, I value my peace and quiet. Unless necessary, do not disturb me. With that, Zhang Sen pushed the door open and stepped inside. Boss, Lu Hao suddenly called out. Zhang Sen halted his action of closing the door, turning back to look at Lu Hao. Lu Hao struggled for a moment and said, I have memorized your words and shall abide by your requests. However, I do have a single inquiry I wish to pose to you. Rest assured, it is but one question. Is this truly the end of the world? Will it never improve? Zhang Sen pondered for a moment, opting for honesty. After all, with the impending arrival of the extreme cold, the majority would soon recognize the collapse of societal order. He nodded, affirming that, at least for a considerable time, things would not get better. Therefore, it would be prudent for Lu Hao to enhance his abilities swiftly. Otherwise, he might meet his demise once more. After Zhang Sen finished speaking, he turned and entered the house. Lu Hao stood dazed, closing the door, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. This world would never return to its former state. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen lay on his bed, his consciousness drifting into the spatial realm, casually organizing his belongings while expending his mental energy. Mental energy, much like weight training, could be cultivated through persistent practice and recovery, leading to an ever-increasing reservoir within a mind. He contemplated that since he could manipulate the spatial realm with mere thought, twisting a steel rebar with a flicker of intent or reshaping the waters of the spatial spring, might it be possible to harness this power in the real world? Provided his mental strength was sufficiently formidable, in his previous life, he had not awakened any extraordinary abilities, which had instilled in him an insatiable yearning for such powers. If his aspirations could materialize, then his spatial abilities could be utilized in combat, transcending mere storage functions. Chapter 46. A Need for Assistance. He practiced vigorously until midnight, exhausting his mental energy, and after sipping from the spatial spring, he fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, after breakfast with Satan, he prepared provisions and water for the day before setting out. Today, there were several malls and gold shops to scour. Nanyang City was vast, with gold shops scattered throughout its expanse. According to the timeline of his previous life, only a little over half a month remained until the extreme cold arrived. However, this life had seen slight alterations in the timelines of typhoons, acid rain, and torrential downpours, leaving him uncertain if the extreme cold would arrive earlier. Given the locations of the gold shops he had gathered, he could not afford to delay even a single day. Recalling the dangers he faced yesterday, he knocked decisively on Lu Hao's door. Do you have any plans for today? Lu Hao responded with surprise, deducing from their conversation last night that Zhang Sen required his assistance. Yet, based on his analysis of Zhang Sen, he perceived him as exceedingly rational and likely averse to idle chatter. Zhang Sen stated plainly, I intend to inquire if this building has any resource teams. I wish to join them. I need to leave and require a companion. The task is not complex. However, I will only dedicate 2 hours a day to resource gathering. The rest of my time is reserved for other pursuits. I am willing. I am willing. Lu Hao replied eagerly. Who would refuse such an opportunity? A speedboat was far superior to a kayak. Even with just 2 hours, he could at least visit 2 malls. With Lu Hao's involvement, Zhang Sen set out that day, dutifully carrying a large hiking backpack. They departed earlier than the previous day, as he needed to leave time for Lu Hao to gather resources. The temperature had risen slightly, and the water level continued to recede, now reaching the 5th floor. However, the water surface still hovered close to the 6th floor, so they ascended from there. Lu Hao's eyes brightened as he watched Zhang Sen extract a speedboat from his backpack. He realized that accompanying Zhang Sen was undoubtedly advantageous, and he aimed to contribute more. Boss, let me take the helm. You can rest. No need, Zhang Sen replied tersely. This speedboat was rather small, accommodating only 4 people at most. With the engine and rudder located at the rear, it was safer for him to remain seated. Having lived again, he trusted no one and would not entrust his back to anyone. Bringing Lu Hao along was merely a precaution. He was genuinely fearful of the unexpected circumstances from yesterday, and Lu Hao was currently the only person he could somewhat trust. Last night, he had mentally rehearsed every conceivable scenario that could unfold in the water. As long as Lu Hao was unarmed, any betrayal would be futile and could not harm him. Lu Hao, having been declined by Zhang Sen, chose not to press further. Instead, he resolved to fulfill his role as an assistant. The nearby gold shops and malls had already been scoured by Zhang Sen. The places he intended to visit today were somewhat distant and required crossing districts. The speedboat powered through for a full hour before they reached the first mall. After removing the engine, Zhang Sen retrieved a folding paddle from his backpack and tossed it to Lu Hao. Fortunately, the distance was not far, and Lu Hao managed to row into the mall in just a few minutes. The water level in this mall was precariously situated between the 2nd and 3rd floors. To search for resources, they could only proceed via the escalator. Unfortunately, the area was crowded, with people already arguing over which team should ascend first. And it was only a matter of time before conflict erupted. Having experienced yesterday's chaos and influenced by Zhang Sen's cautious demeanor, Lu Hao suggested, Boss, Let us choose another mall. It's too crowded over there. We came all this way in a speedboat, and we might attract unwanted attention. Besides, there are only two of us. If a conflict arises, we would be at a disadvantage. Zhang Sen, already disinclined to push through the throng, nodded in agreement. Then I shall attend to my tasks. He recalled the layout of the mall from memory and directed Liu how to paddle the boat toward the area housing the gold shops. He shed his outer clothing to reveal a diving suit, then retrieved an oxygen tank, various diving equipment, and a rope from his bag. Boss, are you going diving? Liu Hao was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Sen nodded, fastening one end of the rope to his waist and handing the other end to Liu Hao. Secure it to yourself. Do not let it slip. If I pull on the rope 3 times while submerged, you must immediately pull me back up. Keep a knife on hand for self-defense. If someone approaches with ill intent and you cannot handle it, pull on the rope 3 times. Liu Hao nodded earnestly. Understood, boss. The water's surface was murky, and he had just caught a glimpse from above, unable to discern what lay beneath. Zhang Sen produced a hammer from the spatial realm and shattered the glass of the gold shop, proceeding to plunder it entirely. To conserve energy, he pulled on the rope 3 times, ceasing his efforts to swim upwards, simply waiting for Liu Hao to hoist him back. Liu Hao acted swiftly, pulling him out of the water in less than half a minute. After resting for a moment, Zhang Sen descended again. With Liu Hao's assistance, he cleared the gold shop in this mall in under half an hour. They proceeded to another mall, but the second one proved equally unsuitable for resource gathering. Zhang Sen similarly submerged to collect gold. The third mall's water level was quite favorable, reaching the top of the second floor, allowing him to easily ascend to the third. Zhang Sen did not leave the water, wanting to avoid wasting time transferring so many items. He entrusted his large bag to Liu Hao for resource collection while he kept watch over the boat. Whatever they gathered would be split equally between them. As Zhang Sen's bag had more than double the capacity of Liu Hao's, if he filled his bag, it would surpass the resources he found the previous day. Liu Hao agreed that this arrangement was efficient and hurried off with the large bag. Alone on the boat, Zhang Sen sipped from the spatial spring to replenish his strength. Then he lay back, observing the chaos within the mall as people dashed about, occasionally witnessing conflicts erupting over resources, feeling quite content. Over an hour later, Liu Hao returned to the boat, visibly satisfied. He opened his bag, exclaiming, "Boss, look, I found so much food, and even 5 pounds of rice." Noticing bloodstains on Liu Hao's face, as if he had been splattered, Zhang Sen inquired, "Did you get into a scuffle?" Liu Hao nodded, his face brimming with pride. As he prepared to leave, he encountered 2 fools who, seeing him alone, presumed him an easy target. Brandishing a shabby dagger, they attempted to seize his supplies. In response, he unleashed a flurry of wild strikes, frightening them into retreat. "Not bad," Zhang Sen remarked while changing into his diving gear. "In this harsh world, only those with iron fists survive." With that, Zhang Sen tossed a rope to Liu Hao and somersaulted into the water. Reflecting on Zhang Sen's words and his own recent experiences, Liu Hao found the sentiment increasingly profound. This shopping mall was larger than the previous 2. Zhang Sen had scoured every corner, spending over an hour collecting gold. By the time they surfaced, it was already mealtime. Zhang Sen, fatigued from prolonged diving, was ravenous. Since his physical endurance had increased, he found himself consuming much more at each meal. The 2 ascended to the 3rd floor, dragged their assault boat into a corner, and began their modest lunch. Liu Hao, having deliberately left space in his pack to carry more supplies, now had enough food to satisfy their midday hunger. He produced 2 boxes of self-heating rice and some bread. Zhang Sen accepted the humble fare without complaint, and they hastily finished their meal. Just as they tidied their belongings and prepared to move on to the next mall, a group blocked their path. "Boss, that's him." A young man wrapped in bandages pointed at Liu Hao, addressing a middle-aged man beside him. "You're the punk who hurt my brother?" The burly man growled, standing at the center, clutching a large watermelon knife, a weapon that marked him as the most formidable among them. The others wielded steel pipes, axes, and kitchen knives. Liu Hao's heart sank. Yet, his greatest regret was having dragged Zhang Sen into this trouble. Had he not provoked that kid, they wouldn't be facing this confrontation. Steeling himself, he stepped protectively before Zhang Sen and whispered, "Boss, did you bring that crossbow yesterday?" Zhang Sen paused, surprised by the question. "I did. That's a relief." Liu Hao exhaled and pushed the assault boat onto the water, tossing his backpack aboard and nudging Zhang Sen, "Boss, fit the engine and get out of here as fast as you can. If they chase, use that crossbow on whoever comes after you." Zhang Sen was momentarily taken aback by Liu Hao's plan. "What about you? Go. Don't worry about me. These punks, I can handle them. Besides, this mess is my fault. I want to drag you down." The middle-aged man noticed their whispered exchange and barked, "What are you 2 whispering about? Today, none of you are leaving." Liu Hao turned defiantly toward the man. "It was me. So what? Your brother tried to rob me. If I didn't leave him alive, that would have been mercy. The man chuckled darkly. All right, punk, you've got guts. Brothers, attack. Leading his gang, the man charged. Lu Hao shouted, boss, run, while brandishing his machete and charging forward. Knowing he was outmatched, Lu Hao aimed solely for the gang leader, cutting down anyone who stood in his way. In this post-apocalyptic era, such violence was commonplace. Killing was as simple as swatting a fly. Yet, they had never witnessed someone as fierce as Lu Hao, who dared to confront a group single-handedly. Cautious, they braced themselves. As Lu Hao advanced, the leader swung his watermelon knife. Lu Hao dodged deftly, then delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, sending him sprawling. He swung his blade fiercely, striking two more assailants. Zhang Sen observed from his spot, raising an eyebrow. Not bad, that kid has got skill. 2 years in the military wasn't wasted, but with no real combat experience. Lu Hao was soon knocked down by a kick, his machete flying from his grasp. Damn you! You dare fight me? Today I'll kill you. The leader spat, advancing with his knife raised. Lu Hao, realizing resistance was futile and that today might be his end, glanced back anxiously at Zhang Sen, who had yet to flee. Run! Lu Hao pleaded silently. Zhang Sen regarded him quietly, a faint sigh escaping. Despite his limited ability, Lu Hao had the courage to stand before him and battle a horde. Zhang Sen's respect for him deepened. With a flick of his wrist, a black-hand crossbow materialized in Zhang Sen's hand. He swiftly took aim. Just as the leader's blade was about to strike Lu Hao, Zhang Sen pulled the trigger. The arrow whistled through the air and embedded itself in the man's neck. The leader froze, eyes wide with disbelief before collapsing. Lu Hao, waiting anxiously, heard the metallic clang of the knife falling. Opening his eyes, he saw the leader lying before him, blood staining his once-faded white t-shirt red. The man turned, shocked, to look at Senator Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow at him, and Lu Hao suddenly laughed. The stunned underlings hesitated, then realized their leader was dead. They surged forward, weapons raised to avenge him. Zhang Sen's crossbow could fire only one bolt at a time, and now, unarmed, they no longer feared him. Boss, run! Lu Hao shouted, snatching the watermelon knife and rising. Looking for death, Zhang Sen sneered. He tossed the crossbow aside, crossed his hands behind his back, then drew 2 hooked knives from his space. Like lightning, he charged, blocking an axe strike with one blade and beheading an attacker with the other. Lu Hao froze, horrified at the severed head tumbling to the ground. Another slash pierced a man's heart, blood spraying onto his cheek, warm and vivid. Zhang Sen's adrenaline surged. His hooked knives moved so swiftly they left afterimages. In moments, the floor was littered with bodies, blood soaking the ground. Only one remained, the man who had been frightened into falling earlier, the one Lu Hao had wounded and whose revenge had summoned this gang. Zhang Sen, hands and face smeared with blood, closed in. The man retreated in terror, his gray pants darkening as he wet himself. Not only he but also Lu Hao and the onlookers were aghast. Lu Hao's mind raced. His boss was simply extraordinary. Yet Zhang Sen suddenly sheathed his blades and gave Lu Hao a cool glance. I leave this to you. Lu Hao was stunned, then abruptly understood. Zhang Sen was reminding him that all this turmoil was due to his mercy. Had he killed this man earlier, none of this would have transpired. Boss, I understand. Lu Hao stepped toward the trembling man. Please don't kill me, big brother. I'm sorry. The man sobbed. Lu Hao felt no emotion as he drove his blade into the man's heart. The man coughed blood and died instantly. Drawing his blade, Lu Hao found a watermelon knife unwieldy and discarded it. He picked up the man's cleaver and approached Senator Zhang Sen had already gathered their gear. Tossing the crossbow into space via the backpack, he boarded the assault boat and installed the engine. Lu Hao followed silently. Watching Zhang Senator, the latter produced a wet wipe, roughly cleaning his face and hands before discarding it. He then extracted a cigarette, lit one for himself, and handed another to Lu Hao. Reclining lazily at the boat's stern, he smoked in silence. Originally, Lu Hao was not particularly addicted to smoking, yet his mind was in such turmoil that he felt compelled to steady himself with a few drags. He could not fathom how his ostensibly fragile, self-isolating employer, who only built walls around himself and secretly stabbed others in the back, could be so ferocious and valiant when it came to killing. Chapter 48. May I inhale the fragrance of the lily? After inhaling deeply twice, Lu Hao's thoughts cleared somewhat. Whatever, let it be. The boss is formidable. That is his inherent ability. In this damned apocalypse, cruelty is merely a means of self-preservation. From now on, I must be like the boss. Anyone who provokes me shall meet their end. Boss. Zhang Sen lifted his eyes to look at him. Today I was wrong. I should not have let those two go. From now on, I will leave no one alive. After a brief silence, once the cigarette was finished, Zhang Sen said, only the dead cause no trouble. Lu Hao nodded solemnly. I will remember that. Zhang Sen suddenly laughed, flicked away the cigarette butt, and said, and damn it, could you choose your words better? What S with leave no one alive? I call it eliminating all future troubles. Lu Hao was momentarily stunned, but soon joined in the laughter. Let S go. The engine roared to life, and the assault boat sped away. That afternoon, Zhang Sen cleared out 2 shopping malls and 3 street-side jewelry stores of their gold. By the time they returned home, darkness had fallen. As Lu Hao ascended the stairs, carrying a large bag, he clearly sensed that the attitude of those around him had shifted from the previous day. When he moved in yesterday, people had constantly asked him for food, and some even tried to rummage through his backpack, only to be scared off by his knife. Yet today, following Zhang Sen, not a single person dared to speak to him. The man behind him was this formidable boss. Thinking this, Lu Hao felt an inexplicable pride. Upon reaching the 16th floor, Zhang Sen noticed that the doors to apartment 1603 next door and Lu Hao S1601 had both been pried open. Damn, my door has been broken into, Lu Hao exclaimed, then glanced at Zhang Sen's door. Luckily, boss, your door hasn't been tampered with. He paused, then covered his nose. What the hell is that smell? So foul. You should check if your supplies are still there first, Zhang Sen advised. Awakened by those words, Lu Hao rushed into his apartment. Using a flashlight, Zhang Sen inspected his own door lock, which bore marks of tampering but had not been forced open. It seemed whoever did this was venting anger by smearing something disgusting, likely excrement, on his door. Damn, Zhang Sen's mood soured. He took 2 bottles of water from his backpack, preparing to wash away the filth, when suddenly he heard a noise behind him. He spun around swiftly, one hand behind his back drawing a pistol. 2 women emerged from the fire escape door. Mr. Zhang? Zhang Sen shone his flashlight on their faces, 2 lesbians who lived with Li Ting. Raising an eyebrow, he noted the sudden appearance of 2 beauties, which improved his mood considerably. Yet he suppressed the smile, masking it with a cold demeanor. What is it? The short-haired girl at the front introduced herself. Mr. Zhang, I'm Tu Sai, and this is my friend, Yang Yike. Zhang Sen regarded the 2 stunning women before him. One was valiant and spirited, the other gentle and charming. Suppressing his excitement, he feigned indifference. Get to the point. What do you want? Tu Sai appeared nervous, clearing her throat. Mr. Zhang, we saw that you have an assault boat and hope to form a team with you to go out and scavenge supplies together. Had this been before the apocalypse, Zhang Sen would have agreed without hesitation. But now, no matter how intoxicating the fragrance of lilies, life is far more precious. He had suffered too much from women to wish to repeat the experience. Sorry, I don't need a team. Mr. Zhang, Tu Sai pressed anxiously. Please let me finish. Since you look worth listening to, I'll hear you out, Zhang Sen relented. Mr. Zhang, we're not trying to use our gender to guilt-trip you. We want to make a deal. I was once a national martial arts champion, specializing in swordsmanship. If you ever need anything, I won't hesitate to help. After speaking, Tu Sai turned to Yang Yike and said, Kiki, show Mr. Zhang my sword. Shyly, Yang Yike stepped forward and handed the sword to Zhang's senator. If Mr. Zhang wishes to verify my skills, I can perform a sword routine right now. Zhang Sen understood Tu Sai's intention. She wished to assure him she was not a threat. Although he was somewhat tempted to see her perform, he already knew Tu Sai's abilities well. In a previous life, she had single-handedly established a female-only base. He didn't need a sword dance to confirm her prowess. Besides, it would be too degrading to watch and then reject her. No need. I believe you, but I really don't need a team. Sorry, you should look elsewhere. Tu Sai was reluctant to give up. Her and Yang Yike's supplies were scant, enough to last only until tomorrow. Last time, Wang Hu and his men had robbed all their stock. Fortunately, they had been out scavenging then, narrowly escaping disaster. Otherwise, despite Tu Sai's martial skills, facing so many lustful men while protecting the defenseless Yang Yike would have been disastrous. Previously, they had joined the scavenging team on 8th floor, introduced by a friend. But the team was all men, each of whom frequently made unwelcome advances on them. Today, the owner of a kayak even outright demanded they sleep with him, threatening to exclude them from future scavenging if they refused. Enraged, Tu Sai beat him up, and the 2 parted on bad terms. She had no choice without supplies. She and Yang Yike would starve soon. She knew exactly how many men in the building lusted after them. If she fell, Yang Yike would be defenseless. So she came to Zhang's senator, though he had a reputation as a murderous maniac. Tu Sai believed Zhang Sen only killed those who provoked him. He never sought trouble unprovoked. That alone made him, in her eyes, a gentleman of integrity. Mr. Zhang, we truly have no other options. Wang Hu robbed all our supplies before we knew it. By then, it was too late. Our supplies won't last past tomorrow, which is why I came with Yang Yike to beg your help today. If you go out scavenging, please take us along. In return, if you ever need help, Tu Sai believed that Zhang Sen did not trust her words, and thus explained, it's true. I came looking for you once before and happened to see Zhao Hongwei and his men prying open your door. I apologize, there were several of them, all armed, and I didn't feel confident enough to confront them all at once. After speaking, she took Yang Yak by the hand and exited through the fire escape. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment. Tu Sai's revelation was indeed unexpected. In this apocalyptic world, most individuals prefer to avoid unnecessary trouble, ignoring matters that did not concern them. Yet, she had chosen to disclose the truth, even after he had explicitly rejected her request for cooperation. This indicated that her moral compass was still intact. Zhang Sen cast a glance at the excrement on the door lock, a surge of anger welling up within him. Such incidents were likely to recur in the future. Moreover, Tu Sai and Yang Yak were undeniably alluring. If only they could frequently grace his presence, perhaps one day he might truly catch a whiff of lilies. Who knows? He called out to Tu Sai, who halted and turned to face him. Is Zhao Hongwei the mastermind? Zhang Sen inquired. Tu Sai contemplated for a moment before affirming. It should be him. I saw him at the forefront, issuing commands. Bring Zhao Hongwei up for me, he commanded. Lu Hao, accompany Tu Sai and retrieve your supplies. Tu Sai was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Zhang, what are you? Zhang Sen smirked slightly. Once you accomplish this, we can discuss other matters. Tu Sai's face lit up with joy. I'll go right away. Kiki, wait for me here. Mr. Zhang, I'll be back soon. Very well. With that, Tu Sai, sword in hand, led Lu Hao away, leaving Zhang Sen and Yang Yak alone in the corridor. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Yang Yak felt a twinge of fear. After the apocalypse, she had encountered only men with malicious intents. She could not assure herself that Zhang Sen would not be like those others. Zhang Sen sensed her tension and was somewhat surprised that Tu Sai had left her behind. How much trust did she place in him? He approached the elevator, leaned against the window, and lit a cigarette. You need not fear. I will not harm you, unless you consent to it. Fearing his anger, Yang Yak hurriedly clarified. How did he mean that? Zhang Sen chuckled, refraining from exposing her, and instead shifted the topic. You and Tu Sai are more than just friends, aren't you? Yang Yak nodded. We are in a romantic relationship. Zhang Sen smirked. That's quite splendid. True love reigns supreme. Thank you. Yang Yak felt a sense of relief. Her impression of Zhang Sen improving slightly. Noticing her lingering apprehension, Zhang Sen chose to remain silent, turning his gaze out the window, presenting his back to her. Yang Yak exhaled, leaning against the wall and crouching down. After several minutes, Zhang Sen lit a second cigarette, finally hearing commotion from the stairs. Lu Hao emerged, carrying his supplies and cursing under his breath. Damn it, they took 4 packs of instant noodles and a box of self-heating hot pot. If it weren't for my boss wanting to see you, I would have killed you by now. Zhao Hongwei was begging for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. I truly know my mistakes. Our family is starving. Once I find supplies, I will repay you double, no triple. The fire escape door swung open, and Tu Sai appeared, dragging Zhao Hongwei with her. Mr. Zhang, I have brought him. Zhao Hongwei bore several wounds, evidently inflicted by a blade, a sign that he had resisted. Zhang Sen nodded and stepped forward, delivering a brutal kick to Zhao Hongwei's chest. Zhao Hongwei fell to the ground with a cry. Zhang Sen, cigarette in mouth, glared coldly. You have quite the audacity. I'm sorry, Sinji, I'm sorry. I was blinded by greed. I won't dare again. Zhang Sen seized his clothing. Dragging him to the door, lick it clean. If you fail to do so, you can forget about your life. I will. Zhao Hongwei, utterly terrified, understood that Zhang Sen was not joking about killing him. In that moment, he deeply regretted his revolting actions. Overwhelmed by the nauseating stench, his stomach churned. Having recently eaten to his fill, he feared that if he vomited, it would be in vain. Yet, if he did not comply, his life was at stake. He steeled himself, feeling the urge to retch rising within him. Zhang Sen threatened, if you dare to vomit here, I'll wash my door with your blood. Hurry up. Zhao Hongwei, hearing this, dared not hesitate. With a steely resolve, he complied. The others, aside from Zhang Sen, looked on in disgust, some gagging at the sight. Observing Zhang Sen's calm demeanor only deepened their admiration for him. Little did they know, in his previous life, Zhang Sen had witnessed far too much of such grotesque scenes. Many had resorted to consuming even excrement just to stave off hunger. Once Zhao Hongwei had finished, he knelt before Zhang Sen, repeatedly bowing his head. Sinji, I was wrong. I truly know my mistakes. Yet, this was of no consequence. To have dared commit such vile acts against Zhang Sen, even without Tu Sai's identification, he would have found and eliminated the perpetrator. However, he was not inclined to dirty his hands today. Tu Sai, kill him. Tu Sai hesitated for a moment, then looked up to see Zhang Sen staring intently at her. She understood that this was a test from Zhang Senator without the slightest hesitation. She stepped forward and swiftly dispatched Zhao Hongwei with a single stroke to his throat. A straight gash appeared on his neck. He clutched it fruitlessly as blood streamed through his fingers. Chapter 50. Heaven's thunder strikes the earth fire. Zhao Hongwei's face turned crimson as he struggled to make a sound. His trachea had been severed. Zhang Sen was taken aback by Tu Sai's decisiveness and raised an eyebrow. Have you killed before? Tu Sai nodded. When I was scavenging for supplies, 2 men attempted to rob me, and I killed them. Zhang Sen nodded in approval, then instructed Lu how to dispose of the body. Seizing this opportunity, he entered room 1602 for a quick glance. It was already vacant. He wondered where the original occupants had gone. He recalled that before the apocalypse, a young couple had resided there. Now, the room lay empty. Zhang Sen speculated that perhaps they had fled to safety elsewhere. But it was more likely that they succumbed to the mental torment of the apocalypse and ended their lives by leaping from the 16th floor. He noticed a chair on the balcony. In the apocalypse, choosing to end one's life had become a common occurrence. Dying meant suffering less. It was a viable choice. Room 1602 stood empty, perfectly suited for the 2 lovely ladies. He turned to Tu Sai. Do you know who the other participants in today's incident were? Yes. I believe in retribution. Ask them for a finger. Tell them that if they refuse, I will personally come to collect. Afterward, you and your girlfriend should move into room 1602. When Zhang Sen mentioned your girlfriend, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl upward slightly, especially upon seeing Yang Yike's noticeably shy demeanor, which made his smile broaden. Tu Sai was somewhat surprised that Zhang Sen had discerned their relationship, although she was slightly concerned that he might harbor ulterior motives like those other lecherous men. She chose not to voice her worries, as they were currently in need of his assistance. All right, I'll go right away. Tu Sai did not perceive Zhang Sen as cruel. Rather, she admired his decisive nature. She had come to realize that the societal order had completely collapsed. In the future, only individuals like Zhang Sen would survive. She aspired to be like him. Several minutes later, Tu Sai returned with 6 severed pinky fingers. Noticing Zhang Sen's door was closed, she did not dare to knock, but placed the severed digits in room 1602 before heading downstairs to gather her belongings. When they returned upstairs, Zhang Sen had just finished showering, dressed in casual attire, his hair still damp, crouched before the iron door, seemingly engaged in some task. She quickly tossed her luggage into the room. Mr. Zhang, do you need assistance? No need. Go find Lu Hao. He will inform you of my rules. Tu Sai nodded and turned to knock on the door of room 1603. Lu Hao answered the door, carrying a self-heating rice meal. Upon seeing Tu Sai, he immediately understood her purpose and invited her inside, recounting once more the conversation Zhang Sen had shared with him the previous night. After listening, Tu Sai's worries about Zhang Sen eased somewhat. People who preferred solitude were certainly better than those who fancied gathering in groups to fantasize about women. Noticing Tu Sai's frequent glances at his self-heating rice, Lu Hao realized she was craving a warm meal. Throughout the day, both Tu Sai and Yang Yike had subsisted solely on compressed biscuits, never daring to eat their fill. Since Tu Sai had been uncertain about persuading Zhang Sen, she had braced herself to endure on their scant rations for a while longer, although she longed for something hot to eat now. She also understood that since she and Lu Hao were strangers, it would be improper to ask for food. However, Lu Hao quickly shifted gears and inquired, Haven't you and your girlfriend eaten enough? Reluctant to impose, Tu Sai replied, It's all right, we still have some food. Lu Hao had his own calculations. Having witnessed Tu Sai handle Zhao Hongwei with skill, he recognized her genuine abilities, far more practical than the combat training he had received in the military. Although he possessed some martial arts skills, they were limited. In this era, when everyone wielded weapons, learning a few techniques from Tu Sai would be immensely beneficial, sparing him from always being a burden to Zhang Senator. Although Zhang Sen was more formidable, Lu Hao felt too embarrassed to ask him for training. And he knew Zhang Sen would likely refuse anyway. I can give you some food, but at 1 TB for free, Lu Hao said. Tu Sai's heart leapt with hope. Do you need me to help with anything? She asked. Teach me to kill, Lu Hao answered. Kill? Indeed. While I have some hand-to-hand combat skills, when faced with multiple adversaries, I can only wildly slash with a knife. I hope you can teach me some techniques to enhance my abilities. This request was straightforward for Tu Sai, who also needed practice through sparring to improve continuously. Without hesitation, she agreed. In exchange, Lu Hao gave her a self-heating rice meal and a packet of instant noodles. By the time Tu Sai left Lu Hao's place, Zhang Sen had finished his task. Standing up, he looked through the security door at Tu Sai and Lu Hao. Finished talking? He asked. Yes, boss. Don't worry. I was very clear, Lu Hao assured him. Mr. Zhang, rest assured, Coco and I will abide by your rules. Zhang Sen nodded and pointed to the iron gate before him. I've electrified this door. It can kill. You must never touch it. The two were momentarily stunned, silently acknowledging Zhang Sen's formidable nature. By the way, we're going out to gather supplies at 8 tomorrow morning, Zhang Sen instructed. No tardiness allowed. Also, Tu Sai, you don't need to come out. We'll take Yang Yike with us. What? Tu Sai was taken aback. Mr. Zhang, Coco doesn't know anything. What if something happens? Zhang Sen's expression darkened. If you seek my help, do not question my decisions. If it happens again, our cooperation ends here. Fearful of angering him, Tusai dared not argue, but pondered Zhang Sen's intentions. Zhang Sen, aware of her thoughts, softened his tone. Given the current situation outside, how long can you protect your girlfriend? I'm willing to accept you because I have a mission for you. I don't want to see such disgusting incidents happen at my doorstep again. Your task is to guard the house, kill whoever comes. He pulled 2 bottles of pepper spray from his pocket and tossed one to Tusai. You and Yang Yike each take one. Have her bring it tomorrow. As for the supplies we find, they'll be divided into 5 shares. I take 1/5, and you and Lu Hao split the rest. He turned and entered the house. Tusai stared at the 2 bottles of pepper spray, lost in thought. Lu Hao quietly reassured her, don't worry. My boss is formidable. Your girlfriend will be safe. That night, Tusai held Yang Yike in her arms as they lay in bed. She informed Yang Yike, who was to stay in room 1602. Of all the arrangements with Zhang, Senator Yang Yike was terrified at the prospect of venturing out with 2 men she had just met. Tusai comforted her for a long time, repeatedly assuring her that Zhang Sen and Lu Hao were not lecherous beasts, which finally eased her fears. Tusai also instructed Yang Yike to ask Lu Hao questions whenever she was uncertain, noting that Lu Hao seemed more warm-hearted and simple-minded than Zhang Sr. As for Zhang Sen, Tusai told Yang Yike to obey him unquestioningly, so long as it did not endanger her own safety. She was to accept all his decisions without inquiry. I understand. Yang Yike nodded shyly, her cheeks flushed. Seeing this, Tusai's heart stirred. They had not been intimate for a long time. When they stayed in room 902, another person was in the house, and recent thefts of supplies had dampened their spirits. The current circumstances ignited a blazing passion within her. The following day, the water level had indeed receded significantly, now reaching the rooftop near the 4th floor. At 8 in the morning, Zhang Sen stepped out to find the 3 waiting at the door. Noticing Yang Yike's red-rimmed eyes, Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow. Don't want to go? No. Yang Yike quickly replied. Tusai hugged her tightly. It's all right. They're not bad people. I'll wait for you here. Go find plenty of supplies. I'm counting on you to take care of me. Yang Yike smiled, her gaze growing resolute. Don't worry, I will. Tusai kissed her gently on the lips. I'll be waiting. Zhang Sen and Lu Hao watched this tender scene, their blood boiling with excitement. Zhang Sen thought to himself that bringing along this young couple was an exceptionally wise decision. Life ought to be embraced with light and the fragrance of flowers. He caught sight of Lu Hao, who was suddenly grinning, blood trickling from both nostrils. This good for nothing, Zhang Sen mused. Lu Hao caught Zhang Sen's expression and winked mischievously. Brother Hao, why is your nose bleeding? Yang Yike gasped. Flustered, Lu Hao hurriedly wiped away the blood. Sorry. I've been eating too much instant noodles and hot pot lately. Got a bit overheated. Let's go quickly. With that, he fled in a panic. After Yang Yike followed, Zhang Sen set off as well. Tusai called out to Zhang Sen and bowed deeply. Mr. Zhang, I entrust this to you. Zhang Sen understood, but made no promises, merely saying, guard the house well, before waving goodbye. That day, Zhang Sen's destination was even farther than before. The motorboat journey took a full hour. Throughout the trip, no one spoke. Lu Hao's mind lingered on the earlier scene, while Yang Yike remained silent, too timid to speak. Since the apocalypse, she had never been separated from Tusai. Now, they were venturing out with 2 men they had only just met. Despite Tusai's repeated assurances about their good character, Yang Yike's anxiety persisted. Upon reaching the first mall, the water level was unsuitable, too awkward to navigate upstairs or downstairs. Zhang Sen dove alone, leaving just Tusai and Lu Hao on the boat. Gaining courage, Tusai finally spoke. Brother Hao, everyone else went upstairs to look for supplies. How does Mr. Zhang manage underwater? Lu Hao smiled. I don't know and never asked. Whatever the boss does, he has his reasons. Don't worry, we'll have time to find supplies today. Yang Yike recalled Tusai's admonition and, fearing a misunderstanding from Lu Hao, hastened to clarify. I have no intention of prying into Mr. Zhang's private affairs, nor do I object to his arrangements. My curiosity was merely innocent. I apologize for overstepping. Lu Hao felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This young lady, evidently sheltered too much by her family, was timid to a fault. He thought of his sister back home, who bore some resemblance to Yang Yike, though he was uncertain if she was still alive. With a sigh, he comforted her gently. There is no need to fear us. The boss is nothing to be afraid of. Though formidable, he would not kill without cause. His acceptance of you all signifies his recognition. Just focus on gathering supplies for now. Yang Yike exhaled deeply. I understand now. Thank you, Brother Hao. Lu Hao nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the rope was pulled thrice, prompting Lu Hao to swiftly hoist Zhang Sen up. After resting briefly, Zhang Sen plunged back into the water. Repeating this process several times, he eventually collected all the gold from the shopping mall. Climbing aboard the assault boat, he set off for the next mall. The water level there was more favorable, while Zhang Sen lay on the assault boat to rest. Lu Hao accompanied Yang Yike in the search for supplies. Each bore a large backpack, and Lu Hao also carried a suitcase. The number of scavengers was growing, and supplies dwindling. After over an hour's search, they barely managed to fill one bag. The other two remained mostly untouched, one unopened, and the other only a third full. With only half an hour left before their agreed-upon rendezvous, Lu Hao grew anxious. Fortuitously, he discovered a storage room inside a jewelry store, stocked with numerous snacks, spicy chips, meat sauces, canned goods, imported instant noodles, chocolates, likely hoarded by former employees for secret indulgences during work. Their eyes gleamed with delight. The quantity was sufficient to fill the remaining space in their bags. Swiftly, they stuffed everything inside. As they neared completion, a loud shout rang out. "These are our supplies." Found first, Lu Hao's heart jumped. He grabbed the machete from the ground and instructed Yang Yike, "You keep packing. I'll handle them." Trembling with fear, Yang Yike's hands did not falter. Having endured hunger countless times, she understood the vital importance of provisions. The jewelry store was cramped. Opposite them stood 4 men. The leader wielded a machete, while the other 3 brandished steel pipes. With the counter and Lu Hao's duo, the space felt oppressively confined. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Hao's eyes as he faced the 4 men. "Leave the woman and our supplies, and we might spare your lives," the leader declared. Brandishing his machete, Lu Hao sneered, "Your supplies? First come, first served. Is that not common knowledge? I found these first. I merely stepped out to fetch my comrades. And you took them in my absence. Enough nonsense. Once something is in my hands, it belongs to me. If you want it, you'll have to risk your lives. Refuse the toast, and you'll drink the penalty," he growled. "Brothers, attack." The 4 surged forward. Lu Hao met them head-on, machete raised. His sole principle in combat now was, if escape is possible, flee. If not, fight with lethal resolve. Chapter 52, The Onset of Extreme Cold. Evidently, the adversaries intended no retreat for Lu Hao, having barred the door. With a powerful kick, Lu Hao sent one steel pipe wielder sprawling, severed another's hand with a single slash, and struck a third in the chest. Meanwhile, he sustained a blow to his back. The opposing leader fought recklessly, slashing wildly with his blade, narrowly evaded by Lu Hao's agility. Both men bore injuries. The remaining 2 henchmen began to waver, fearful. They merely sought to pilfer supplies, not to risk their lives. Yet, the leader's words reignited their resolve. "Brothers, kill him. 3 bags of supplies and a woman. Then we all enjoy the spoils." The trio renewed their assault. Unnoticed, Yang Yike, having finished gathering supplies, rose from behind the counter. She charged forth, spraying a potent chili aerosol at the 3 attackers. Instantly, they were overwhelmed, eyes streaming, clutching their faces, groaning and sneezing uncontrollably. Lu Hao was astonished. Though his eyes stung, the danger had vanished. "Well done, Kiki," he praised. Yang Yike shivered beside him. Lu Hao rose again, dispatching 2 men swiftly with his blade. Just as he prepared to kill the last attacker, a thought struck him. He turned to Yang Yike. "Have you ever killed anyone?" "No, never," she whispered. "Come here, kill him." Lu Hao handed her the machete, seized from the leader. Yang Yike was aghast. "Me?" Lu Hao, sneezing repeatedly, urged, "Hurry, once you're done, we leave. This place is too harsh." Trembling, Yang Yike took the blade and faced the man, still sneezing, tears and mucus streaking his face. "I can't, Brother Hao," she stammered. Lu Hao stood firm. "Think carefully. If I had died just now, what would they have done to you? This is your enemy. Spare him. And next time it could be you and your girlfriend in peril." After a moment's hesitation, she obeyed. "Kill him." Lu Hao bellowed, "It's the apocalypse. Not a time for delicate ladies. If you don't kill him now, you might as well wait to die." With a scream, Yang Yike raised the machete, striking again and again. The man soon ceased to breathe, collapsing like a lifeless heap. Lu Hao approached, took the blade, handed her a backpack, and soothed. "Let us go. You did well." Yang Yike, dazed, slung the pack on her back and followed him out. They soon reunited with Zhang Sen, who, seeing their bloodied state, surmised trouble had befallen them. He forbade them from boarding the assault boat immediately. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Lu Hao shook his head. "Just minor wounds, nothing serious. Let us eat first. After the next meal, we head out again." Zhang Sen hauled the boat ashore, securing it in a corner. Lu Hao opened a bag and produced a loaf of bread. "Help yourselves," he offered. Yang Yike, distracted, took a loaf and began to nibble absent-mindedly. Zhang Sen observed her silently. She was not his woman. He bore no inclination to concern himself with another's mental state, no matter how beautiful. If she could not overcome such trials, better to perish early than become a burden. He glanced at Lu Hao's forearm, where 2 deep, bone-exposing wounds marred the skin, and sighed. This lad was commendable. His death would be a loss. Reaching into his bag, Zhang Sen retrieved gauze, disinfectant alcohol, and a pack of antibiotics from spatial storage. placing them before Lu Hao. Let us tend to your wounds first. Lu Hao regarded the precious supplies with gratitude. Thank you, boss. Zhang Sen said nothing. Lu Hao set aside his bread and removed his shirt. He cleaned the wounds with alcohol and began bandaging himself. After some time, frustration mounted as he struggled. Yang Yike, now calmer, put down her bread and took the bandages from his hands. Brother Hao, let me help. Lu Hao paused, then nodded. Silently, she wrapped the bandages. Lu Hao noticed her pale countenance and sighed deeply. I have a sister, probably about your age. I don't know if she is alive or dead. If she lives, I hope she is as strong as you were just now. Times have changed. I've suffered from indecision before, nearly losing my life several times. Thankfully, the boss saved me. Only by being a bit ruthless can one survive. This is a lesson imparted by my boss. Yang Yike, with a solemn expression, gazed at Lu Hao and said, Brother Hao, I understand that you have my best interests at heart. Thank you. I will strive to grow quickly and will no longer be as weak as I once was. After finishing their meal, Zhang Sen, adhering to their plan, continued to scour several malls and a few scattered shops before returning home. Upon arriving, they first went to room 1602 to divide the supplies gathered that day. In accordance with their agreement, Zhang Sen took only 1/5 of the haul. After returning home, he took a shower, had dinner, and spent some time playing with Satan, who had grown a bit larger over the past few days, nearing a meter in height. He utilized the gold found today to upgrade the space once more. Although the white mist had thinned somewhat, the change was not substantial enough to be noticed without careful observation. It seemed that the space's appetite had indeed grown. However, some modifications to the space were still discernible. The area beside the spring had expanded slightly, and more wildflowers had bloomed. The water level continued to recede, and once it fell to the second floor, the extreme cold would set in. In the following days, Zhang Sen continued to venture out with Lu Hao and Yang Yike in search of supplies and gold. Each evening upon returning, Lu Hao diligently practiced knife techniques under Tu Sai's guidance. While Tu Sai was primarily skilled in swordsmanship, her knife techniques were commendable as well. Lu Hao's progress was rapid, and he could now easily handle 3 or 4 ordinary individuals. Initially, Lu Hao intended to offer Tu Sai compensation, but upon learning of his good intentions toward Yang Yike, Tu Sai declined any further payment, recognizing that their sparring also benefited her own abilities. Yang Yike had undergone significant changes. She began to take the initiative to improve herself, working out and training martial arts alongside Lu Hao and Tu Sai. As the water level continued to drop, Zhang Sen was on the verge of emptying every gold shop in Nanyang. Yet, the changes in the space remained minimal. After cleaning the last area on the map, the space had not upgraded to his expectations. Aside from expanding slightly and producing a few more wildflowers, there was nothing else. Zhang Sen felt a sense of helplessness. This space was, without a doubt, a veritable gold-devouring beast. With the water level about to reach the 3rd floor, the extreme cold was imminent. He had nearly gathered all the gold available in Nanyang. Although he had occasionally coveted the gold stored in the bank vaults, he had never dared to hope for it, knowing he lacked the capability. Lying on the sofa, he felt a deep sense of frustration. He retrieved a bottle of red wine from the space, sipping it while petting Satan. In the middle of the night, he was suddenly awakened by Satan's nudges. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Satan trembling, exhaling white mist. A bone-chilling cold enveloped him. Chapter 53, he pondered whether he should call someone in for warmth. The extreme cold had arrived earlier than expected. Was this yet another consequence of the butterfly effect? Zhang Sen was baffled. Could he truly be so significant to this universe? It was merely a rebirth. How could it alter so many events? He glanced at the thermometer and saw it was minus 21 degrees Celsius. Damn, he nearly froze to death. In his past life, during the first night of extreme cold, countless individuals had never awakened from their slumber. What a close call. Had it not been for Satan, he might have evaded the extreme cold of his previous life, but failed to escape it in this one. As he reflected on this near miss, he added more firewood to the living room and bedroom fireplaces. He also retrieved an electric heater from the space and placed it in the bedroom. Soon, the temperature in the room began to rise, and the chill dissipated somewhat. Just then, a loud knocking echoed at the door. Zhang Sen frowned. It had only been a few days of peace, and now someone was stirring up trouble again. Approaching the door, he activated the surveillance and saw Lu Hao and the others outside. All 3 were bundled in blankets, shivering from the cold. Lu Hao was wrapped in the ultra-thick blanket he had previously helped purchase, while Tu Sai and the other girl were clearly in much thinner coverings. What is the matter? He inquired. Boss, are you all right? Lu Hao asked. Mr. Zhang, the temperature has dropped suddenly. Are you okay? Zhang Sen paused, realizing they had come to check on him. I'm fine. You all should head back. Keep warm. Wear your thickest clothes and dismantle any furniture you can at home to start a fire for warmth. Understood. Boss, please take care as well. The 3 of them returned home, and Zhang Sen went back to his bedroom. The temperature in the bedroom had already risen above 20 degrees Celsius, quite comfortable, albeit a bit dry. He set a basin of water on the bedside table, called Satan into the room, and prepared for sleep. However, the image of Sai and her companion, wrapped in thin blankets, suddenly flashed in his mind. Although based on the development from his previous life, he was certain they would survive the extreme cold and reach the base. He still felt a pang of sympathy for the two young women who would have to huddle together for warmth. Moreover, after spending time with them, he recognized their prudence and decent character, and they had assisted him in various ways. Not to mention, their willingness to remind him today was a favor he felt compelled to repay. After all, he had plenty of thick blankets in his space. It would be a simple gesture. Who knows? Perhaps it would even touch this little couple. As Zhang Sen mused, he found himself quite moved. He quickly got out of bed, wrapped himself like a bear, and retrieved a thick blanket from the space, one he had salvaged from the warehouse. With this, combined with their thin blankets and a brazier, it should be more bearable. He knocked on the door of 1602. Unfortunately, the door remained shut for quite some time, and Zhang Sen began to regret his decision. This was not merely a small favor. It was a venture that risked his life to bring warmth. After more than a minute, the door finally opened. Sai looked at the shivering Zhang Sen and asked, "Mr. Zhang, what brings you here?" Zhang Sen lifted the blanket in his hand. "I noticed you seemed to lack a thick blanket, so I brought you one. It's new." Sai's heart leapt with joy. They were indeed in need of this. "Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Sen smiled, but he was trembling from the cold. Sai hurriedly urged, "Mr. Zhang, you should return quickly. It's freezing outside." "All right." Zhang Sen nodded and turned to leave. The moment Sai closed the door, he immediately stopped shivering. He smirked. "I wonder if I should have invited them in for warmth." The following day, upon rising, Zhang Sen checked the temperature again. It had plummeted to minus 40 degrees Celsius outside. It was expected to reach minus 60 degrees by tomorrow. He retrieved a heating stove from the space, ignited the charcoal, and placed steaming meat buns and wontons atop it. This type of heater was a household essential in the northeastern cities of the Daxia, as winters there were too frigid. Food would cool down immediately once served. With this stove warming the bottom, not only would the room be warmer, but it would also keep the meals hot. After finishing breakfast, he glanced down from the window. The accumulated water below had completely frozen over. Satan, remembering his promise to take him out to play once the outside froze, eagerly watched the window, waiting for him to fulfill his vow. With no other option, Zhang Sen had to abandon his plans to stay cozy at home and take Satan outside. Concerned that Satan might not adapt to such a cold environment immediately, he retrieved a high-quality down jacket from the space, dressed Satan in it, and tied the excessively wide sleeves with a rope, wrapping his paws in several pieces of cotton cloth. Once everything was prepared, he looked at Satan. Perfect. Now he resembled a foolish dog. After ensuring Satan was bundled up, he switched into temperature-regulating clothing from the space, donned his cold-resistant outfit, hiking boots, and gloves. Just as he opened the door, he found Lu Hao and the others standing at his doorstep. Zhang Sen was taken aback. "Is there something you need?" "Boss, we were just about to ask if you'd like to join us in searching for supplies and firewood. We don't have much furniture left at our place. It won't last long." "Yes, Mr. Zhang, will you be going?" Zhang Sen pondered for a moment. After all, he was merely taking his dog out today, so it mattered little where they roamed. A crowded space felt somewhat safer, and it would indeed be peculiar for him to refrain from seeking firewood. "Very well then. Let's go together," he declared. However, since it appeared that no one required his skiff at the moment, he suggested, "You may each keep the supplies you've gathered. There is no need to distribute them among us." Zhang Sen possessed an ample stockpile, and he found a favorable impression of the three individuals before him. He had no intention of taking advantage of them. "All right," Lu Hao remarked, appreciating his employer's remarkable transparency. Truly a man of integrity. "Let's be off." Zhang Sen nodded, calling for Satan, and they proceeded. While Lu Hao was aware that Zhang Sen had a dog, Sai and the other individual were oblivious and were momentarily taken aback by his words. Their surprise was only deepened when they saw the imposing Satan emerge from the house, clad in a black down jacket. "Mr. Zhang, is that your dog?" Yang Yike exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Zhang Sen smiled. "Indeed, this is my dog, but it's enormous." Even Lu Hao, who had caught a fleeting glimpse of Satan before, was taken aback, wondering how it seemed to have doubled in size in merely half a month. Yet, adhering to the principle of not asking too many questions, they refrained from further comment. The four of them, accompanied by a dog of extraordinary size, descended the staircase. The stairwell had grown quite sparse, with only those from the fourth floor and below remaining. Almost every household had suffered losses during the frigid night, and those who remained dared not weep. For the instant tears flowed, they would freeze upon their faces, causing injury. Zhang Sen could sense the resentment in the gazes of those he passed. It was as if they were silently accusing him. "How is it that you still appear so well kept while we endure such hardship?" And you even have the luxury of a dog? Chapter 54. Do you still require gold? Zhang Sen did not grant them a single glance, gripping his knife tightly, perpetually prepared for any trouble that might arise. The group emerged through a window on the third floor. Once outside, the brightness of the daylight struck them, and they comprehended the full extent of Satan's attire, rendering them utterly speechless. Good heavens, this dog was dressed better than they were. While they bundled themselves in layers of thick clothing, turning themselves into mummies, Satan was adorned in a Canada Goose jacket. Truly, it seemed that the dog was better off than its human companions. Nevertheless, they merely sighed in resignation, well aware that without Zhang Sen, they might have perished long ago. After all, the warm clothing they wore had been suggested by Zhang Sen just days prior when he mentioned the impending drop in temperature. Though they didn't fully grasp the reasoning, they complied with his advice. In hindsight, they were grateful for that nudge. Otherwise, they would have had nothing to wear outside today. They had discarded their thicker garments during the move. As who could have foreseen that they would need down jackets in the sweltering summer? The cold outside deterred them from venturing far. Their primary aim was to gather some firewood. As for supplies, they were not in dire need at the moment, given that they had been hauling back ample provisions day after day, sufficient to last them for a considerable stretch. As they made their way outside the community, they attracted the gaze of nearly everyone they passed. In this harsh, apocalyptic world, where most were disheveled and grimy, these four individuals radiated vitality, accompanied by an extraordinarily large dog. Yet none dared to approach, for Zhang Sen's notorious reputation had spread throughout the community. Mr. Zhang, thank you for bringing us warm blankets last night, Yang Yike said, deliberately strolling alongside him after a brief pause. Zhang Sen smiled. It was but a small favor. There is no need for thanks. Yang Yike's eyes sparkled as she stole glances at him, igniting a warm flutter in his heart. Is there something you wish to convey to me? Zhang Sen inquired, turning to face her. Yang Yike felt a twinge of nervousness, taking a deep breath. She summoned her courage to ask, Mr. Zhang, are you collecting gold? Was she probing into his affairs? Zhang Sen's expression darkened instantaneously. Yang Yike, sensing his discomfort, hastily clarified, please don't misunderstand, Mr. Zhang. I am not prying into your privacy. I merely thought that since you have helped me and Sai so much, I wanted to offer my assistance in some way. Intrigued by her words, Zhang Sen gestured for her to continue. Encouraged, Yang Yike continued, a few days ago, when the water levels were not as deep, I noticed you diving into the jewelry store each time. So I thought, perhaps you were indeed collecting gold. While I don't know, nor am I curious about your intention for the gold, I simply wanted to ask, do you still need gold? If so, I might be able to assist you. Zhang Sen's heart raced. You can acquire gold? How much can you procure? Yang Yike pondered briefly. I'm unsure of the exact amount, as the gold is not in my possession. Then whose possession is it in? In the bank's vault, she replied. Zhang Sen thought to himself, this girl is not seeking to repay kindness, but rather is offering trouble. His earlier excitement felt like a waste of energy. Thank you. But do you think it's possible that everyone knows there is gold in the vault, yet cannot access it? Yang Yike regretted her clumsiness, feeling increasingly anxious. Sai, sensing her distress, chimed in, all right, Mr. Zhang, let me speak for Yike. Her uncle is the president of Daxia Bank, and the vault key is in his hands. Previously, we were concerned that you might worry about us prying into your affairs, especially since we feared that the impending disaster might pass. And if you were to access the vault, it could bring you trouble. She gestured toward the sky, but given the current situation, with official actions being non-existent, we have come to fully believe that this is indeed the end of the world, and any day could be our last. With everything frozen over, you cannot retrieve gold anymore. You have helped us so much. If you still desire gold, simply say the word, and Yike and I will retrieve the key for you, allowing you to access the gold yourself. As Zhang Sen listened, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he revealed his broadest smile since they had met. So Yike, that was your intention. I misjudged you, and I apologize. No need for apologies, Mr. Zhang. It was I who failed to communicate clearly. Oh, why still call me Mr. Zhang? From now on, you shall be my sister, though not by blood. Just call me Sange. Yang Yike was momentarily taken aback. Go on, call him. Lu Hao urged. Once you call him Sange, he will protect you. Sange, Yang Yike stammered, feeling a surge of trepidation. Good. Zhang Sen beamed now. My dear sister, this task will be a burden on you. Rest assured, if you truly help Sange acquire the key, I shall reward you handsomely. Delighted at the prospect of assisting Zhang Sen, Yang Yike nodded vigorously. Sange, I will do my best. The four of them had reached the community entrance, where Sai and Lu Hao conferred about searching for firewood. Zhang Sen continued to inquire about the vault. Where does your uncle reside? When do you plan to visit him? Yang Yike contemplated briefly. I can go at any time. How about tomorrow? Sai and I can leave early. My uncle lives quite far away, and, without a car, it will take a full day for a round trip. Zhang Sen paused in thought. Very well. Let me see if I can procure some means of transportation. If I can find one, I will accompany you. It's too perilous for you both to travel such a distance alone. Yang Yike sought Tu Sai's opinion, and Tu Sai, having developed trust in Zhang Sen's character, concurred that this was indeed safer. The prospect of soon possessing an entire vault of gold filled Zhang Sen with elation, invigorating his spirit as he joined them in their search for supplies. His decision to deliver blankets to the young couple the previous night felt remarkably astute. Observing the trio before him, he suddenly felt that amidst this apocalypse, having a small team might not be so bad after all. For if one day he and Satan were to find themselves nestled in the mountains, utterly alone, devoid of conversation or companionship, life would be unbearably dull. He harbored no desire to establish his own base, as such endeavors seemed overly taxing. He possessed little inclination to vie for territory or engage in convoluted intrigues. It was all too exhausting. Instead, he merely wished to recline upon his supplies and lead a comfortable life until his final days. While he was not averse to the idea of having a few trustworthy companions with whom to share existence, he recognized that forming a small team would enhance both safety and the enjoyment of life. However, for the time being, this remained a mere notion. If fortune smiled upon him and he encountered such companions, it would be a stroke of luck. If not, he would not press the matter. As for the 3 individuals currently in his company, he resolved to observe them further, for matters of life and death demanded caution. Chapter 55, The Demon King. After a brief walk of several minutes, they arrived at a home goods store. Previously, the group had been focused on scavenging supplies, leaving little interest in furniture. Hence the items here remained relatively intact. Although a few individuals shared their purpose, they were but a minority. The sudden onset of extreme cold had claimed many lives. Their journey revealed only a handful of other scavengers. Each person occupied their own store, maintaining a peaceful coexistence. Zhang Sen discovered a specialized wooden furniture shop, filled entirely with solid wood tables, chairs, and benches. Lu Hao and Yang Yike each wielded a machete, tasked with chopping the furniture into manageable pieces for transport, a labor that soon left them sweating and gasping for breath. Unable to bear their exertion any longer and wishing to expedite the process, Zhang Sen reached into his backpack and retrieved a moderately sized axe, declaring his intention to assist. The 3 exclaimed, "Why did you bring out the axe sooner?" "Lu Hao, go find unpainted furniture for me to chop." "Understood." Lu Hao hurried off in search of suitable items. Tu Sai and Yang Yike, not idle themselves, joined in the hunt for furniture. Before long, a pile of chopped firewood accumulated at Zhang Sen's feet, alongside a collection of uncooked furniture. The machetes had already been employed by Tu Sai and Lu Hao. Yang Yike brought over a wooden plank and meticulously stacked the firewood. Everyone had their tasks. No one was idle. Zhang Sen produced a bundle of rope from his pack, and as soon as the firewood was secured, Lu Hao prepared to haul it away. Zhang Sen pushed him aside, calling out, "Satan!" The exuberant creature, having been entertained nearby, dashed over like a bolt of lightning. "After all this time, I've cared for you. It's time you contributed. Take this wood back home." Satan's eyes sparkled with intelligence as he nodded in understanding. The trio was astounded. This dog was remarkably clever. Zhang Sen fashioned a knot suitable for Satan and secured the rope around him. With ease, the creature dragged the several hundred pounds of wood away. Zhang Sen nodded in satisfaction. His efforts had not gone to waste. The others were equally astonished. "This dog is incredible," Tu Sai mused, contemplating Satan's demeanor, which seemed far from canine. She had observed him closely, yet his true nature eluded her, obscured as it was by his down coat. Satan, reveling in the chance to frolic, found the task of hauling such weight trivial given his current vigor. Were it not for Zhang Sen's restraint, he could have vanished from sight in an instant. Upon their arrival at the community, Satan halted at the entrance of Building 9. Survivors within the complex eyed the firewood with ravenous longing, yet recoiled at the sight of Zhang Sen's machete. The quantity of firewood was overwhelming. They could not carry it all in one trip, resorting instead to hauling it away bundle by bundle. Zhang Sen, however, deemed it unwise to assist in this regard, as someone needed to remain vigilant over the firewood to prevent theft. No one was more suited to this task than he. He untied the rope from Satan's neck and front legs, allowing the creature to frolic freely within the community. With Satan's current capabilities, Zhang Sen held no concern for anyone daring to approach him. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would be ready to intervene. Excited, Satan darted about. Moments later, 6 burly men armed with machetes barged in from outside, shouting raucously, "Where's the dog? Where's the dog? Damn, I've never seen such a fat dog before. I haven't had meat in ages. If we find that dog tonight, we feast." Zhang Sen narrowed his eyes at them, noting their audacity in targeting Satan. Just then, Satan sensed impending danger and swiftly returned to Zhang Sen's side. "There," he growled, glaring at the intruders, his body coiled in an aggressive stance. Low growls emanating from his throat. He was hungry and wished to tear these men apart, but alas, his master forbade him from harming humans. Thus, he settled for tearing into them instead. He looked to Zhang Sen, eager for a command. Zhang Sen patted his head, signaling him to remain calm. There were too many adversaries. For Satan's first encounter with killing, caution was paramount. He could sustain injuries, but they must not be severe. He was still too young. Is this dog yours? The 6 men approached, underestimating Zhang Sen's resolve. Zhang Sen remained silent, his gaze icy. If you want to live, hand over the dog and strip off your clothes as tribute. Zhang Sen chuckled softly, bemused by their audacity. As if I would give you anything. He thrust his machete into the icy ground. What if I refuse? If you refuse, we'll take what we want by force. One of the men bellowed, boys. Grab this kid and the dog. The 6 lunged forward, but Zhang Sen was swift, reaching into the small of his back and emerging with 2 knives. He charged at them like a gust of wind, throwing the blades with lightning speed, embedding them in the chests of the first 2 attackers, who collapsed in unison. The remaining 4 were taken aback. What the hell? This is like a scene from a movie. They attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Zhang Sen was upon them, drawing the knives from the fallen and striking again. One blade pierced a man's throat while the other severed the head of another. The dismembered head rolled at his feet, prompting Satan to pounce and crush it with a paw, looking up at Zhang Sen with pride, seeking praise. Master, am I not magnificent? Unbeknownst to Satan, Zhang Sen was oblivious to his antics. At this moment, only 2 of the once menacing 6 remained. Terrified, they collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy. Please, spare us, brother. I realize my mistakes. I beg you, show mercy. Spare you? Zhang Sen chuckled lightly, that is possible, provided you can run fast enough. A flicker of hope spurred them to scramble to their feet, exerting every ounce of strength to flee. Zhang Sen turned away, returning to the firewood, sheathing the knives back into his waistband, effectively storing them away. Satan, go play, but remember, no eating people. Satan let out a low growl. Sprinting into the fray, Zhang Sen settled atop the firewood, watching with keen interest as Satan put on a display. Indeed, a beast was still a beast. No matter how long confined indoors, the scent of blood would awaken its primal instincts. Zhang Sen observed quietly as Satan inflicted torment upon the 2 men. Satan, playful by nature, relished prolonging the suffering, gnawing at one man's shoulder and then the other's arm. Yet he was obedient to Zhang Sen's commands, spitting out anything he bit into. Zhang Sen's satisfaction grew. Such a loyal and formidable companion was a rare find. He increasingly anticipated how Satan would evolve in the future. At this moment, the 2 individuals, rendered mere playthings in the maw of Satan, were engulfed in despair. What a travesty. This was no mere dog. It was a demon incarnate. The man from earlier was none other than the king of demons. Chapter 56, The Snowmobile. Since death was inevitable, it would be far more merciful to end their lives swiftly, rather than subject them to the torment of being toyed with, piece by piece, until they were torn asunder. Fortunately, 3 minutes later, the 2 finally found release, drawing their last breaths. Satan, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed in disappointment, how dull. They perished so quickly. Slightly irked, he delivered a hefty paw to one of their faces, causing it to cave in with a satisfying crunch. Pleased, Satan scampered back to Zhang Sen, nuzzling his head against his palm. It was, after all, his inaugural act of murder, and Zhang Sen graciously rewarded him with a pat on the head. Well done. I'll get you some meat when we return. Satan let out a soft whimper, remembering his master's words. He must not let anyone outside hear his cries just yet. He would wait until he grew larger and stronger, no longer fearing human harm, before he could strut outside with abandon, barking and roaming wherever he pleased. Zhang Sen turned to see Lu Hao and the others standing by the window of the entrance. Lu Hao seemed unfazed, having witnessed Zhang Sen commit murder before. However, the other 2 were utterly stunned, their eyes filled with shock and admiration as they gazed at Zhang's senator returning to the woodpile. He casually remarked, hurry up and work. We need to finish quickly and get back before we freeze to death. The trio snapped back to reality and hurriedly moved to gather firewood. Once they completed their task, and with little left to carry, Zhang Sen and Satan each took some upstairs, as he needed it himself. Upon returning home, he tossed some firewood into the fireplace, helped Satan shed his garments, and retrieved several pounds of raw beef from his storage, tossing it into Satan's bowl. Feeling too lazy to cook, he simply conjured a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup from his space. After satisfying his hunger, he began to contemplate how to acquire the vault key the following day. Initially, he considered summoning a rugged vehicle from his storage. But given that the official system had not yet completely collapsed, he might encounter military personnel searching for supplies, and there was a high probability of being requisitioned. However, if he opted for snowmobile, it would necessitate Yang Yike sitting behind him. Although he had not fully placed his trust in her, he was reassured by Satan's presence. Should Yang Yike harbor any ill intentions, it would merely be a trivial matter for Satan to handle. The following day, he awoke at 7 a.m. After breakfast, he intended to dress Satan in a down jacket as usual. To his surprise, the moment he fetched the coat, Satan swatted it away with a paw, sending it flying. Zhang Sen was taken aback. You don't want to wear it? Satan darted over to the jacket, attempting to tear it apart. Zhang Sen quickly intervened. What are you doing, you ungrateful creature? Why would you ruin a perfectly good coat? Satan huffed, spitting out the jacket and casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Sr. Aren't you afraid of the cold with temperatures this low? He queried. With a proud flick of his head, Satan turned away. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Sen decided it was acceptable for Satan to forego the coat. If anyone discerned Satan's true identity, it would matter little. Perhaps it would even serve to intimidate the more foolish individuals. Thus, Satan's wish was granted, and the duo, man and leopard, stepped outside. Zhang Sen knocked on the door of 1602, where Tusai and Yang Yike were having breakfast. A small pot bubbled over the fire, simmering a concoction of canned meat porridge. Zhang Sen, accustomed to gourmet meals, involuntarily grimaced at the thought of its taste. Son, are you heading out to get the vault key now? Yang Yike inquired. Zhang Sen nodded. I'll go retrieve the vehicle. You come down in half an hour. Noticing that Zhang Sen had not called for her, Tusai eagerly asked, What about me, son? You can either stay home or go look for supplies. It's your choice. With that, Zhang Sen turned and departed, ignoring Tusai's further inquiries. The rules had been established from the outset. No one was to question his decisions. Had it not been for the necessity of Yang Yike's assistance in retrieving the vault key today, he would have simply walked away. Half an hour later, Yang Yike, Tusai, and Lu Hao emerged from the third-floor window. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld Zhang Sen sitting atop the snowmobile. Lu Hao exclaimed, Wow, boss, you're incredible. You have one of these. It's a friend's, Zhang Sen casually explained, tossing a helmet to Yang Yike. You'll sit behind Satan. Yang Yike said nothing more and glanced back at Tusai, who nodded in encouragement. Be careful. As Yang Yike mounted the vehicle, she turned to Tusai, offering a bright smile, only to inadvertently lock eyes with Satan's piercing yellow gaze, sending an involuntary shiver down her spine. She quickly realized that this was no dog. It was a leopard. Instinctively swallowing hard, she felt a surge of anxiety. Zhang Sen, clearly aware of her apprehension, reassured her, no need to be afraid. He won't bite. Yang Yike nodded in response. Zhang Sen turned to Lu Hao and Tusai, contemplating the uncertain days ahead. It was prudent to reinforce the door on the 16th floor. While searching for supplies, they could also keep an eye out for suitable materials. After issuing his advice, Zhang Sen donned his helmet, and the roar of the engine erupted as the snowmobile sped off. The sound caught the attention of nearly everyone in the vicinity. Eyes filled with envy and resentment followed him. Why did he get to enjoy such a lavish existence while possessing a rare snowmobile? Tusai and Lu Hao recalled Zhang Sen's parting reminder, feeling the chill of the onlookers' icy stares, prompting them to hasten their departure. Yang Yike's uncle resided in a villa area in the west of Niniang City. The elevated terrain meant little water accumulation, with the ice only reaching the front door, seemingly unaffected by the circumstances. As Zhang Sen's snowmobile entered the neighborhood, survivors began opening their doors, their eyes alight with hope, recognizing that these affluent individuals were faring far better than the average citizen in this apocalypse. Those who heard the commotion rushed to open their doors, inquiring about the situation outside, some even seeking to buy supplies. Zhang Sen paid them no mind, maintaining his speed as he headed straight for Yang Yike's uncle's house. Some, perceiving his indifference, dashed into the road, attempting to force him to stop. Hey buddy, hold on a moment, let's chat. Zhang Sen showed no leniency, accelerating towards them. In a panic, they scattered, cursing as they fled. Soon, Zhang Sen arrived at Yang Yike's uncle's doorstep. The man and his leopard dismounted, and Zhang Sen removed his helmet. You go knock, he instructed Yang Yike, who obediently complied. Zhang Sen turned to Satan. I need to take care of some matters. Keep an eye on the vehicle. If anyone causes trouble, feel free to tear them apart without holding back. Just as he finished speaking, the door creaked open, revealing a hoarse male voice. Yike? Yang Yike's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Uncle, thank goodness you're safe. Yang Zheng quickly pulled Yang Yike inside. How did you get here? Is your mother all right? Yang Yike, whose mother was abroad, had long since lost contact. With reddened eyes, she shook her head. Uncle, I don't know. Communication has been cut off, and I can't reach her. Yang Zheng sighed heavily. Zhang Sen approached, prompting Yang Yike to get to the point. Uncle, this is my friend. We're here for a serious matter. Chapter 57, A Bloodbath. Yang Zheng took note of Zhang Sen's imposing presence and realized he was no ordinary person. Come in. It's too cold outside. The three entered, and Zhang Sen surveyed the interior, quickly discerning that this family was not faring well. Even the precious mahogany furniture had been dismantled, with signs of struggle evident throughout the home. Yang Zheng led them into the smallest room, where a fire still flickered. His wife and son lay in bed, gaunt and starving, while Yang Zheng's son slept, his face unnaturally flushed. Zhang Sen observed that Yang Yike seemed to share a cordial rapport with her uncle. Thus he decided to grant the two a moment to reminisce while he comfortably settled by the fire. "Uncle, what has happened to you and my cousin?" Yang Yike inquired. Yang Zheng's eyes instantly reddened as he recounted the unfolding events. Just 2 days prior, following the onset of the extreme cold, the security personnel of the villa community had become acutely aware of the impending catastrophe, plunging into utter despair. Their once upstanding morals and professional ethics were devoured by the primal instinct for survival, compounded by their resentment towards the affluent. They commenced to pillage and plunder. Naturally, the Yang family, consisting of only 3 members, became one of their primary targets. Yang Zheng's son, merely 18 years old and fresh from his college entrance examinations, was filled with youthful zeal and a propensity for anger. When intruders burst into their home, intent on seizing their vital provisions, he seized a knife and engaged in combat, sustaining 2 grievous wounds. Fortunately, these marauders were still somewhat apprehensive about taking lives and ultimately absconded with the majority of the family's food supplies. Yang Yike gazed at her cousin, feverishly lying in bed, her heart aching for him, yet feeling utterly powerless. She understood Zhang Sen's disposition. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs, nor would he offer assistance without a compelling reason. Thus, she could only hope that Zhang Sen, considering the significance of the vault key, might extend some form of aid to her uncle's family. Turning to Yang Zheng, she stated, "Uncle, we actually came to ask you for the bank vault key." Yang Zheng was taken aback. "What do you need the vault key for? If I give it to you, we might as well forget about our futures." Yang Yike was at a loss for words. Casting a pleading glance toward Zhang, Senator Zhang Sen lifted his gaze. Surveying Yang Zheng's son, "The family of Manager Yang likely has little food left. Do you not think that under these circumstances, you and your family have little hope for the future?" Yang Zheng was momentarily speechless. Zhang Sen continued, "If I am not mistaken, your son must already be running a fever. Without anti-inflammatory or fever-reducing medication, in this dreadful weather, it's unlikely he will last much longer." Yang Zheng's expression darkened. "Young man, are you threatening me?" He turned his furious gaze upon Yang Yike. "Kiki, how do you know him? Did he ask you for the vault key?" Yang Yike nodded. "Uncle, the situation outside has descended into chaos. It is akin to the end of days. The vault key is of little use to you now. You'll be better off giving it to Senator. You have no food, do you? I will ask Son to provide you with some, as a trade." At this point, Yang Yike hesitated, glancing back at Zhang Senator's son. "Is this acceptable? If my uncle gives you the key, can you spare them some food?" Zhang Sen smiled at Yang Yike, appreciating her cleverness in seeking a benefit for her uncle. He nodded. "Very well, if Manager Yang can indeed assist me with this favor, it is only right that I provide some form of compensation." Yet Yang Zheng remained obstinate. "No, Kiki, do not say any more. You must leave my home with your friend at once. You are attempting to rob a bank. That is a capital offense. If I hand this over to you, I'm not only endangering you, but myself as well." Zhang Sen rose to his feet. "Manager Yang, let us consider it this way. If you fear repercussions, should anyone inquire later, simply say I stole it or that I robbed you. Ultimately, you can shift all responsibility onto me." Yang Zheng still refused to acquiesce, and Zhang Sen's patience was wearing thin. At that moment, he heard the furious growl of Satan. He dashed outside to find 7 or 8 burly men brandishing iron rods blocking the entrance to Yang Zheng's home, with 3 bloody bodies sprawled on the ground. The once pristine coat of Satan was now stained crimson as it crouched, growling low, preparing to attack. Yang Zheng muttered, "This is bad. They are the security team." Zhang Sen approached Satan, checking for injuries. "Are you hurt?" Satan relaxed, shaking its head and nuzzling Zhang Sen's hand. The leader of the security team, seeing this, demanded, "Is this leopard yours?" Zhang Sen shot him a cold glance. "If you wish to live, you would do well to leave immediately. You raised this leopard, and it killed my brother. How dare you tell me to leave?" Another shouted, "This beast should never have been allowed in our community. Hand it over." "That's right. Our brother cannot have died in vain. You must compensate us for our losses." Zhang Sen laughed in disbelief. "Satan has never attacked unprovoked. If you hadn't sought trouble, it wouldn't have harmed your brother. You're talking nonsense. A beast cannot control itself. We are the security of this villa community." Reports indicated a leopard had entered, and we came to investigate. Fearing for people's safety, we sought to drive it away, yet the creature suddenly went berserk and killed our brother. "Hand it over now, or you will pay for your losses." "Indeed, give it to us. Hand it over." Zhang Sen smirked. "All right, Whoever wants it, come and take it. Satan, go play. With a furious roar, Satan charged like a bolt of lightning, sinking its teeth into one man's neck. The others recoiled in terror. The leader of the security team, swallowing hard, barked, "What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. One blow each can bring down this beast. Let us team up and kill it. We can feast on its flesh. Indeed, I've never tasted leopard meat. Once this beast is dead, that snowmobile will belong to us." Emboldened by their words, the group surged forward. Though Satan was swift, it could not evade the onslaught of so many attackers, sustaining several blows, but inflicting deep wounds on two of them in return. Zhang Sen, having intended to train Satan, recognized that encountering such a large number of opponents would inevitably lead to some losses. To prevent Satan from suffering serious injuries, Zhang Sen reached into his bag, retrieving a hand crossbow and bolts. He swiftly aimed at a security guard about to strike Satan and shot an arrow directly into his heart, quickly loading another bolt. He shot again, bringing down another man. In rapid succession, several arrows found their marks, leaving a number of corpses in their wake. Only 4 remained standing. These 4, witnessing the carnage and the crossbow bolts embedded in the bodies, soon grasped the gravity of the situation. This young man was utterly unhinged. They had merely intended to commit robbery, never anticipating that he would not only unleash a leopard, but also slaughter without remorse. Chapter 58, The Vault. The 4 men hastily fled. Zhang Sen pulled a dagger from his waist and approached Satan, gently stroking its head. "Do you wish to exact revenge?" Satan wagged its tail vigorously in agreement. "Go ahead. If you find yourself in danger, return to me." With that, Satan turned and dashed away like a streak of lightning. Soon, anguished cries echoed from a distance. Yang Yike and Yang Zheng stood transfixed, watching as Zhang Sen ensured the remaining attackers were dispatched, extracting arrows from the dead. Although it was not Yang Yike's first encounter with Zhang Sen's lethal prowess, witnessing Satan's brutality with a Nov, Yang Zheng let out a deep sigh, murmuring, "Could it truly be the end of the world?" At that moment, Satan finally returned, his body smeared with even more blood. Yet his leopard-like face radiated a sense of triumph. Zhang Sen stowed away all the crossbow arrows into his bag, stepped into the house, and approached Yang Zheng. "President Yang, how does this count as avenging your son?" Yang Zheng felt a twinge of conflict within him, hesitant to acquiesce to Zhang Sr. He understood all too well the severe ramifications of handing over the vault key, given his position as the bank president. Zhang Sen lit a cigarette and offered one to Yang Zheng. As a seasoned smoker, Yang Zheng had long since depleted his own supply. His mind raced, and he accepted it without hesitation. Zhang Sen ignited it for him and took a draw before casually stating, "President Yang, as you have witnessed, my temper is not the most forgiving, nor is my patience. I am willing to speak amicably with you solely for Coco's sake. I must obtain the vault key today. If you hand it over now, I can provide you with some food and life-saving medicine for your son as compensation, allowing you to sustain yourself for a while. However, if I cannot acquire the key, well, you should contemplate that, President Yang." With that, Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with an unsettling threat. Yang Zheng broke out in a cold sweat. Minutes later, the vault key had found its way into Zhang Sen's pocket. True to his word, upon returning outside, he retrieved supplies from his earlier expedition with Lu Hao and the others, stuffing them into his bag, along with some external wound medications. He returned to the villa and scattered everything across the floor. Yang Zheng gazed at the disarray of supplies, his heart racing with excitement. "Let us go," Zhang Sen said to Yang Yike. She nodded and then embraced Yang Zheng. "Uncle, with this parting, who knows when we shall meet again? Please take care of yourself." Yang Zheng patted Yang Yike's head. "You take care as well." Zhang Sen chose not to intrude on their farewell, recognizing that this could very well be their final separation. After a prolonged moment, they released each other. Zhang Sen turned to leave, but was called back by Yang Zheng. "Young brother, I entrust Coco to you." Zhang Sen glanced at Yang Yike, reluctant to make such an empty promise. In this world, trust was a rare commodity. One could only rely on oneself. This villa area is likely to descend into chaos soon. You should go collect anything useful from the security guards, especially their weapons. Those iron rods they carry will serve as decent self-defense. Yang Zheng realized the gravity of the situation and nodded vigorously, expressing his gratitude for the warning. Zhang Sen waved dismissively and exited the villa. As Yang Zheng followed him out, he noticed Yang Yike was about to get into the car. He paused, approached the vehicle, and said, "Young brother, there's one more thing." Zhang Sen's impatience grew, and his brows furrowed. Yang Zheng felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. This key alone cannot unlock the vault door. What? Zhang Sen's murderous intent flared. Why can't it open? Is it a fake? The palpable aura of menace emanating from Zhang Sen made Yang Zheng's legs tremble. He stammered, "And no, the key I gave you is genuine. However, there are 2 keys for the vault. The bank president and the vice president each possess one. Only when both keys are together can the door be opened. Zhang Sen cursed under his breath, recognizing the added complication. Fortunately, Yang Zheng had disclosed this critical information, or he might have made the trip in vain. After acquiring the vice president's address, Zhang Sen hurried over. The vice president's residence was less troublesome, as none of his family had survived the calamity. The stench of decaying corpses permeated the air, causing Yang Yike to gag upon entering. Zhang Sen instructed her to open the windows while he searched for the key, ultimately discovering it on the floor beside the office safe. The safe had been forcefully breached, leaving it completely empty, but thankfully an inconspicuous key had gone unnoticed, allowing him to seize it. Otherwise, the vault would remain forever beyond his reach. With the key secured, Zhang Sen wasted no time, racing back to the bank. Upon arrival, he found the bank untouched, the lock on the door still intact. He produced a pair of heavy-duty pliers and severed the lock, then turned to Yang Yike. You and Satan will stay by the entrance. Satan will protect you. I'll handle the bank robbery myself to spare you any potential repercussions when the world returns to normal. Zhang Sen noted the look of gratitude on Yang Yike's face, feeling a swell of pride. Once this is done, brother will treat you to a grand feast tonight. Yang Yike nodded enthusiastically, thrilled at the prospect of a good meal. Zhang Sen ventured inside, searching for the vault for over 10 minutes before finally locating its imposing entrance. Concerned about unforeseen circumstances, he retrieved the gun from his space and tucked it at his back. After overcoming the complex and heavy vault door, Zhang Sen illuminated the interior with a flashlight, his eyes widening in disbelief. Holy cow! Chapter 59, Hunting. Zhang Sen had never encountered such a staggering amount of money and gold in his life. Before him lay heaps of pink bills and gold. Unable to ascertain the exact value, and confirming that all surveillance had been rendered inoperative, he hastily gathered every item within the vault into his space, leaving not a single bill behind. Although this currency may become worthless in the future, it could serve as a means to flaunt his wealth through cigars. Beep. Gold detected. Would you like to use it for an upgrade? No upgrades, no upgrades. I need to return and carefully observe the next upgrade. Zhang Sen exited the vault, anxious that someone might discover the empty vault and trace back to him. He relocked the vault door, tossed the key into space, and even wedged a steel rod into the lock. Only then did he feel reassured enough to leave. To avoid raising Yang Yike's suspicions, he feigned nonchalance, stuffing a handful of gold bars into his bag as he exited. All sorted? Yang Yike beamed at him upon his return. Zhang Sen, in high spirits, couldn't resist pinching her fair cheek. All done. Let's go home. The two set off on their journey back. Along the way, several groups attempted to confront Zhang Sen, but they could not catch up. He showed no mercy to those who dared to block their path, flooring the accelerator. These would-be robbers were more afraid of death than the prospect of stealing. Before they could even approach on their motorcycles, they scattered in disarray. Yang Yike found the whole situation amusing, giggling from her seat behind him. Halfway through the ride, they passed a small hill. Zhang Sen suddenly slammed on the brakes. What's wrong, Senji? Yang Yike inquired. Zhang Sen pointed to the distance. Look over there, what is that? Yang Yike focused her gaze and exclaimed joyfully, chickens. Zhang Sen patted Satan's head. Satan, it's your turn to shine. Just be careful not to kill them. Satan yelped and dashed off like lightning. Let us go see if there's anything else around. Zhang Sen drove the snowmobile in the direction Satan had gone. After disembarking, he directed Yang Yike. Satan is off to catch chickens. You look around for any large bags nearby. Don't wander too far. Call for me if you sense danger. Got it. Yang Yike replied eagerly and set off. Once she was a safe distance away, ensuring no one was around, Zhang Sen stored the snowmobile in his space and proceeded deeper into the mountains, following the path Satan had taken. After a short walk, he spotted a wild hare darting by. Perfect, he needed a living specimen to test how long it could survive in his space. He quickly captured the hare and tossed it inside. To prevent the hare from contaminating the water source, he mentally confined it within a 1 square meter area. Continuing his search, he soon caught sight of Satan returning, proudly carrying 2 wild chickens in its mouth. It dropped them at Zhang Sen's feet, looking up at him with an expectant expression, as if seeking a reward. Zhang Sen ruffled its head. Well done. You'll get a treat tonight. Satan wagged its tail in pride. Go catch more. The more, the better. If you find any other creatures, bring them back too. With that, Satan dashed off once more. Senji. The voice of Yang Yike echoed from the foot of the mountain. Moments later, she approached, clutching 2 filthy snakeskin bags, her eyes gleaming as she spotted the wild chicken on the ground. Had they caught it so swiftly? Zhang Sen chuckled, knowing that Satan had likely secured more. How splendid. As he gazed at Yang Yike's radiant smile, he recalled the mountains of gold bars in his space, and his mood soared. He promised her a grand feast that evening. Hot pot awaited them. Really? Yang Yike's eyes sparkled with delight. Of course. Before long, Satan returned, carrying 2 wild chickens. Though one was lifeless and motionless, Zhang Sen said, nothing as Satan dropped the chickens and dashed away again. Zhang Sen felt elated. It seemed they were in for a bountiful harvest. Indeed, Satan is remarkable. He found a stone and sat down, inviting Yang Yike to join him. She settled beside him. And after a while, Zhang Sen, feeling a bit bored, inquired, how long have you and Tusai been together? Over 3 years. Zhang Sen nodded, casually asking, are you both completely uninterested in men, or do you merely have a fondness for each other? At this, Yang Yike's heart raced, and she hurriedly replied, not interested in men. Zhang Sen sensed her tension and chuckled inwardly, reassuring her, don't worry, I was merely asking without any ulterior motive. However, should the day come when you find yourselves intrigued by men, we can certainly discuss that further. Yang Yike smiled shyly. Just then, Satan returned, tossing 2 wild rabbits onto the ground before scampering off again. Ah, there are rabbits too, Yang Yike exclaimed, yet Zhang Sen did not respond. She stole glances at him several times, and sensing her hesitation, he smiled and encouraged her to speak freely. Yang Yike cautiously ventured, Sun Ge, I ask this purely out of curiosity, no hidden intentions. Feel free to ask, is Satan truly a leopard? Zhang Sen affirmed, yes, a jaguar. How did you come to have such a pet? I never intended to keep one. I found him during a typhoon, thinking he was a starving cat. I fed him a bit, and he stubbornly insisted on following me. Yang Yike burst into laughter, her eyes filled with admiration. How fortunate you are to have such an extraordinary pet. Their conversation continued leisurely, while Satan compiled a small mountain of prey before them, pausing for a lunch break. By the time the clock struck 3, Satan finally appeared to tire, prompting their return home. The prey collected by Satan filled 2 large bags, with Zhang Sen carrying the heavier load and Yang Yike managing a smaller one. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Zhang Sen set down his bag, pretending to retrieve a snowmobile from the side. A half hour later, they arrived near the royal garden. They disembarked, with Zhang Sen leaving Satan in Yang Yike's care, while he discreetly stored the snowmobile in his space in a secluded spot. Afterward, he secured both bags of prey on his Satan's back, and they strolled back to the royal garden, met with envious gazes from passers-by. Zhang Sen had grown accustomed to such attention, knowing that, for now, no one dared disturb him. Yet Yang Yike felt somewhat uncomfortable, her head down as she walked briskly. After days of training with Lu Hao and Tusai, her stamina had improved somewhat. As they neared the building entrance, Yang Yike's anxiety intensified. Singo, what if someone discovers that we brought back chickens? Will they try to steal them? Don't worry, they wouldn't dare. Chapter 60, The Complete Space. Tusai and Lu Hao had returned, primarily to find a door, and thus only brought back a small amount of supplies. When Zhang Sen and Yang Yike arrived, Tusai was at Lu Hao's residence, collaborating on how to install the door in the corridor. Back already? Tusai greeted them enthusiastically, ready to take the bag from Yang Yike's shoulder. What did you find? Such a large bag. With a beaming smile, Yang Yike replied, wild chickens and rabbits caught by Satan. Singo promised to treat us to hot pot tonight. Really? Lu Hao and Tusai exclaimed in unison. Singo, can we still have hot pot now? Lu Hao asked eagerly, squatting down to open Yang Yike's smaller bag. Upon seeing 6 chickens and 3 rabbits inside, his excitement was palpable. I haven't had meat in ages. I'm practically drooling. All right, then we shall feast tonight, Zhang Sen declared. Yang Yike squatted down, extracting 1 rabbit and 1 chicken. Singo, is it all right if we eat this much tonight? Take as much as you want, he replied. No, this is more than enough. Yang Yike shyly set aside the rabbit and chicken, tying the bag once more. Let me help you carry this to your door. No. You 2 have worked all day. I'll help the boss carry it, Lu Hao insisted. Zhang Sen calls it, Bootslet. Why take it to my place? Yang Yike explained. Because these were all caught by Satan. We only need a meal's worth. If we want more tomorrow, we can go hunting together. Only then did Zhang Sen comprehend. Casting a glance at Yang Yike, she did not seek to take advantage. She preferred to earn what she desired through her own efforts. Zhang Sen found himself increasingly impressed with her character. After contemplating, he decided to store some in his space for safekeeping. It could even lead to further offspring. He nudged the bag at his feet. Then I shall take this one home. The smaller portion can stay with Hao Zi. Given the cold weather, these 1 tea spoil. You can handle the cooking for the next few days, perhaps make some chicken soup. If there are leftovers, you could decide what to do with them. I'll tidy up and return shortly. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Sen picked up his belongings and made his way back to 1601. The 3 stood in stunned silence for a moment, and once they regained their composure, their hearts brimmed with gratitude. They couldn't help but remark on Zhang Sen's kindness. After a brief moment, Yang Yike asked, does anyone know how to slaughter chickens? I can do it. I've done it back home, Lu Hao replied. Let us do it together. I'd like to learn, Tusai suggested. Yang Yike, unwilling to be left behind, chimed in, I want to learn too. Thus, the 3 of them joyfully divided their tasks, bustling with excitement for the evening's grand feast. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen returned home, fed Satan 2 chickens, and tossed the gold bars from his bag into the space. He then plunged his consciousness into it. Detected gold. Would you like to use it for space upgrade? Upgrade. Upgrading in progress. As the words faded, mounds of gold transformed into a vibrant beam of golden light, surging towards the white mist. The entire space was suddenly enveloped in dazzling golden radiance. It's happening, it's happening. Zhang Sen's heart raced with exhilaration, even causing his hands to tremble. 5 minutes passed before the golden light gradually receded, and the mist vanished entirely. The space expanded significantly. Zhang Sen clearly saw the mountain range behind the spring and the vast grasslands at its foot, along with a large expanse of fertile black soil beside the spring. He distinctly sensed that the space had been divided into 2 distinct areas, one tranquil, and the other alive with gentle breezes and lush greenery. Space upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the complete space. This space can accommodate living creatures. The black soil is suitable for cultivation. With a 10-fold increase in growth speed and a 100% survival rate, Zhang Sen directed his consciousness towards the mountains, discovering a variety of fruit trees. Wow, this space is incredible, he exclaimed, plucking an apple without washing it and taking a huge bite. It was the most delicious apple he had ever tasted. As he savored the fruit, laughter erupted from him, echoing for several minutes. Since the apocalypse began, this was the happiest he had felt. Eventually his heart calmed, and he thought to himself, I must prepare for tonight's hot pot feast. He deliberately retrieved the potatoes and sweet potatoes, which had been frozen solid in the spatial storage. From outside the window that morning, he also brought back some slightly wilted vegetables, a few boxes of beef and lamb rolls, and 2 large bags filled with various hot pot meatballs, as well as hot pot base ingredients and dipping sauces. He had planned this hot pot meal since last night, intending to treat Yang Yike to a feast as soon as he successfully acquired the gold. Now that everything had come to fruition, his spirits were elevated, and he was more than willing to indulge. After preparing all these provisions, he headed to room 1601. The others were utterly astonished by the bounty he had brought. Zhang Sen had already devised an excuse, claiming that everything was from his previous stockpile, and if they didn't consume it soon, it would spoil. He mentioned that the vegetables were grown by him in petri dishes, albeit poorly, so they would have to make do with them. The 3 of them were nearly brought to tears. They had initially anticipated a hot pot dinner consisting solely of chicken and rabbit meat, perhaps with a bit of instant noodles and luncheon meat. Who could have imagined there would be so much more? Especially the vegetables. In this day and age, who could still acquire fresh produce? Boss, you are my deity, Lu Hao exclaimed, abandoning the half-plucked chicken he was working on and rushing over to embrace Zhang Sr. Zhang Sen quickly stepped back. Get away. You smell terrible. Lu Hao was unperturbed. All right, I'll be off. Back to the chickens. Zhang Sen noted that Lu Hao was quite nimble, and with the assistance of Tu Sai and Yang Yike, the 3 of them managed to process all the chickens and rabbits in under 2 hours. The chicken soup had already been simmering for half an hour, filling the room with its rich aroma. While the soup simmered, Zhang Sen squatted on the ground, examining the door Lu Hao had retrieved. Its dimensions were quite suitable, needing only slight adjustments to be functional. He delegated the cooking duties to Tu Sai and Yang Yike while he took Lu Hao to install the iron door. Lu Hao had matured into a competent assistant. In this post-apocalyptic world, Zhang Sen was steadily pulling out extension cords, electric saws, drills, and even a new lock from his home, and Lu Hao showed no surprise at all. In his eyes, a boss as formidable as Zhang Sen was only to be expected. The 2 men completed the door installation in just over an hour. Afterward, they connected the door to the power supply, and the task was deemed complete. Boss, are we about to have chaos in this building? Lu Hao inquired. It's hard to say. Being prepared is never a bad thing, Zhang Sen replied. But isn't everyone afraid of you? Lu Hao pondered. If chaos ensues, they wouldn't dare to provoke you, right? Zhang Sen chuckled lightly. They don't fear me. They fear death. Once they find themselves on the brink of survival, they won't have the luxury to consider anything else. Enduring is death, while causing me trouble might lead to a possible death. If you were in their shoes, which would you choose? Besides, this floor doesn't tea house only me. Lu Hao felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no, then aren't we also in danger? Zhang Sen, in a particularly good mood today, didn't mind elaborating further. Those still alive are merely struggling to endure, clinging to hope for the future, believing that the authorities will not abandon them. Once they realize that the officials lack the ability to manage them, they will have no choice but to fight for survival. Once they start, there's nothing they won't dare to do. At that point, we on the 16th floor will be the first targets. Moreover, we must be cautious not only of those inside the building. Lu Hao gasped in shock. You mean people from the outside will come looking for trouble with us? Zhang Sen left the possibility open. It's conceivable. Without moral and legal constraints, there will always be those who wish to seize power. Given the size of our community, The chances of attracting unwanted attention are significant. It seems I must expedite my growth, Lu Hao murmured, lowering his head. After a moment, he raised his gaze with determination. To hell with it. If anyone dares to come after us, I'll take them down one by one. I'll fight them to the end. Chapter 61. Hot Pot on the 16th floor. Snow had begun to fall outside, the flakes small and coarse. In the past, children would have eagerly rushed out to play in the snow. But now, with nighttime temperatures plummeting to over 70 degrees below zero, no one dared to venture outside. Building 9 was deserted, as the recent extreme cold had claimed another wave of lives. Now, the number of survivors in that building had dwindled to less than half. All the homes that were previously unoccupied had been broken into, and those who had been reluctant to share living spaces had now relented. The disorder within the building was escalating, as prolonged repression and despair gradually unearthed the darker aspects of human nature. Fights and brawls became increasingly commonplace. Survivors gathered together, finding warmth in numbers and offering each other protection against any disturbances. Outside, the world was engulfed in darkness, with the lights of countless homes extinguished. Only the occasional flicker of firelight signified that this world was not entirely stagnant. People huddled around bonfires for warmth and sleep, reminiscing about their once comfortable lives in their dreams. Those unable to sleep were either tormented by hunger or despair. Meanwhile, room 1601 was a warm haven, illuminated by the firelight that danced across the faces of 4 individuals. The pungent aroma of spicy hot pot wafted through the air, with beef, lamb, and an assortment of meatballs bubbling vigorously in the pot. Nearby, the chicken soup continued to steam. "Let us raise a toast to my boss," Lu Hao declared, gratitude brimming in his eyes as he gazed at Zhang. "Senator, thank you for allowing us to enjoy such a delectable feast in these trying times." Tu Sai and Yang Yike, neither of whom were fond of alcohol, received bottles of cola from Zhang's senator. They raised their drinks in unison, exclaiming, "Cheers to brother Sun." Zhang's son, unconcerned with formalities, encouraged them to enjoy the moment, stating that today was a day for joy and indulgence. Having inquired about Lu Hao's drinking capacity, Zhang Sen knew he usually handled a liter, so to avoid any drunken mishaps, especially in the cold, he suggested they limit their intake. Setting down his glass, Zhang Sen quickly picked up a pair of chopsticks to grab some beef. "Hurry up and eat." Wu and T wanted to overcook. Only then did the 3 begin to dig in. After days of surviving on instant noodles and self-heating rice, they had long since forgotten the taste of a proper hot pot. As they savored the delicious beef rolls, a wave of emotion washed over them. The more sensitive Yang Yike felt tears welling up in her eyes. Zhang Sun, noticing, chose to ignore it. Such reactions were inevitable. He recalled a time in his past life when, after enduring prolonged hunger, he had tasted roasted chicken while scavenging, which had also brought him to tears. After comforting Yang Yike for a while, Tu Sai managed to stabilize her emotions. She smiled apologetically at the group, saying, "I'm sorry. It's just been so long since I've eaten something this good." Lu Hao sighed, but said nothing. After a moment of hesitation, Tu Sai raised her cola to toast Zhang Sun, saying, "Brother Sun, thank you for taking in me and Kuku. Without you, we might have perished long ago." Zhang Sun lifted his glass, responding, "You flatter me. I'm not taking you in. This is merely a collaboration. And don't underestimate yourselves, despite being women. Your capabilities far exceed mere survival. Even without me, you would thrive in this apocalypse." Hearing his words, Tu Sai's eyes glistened with tears, and she nodded, taking a large gulp of her cola. "Brother Sun, whatever happens from now on, just ask, and Kuku and I will stand by you without hesitation." "Yes, Brother Sun. We will definitely follow your lead from now on," Yang Yike chimed in, her eyes still glistening, filled with admiration. "Boss, I feel the same way. You are the deity for the 3 of us," Lu Hao added, joining in the camaraderie. Meanwhile, the lazy yet observant Satan, who had been lounging nearby, stood up in discontent, nudging Zhang Sun and gazing at him with eager eyes. "What about me, you silly goose?" Zhang Sun chuckled, ruffling Satan's head. The other 3 erupted into laughter. Yang Yike quickly added, "And our Lord Satan too. We are now a quartet." Satan nodded approvingly at Yang Yike, acknowledging her perceptiveness. This action provoked a burst of joyous laughter within the room. Amidst the flickering flames, Zhang Sun gazed at the 3 individuals and the leopard before him, their faces aglow with the firelight. For the first time, he felt that the apocalypse was not as solitary as he had imagined. If these 3 could remain loyal, perhaps he could take them along as his own kin in the days to come. The lively chatter persisted, and the hot pot feast extended for more than 3 hours before they finally dispersed. As they were about to leave, Zhang Sun produced 2 walkie-talkies, handing one each to Lu Hao and Tu Sai's family. It was cold outside, and rather than knocking on doors for assistance, it would be more convenient to use these devices. The three had grown accustomed to Zhang Sen's ability to conjure peculiar items at will, without a word of inquiry. They examined how to use them before tucking them away in their pockets. Subsequently, they agreed to meet for a bowl of chicken noodle soup the next morning before heading up the mountain to hunt. Upon returning to 1602, Zhang Sen recalled that after upgrading his space earlier that day, he had yet to take Satan for a stroll inside. The wild chickens and rabbits he had hunted were also still outside. Satan, come here. I have a place to show you. Assuming Zhang Sen intended to take him out for a romp, Satan scampered over eagerly. Before reaching Zhang Sen, the dimly lit living room transformed into an endless expanse of grassland. Confounded, Satan spun around several times, gazing at his master in bewilderment. Zhang Sen found this amusing and instructed, "Go play, but do not bite indiscriminately or splash in water." Obediently, Satan dashed off into the mountains. Zhang Sen glanced at the wild rabbit he had initially placed inside. It was comfortably sleeping, showing no signs of its prior injuries. It appeared that Satan had been gentle, likely inflicting only minor wounds. With a flick of his mind, he summoned a small container from the stillness of his space. Zhang Sen then divided the container into two, one for the wild chickens and the other for the rabbits. The box for the chickens was made taller to prevent them from flying out at the first opportunity. He also added some spring water and their favorite foods to each container. He wished to experiment and discern the differences between animals nurtured in his space and those raised outside. Initially, he had intended to scatter seeds in the rich soil to observe the growth pace of vegetables, but he felt too lazy to move, knowing there was plenty of time. Satan, come back. Satan, having wandered off, took more than a minute to return. You went out to sleep? Zhang Sen inquired. Satan abruptly halted, shaking his head vigorously. You don't want to go outside? Zhang Sen pressed. Satan nodded, gazing at Zhang Sen with pleading eyes. It's comfortable here. I don't want to go out. Reflecting on this, Zhang Sen decided against allowing Satan to leave, reasoning that if he were not home and someone attempted to invade, who would protect him? Contemplating this, Satan ceased his protests and followed Zhang Sen outside. The following day, Zhang Sen was awakened by the crackling sound of the walkie-talkie. Boss, are you awake? The official rescue team has arrived. As Zhang Sen descended the stairs, nearly everyone capable of movement in the community had gathered. He did not bring Satan along, knowing that having a leopard at his side during such times could evoke unnecessary complications with the authorities. Lu Hao and the others had arrived before him, but they too were late, relegated to the periphery. They did not attempt to push forward, as the official personnel had yet to enter the community, leaving only the sound of their loudspeakers echoing. Attention, please. We are the official rescue team. All citizens of Yuan, please proceed downstairs immediately. Lu Hao kept his eyes on Zhang Sen, and upon spotting him, called out, "Boss, that person." As Zhang Sen approached, he noticed Yang Yike beaming at him. "Sun Ge." "Good morning." Tu Sai also nodded in acknowledgement. "Good morning, Sun Ge." Zhang Sen, pleased by Yang Yike's cheerful demeanor, replied, "Good morning." "Still no interest in men today?" Yang Yike paused, realizing from Zhang Sen's playful smile that he was jesting, and shook her head with a laugh. "What about you?" Zhang Sen turned to Tu Sai. "Are you also uninterested in men today?" Following the previous night's hot pot gathering, Tu Sai had gained a bit more courage, playfully punching Zhang Sen's chest. "No way, bro. What a pity. I shall inquire again tomorrow," Zhang Sen responded, as Tu Sai and Yang Yike laughed together, their joy infectious. Lu Hao observed his boss's flirtatious demeanor, eyes widening in disbelief. "Boss, were you just flirting with girls?" "Flirting with what girls? Did you not hear them say they have no interest in men at all?" "I was merely flirting with the boys. Life is too challenging. One must find some amusement." Just then, a modified military green truck rolled slowly into view. The truck did not enter the community, but halted at its entrance, facing outward. The personnel dispatched by the authorities were all military, and an officer raised a loudspeaker, commanding, "Everyone, please maintain order. Do not crowd or panic." Excitement surged through the crowd, voices rising in a cacophony of emotions. Some wept uncontrollably, others cried out in joy, while a few expressed their anger vehemently. "You finally arrived. Thank goodness, the authorities have not abandoned us. Comrades, please distribute some food. We have been starving for days." "What are you officials doing? Collecting our taxes without caring for us. It's been ages since the disaster struck, and my mother starved to death. My home has been utterly destroyed by the disaster. Will the authorities provide compensation?" Zhang Sen nearly burst into laughter upon hearing these grievances. Even in such dire circumstances, some still considered themselves entitled. He had long forgotten when exactly the officials had arrived in his previous life, for it held little significance. These individuals were merely here to tally the number of survivors. There would be no food, no rescue, and certainly no compensation. The only benefit these survivors would glean from this situation was the stark realization that the authorities were no longer the same as before. Now, even murder would not elicit their concern. As the crowd swelled, the questions grew increasingly absurd. Some even demanded that the government arrange for their accommodation in hotels. The rescue team members appeared accustomed to such attitudes. They refrained from wasting energy, waiting for the crowd to vent their negative emotions before coldly announcing through the loudspeaker. "Are you all done? Once you're finished, please line up by building." Believing they were about to receive supplies, the crowd hurriedly complied. Moments later, the entrance to the community was divided into several groups. "Now, the first person in front of each building, please count the number of people and report to me." Soon, the officer received a series of numbers. After recording them, he raised the loudspeaker again. "In light of the disaster, please trust that the authorities have not abandoned you. We are working tirelessly day and night to construct shelters for you. Until the shelters are completed, please embody the spirit of perseverance and resilience of our great Xia, and endure." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. "What does this mean? Were you not here for rescue? Is there no provision? Are you officials trying to starve us? We won't allow you to leave without distributing supplies." Lu Hao's expression darkened considerably. "What does this mean? They came merely to count heads." Zhang Sen chuckled softly but remained silent. Theoretically, the authorities were indeed making efforts. However, with everything encased in ice, most supplies remained trapped beneath the frozen layers, making it exceedingly difficult for them to procure resources. The military personnel could only resort to the most laborious methods to break through the ice in search of supplies. Even though half the city's population had vanished, they still could not sustain themselves. To avoid starvation, they had to rely on the survivors themselves. Yet, some individuals failed to grasp this reality. In their perception, this calamity was not something they ought to confront. Those officials, whom they had nurtured, were meant to sustain them. As the survivors' emotions grew increasingly agitated, they surged towards a truck, clamoring for supplies. The rescue team remained unfazed. A gunshot rang out, silencing the crowd. It was then that they noticed the dozen soldiers in the truck bed, all standing, their dark muzzles aimed at the survivors. The commanding officer raised a megaphone and, with a stern demeanor, declared, "Step back." Amidst the throng, a voice shouted, "Surround them. They wouldn't dare fire upon the common folk." Others quickly echoed this sentiment. Realizing their numerical advantage, they believed the soldiers would not dare to shoot. They closed in again, demanding supplies. "We want supplies." Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out, and 2 individuals in the forefront collapsed. A cacophony of screams erupted as the crowd comprehended the soldiers' willingness to fire. Even in their numbers, they no longer dared to confront them directly, instinctively crouching down with their heads held low. "Survive well. If you wish for supplies, seek them out yourselves." The officer's cold, unfeeling voice reverberated through the community. He turned to instruct his subordinates. "Let us move to the next complex." The subordinates approached the truck. At that moment, an elderly voice emerged from the crowd. "Comrade officer, please help me seek justice." An aged woman, her hair white as snow, stood with arms raised, her face etched with rage. In an instant, all the weapons were aimed at her. Trembling with fear, she pressed on, "Comrade officer, I must report that there are those in our building committing heinous acts, having not only slain my partner, but also plundered our supplies." No sooner had she finished speaking than several others stood in solidarity. "Yes, in our building too. It's the Tiger Gang. They are a scourge." One shouted, "Since there are no supplies, surely you can assist us in eradicating this criminal element? Otherwise, what use would our supplies be if they're just seized by them?" Another voice chimed in, "They killed my son and even violated my wife. We beseech you to capture these fiends, for we cannot endure this any longer." The old woman, astonished by the number of people rallying to report, anxiously scanned for the officer's attention, finally spotting a calm visage amidst the crowd. "Comrade officer, the man who murdered my partner is named Zhang Senator. He has taken the lives of many in our building and keeps a monstrous dog that has killed several." With venom in her voice, she pointed at Zhang's son, exclaiming, "Comrade officer, that is Zhang's son." Chapter 63, Collecting Stones. Zhang's son, upon hearing his name, paused momentarily, then broke into laughter upon recognizing the aged face he nearly failed to recognize. Lu Ziyu, the old crone, was still alive, and she dared to report him? Did she truly believe it would bear any fruit? How amusing. He vividly recalled the fates of those who had reported the Tiger Gang in his previous life. They had all been brutally beaten and left at the entrance of their building. Tusa, listening to Lu Ziyu's accusations, felt both concern for Zhang's son and indignation. "You old hag, all you do is stir up trouble. It was your partner who sought to kill my brother's son, only to be slain in the process. How dare you blame him?" Yang Yike also stepped forward. "Indeed, comrade officer, this old woman is no good. She is the worst of them all. When the storm first hit, she could have gone out to procure supplies, but advised us against it. Later, she deceived many families in our building out of their supplies. The supplies she claims were stolen were taken by those she tricked, yet she now slanders my brother's son." Zhang's son, observing the 2 girls defending him, felt a warmth rise within him. You are all lying, merely trying to bully this old woman. You two little harlots likely have no idea how many times Zhang Sen has been with me. You filthy liar. Watch as I tear your mouth apart. Tusa, exasperated, was about to charge at them when Zhang Sen held him back. Hold on. Zhang Sen turned to meet Lu Ziyu's venomous glare, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. Fool, you still hope that the officials will intervene in such matters? Boss, I'll cover for you. You should take cover, Lu Hao said, anxiety etched on his face. No need, Zhang Sen replied coolly. But just as Lu Hao was about to finish his thought, the engine roared to life, and the olive green truck began to pull away. The individuals who had just reported felt a surge of panic. Why were they leaving? Would they not address such grave offenses as murder and assault? Once these soldiers departed, would they not face retribution? Lu Ziyu chased after them. Comrade officer, will you not address the murderers? By leaving, are you not condemning us to death? You are meant to serve the people. Now is when you are most needed. You cannot turn a blind eye. I will report you. I will report all of you. Despite Lu Ziyu's desperate cries, the truck showed no signs of stopping. The officers didn't even cast her a glance. Lu Ziyu realized that this time she was finished. She knew she could not match Zhang Sen, having cowered in her home for days, terrified of his vengeance. After finally waiting for someone more formidable than Zhang Sen, these wretched beings had not come to her aid. Had her reporting been in vain? She had only managed to offend Zhang Sen once more. How dare you report me? Did you not expect that I would have my way with your wife? Look around. No one is here to help you. Originally, she had meant to spare her life. But now that she sought to report him, her life was forfeit. As Lu Ziyu turned around, she witnessed the scene of those who had reported alongside her being brutally beaten. Despite their pleas for mercy as they curled defensively on the ground, no mercy was shown. She cast a fearful glance at Zhang Sen, who shot her a chilling look before turning away. Upon returning to the 16th floor, the expressions of the other three, aside from Zhang Sen, were grim. When they had learned of the rescue team's arrival, they had felt a surge of excitement, believing their suffering was finally at an end. Yet now, they realized that the purpose of the rescue team's visit was merely to ascertain how many of them still lived, offering a glimmer of hope. However, the status of the so-called shelter and its timeline for completion remained a mystery to them. The sensation of hope dashed was profoundly disheartening. Zhang Sen, feeling little inclination to console them, simply asked, I'm going hunting today. Do you wish to join? The three, observing Zhang Sen's nonchalant demeanor, found their hearts inexplicably calmed. It was as if, with Zhang Sen present, there was nothing to fear. Indeed, compared to those below who were still being beaten or those who had barely eaten, they were better off. At least they still had hot pot to enjoy, though when they would next partake remained uncertain. Nevertheless, their despondency was swept away. Let us go. They chimed in unison. I'll prepare chicken noodle soup. Brother Sun, come over in half an hour to eat. All right. Zhang Sen nodded and returned to his home. Half an hour later, the four finished their steaming bowls of chicken noodle soup and set off towards the mountain they had visited the previous day. The mountain was at least an hour's walk from Yuan, and with no means of transportation, they had no other choice. As they walked, chatting along the way, it felt as though they had not traveled long before they arrived. Upon entering the mountain, Lu Hao inquired, Boss, should we split up or stick together? Zhang Sen pondered for a moment. The three had no hunting tools, and even if they were tied together, they would likely fare worse than a devil. However, he could not let them remain idle, lest they develop a habit of relying on others for sustenance. Perhaps it was time to hone their sharpness. Regular training must yield results. Let us divide the teams. You shall form a solitary group, Tusui and Coco will pair up, and I shall lead the third team alongside Satan. Each team shall claim 1/3 of the prey. Upon hearing this arrangement, the three expressed their dissent. Son, we are certainly no match for Satan in hunting. I presume Satan will reap the greatest bounty today. It will be fairer if each keeps their own quarry, one suggested. Indeed, son, that way is equitable and it will boost our enthusiasm, another concurred. Absolutely, boss. If we split the catch evenly, some might slack off, especially with Satan around. Better to keep what each one hunts, the third added. Observing their unanimous sentiment, Zhang Sen relented. Very well, let us proceed separately. Do not stray too far, and if danger befalls you, just shout. With that, Zhang Sen ventured deeper into the mountains first. You fool, the hunting is in your hands. Remember, all must live. He murmured. Satan howled and sprinted into the forest's depths. In truth, Zhang Sen's primary objective today was not hunting, with ample provisions stored in his spatial dimension. It was unnecessary. His true purpose was to collect large stones from a nearby quarry he had discovered while scouting for snowmobile parking yesterday, intending to store them for future combat. Guided by memory, Zhang Sen proceeded to the quarry, casually pocketing sizable stones along the way. After a short walk, he entered the quarry, where several trucks and tractors stood desolate, ravaged by acid rain. Nevertheless, Zhang Sen seized the opportunity to gather all the stones, storing them into his spatial realm, which had expanded significantly following its recent upgrade and still had abundant empty space. The quarry was not vast. Collecting all the stones consumed only a few minutes. Having completed his task, he prepared to return to find Satan. The chicken noodle soup Tusui prepared this morning was somewhat salty, leaving Zhang Sen parched. Coupled with the mental exertion of hauling the heavy stones, he felt drained. Much like people before the apocalypse who refused to leave home with less than a full phone battery. Zhang Sen, now habitually ensured his mental energy was at maximum before venturing out. As he walked, he retrieved some water from a spatial spring and drank deeply. On his way back, he passed a small river whose water level had risen, with ice extending down to the mountainous base. Just as he stepped onto the icy river to enter the mountains, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Turning around, Zhang Sen found nothing unusual. Could it be the wind? He wondered, unaware that peril was nearing. Shaking off his caution, he resumed his journey. The rustling grew louder this time. Zhang Sen whipped around, ready to draw a firearm or hurl a boulder from his spatial dimension. Instead, he saw several willow branches flying toward him. By the heavens! Zhang Sen barely had time to ponder why mutated plants appeared here, as two machetes materialized in his hands. With swift strokes, he severed the branches. Only then did he inspect the willow tree closely. Unlike the others, this one was thicker, sturdier, and amidst a cluster of seemingly lifeless trees. Its verdant hue was unnervingly vivid. Why were mutated plants manifesting at such a moment? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he felt something crawling upon him. Panic surged through Zhang Sen as he attempted to flee, but the entity was swift, quickly entangling him. Immobilized and drenched in cold sweat, he shouted, "Satan! Satan!" chasing a wild rabbit and reveling in the chase. Instantly sensed danger upon hearing Zhang Sen's cry. Fueled by the spatial spring's blessing, it sprinted at full speed. Within moments, it reached Zhang Sen's side. Seeing Zhang Sen ensnared in vines and a robust willow branch lunging at him, Satan howled and leapt, biting firmly into the vine and pinning it beneath its paws. Zhang Sen exhaled in relief, only to notice new vines emerging from beneath the willow, skimming the ground towards Satan. "Satan, beware," he warned. Satan sprang again, but was caught. The vines ensnared its forepaws, pulling it downwards. Zhang Sen concentrated, summoning a massive boulder to crush the approaching vines. Yet, from the boulder's opposite side, countless more vines emerged, wrapping Satan anew. Neither man nor beast could escape. As the willow branches and vines converged on him, Zhang Sen steadied himself and produced an AK rifle. If stones could not deter them, he thought, he might as well obliterate their very source. He struggled to aim at the willow's roots, knowing this was his sole chance for survival, even if it meant attracting the attention of Lu Hao and others. Preserving his life was paramount. Yet, just as he prepared to fire, he noticed the branches and vines did not intend to harm him. Their tips clung to a patch of frozen water on his chest, as if drinking. Zhang Sen paused, recalling that this ice formed from water accidentally spilled from the spatial spring earlier. Remembering the mystical properties of the spatial spring water, he inquired, "Do you seek this water?" The willow and vine seemed to confer and then nodded in assent. These were evidently sentient mutated plants. Zhang Sen attempted negotiation. "How about this? Release me, and I will provide you water." Given his precarious situation, even with an AK, he might not escape unscathed. If offering water could secure his freedom, it was a bargain worth making. The two plants appeared to deliberate once more before nodding. Instantly, the vines withdrew from Zhang Sen and Satan. Zhang Sen sighed in relief, stretching his limbs. "Satan, come here." Satan lowered its stance and growled softly as it approached. True to his word, Zhang Sen retrieved a basin from his spatial dimension and filled it with spatial spring water. "Drink," he urged. The willow and vine immediately extended into the basin. In the blink of an eye, the water was gone. They stood before Zhang Sen again, seemingly fixated on him. "Still thirsty?" he asked. They nodded. Zhang Sen provided another basin, and soon after, it too was emptied. After 5 basins, the plants appeared sated and returned to the tree. Zhang Sen observed the willow. It seemed even greener and more luxuriant. The vines showed no obvious change, though he had scarcely noticed them before. "Shall I depart now?" he tentatively asked. The willow extended a branch and nodded. Zhang Sen chuckled, patting Satan's head. "You fool, this willow seems even wiser than you." Satan snorted and turned away in displeasure. Zhang Sen followed, but halted after a few steps, glancing back at the willow. He recalled having heard of mutated plants in his previous life. While most lacked murderous intent, those that did were formidable foes, often lethal even to ordinary psychics. Many psychics had perished at their hands. Judging by the willow and vine's recent behavior, They were evidently aggressive. Their early mutation and intelligence made them a force to be reckoned with. If he could recruit these two as subordinates, wouldn't he that make him exceedingly formidable? The more he pondered, the more feasible the plan seemed. Excitedly, he approached the willow. You two come out and have a chat. A willow and a vine once again extended a representative. Do you enjoy drinking my water? The willow and the vine nodded in unison. Isn't my water extraordinarily delicious? You've never tasted anything like it before, have you? The two continued to nod. Would you like to drink it every day? They nodded fervently. Let me tell you, I have plenty of this water, and this mountaintop holds little of worth. Would you like to follow me? As long as I survive, I promise you will have your fill every day. The willow and the vine exchanged glances, swiftly reaching a decision. The vine detached itself from the willow, forming a slender, disorganized heap on the ground, raising its head high like a serpent. Zhang Sen, observing its spiraling form, asked with exasperation, can't you change your shape? Perhaps shrink a bit, like wrapping around my wrist, or even transform into a small stick. It's quite challenging to carry you like this. The vine quickly grasped Zhang Sen's meaning, darting toward his wrist and wrapping around it like an ordinary chicken bloodvine bracelet. Is this your true form? Zhang Sen inquired, touching the vine on his wrist. The vine bracelet straightened up, nodding in affirmation. Zhang Sen felt quite satisfied. Excellent. Then your true form shall accompany me. While I shall store the rest of your body for now, and later, I will plant it. We'll find a tree for you to entwine. With that, Zhang Sen collected all the vines into his spatial realm. Now only the willow remained. Zhang Sen turned to it and asked, what about you? Do you have a true form? A robust willow branch surged toward Zhang Sen, wrapping around his waist. No, my friend. Do you not wish to see how I currently appear? Besides, with that girth, even if I tuck you under my clothes, any girl I encounter might think I have something peculiar wrapped around my waist. Can you not be like the vine and shrink a bit? Perhaps wrap around my wrist instead? After pondering, the willow branch adjusted itself, shrinking further and climbing to his wrist, entwining itself around the vine. The willow and the vine twisted together like a braided cord. Zhang Sen caressed his new bracelet, thoroughly pleased. He looked at the willow. And what of you? Will you come along? The willow extended a branch. Wrapping around Zhang Senator, he sensed no malice from the willow, as its grip was gentle. After a moment's thought, he remarked, you're rather large. I can't carry you now. I shall return tomorrow, uproot you, and plant you on the mountain in my space. Upon noticing the willow relax its grip, Zhang Sen turned to leave. Just as he took a few steps, he heard the sound of ice cracking behind him. Zhang Sen spun around to see the willow uprooting itself completely. Chapter 65. The Thorn Vine and the Confrontation. The enormous willow, with countless sturdy roots as its feet, swiftly approached Zhang Senator. He was utterly astounded. Wow! Seeing the willow so eager to accompany him, Zhang Sen decided against further discussion with a grand gesture. He brought it and Satan into his spatial realm. Upon entering, Zhang Sen noticed the vine was soaking its roots in a spring. The willow's many limbs rushed toward the spring as if preparing for a brawl. Zhang Sen quickly intervened, relocating them to the base of the mountain, about 10 meters from the spring. With a flick of his mind, a deep pit appeared beneath the willow's roots. Before the willow could react, its roots were buried in soil. Vine, you wrap yourself around it. The vine obediently complied, and the willow and the vine continued to coexist amicably. Concerned that they might extend their soil-covered roots into the spring while he was away, Zhang Sen specifically dug a small pit next to the willow and filled it with spring water. The vine and willow promptly submerged their roots in the water. Is this much sufficient for you both in a day? Receiving an affirmative response, Zhang Sen vowed, I shall ensure you have this much daily, and you're not to disturb other springs or creatures. Zhang Sen understood that all mutated plants belong to the wood-type abilities, with fire being their greatest fear. Thus, he summoned a ball of gasoline with his mind, igniting it to circle the willow in the air. I may not be able to deal with you outside, but here is my territory. Disobedience will lead to your demise. Understood? The willow and vine trembled in fear, nodding vigorously. With his objectives achieved, Zhang Sen prepared to exit with Satan. However, he suddenly noticed two screens appearing on the transparent walls of the spatial realm, one above the other. The upper screen displayed Zhang Sen, wood-type ability. Ability level, first stage. The lower screen read, Strangling Vine, wood-type ability. Ability level, first stage. Willow, wood-type ability. Ability level, first stage. Zhang Sen was momentarily stunned, then erupted in joy. Oh my, I possess abilities now. Wood-type abilities? How sudden? Could it be that as long as I collect mutated organisms into my space, I can replicate their abilities? Zhang Sen was once again awed by this extraordinary spatial realm. He envisioned capturing various ability users into his space and acquiring all abilities for himself. Eager to test his wood-type powers, Zhang Sen recalled that upon awakening wood-type abilities, humans could typically control their bodies to transform into plant forms. Though unsightly, this could be advantageous in combat, as extending one's hand could unleash numerous wooden tendrils to pierce opponents, which was undeniably impressive. However, it seemed his abilities were rather feeble. After numerous attempts, he found no part of his body transforming into plant form. Instead, the grass at his feet had grown sturdier. So my abilities only control plant growth? Zhang Sen tried again, confirming his suspicions. If that's the case, can I make plants fight for me? Soon, reality delivered a harsh slap. Not only could he not control them to fight, but he struggled to even manage the growth of larger plants. Zhang Sen felt a deep disappointment. Damn it. I've seen the weakest wood-type abilities in my past life that could transform hands into tree saplings extending several meters. Yet here I am, only able to hasten the growth of grass. Am I merely a pile of fertilizer? Enraged, Zhang Sen gritted his teeth, taking Satan out of the space and back to the pile of prey. He sent Satan to gather some firewood and retrieve some charcoal from the space to start fire. Previously, Satan had hunted 7 wild chickens, 3 hares, and even 2 field mice. Although Zhang Sen had eaten field mice in his past life, he disliked the taste. Thus, with a wave of his hand, he released them. Not wanting to carry too much back, he decided to keep 2 wild chickens and 2 hares, storing the rest in the space for later. Satan, restless, went off to hunt again. As the fire blazed, Zhang Sen's spirits calmed. Heaven had granted him a second chance at life and bestowed upon him such a remarkable spatial realm. An underwhelming ability was a minor concern compared to having no abilities in his previous life. Moreover, he was only at the first stage, as he gradually upgraded. This wood-type ability might yet surprise him. Furthermore, even if his wood-type abilities remained lackluster, it mattered little. He still had the vine and willow, judging by their recent display. And with the imposing name of the strangling vine, they could become formidable allies with proper training. With this thought, he roused the vine and willow on his wrist. Upon learning that they had never taken a life, Zhang Sen promptly decided to let them practice. Their training target would be the wild chickens that Satan had hunted. Zhang Sen raised his hand, go. The vine and willow sprang toward the 2 wild chickens. As the strangling vine approached, countless sharp thorns emerged along its length, ensnaring the chickens tightly. The thorns pierced the chickens' bodies, and before they could utter a sound, they succumbed completely. Zhang Sen's eyes widened in astonishment as he envisioned the application of this technique on a human being. It was undeniably cruel, yet undeniably captivating. On the other side, the willow branches were divided. One branch ensnared a wild chicken, while the other relentlessly struck its head, leaving a blur in its wake. Moments later, the unfortunate chicken had endured countless blows and finally succumbed. If this were to be inflicted upon a human, one could only imagine the sensation akin to being mercilessly beaten to death by innumerable assaults, an utterly heartless act. One could only conclude that while it was possible, it was hardly necessary. After this experiment, Zhang Sen reached a conclusion. When it came to killing, the strangling vine was far superior. It could deliver a swift death. In contrast, the willow tree seemed a rather frivolous plant, employing gentler methods more suited for humiliation. Henceforth, should he encounter formidable supernatural beings, he would refrain from deploying the willow tree. After all, once they realized the situation, it would be all too easy for them to escape its grasp and turn the tables. In light of their unique characteristics, Zhang Sen bestowed upon them 2 fittingly resonant names. The strangling vine was dubbed Thorn Vine, while the willow tree was named Bully Duel. Chapter 66. The Charred Corpses. Zhang Sen brimmed with confidence regarding the future of Thorn Vine and Bully Duel. Simultaneously, he felt immense satisfaction with his astute choices. The early mutation of these 2 allies was akin to gaining an advantage at the starting line. Furthermore, with the spatial spring water at his disposal, when the day arrived that anomalous beasts and supernatural beings roamed freely across Blue Star, his Thorn Vine and Bully Duel would undoubtedly thrive. Contemplating the emergence of mutated plants, Zhang Sen inquired, have you 2 encountered any mutated animals in this mountain? Both Thorn Vine and Bully Duel shook their heads in unison. Zhang Sen felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped that if there were anomalous beasts, he might entice them into his spatial realm to replicate their abilities. It seemed, however, that it was indeed too early. Either the beasts had yet to appear, or they were exceedingly rare. He was unsure when mutated plants had first emerged in his previous life, but he knew that anomalous beasts had appeared before supernatural beings. If he could acquire several abilities before the emergence of supernatural beings, his future would undoubtedly be more secure. He resolved that during this period, he would explore various locales, seizing the opportunity to gather and replicate abilities while the anomalous beasts were still at the first tier. Are there any other mutated plants on this mountain besides the 2 of you? Zhang Sen asked once more. Bully Duel remained unresponsive, but Thornvine nodded. It seemed that Bully Duel had been confined to a single pit, while Thornvine, often roaming about, had broader exposure. Lead me to them. Although any additional discoveries would also be of the wood-type abilities, he saw no reason not to take advantage of the opportunity. After all, who knew what new marvels he might uncover? Given that the majority of current supernatural plants were also of the first tier, he had Thornvine, a born killer, at his disposal. So he had nothing to fear. During the pursuit of mutated plants, Zhang Sen kept Thornvine and Bully Duel occupied by hunting. He soon discovered that these two little entities were far more effective for hunting than even Satan. After all, Satan possessed intelligence and a playful nature. Occasionally, when encountering prey, even if it could be subdued in one move, it preferred to torment them first. However, these two little entities were devoid of such frivolities. At Zhang Sen's command, they would swiftly dart forth, ensnaring the prey and dragging it back to his feet. This hunt proved to be exceedingly effortless for Zhang Sen, and soon the numbers of wild chickens and hares in his spatial realm had doubled. Before long, Zhang Sen arrived at the location indicated by Thornvine. He had anticipated encountering a tree or a flower, but to his surprise, Thornvine pointed to the ground. Zhang Sen, not particularly knowledgeable about plants, glanced at a tuft resembling wild grass and failed to recognize it. Thornvine, can you extract it? Zhang Sen inquired. Thornvine nodded and swiftly disengaged from Zhang Sen's wrist, plunging its form straight into the earth. In no time, the ground's plant was uprooted. Transforming into a fruit platter-like shape, Thornvine returned to its original vine form, shook off the dirt, and reattached itself to Zhang Sen's wrist. Zhang Sen crouched down for a closer inspection and realized it resembled ginseng. With a flicker of thought, he entered his spatial realm. Sure enough, additional information appeared on the display screen. Ginseng, wood-type ability. Ability level, first tier. Considering the black soil had yet to be sown with anything, Zhang Sen promptly planted the ginseng in the fertile ground and watered it with some spatial spring water before departing. At present, the ginseng was only at the first tier, likely yielding benefits akin to drinking a few cups of spring water. It was of little use and better suited for cultivation. Should continue to evolve. It might prove invaluable in the future. Thornvine, are there any other mutated plants on this mountain? Thornvine shook its head. Zhang Sen felt no disappointment. After all, the day's unexpected delights had been plentiful. Upon returning to the previous campsite, he found Lu Hao and Tu Sai back, and the three sat around the campfire. Tu Sai and Yang Yike each held a wild hare over the flames, while Lu Hao was busy skinning another. Zhang Sen glanced at their meager haul, which collectively amounted to only a handful of animals, a far cry from what Satan had managed during its brief freedom. Nonetheless, they were quite content. After all, it was their first hunting expedition, and merely returning with something was a victory in itself. After feasting on the roasted hares, the four of them made their way back home. Upon reaching the 16th floor, they discovered two charred corpses lying beside the newly installed door. Zhang Sen chuckled, surprised that mere days after the door's installation, it had already claimed victims. A quick survey of the corpses revealed their blackened forms, rendering their identities unrecognizable. The electricity had evidently been effective, and these two had likely met a peaceful demise. He truly was merciful. Dispose of the bodies, Zhang Sen commanded as he stepped over the corpses, deactivating the current on the door before entering with Satan. The remaining three were filled with foreboding. They understood that these two were merely the beginning. As long as these individuals remained undeterred, it was only a matter of time before they devised a means to breach the door. Meanwhile, at Lu Ziyu's home, she knelt on the ground, her face marred by tears and deep creases. A man wearing a knit cap delivered a harsh kick to her, causing her to writhe in pain on the floor. You wretched old hag, you knew the door was electrified and didn't inform us, leading to the loss of two of our brothers, one of whom was a locksmith. Were you trying to bring about our demise? Lu Ziyu sobbed in desperation. Young man, I am wronged. Ever since that wretched Zhang Sen killed my husband, I've been avoiding him. How could I possibly know his door was electrified? The man in the knit cap glanced at the pallid-faced Bingu, lounging on the sofa. Bingu, that little punk has returned. Shall we take care of him tomorrow? A subordinate chimed in. Yes, Bingu. I've done some digging, and that kid is quite the enigma. After the apocalypse, several groups sought trouble with him, but none succeeded. I heard the leader of the Black Tiger gang fell at his hands. Another subordinate scoffed from his position near the door. What kind of nonsense is this Black Tiger gang? I've never even heard of it. That kid merely has a crossbow. With so many of us, we can easily block it with a piece of wood. What is there to fear? Bingu, short in stature with a face full of flesh, donned a fur coat that made him resemble a predatory bird. When not smiling, his expression was menacing. He reclined with one leg crossed over the other, stroking his chin in contemplation before speaking. But those two women are at home right now, as you witnessed. They are quite formidable. I heard they are a pair. Damn it. That little punk Zhang Sen is enjoying such fortune. Why shouldn't I, the esteemed leader of the Jinxiu Jiewen, be able to? If I can command thousands, why should I fear a mere boy? Moreover, with such a formidable assembly of comrades, if we were to return empty-handed, would we not become the subject of ridicule among the denizens of Jin Xiuli? Upon hearing this, the countenances within the room grew somber and resolute. The electrified door is but a trivial obstacle. As long as we abstain from direct contact, we shall prevail. Indeed, let us act decisively. That fellow hoards an abundance of supplies, and with the door electrified, it is evident he possesses a generator, not to mention a snowmobile. Such luxuries are unworthy of him. They belong solely to our esteemed Brother Bin. Gratified by these words, Brother Bin bestowed an approving glance upon his subordinate. Arm yourselves. Let's proceed. Chapter 67. Leave no one behind. Some remnants of yesterday as hot pot lingered, and tonight, Lu Hao and two companions gathered once more for a modest meal. Zhang Sen, disinclined to join, watched as they casually tossed a wild pheasant and several packets of instant noodles into the pot, intent on finishing the hot pot and tidying up. Upon entering, Brother Bin and his entourage immediately detected the pungent aroma of spicy hot pot, causing their mouths to water. Damn it, they still have hot pot. Breach the door. Brother Bin commanded with a sweeping gesture. Two underlings heft wooden stakes and began battering the door. To guard against surprise attacks, they even brought along a wooden door panel. The trio preparing the hot pot were startled by the deafening noise, their expressions turning grave. Trouble. Someone S breaking in. Alert the boss. Lu Hao was the first to grasp his knife and charge forth. Tusai hurriedly seized the walkie-talkie to relay the situation to Zhang Sen. Then armed herself and Yang Yike as they advanced into the corridor. Lu Hao bellowed furiously, "What are you doing? Do you want to die? You're already on death's doorstep, yet you still dare to act arrogantly? I'll be the first to kill you once this door is broken down." The man holding the door panel, bearing a mouthful of yellow teeth, sneered, "Ladies, open the door obediently and come with Brother Bin. You'll live the good life, plenty of food and drink. Our Brother Bin commands an army of 1,000 or two. He one team mistreat you. Quick as a flash." Tusai lifted her sword and thrust it into his waist. "You insolent wretch, how dare you strike me?" He cried in pain as the door panel fell to the ground. Brother Bin, wary of Zhang Sen's possible ambush, shouted urgently, "Switch out. Someone else, lift the door panel." At that moment, Zhang Sen's door creaked open. The three immediately turned their gaze. Zhang Sen emerged, hands clasped behind his back, dragging a water pipe. From the corner, Lucio, he cried out, "Zhang Sen, he is out. Hurry, smash the door open. Kill him, and all the spoils will be yours." Brother Bin observed Zhang Sen's hands hidden behind him, the door panel raised, and surmised he wielded a crossbow. The assailants redoubled their efforts. The door trembled violently. Given a moment more, it would surely be breached. Zhang Sen smiled coldly. "Crossbow? Who said I'm carrying a crossbow? Today, I'll introduce you to a new trick." The electricity to the door had already been severed by him. He withdrew his hands from behind his back, revealing a device that no one had anticipated, a high-pressure water gun. Without uttering a word, Zhang Sen unleashed a powerful jet of water at the men battering the door, then directed it at the feet of the man holding the panel. "Ah, stop spraying. It's freezing. Damn it." The anguished cries reverberated throughout the 16th floor. Zhang Sen adjusted the nozzle to disperse the spray like buckshot, targeting each assailant equally. Several swift individuals escaped through the fire exit, including Brother Bin and Lucio E, who were closest to the door. The rest could not flee. In the bitter -70-degree air, drenched to the bone, they were caught a moment too late and instantly transformed into ice sculptures. Moments later, 7 frozen figures lay scattered in the elevator lobby, some seated, some prone. Those still alive were pallid, their exposed skin tinged purple, their eyes fixed on Zhang Sen, brimmed with terror as though beholding a demon. Lu Hao and his companions regarded Zhang Sen with admiration. "Kill the survivors, then dispose of the bodies." Zhang Sen returned the water gun indoors, took Satan along, and pushed open the fire door. Lu Hao hurriedly inquired, "Boss, where are you headed?" "To eradicate the root of the problem. I'll accompany you. There are still several of them." "Yes, we'll go too. Those few are doomed anyway," Tusai concurred. "No need. I can handle it alone." With that, Zhang Sen closed the fire door and descended with Satan. Elsewhere, Brother Bin, Lucio E, and several others entered in a frenzy. "Close the door. Close it." Brother Bin hurried to the still-burning fire and began stripping off his frozen clothes with frantic urgency. Soon, he was clad only in thermal underwear. Those inside followed suit, discarding their ice-encrusted garments and huddling around the fire. 2 men even stripped entirely naked, for their undergarments were soaked through, their bodies encrusted with ice shards. Shivering violently, lips pale, each wished to immerse themselves in the flames. Lucio E, clad only in thermal undergarments, edged toward the group of men, but was shoved aside. Get lost, you old hag. If not for you, we would have nearly lost our lives. Lu Xiao could only suppress her grievances, retreating indoors to wrap herself in blankets before returning to the periphery for warmth. Give me that blanket off, the old woman. No, I'll freeze to death, she pleaded, clutching the quilt, but no one showed mercy. Soon, the blanket was claimed by Brother Bin. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as the door was kicked open. Everyone startled. Zhang Sen's first glimpse inside revealed a circle of nearly naked men and an elderly woman clad in bright red thermal underwear. A scene utterly bizarre and unsettling. Quite the eyesore, Zhang Sen muttered, closing the door behind him. Satan, guard the door. No one gets out. Lu Xiao, he was the first to react, bolting into the bedroom and locking the door. Kill that bastard, Brother Bin roared. The men charged at Zhang Sen, some having lost their weapons on the 16th floor, grasping whatever was at hand, one even brandishing a torch. Zhang Sen smiled coldly, raising his hand as his thorny vines and binding tendrils flew forth, sparing none. In an instant, the vines multiplied. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and soon 8 strangling vines and 8 willow branches filled the room. What the hell is this? Ah, it hurts. Snakes. Snakes. P.S. No human. A demon. Zhang Sen clicked his tongue, realizing he had forgotten to silence their screams. Binding tendrils stopped thrashing and sealed their mouths. Immediately, the binding tendrils ceased writhing and obediently wrapped around the mouths of all. One by one, the men collapsed, riddled with wounds, faces contorted in terror. Their deaths as harrowing as their screams. Only Brother Bin remained, wrapped thickly in the blanket, barely clinging to life. The thorny vines had just pierced through his covering. Thorny vines, hold on. The vines ceased constricting, sparing Brother Bin's life. Zhang Sen approached, hands behind his back, producing a straight blade from his spatial pocket and pressing it against Brother Bin's throat. Brother Bin trembled, tears streaming down his face, nodding frantically. Binding tendrils. Release his mouth. The tendrils slid off his lips. Zhang Sen interrogated. Where are you from? In next door, Jin Shio Garden. Are you the leader? Why, yes. Do you have 1,000 or 2 under your command? And no, big brother, that was just boasting. The 1 or 2,000 are residents of Jin Shio community. I only brought my own men today. Big brother, I was wrong, really wrong. That old woman bewitched me. Please, spare me. Enough noise. Thorny vines in this. Brother Bin's pupils dilated. Just as he opened his mouth, the binding tendrils sealed it once more. As Zhang Sen interrogated, the thorny vine silently wound itself around Brother Bin's neck. Suddenly tightening, the thorns pierced deeply into his flesh, even puncturing a major artery. Brother Bin let out a pained whimper before his breath ceased. Chapter 68. What the hell do I owe you? Lu Xiao, wrapped in a blanket, curled up trembling inside the cupboard. Though she couldn't see what had transpired outside, she heard the commotion, especially the agonized cries of those few men at the outset. She knew Zhang Sen had once again emerged victorious. Regret consumed her heart. To survive until now, she had even eaten her husband's flesh. Why had she been so foolish as to report Zhang Sen and collude with the residents of Jingxiu community to exact revenge? Now, her vengeance had failed, and she had fallen into Zhang Sen's hands. She listened to the footsteps outside, ebbing and flowing, as if heralding the knell of her doom. Recalling Zhang Sen's merciless demeanor, she knew her fate was grim. Outside the door, after confirming there were no survivors in the apartment, Zhang Sen approached the door of the room where Lu Xiao hid. The door was locked, but with a single kick, it shattered with a loud crash. Lu Xiao, already frozen in fear, was startled by the sudden noise and tumbled from the cupboard. She burst into tears, collapsing to her knees and begging desperately, "Don't kill me. Zhang Sen, please spare me. I know I was wrong, truly. For the sake of my old age, have mercy. I won't dare to do it again." Zhang Sen sneered coldly. "Oh, when you reported me and recruited others to deal with me, did you not expect this outcome? Upstairs you screamed so loudly. You wanted to kill me then, didn't you? And now that I want to kill you, suddenly you beg for mercy?" Sometimes Zhang Sen found such people utterly laughable. They always caused trouble, but had the audacity to plead for their lives, as if mere words could erase their previous hatred and attempts to tear him apart. Where did they find such gall? Lu Xiao wept, her nose running, as Zhang Sen advanced with a knife in hand, realizing he was resolute in killing her. She somehow mustered courage and stood, brandishing a kitchen knife as she lunged at him. But age had sapped her strength. Her attack was negligible in Zhang Sen's eyes. A single kick sent her crashing against the wall, pain contorting her face. Suddenly, Zhang Sen found the situation amusing. "You old hag, you've got some spirit. No wonder you've survived alone all this time, and your home hasn't been taken from you." Lu Xiao ceased pretending, her face twisted in fury. "You uncultured brat. You've targeted this old woman from the start because you wanted to kill me. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. living this miserable life day to day. I've had enough of it. Neither truly alive nor dead. Zhang Sen laughed at her illogical rant. Target you? Are you insane? Did I force you to shelter others? Did I force you to deceive people for supplies? Did I force your old man to come kill me? Lu Ziyu roared. I'm old enough to be your grandmother. And I'm the deputy director of the residence committee. Why won't you listen to me? You're so capable. With all these supplies at home, what harm would it do to share a little? You even have a boat and a motorcycle. If you helped us find supplies, would so many people have died? It's all your fault. Your disobedience and selfishness have caused so much suffering. What the hell do I owe you? Zhang Sen was utterly dumbfounded by the twisted logic of this old woman. Even now, she clung to her title as deputy director of the residence committee. He exhaled a weary breath. Fine. I was going to give you a quick death out of respect for your age. But now I'll let you experience something more entertaining. Lu Ziyu's heart skipped a beat. Trembling, she asked, what do you intend to do? Zhang Sen said nothing, raising his hand to clamp her mouth shut. Before she could speak further, a slender wooden stick shot out from Zhang Sen's wrist. Her mouth was swiftly bound, silencing her into terrified whimpers. Vine, play with her, don't let her die too quickly. Another slender wooden stick flew toward her, coiling tightly around her. Soon, she felt the tiny thorns embedded in the vine, piercing her flesh. Her eyes widened as Zhang Sen lit a cigarette leisurely across from her. A cruel smile curling his lips. Such a terrifying weapon. He was a monster, a demon. Time passed slowly and torturously. Lu Ziyu could feel countless thorns plunging ever deeper into her skin. Helpless to cry out, the pain was unbearable. Her body grew colder, as if her blood was draining away, yet she was bound so tightly she couldn't even end her own misery. When the cigarette was finished, Zhang Sen stubbed it out. Enough, Vine. At his command, the vine contracted sharply. Lu Ziyu thought she heard the sound of her bones breaking. The next moment, the vine retracted swiftly. Lu Ziyu collapsed limply to the floor, her eyes refusing to close in death. Thus, no living soul remained in the apartment beside Zhang Sr. He glanced at the bloodied hole in Lu Ziyu's neck and sighed. He had been enjoying showing off, but if someone were to discover these corpses, it would be terrifying. If beasts had already appeared, this would hardly be novel. But for now, it was best to keep it hidden. If the authorities found out, it could bring him trouble. So he ordered the vine and the wooden stick to gather all the bodies and toss them downstairs. He then went down, doused the corpses with gasoline, and set them ablaze. Back on the 16th floor, Lu Hao and the other two waited by the door. They saw the towering flames outside, and, though puzzled as to why Zhang Sen would kindly cremate those people, they did not ask. Seeing Zhang Sen unharmed, they silently admired his prowess before returning to their nearly dry hot pot. Zhang Sen returned home and resumed experimenting with the vine and the wooden stick. When those people smashed the door earlier, he had been studying their abilities. It was then he realized the vine and wooden stick could each split into 8 strands simultaneously. When Lu Ziyu's group rushed downstairs, there were exactly 8 people. Zhang Sen had been planning to test the killing power of the vine and stick. Even if some people remained downstairs, he was unafraid. With the vine's speed, as long as they lacked firearms, no number could overwhelm him. Chapter 69. The threefold ability. The next morning, Zhang Sen entered his space. He wished to inspect the mutated ginseng he had planted in the black soil yesterday. Upon seeing it, he was startled. The green leaves had nearly doubled in size. He then checked the true forms of the vine and wooden stick. Finding the vine had thickened considerably, once about as thick as his thumb, now as thick as his forearm. The wooden stick's trunk had also grown sturdier, with denser willow branches, though its height remained largely unchanged. He glanced at the pit he had freshly dug yesterday, and saw the spring water was gone. Was the spring water in the space so potent? Could it accelerate growth so dramatically overnight? Had it evolved? With this suspicion, he turned to glance at the large screen. Damn. Zhang Sen, wood type ability. Ability level, first order. Strangling vine, wood system ability. Ability level, second order. Willow tree, wood system ability. Ability level, second order. Ginseng, wood system ability. Ability level, second order. Whose space is this, damn it? Everyone has advanced, yet I, the only one, have been left behind. Zhang Sen was infuriated, but the only response to his ire was the faint calls of wild chickens. After a moment, he regained his composure, recalling how he had witnessed the strangling vine and the beeto's fondness for the spring water in this space, leading him to ponder a crucial question. Why they all advanced so swiftly? Was it the power of the space? Zhang Sen turned to the slightly more intelligent strangling vine. Strangling vine. How did you all suddenly advance? The strangling vine flicked its roots in the pit. Is it because of the spring water? The strangling vine nodded. Zhang Sen became even more agitated. Damn it, I've been drinking this spring water along with that fool for so long, yet no ability has manifested for me. That useless thing, the fool. Zhang Sen plopped down on the ground, lit a cigarette, and silently smoked. A few minutes later, he discarded the cigarette but resigned to his fate and added spring water to the pit. As soon as the water was poured in, he noticed the roots of the strangling vine and Beto swaying inside, seemingly enjoying it immensely. An epiphany struck Zhang Sen. He suddenly felt an intense itch in his head, as if something was about to sprout. He quickly filled the container with water, watered the ginseng, and tossed some food to the wild chickens and rabbits before rapidly bringing Satan in. During his previous zero-cost acquisition, he had collected a few bathtubs. He took out 2 and filled them with spring water. Satan, get in and soak. Satan immediately jumped in. Simultaneously, Zhang Sen stripped down and entered the bathtub. As he settled in, an unprecedented sensation of comfort washed over him, as if every muscle had relaxed, and a delightful tingling coursed through his bones. He sighed contentedly, closed his eyes, and prepared to indulge in this blissful moment. Suddenly, he felt a sharp stinging sensation all over his skin, followed by an intense burning, as if flames were scorching his flesh. What the hell? Zhang Sen and Satan simultaneously howled in agony. Both the man and the leopard attempted to leap from the bathtub, but before they could act, Zhang Sen lost consciousness. Time passed, and he gradually opened his eyes. For a few moments, he was disoriented, but then clarity returned. As his vision sharpened, Zhang Sen realized that his eyesight had improved. He had previously been mildly nearsighted, perhaps around 100 degrees, requiring him to squint to see distant objects clearly. But now, he could discern the intricate veins on the leaves even from several meters away. Not only had his vision enhanced, but his hearing had also sharpened. The soft rustle of the breeze through the leaves was now distinctly audible. Zhang Sen suddenly realized something and turned to look. Indeed, the large screen before him had changed. Staring at the screen, he was utterly dumbfounded. His name had enlarged to a single line, and beneath it read, Spatial ability, first order. Wood system ability, second order. Flesh system ability, first order. Holy crap. Not only have I advanced, but I've also awakened 2 new abilities. Then, he erupted into wild laughter, as if possessed. I got abilities now. And 3 types of that. It was no wonder Zhang Sen was so exhilarated. In his past life, he had heard of the most formidable individuals possessing only dual abilities. Moreover, those with dual abilities often excelled in just one. As for their secondary abilities, even the most powerful rarely exceeded second order. Although Zhang Sen's highest ability was only second order at present, the rarity of awakened abilities among animals, and even more so among humans, made his early awakening particularly significant. He was likely to progress faster than others in the future, especially with the advantage of the spatial spring water. While others were just awakening their abilities, he might already be ascending to a higher order. It could be said that, as long as he avoided firearms and large-scale combat, there was no one in this world who could contend with him. Gazing at the simple lines of text on the screen, Zhang Sen felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Once he regained his composure, he remembered Satan. Turning his head, he saw Satan still submerged in the bathtub, unconscious. Panic surged through Zhang Sen. Having nurtured Satan for so long, he had developed a deep bond. Previously, he had little faith in awakening his own abilities and had hoped Satan would awaken one, allowing him to survive longer. But now, seeing Satan in this state, he realized that even if Satan lacked abilities, simply being alive was enough. He hurriedly climbed out of the bathtub, not even bothering to dress, and dashed over, checking Satan's breathing. It was steady, though his temperature was significantly elevated. In his past life, he had witnessed comrades awakening, their bodies burning with heat. It appeared that not only was Satan safe, but he was also on the verge of awakening abilities. Zhang Sen finally felt reassured. He picked up the watch from the ground and was utterly astounded by the time. Holy crap, I've been asleep for 2 days and a night. Zhang Sen was concerned that his prolonged absence might have worried Lu Hao and the others, and he feared that someone might take advantage of his absence to breach the 16th floor. He hastily exited the space. As soon as he returned to reality, he heard a series of loud banging on the door. Zhang Sen's heart sank. Surely, they hadn't failed to hold their ground? Frowning, he approached the door, activated the camera, and saw Lu Hao and the others standing outside, their faces etched with anxiety. Despite the frigid weather, Lu Hao was drenched in sweat, indicating he had been banging for quite some time. After spending time together, he trusted that Lu Hao and the others would not betray him without cause. So he opened the door. What's going on? The trio froze for a second upon seeing Zhang Sen, then erupted in joyous relief. Boss, you finally opened the door. Are you alright? So good, what happened? Why weren't you responding? Yeah, we thought something had happened to you. We were nearly scared to death. Your door is too sturdy. We've been banging for so long, and all it did was chip some paint. If you hadn't opened the door, we wouldn't have known what to do. Chapter 70, Satan's Abilities. Zhang Sen looked at the genuine concern etched on their faces and felt warmth in his heart. I'm sorry. I caught a bit of a cold and dozed off. Dozed off. Lu Hao was taken aback. Singu, you've been asleep for 2 days and a night. That's more than just a cold, right? Are you feeling any discomfort now? After Yang Yike spoke, she thought for a moment, then turned and hurried back to her home, emerging with 2 packs of medicine. Singu, here's some cold and fever medications. You should take them. Right, boss. I know a place where we can trade for more medicine. What do you need? I'll go get tomorrow. Singu, have you eaten dinner? If not, I can whip something up for you. Holding 2 incomplete packs of medicine and hearing their caring voices, Zhang Sen felt deeply moved. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, they understood the preciousness of medicine and resources, yet they still selflessly offered him help. He knew that while his past assistance to them played a role, their genuine concern was paramount. Having experienced such familial bonds, this friendship felt extraordinarily valuable. He smiled, returning the medicine. You should keep the medicine for yourselves. Resources will only become scarcer. I've slept long enough, and I'm nearly recovered, so there's no need to waste it. Yang Yike, however, remained unconvinced and insisted on pushing the medication back to him. Zhang Sen remained preoccupied with concerns about Satan and thus refrained from further protestations. After soothing the trio once more, he finally closed the door and returned to his sanctuary. Satan was still in slumber, and rather than forcibly rousing him, Zhang Sen took out some food and settled down to eat. Having not consumed anything for a considerable time, coupled with the awakening of his powers, he felt as though he could devour an entire ox. Only after finishing all 5 dishes, a soup, and 4 boxes of rice did he feel somewhat satiated. Post-repast, he sat upon the grass, inhaling the fragrant scents of blooming herbs, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Suddenly, a splash of water broke the silence, followed by Satan's call. Hastily, Zhang Sen stood up, observing as Satan nimbly leaped from the bathtub. Foolish creature. Upon hearing the commotion, Satan turned his head to face Zhang Sen, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly dashing toward him. Sensing no malice from Satan, Zhang Sen extended his arms to catch him, only to be toppled over by the exuberant leap. He had been too caught up in the excitement to note Satan's size, and now, with the creature's weight pressing upon him, he realized it had grown somewhat larger, perhaps still recalling the tribulations endured in the spring water of their sanctuary. Satan now sought comfort, nuzzling against Zhang Sen and refusing to rise. However, with Satan's considerable bulk resting upon him, Zhang Sen found it increasingly uncomfortable. After a brief ruckus, he managed to displace Satan, using his newfound strength to send the creature tumbling several meters away, leaving it momentarily dazed. Ignoring its bewilderment, Zhang Sen lifted his gaze to the display screen, which indeed had updated with new information. Jaguar, flesh type ability. Ability level, first stage. Foolish creature, come here. Zhang Sen's face lit up with joy. Though Satan seemed to harbor a grudge for being tossed, he approached with an air of discontent. Zhang Sen embraced him and pointed at the display screen. Look, you've awakened your powers. Satan gave him a proud glance, appearing even more astute than before. Zhang Sen affectionately ruffled his head, genuinely praising, remarkable. Subsequently, Zhang Sen tested both his and Satan's abilities. He discovered a significant enhancement in their speed and strength, managing to bend a steel pipe with his bare hands. He could also create a sizable dent in a container with a single punch. Satan's strength and speed surpassed his own, capable of biting through steel pipes and shredding containers with its claws. As for Zhang Sen's spatial abilities, there was modest progress. He could now conjure an air bubble, which, when thrown at a flower, would cause it to tilt and bounce back. His second-tier wood abilities allowed the flower to bloom even larger. In summary, though not particularly impressive, Zhang Sen remained undeterred, confident in his ability to cultivate these skills. Moreover, his second-tier thorn vines had thickened, with sharper thorns doubling in quantity, now capable of releasing up to 16 vines at once, reaching farther than before. The direction of his piercing thorns' advancement mirrored that of the thorns, thicker, farther, and also 16 in number. As for the ginseng, aside from its increased size, it exhibited no other changes, still rather dull. After providing the 3 mutated plants with water and replenishing food and water for the wild chickens and rabbits, Zhang Sen took Satan out of the sanctuary. Aware that Satan must be ravenous, he offered him double the amount of food. To his surprise, Satan was still not sated, prompting Zhang Sen to fetch more food twice. Ultimately, Satan devoured 3 wild chickens, 5 pounds of raw beef, and 5 pounds of raw pork before finally feeling full. You glutton, I can scarcely afford to keep you, Zhang Sen exclaimed, giving him a playful kick. Having satisfied his hunger, Satan was unperturbed by the kick. Emitting a contented grunt, come here, let me measure your height. Satan obediently approached, allowing Zhang Sen to measure him. Moments later, Zhang Sen tucked away the measuring tape. observing with concern Satan's noticeably larger frame. The last measurement had been just over 80 centimeters. Now he was nearing 1 meter 10, with his body length approaching 1 meter 80. At the age of a mere cub, he had grown into the size of an adult leopard. It seemed as if he had been inflated like a balloon. It was hard to believe that he had grown so much in just a few days away from Lu Hao and the others. Ultimately, Zhang Sen decided to dismiss the thought. As long as he remained silent, they likely wouldn't question it even if they found it odd. With this in mind, he found solace in returning to his bedroom for sleep. The following morning, Zhang Sen awoke and commenced a simple workout. He could clearly feel a significant improvement in his physical condition compared to before. After some exercise, he began practicing his spatial abilities, attempting to manifest a blade of air. But the results were unsatisfactory. After a prolonged effort, he found that the spatial blade could barely sustain itself for 3 seconds. After a while, a voice crackled through the intercom, belonging to Yang Yike. "Brother Sun, are you awake?" "Yes. Are you feeling better?" "We're preparing porridge. Would you like to join us?" "Much improved." "All right, you all continue with the porridge. I'll bring some buns over to share." Zhang Sen set down the intercom, retrieving 2 bags of frozen buns from the sanctuary and delivering them to 1601 for Lu Hao to steam. Lu Hao's face lit up at the sight of the buns. Even frozen, they were a cherished delicacy, something they hadn't enjoyed in ages. After a quick shower, Zhang Sen, wary of alarming them with his appetite, ate a little at home before heading to 1601. The trio inquired about his health, and upon seeing him, they were reassured that he did not appear to be unwell. It had been a considerable time since they had consumed buns, and the 4 of them cheerfully devoured the meat-filled buns alongside rice porridge. After their meal, Zhang Sen asked Lu Hao, "Huzzy, where's the place you mentioned for changing bandages?" In his previous life, Zhang Sen had heard of such a place, a resource exchange center formed by survivors. However, he had never visited, as the risks of encountering danger were too great. In this life, he felt no such trepidation. After all, he was not one to rob others. It was still the early days of the apocalypse, and the prices for resource exchanges were not as outrageous as they would become. So he hoped to find a good deal while also procuring some medicine for Yang Yike. Given the length of time since the onset of the apocalypse, it was likely that the 3 of them were low on supplies. After breakfast, Zhang Sen placed Satan back in the sanctuary and set out with the trio. It took them an hour of walking to reach the resource exchange center. Originally a marketplace, it had once been filled with clothing vendors. With the onset of the extreme cold, the lower 2 levels had been completely frozen, while the upper levels had been stripped bare of all garments. Now, numerous stalls filled the space, each displaying surplus goods from the vendors. Notably, nearly 80% of the patrons sought food to exchange, making food the primary currency here. For instance, 3 pounds of rice were worth 1 fever-reducing pill. Upon entering, Zhang Sen surveyed the surroundings, taking stock of the various stalls and gaining a preliminary understanding of current prices. Just as he was about to approach a pharmacy stall, he suddenly spotted a familiar face. Chapter 71, Predicting the Future. In his previous life, during the 3rd year of the apocalypse, the notion of shelters had vanished. All cities that had not fallen were referred to as bases for survivors. Some were official, while others were grassroots. Despite lacking abilities, Zhang Sen had managed to secure a ticket to an official base through sheer determination and combat skills. Regrettably, he had been blind to the realities around him. Fixated on protecting Zhang Jianjun's family and Chen Tiantian, his abilities had not reached a level where the officials would support him in caring for others. Thus, he found himself leading the 4 individuals to a medium-sized civilian base. Upon arrival, he received his initial task, to locate a 13-year-old girl named Mia. At first, he assumed she was merely a relative of the base's leader. However, he soon discovered that all the bases in the city of Ji were searching for her due to her possessing a rare supernatural ability, the foresight of future events. In his previous life, Zhang Sen had been the first to find her, but his capabilities were woefully inadequate. His team comprised ordinary individuals, and after protecting her for 2 days, they ultimately failed to bring her back to the base, losing her to an official facility. Zhang Sen never anticipated that in this lifetime, he would fortuitously encounter her again. Had he not seen her today, he might have completely forgotten about the girl, considering their previous life together lasted only 2 days. Observing her alone, with a timid gaze, Zhang Sen recalled her tragic background from their past, his brow furrowing slightly. Was she already an orphan at this point? Despite their brief acquaintance, he sensed that Mia was a well-behaved and sensible girl. Though her life had been fraught with hardship, she possessed an exceptionally strong survival instinct. Otherwise, she would not have endured in the cannibalistic apocalypse all alone until now. Lu Hao noticed Zhang Sen staring at the girl standing at the entrance without approaching and expressed his confusion. "Brother Sun, what's wrong?" Zhang Sen shook his head and sent the 3 others to exchange supplies, then proceeded towards Mia. The girl's face was ashen, clad in a tattered blue down jacket, cautiously navigating the marketplace. Zhang Sen hesitated to approach, acutely aware that she was merely a 10-year-old girl. He feared that his sudden advance might render him a suspect in her eyes. Meanwhile, he contemplated how to gain Mia's trust, hoping for an opportunity to replicate her extraordinary ability. Ahead, Mia had stopped in front of a stall where the proprietor, a middle-aged man accompanied by a small boy of about 7 or 8 years old, was engaged in a trade with a young man. The stalls here displayed no goods openly, as everyone was acutely aware of the chaotic state of affairs. Displaying supplies would not only fail to secure desired exchanges, but could also jeopardize what little they possessed. Thus, each stall was manned solely by the vendor, with a cloth laid out in front and a sign listing the supplies available for trade. The sign at this stall read, 2 pounds of dog food for 1 pound of rice. The price seemed reasonable, although dog food was not human fare. It was certainly more filling than rice, and nutritionally superior as well. Those with an abundance of dog food naturally sought to exchange it for rice. Zhang Sen observed Mia standing at the stall, hesitant to step forward, curious to see her intentions. He then witnessed the vendor's eyes light up upon noticing Mia, who smiled and asked, "Little girl, where are your parents?" Mia remained silent, visibly anxious. The vendor scrutinized her, his smile gradually morphing into something lecherous. "Are you looking to trade for dog food, little girl?" Summoning her courage, Mia took a small step forward. "Uncle, I don't have any rice. I only have this. Is it all right?" She revealed her palm, which held a diamond ring, the stone nearly the size of a pigeon's egg. The vendor's eyes gleamed at the sight of the ring, yet he feigned reluctance as he looked at Mia. "Little girl, in these times, people can hardly afford a full meal, so what use is this? Besides, I can't tell if it's genuine." Mia hurriedly explained, "It's real. My father bought it at an auction for my mother." "Then may I see it? You seem quite young, if the diamond is indeed genuine. I'll make an exception and trade you some dog food." After a moment's contemplation, Mia handed the ring to the vendor. He examined it closely. Though he couldn't discern the quality of the diamond, he noted the engraved initials inside the ring, which lent some credibility to Mia's words. He thought to himself, take it home to appease that tigress of a wife. As for the girl before him, if she behaved, he could afford to give her a bit of dog food. After all, she was alone in this place, clutching such a valuable item, which likely indicated she had no family left. "Little girl, while this ring may not be of much use, considering you're about the same age as my son, I'll trade you some dog food. How much do you want?" Mia pondered and tentatively asked, 5 pounds, would that be all right?" "Sure, but I only have 1 pound here. If you want 5, you'll have to come with me to fetch the rest. Could you give me that 1 pound first?" The vendor paused, then chuckled softly. "What a cautious little girl you are." "Very well." He retrieved a small bag of dog food from behind his back and handed it to Mia. She opened it and, relieved, realized she had at least secured 1 pound of dog food in case the vendor changed his mind. With that thought, she followed the vendor and his son away. As a man, Zhang Sen could easily discern the vendor's intentions from the expression on his face. Thus, he followed discreetly, careful not to draw attention. The vendor led the 2 children out of the marketplace, taking a series of turns into a narrow alley. His home was nearby, and at present, no one was there, as his wife had gone out with someone else to scavenge for supplies. After trailing for a while, Mia began to feel apprehensive. "Uncle, how much further?" "Not far. We'll be there shortly," the vendor replied with a grin. "Son, give his sister some dog food. She must be hungry." The little boy obediently pulled out a handful of dog food and offered it to Mia. "Here." Feeling uneasy, Mia glanced around the deserted surroundings and accepted the food, stowing it away. "Uncle, never mind. I'm too tired. I don't want to go anymore. I'll just take 1 pound of dog food. That won't do. We agreed on 5 pounds. I can't deceive a child like you." "It's fine, I just want 1 pound. Uncle, I'll go back now. Thank you." With that, Mia took 2 steps back. The vendor's smile faded as he stepped forward. "You can't just leave like that." Mia's eyes widened with terror as she quickly withdrew her hand from her pocket and threw a small stone at his face. Seizing the moment while the vendor recoiled in pain, she turned and fled. Zhang Sen finally realized that the object she had thrown was merely a small stone. Clever girl. Yet, despite her intelligence, her youth rendered her vulnerability insignificant in the face of absolute strength. Chapter 72. Thank you, brother. Goodbye. The vendor soon regained his composure. He lowered his hand and discovered blood on his gloves, frozen and chilling. Infuriated, he muttered, "You little brat, daring to hit me. Just wait, I'll make you pay." As he cursed, he dashed out, quickly catching up to Mia. She struggled and screamed, "Let me go. You're a bad man. Let me go. Aren't you quite the little brat? If you don't behave, you'll regret it." Zhang Sen began to understand why Mia had such a strong aversion to men in their previous life. Listening to her cries, he felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. He stepped forward. "Hey, you're an adult, bullying a little girl isn't right? Is it? Mind your own business. I warn you, get lost, or I won't spare you." What if I insist on meddling in your affairs today? Zhang Sen showed no fear of the threat, continuing to advance. The vendor, already enraged, saw Zhang Sen dismissing his warnings and felt his fury escalate. Yet, he didn't want his son to witness a murder. Nor did he wish to risk injury to the boy in a potential skirmish. Son, return home and await your father. He shall be back shortly. Hurry now. The stout little boy remained unfazed, evidently confident in his father's prowess, uttering a fierce retort before turning on his heel and sprinting away. The vendor gently set down the malt, intent on averting a scuffle, but seized the opportunity to grasp the girl's collar and deliver a harsh slap as she attempted to flee. The frail young girl could scarcely withstand the blow and immediately lost consciousness, her head striking the ground with a heavy thud. In that instant, a fierce killing intent ignited within Zhang Sen's eyes. The vendor drew a cleaver from his back waist, glaring angrily at Senator Zhang Sen. Eager to experience the sensation of a first-level, fleshly body assassin, charged forward with swift resolve. The vendor watched in disbelief as Zhang Sen, initially 7 or 8 meters away, closed the distance in the blink of an eye. So swift, the scorn in his eyes swiftly morphed into terror. Reflexively, he raised his blade to strike. Yet Zhang Sen effortlessly grasped his wrist, applying such force it seemed poised to crush the bones. Increasing his grip, Zhang Sen forced the cleaver from the vendor's hand. The vendor screamed in agony, then hastily pleaded for mercy. Brother, please, it's all a misunderstanding. I was wrong. Spare me. Zhang Sen's eyes blazed with fury. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? That I am some scoundrel? Don't kill me. I beg you. My son is still young. He cannot be fatherless. Your son is none of my concern. He is not my blood. Zhang Sen pressed the vendor down forcefully, then delivered a knee strike to his abdomen. The vendor writhed in pain, cold sweat pouring forth, curling into a ball on the ground, clutching his belly. It felt as if all his internal organs had shifted. How could anyone possess such strength? Yet his nightmare was only just beginning. Zhang Sen raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the vendor's abdomen. The man was sent flying several meters back, coming to a halt as if struck by a speeding car, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood, struggling to breathe. But Zhang Sen's wrath was far from spent. He advanced further, standing before the vendor, and stomped firmly on his chest. In a narrow, confined, and silent alleyway, the sound of cracking bones echoed sharply in Zhang Sen's heightened hearing. The man beneath his foot stared wide-eyed, his eyeballs bulging, utterly lifeless. He was fortunate. Had Zhang Sen not been concerned for the malt girl's condition, he would not have allowed such a wretch to die so swiftly. Retrieving a diamond ring from the vendor's chest pocket, Zhang Sen hurried to the girl and examined her condition. A scar adorned her forehead, caused by her earlier fall. The wound was not severe, bleeding minimally, with the blood and injury already frozen. Though still unconscious, her breathing was steady. A reasonably normal state for someone without medical knowledge like Zhang Senator, fearing hypothermia from the cold weather. He swiftly lifted the girl and headed back. The distance home was too great. Returning there was impractical, so he decided to return to the market, a crowded indoor space, warmer and safer. Upon arrival, Zhang Sen found a secluded corner, using his backpack as shelter, and took out bandages and iodine from his spatial storage to disinfect and dress the girl's wounds. Though his technique was crude, he did all that was necessary. Observing her pale face, he administered some warm spring water from his spatial reserve. Confident in its miraculous healing properties, without severe injury, she should recover well. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, the girl's complexion regained a rosy hue. The malt girl awakened in Zhang Sen's arms. Perhaps the terror of unconsciousness lingered, for her first reaction was a scream. It's all right, it's all right. Zhang Sen soothed patiently. Hearing the unfamiliar voice and seeing the clean, handsome face before her, she quickly realized this was not the vile man from before. She seemed saved. My head hurts, she murmured, reaching up to find a bandage. Don't touch it. You're injured. I wrapped it for you. Recalling the terrifying memories. Tears welled in her eyes, but before they fell, Zhang Sen cautioned, if you cry now, your tears will freeze your face. Consequently, she dare not weep. Tears lingered in her eyes, poised to fall but restrained. Seeing the girl's pitiful state, Zhang Sen was overtaken by a wave of remorse. Had he acted sooner, she would not have suffered such fright and injury. Yet, out of caution, he deemed it necessary to earn her trust, fearing she would not follow him otherwise. Coercion was possible but troublesome, and how would Lu Hao and the others perceive him? Probably as a brute. This might be for the best. Having come this far, perhaps the girl's suspicion of him would lessen somewhat. Moreover, it would serve as a harsh lesson. The apocalypse was far more terrifying than she imagined, and as a young girl, she must never follow strangers. Comforted by this reasoning, Zhang Sen gently set her down and inquired, Do you feel any other discomfort? My face hurts, and my head feels dizzy. Anything else? The girl shook her head. Likely a mild concussion. A few days' rest would suffice. Nothing serious. Suddenly, she remembered something. Feeling her pocket and finding her dog food still there, she breathed a sigh of relief. Did you save me? Of course. She scrutinized Zhang Sen. Her fear not entirely dissipated, then bowed. Thank you, brother. I must go home now. Goodbye. Brother, hurry, it's dangerous here, the girl said before attempting to slip away. But Zhang Sen caught her. Trembling with fright, she was reassured by his words. All right, little one, I won't harm you. Otherwise, saving you would be in vain, right? Producing the diamond ring from his pocket, he handed it to her. This belongs to you, yes? Keep it safe, but don't show it to others casually. If people see a young girl with such an item, they'll immediately suspect you are hiding from your family. Annoyed, she realized that despite her caution, adults still detected flaws in her behavior. Yet, her heart was filled with guilt for having misjudged Zhang. Senator, thank you, brother. Don't run off again. Stay with me for now. When my friends arrive, we'll escort you home together. As a young girl, you're likely to attract bad attention the moment you leave here. After a moment's thought, she deemed him trustworthy and nodded. Zhang Sen exhaled in relief. His first step in winning her trust was successful. They stepped outside, the girl silently following behind. At the gate, Lu Hao and two others awaited, their bags lightly packed. Yang Yike noticed the girl trailing Zhang Sen and asked, Sengu, why is this girl with you? I rescued her. I'm taking her home. Are you coming with us, or go to scavenge supplies first? The trio exchanged surprised glances, their eyes shifting between Zhang Sen and the girl. What is going on? Sangu usually despises trouble, yet he showed mercy and saved child. Snapping out of their daze, they replied in unison, we'll go together. Zhang Sen nodded and asked the girl quietly, where do you live? She whispered an address. Everyone froze. It was one of the most expensive villa districts in Nanyang. Even Zhang Sen hadn't anticipated that this little girl was actually a young heiress. Though they had met before in a previous life, she rarely spoke, only mentioning she was an orphan without revealing her family background. Seeing her now, destitute and forlorn, stirred a profound sense of pity among them. In this damned apocalypse, the pampered young heiress has been subjected to such torment. The villa district is not far from the market. It takes about half an hour to walk there. However, with a child in tow, their pace has significantly slowed. Zhang Sen, unsure of how to interact with a young girl, retrieved a loaf of bread and a box of milk from his bag and entrusted the task to Yang Yike. Nevertheless, Maya still placed her trust in Zhang Sen, closely following him along the way. Upon entering the villa area, Maya exclaimed, brother, sisters, I'm home. Thank you for bringing me back. You should hurry back now. No rush, Zhang Sen replied. We will see you to your doorstep and ensure you have entered safely before we depart. No need, brother, it's not safe here. You should leave quickly. I'll go ahead, Maya insisted, turning and running off. The ability to foresee the future is a precious power, particularly for someone like Zhang Sen, who cherishes life. He had done so much and had yet to witness the little girl awaken her abilities and replicate them. How could he possibly give up? I'll take a look. You need not hurry. Come along at your own pace, Zhang Sen called out as he pursued Maya, who had dashed ahead. The other three stood in place, exchanging glances, bewildered by Zhang Sen's sudden change in demeanor. Yet, they had no choice but to heed his words and hurriedly followed suit. As Zhang Sen rounded a corner, he spotted Maya entering the most grand and opulent villa in the district. At that moment, the villa's door swung open, revealing a portly middle-aged woman who bellowed. You little brat, I told you to fetch some food. Why are you so late? Are you itching for trouble again? Do you believe I will steal your dog tonight? Maya hurried inside. I'm sorry. I was injured, so it took longer. I want tea, let it happen again. Maya, Zhang Sen called, reaching the gate. Startled, Maya shouted, brother, you must leave. It's dangerous here. The woman glared at Zhang Sen. Who is this little brat? Get lost. Zhang Sen stepped into the courtyard. You are not Maya's family. The woman, undeterred, sneered, so what if I'm not? I advise you not to court death. Maya, come here. Zhang Sen commanded. The woman seized Maya, who cried out in desperation, brother, you must go. Zhang Sen had no intention of retreating and continued toward the entrance. The woman screamed, someone, there's trouble. In an instant, over a dozen armed men emerged, wielding machetes and steel rods. At that moment, Lu Hao and the others arrived. Oh, two beautiful ladies. Just in time. You can stay and entertain me, one of them leered. Zhang Sen chuckled. Huzzy, are you afraid? With you leading? What do I have to fear? Lu Hao replied confidently. Excellent. Tu Sai and Cuckoo. I leave Maya in your care. Huzzy, remember, leave no one standing. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Sen unsheathed two knives from his waist and charged at the largest man before him. The man swung down with his weapon. But to Zhang Sen, the motion seemed to slow. He swiftly severed the man's hand and plunged a knife into his heart. In a fluid motion, He withdrew one knife and plunged the other into the back of another assailant. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, having honed his combat skills through training and real-life encounters, dispatched an enemy of his own. The courtyard echoed with cries of agony. Tu Sai and Yang Yike had already reached the woman. Seeing their ruthless efficiency, the woman realized she was in grave peril, her face draining of color. As Tu Sai charged at her, even the seemingly gentle Yang Yike brandished a machete, which filled the woman with dread. Knowing she stood no chance against them, she picked up a discarded knife from the ground and pointed it at the two, threatening, "Don't come closer, or I'll kill her." With that, she pressed the blade against Maya's neck, provoking a terrified scream from the girl. Tu Sai, quick wit, seized the moment while the knife was still a safe distance from Maya's throat, decisively stabbing it into the woman's shoulder. The woman shrieked in pain. Dropping the knife, Tu Sai withdrew her sword and thrust it into the woman's heart, ending her life instantly. Maya, trembling with fear, nearly collapsed. But Tu Sai caught her just in time. Tu Sai entrusted Maya to Yang Yike. "Keep an eye on her. I'm going to assist Sunji." With that, she plunged into the fray. At this point, only 4 enemies remained in the courtyard, their numbers dwindling under Zhang Sen and Lu Hao's onslaught. Had Zhang Sen not suppressed his abilities for fear of revealing their nature, this battle would have concluded much sooner. 2 minutes later, the conflict reached its bitter end. The icy ground was stained crimson with blood, which continued to flow from the corpses, swiftly freezing over. Zhang Sen approached Maya, crouching down. "Are you all right?" Maya clung to his neck, trembling and weeping. Chapter 74. How about you follow me from now on? Inside the villa, Maya's emotions had settled. From her account, the 4 learned of the harrowing experiences she had endured. It turned out that this villa was her home. Her father was a prominent businessman, ranking high on the list of the wealthiest in Daxia. When the apocalypse struck, her family, along with several servants, found themselves trapped within these walls. Her parents, kind-hearted, had not dismissed the servants, and while their supplies were limited, they were sufficient to sustain them. However, as the rain subsided, a group of unwelcome guests arrived. They were the husband of one of the maids, who had long worked at construction sites and brought along a dozen compatriots. They brutally murdered her parents and squandered their meager resources. Initially, they intended to kill Maya too, but one man intervened, believing that a young girl would elicit sympathy from others, potentially securing them more supplies. At first, Maya managed to survive in the villa district. The residents, aware of her family's circumstances, hoped to gain favor with the Mai family once the apocalypse ended, and thus offered her some food. However, as the supplies dwindled, they began to force Maya to scavenge for food. Sometimes she succeeded, and other times she did not. Failure often resulted in brutal beatings. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, the 4 fell into a heavy silence. Yang Yike, tears streaming down her face, embraced Maya, whispering, "It's all right now. It's all right." Despite Zhang Sen's belief that he had grown cold-hearted, he could not help but feel a pang of compassion for the 10-year-old girl. "Brother," Maya implored with wide eyes, "could you help me bury my parents?" Zhang Sen nodded. "Where are your parents?" Maya led them to the basement, opening the door to reveal the corpses of 2 individuals. Fortunately, due to the low temperature, the decomposition was minimal. The 4 carefully carried the bodies to a hill in the yard, breaking through the thin layer of ice and digging a grave to lay them to rest. Throughout the process, Maya's eyes glistened with unshed tears, though she did not cry. Yang Yike held her hand tightly, offering silent support. Zhang Sen instructed Maya to cover her parents with a final handful of earth. After she complied, she knelt and bowed 3 times in respect. Then she stood and deeply bowed to the 4 of them. "Thank you, dear brothers and sisters." Zhang Sen gently patted her head and led her back inside. Unsure of how to comfort her, he retrieved a piece of chocolate from his backpack and offered it to her. Maya, understanding the scarcity of resources, swallowed hard, but shook her head. Zhang Sen, with no other recourse, pressed it into her hands. "Brother and sister, please sit for a moment. I'll be right back," she said. Darting outside, she returned shortly, having scavenged various items from the bodies, and then scampered upstairs. When she returned, she cradled several boxes in her arms. She distributed the boxes, stating, "These are gifts for my dear brothers and sisters. Please do not misunderstand. These are not things I took from the corpses, but rather my parents' collection, which they had not managed to find." The 4 opened the boxes, left in stunned silence. In the boxes belonging to Zhang Sen and Lu Hao were exquisite timepieces, while Tu Sai and Yang Yike possessed diamond necklaces, gifts that evidently bore considerable value. "Elder brother and sister, I am aware that these possessions hold little utility in the current circumstances, but I can only offer these as a token of gratitude for rescuing me," said Maya. The group felt an unease within, reluctant to accept such gifts. Yet, Maya was determined to present them. Observing this, Zhang Sen accepted the offering. "Maya, do you have other family members?" She shook her head. "What are your plans moving forward?" He inquired. I am uncertain, she replied. After a brief silence, Zhang Sen chuckled softly. This gift must be worth several million. It is far too extravagant. How about this? You could accompany me from now on, and we shall consider this watch as your protection fee? The words left the other three in a state of shock. Truthfully, they had all entertained thoughts of taking Maya under their wing, reasoning that she was merely a young girl who required little sustenance. However, in this apocalyptic world, the burden of caring for a defenseless child was indeed daunting, and they hesitated to assume such responsibility. They were well aware of Zhang Sen's personality. He loathed complications. They even feared that should anyone voice such a proposal, Zhang Sen might cast them out from the 16th floor, for he was exceedingly rational. Yet, no one anticipated that it would be this most sensible individual who would make such a suggestion. Indeed, among them, only Zhang Sen possessed the capability to safeguard a young girl in such perilous times. Upon hearing Zhang Sen's words, Maya's eyes lit up, her excitement causing her to tremble. Are you saying you want to move in my home? No, your place is too large and cold. Ours, though smaller, is much warmer and more suitable for living, he replied. Maya could hardly believe that Zhang Sen was willing to take her to his home. Is it truly true? Do you really want to? She longed to accept, but her situation was quite peculiar. After a moment of silence, she summoned the courage to ask, Brother, I have a little cat. May I bring it with me? A cat? Yes, don't worry. Ice cream is very well behaved. It won't scratch or bite. I eat very little too. Zhang Sen chuckled, finding the little girl remarkably considerate. Initially, she had been reluctant to burden him, insisting on repaying his kindness. And now she worried about being perceived as a burden due to her modest appetite. Go fetch your cat. I wish to see it. Soon, Zhang Sen laid eyes on Ice Cream, a gaunt ragdoll cat that appeared to have been quite starved, considering that Maya's future abilities would soon manifest. The addition of such a small cat was no concern for Zhang Sen, who promptly encouraged her to gather her belongings. Declining assistance from Yang Yike and Tu Sai, Maya quickly ascended the stairs to pack, although Zhang Sen instructed her to bring only a couple of outfits and nothing else. She still managed to haul a backpack and pull a suitcase. Zhang Sen said nothing as he led the others away. Due to Maya's circumstances, their plans for scavenging that day fell through, yet none voiced any objections, and they returned home. Zhang Sen had initially intended to entrust Maya to Yang Yike and Tu Sai, but she insisted on following him. After all, she was merely a 10-year-old girl, and Zhang Sen wished to expedite her awakening of abilities, so he brought her back to his residence. Zhang Sen never turned off the electric heater in his home, so as soon as they entered, Maya was enveloped in a long-forgotten warmth. He tossed some firewood into the fireplace and ignited it, causing the room's temperature to gradually rise. While this environment could not compare to her previous home, it now felt like paradise to her. Zhang Sen retrieved an assortment of snacks favored by children from space and offered them to Maya. Upon seeing the treats before her, her eyes widened in astonishment. This brother is truly kind. Zhang Sen's residence was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout, 1 bedroom for himself, another converted into a gym, and the final one serving as a study. While Maya rested in the living room, enjoying her snacks, Zhang Sen cleared the study of its contents, retrieving the bed, blankets, and bedding he had stored away, concerned that the young girl might struggle to keep the fire going through the night. He also fetched 2 electric heater panels and an electric blanket from his space. Additionally, he brought out a cat bed, a cat climbing frame, and 2 bags of cat food, placing them in the corner of the room. As for organizing the space, that task would be left to Maya herself. His willingness to take her in was already a significant gesture. He had no intention of acting as her guardian. Once all the necessities were prepared, Zhang Sen instructed Maya to take a bath and change into clean clothes. When she emerged, she and Ice Cream finally encountered Satan. Throughout the day, Satan had been in Zhang Sen's space, and upon suddenly seeing such a large creature, it let out a loud scream. Ice Cream puffed up its fur, swiftly seeking refuge in a corner, trembling in fear. Zhang Sen stood beside Satan, waiting for Maya to finish her startled exclamations before introducing, "This is my pet. It is a jaguar. But fear not. It may be fierce outside, yet at home. It behaves just like your Ice Cream. Just think of it as a larger version of your cat." With Zhang Sen's explanation and witnessing that Satan indeed seemed as docile as a cat, much of Maya's fear dissipated. Not wanting to disappoint Zhang Sen, she mustered her courage to interact with Satan for a while. To her delight, Satan reciprocated, playing with her quite happily. Noticing that Maya was no longer as timid, Zhang Sen permitted her to begin organizing her room, establishing a rule that his bedroom was strictly off limits, particularly when his bedroom door was locked. It signified that he wished to remain undisturbed. This rule applied to him as well. Without Maya's permission, he would not enter her room. If her door was locked, he would not intrude. This arrangement allowed him the freedom to come and go from his own room as he pleased. It was also one of the reasons he had so readily agreed to let her stay. After setting the rules, Zhang Sen provided Lu Hao with several packets of frozen dumplings, asking him to cook them for everyone to share that evening. After all, it was due to him that their plans for gathering supplies had been delayed, and he felt the need to make amends. Once everything was arranged, Zhang Sen excused himself, claiming fatigue, and retreated to his room to train his abilities within the space. His primary focus was on honing his spatial powers, for he yearned to acquire the skill of Spatial Blade as soon as possible, an ability that allowed for unseen lethality, which he found exceedingly cool. However, perhaps due to the low level of his spatial abilities, after practicing for an entire afternoon, he had exhausted his mental energy with little progress. The duration of the Spatial Blade barely reached 1 second, and he could feel that the blade itself was dreadfully dull. Nevertheless, Zhang Sen remained undeterred. He still had time. When he exited the space, night had already fallen. Upon stepping out, Zhang Sen observed Maya crouching on the floor, scrubbing it diligently. The room was impeccably tidy. Watching the small girl, who was busily working and appeared as thin as a sprout, he couldn't help but chuckle. Had he inadvertently adopted a little maid? After several minutes of her industrious efforts, she finally noticed Zhang Sen's presence. "Brother, you are quite capable," Maya exclaimed, her face lighting up with a joyful smile that banished her previous timidity and meekness, revealing her as a typical 10-year-old girl. "Brother, from now on, leave these chores to me. Aside from cooking, I can manage all other household tasks." Zhang Sen nodded, refraining from questioning how a young lady like her had become so proficient at housework. It was evident she had learned during these challenging times, and he chose not to pry into her past. At that moment, the intercom buzzed with Lu Hao calling them to join for dumplings. Zhang Sen quickly led Maya to the dining area. The prospect of enjoying dumplings, combined with the presence of an adorable and sensible young girl in their midst, lifted everyone's spirits. The meal was lively and bustling, with Zhang Sen consuming over 40 dumplings all on his own. Although he had yet to satiate his hunger, he refrained from consuming more, for he would have the opportunity to indulge later that evening. What was paramount at present was to gradually acclimatize them to their extraordinary appetites. Mia, on the other hand, remained absorbed in her meal, eating at a leisurely pace. Yang Yike and Tu Sai attended to her while dining, soon detecting a shift in her demeanor. However, they chose not to comment further. After all, the child was still quite young, having witnessed the brutal murder of her parents and endured considerable suffering. Merely maintaining her composure was an achievement. Yet, Mia displayed remarkable resilience, swiftly regulating her emotions and finishing the dumplings in her bowl. Zhang Sen, noting that she had only consumed a few, understood her concern that overeating might displease him, and thus serve her another bowl. "Eat a bit more. In the future, you may eat whatever you desire, since I brought you back. I am not concerned about such trivial matters. Moreover, it's not as if I'm asking you to subsist solely on plain rice. How can you work if you do not eat enough?" Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the group. Sun Gu remains as straightforward as ever, devoid of any sentimentality. "What do you know? My boss is merely looking out for me as best interests, instilling a proper sense of values. One cannot expect to reap without sowing. Indeed, we must always strive to rely on ourselves to the fullest extent, though occasionally leaning on Sun Gu is permissible." "Oh, please." Zhang Sen chuckled in mock reproach. Moments later, he inquired of Lu Hao and the others, "Are you still practicing together daily?" "Of course, we never slack off. Indeed, Kiki has significantly improved. Ordinary men are no match for her." Yang Yike smiled shyly at this compliment. Zhang Sen nodded. "Then starting tomorrow, bring Mia along during your practice." Mia paused, staring blankly at Zhang. "Senator practice? What does that mean?" "Boss, the three of us together cannot match your prowess, so why not teach me yourself? My skills are too advanced. It would be a waste to teach her. Let her grow alongside you." The trio reassured her, "Do not worry. It 1 TB without compensation. Mia will repay you later." Yang Yike, apprehensive about receiving exorbitant gifts again, quickly interjected, No, Mia, we will learn together. No gifts necessary." Confused by the conversation, Mia was led home by Zhang Sen in a daze. "Mia, do you know how to grow vegetables?" She blinked, perplexed as to how the topic had shifted to gardening. "I learned about it at school." "Excellent." Zhang Sen returned to his room and retrieved several vegetable planting boxes, both hydroponic and soil-based. He had also prepared water and soil, along with seeds of common vegetables. The water was from a spring within his space, and the soil was rich black earth, while the seeds had been stored previously. "You are still quite young and lack the strength for heavier tasks, so you shall cultivate vegetables at home. It is vital that we do not neglect our vegetable intake, as our bodies cannot withstand it." This was an opportune moment for Mia to demonstrate her value, and she was exhilarated. "All right, brother, I will definitely grow the vegetables." In truth, Zhang Sen had an abundance of fresh produce in his space, but it was impractical to bring them out given the circumstances of the apocalypse. Rather than expend effort to grow them himself, he decided to assign this task to the young girl. It would keep her occupied and prevent her from dwelling on unhappy thoughts, while also ensuring everyone had access to fresh vegetables. Despite her noble lineage, Mia was far from spoiled. Upon receiving her task, she diligently researched it. Zhang Sen peered into her room and found it impeccably organized, granting him a sense of relief. At least this little girl would not burden him excessively. That night, Zhang Sen refrained from entering his space and instead engaged in standard physical training in the gym. Emerging after 10 o'clock, Mia was still engrossed in her study of vegetable cultivation. Mia, it's time for bed. We can continue our research tomorrow. Okay. She obediently set aside her manual and hurried to the bathroom, fetching a basin for foot soaking and filling it with warm water. Brother, you should soak your feet. Zhang Sen observed the bright-eyed girl squatting beside the basin and couldn't help but chuckle. Are you offering to wash my feet? Yes. I can only do this to repay you. Zhang Sen mused about when her extraordinary abilities would awaken. He had to care for her for a considerable time. So enjoying these moments felt justified, and he comfortably settled onto the sofa. Mia helped him remove his shoes and socks, her small hands meticulously washing his large feet until they were spotless. Leaning back against the sofa, Zhang Sen let out a long sigh of contentment. Chapter 76. You few. Do not leave just yet. Upon awakening early the next day, Zhang Sen immersed himself in the gym, continuing to train his abilities. When he emerged, Mia was already awake. Today, he intended to venture out with Lu Hao and the others to scavenge for supplies. After breakfast, the group set off together. Zhang Sen did not bring Mia along and left Satan with her. As time passed, supplies outside became increasingly scarce. Even when found, they were often difficult to secure, with corpses littering the area. However, thanks to the formidable combat prowess of Zhang Sen's small team, they regarded ordinary factions with disdain. Throughout the day, they encountered several groups attempting to seize supplies, all of whom they decisively eliminated. On the way back, Lu Hao sighed. Finding supplies has become increasingly challenging. Indeed, in the past, we could find 2 large bags each in a day, but now, if we manage to find even half a bag, we consider ourselves fortunate. Sungu, when will this all come to an end? Zhang Sen smiled. Do not dwell on it. It will only become more difficult. He pondered the progress of the official shelter, choosing not to answer to avoid discouraging them. According to his memories from his previous life, the first shelter would not be completed for at least another 3 months. However, official rescue operations were likely to commence soon. Indeed, half a month later, they received word that the government had begun distributing relief supplies. Every 3 days, the authorities would distribute aid at the city library, with each person required to queue with their identification. Although Zhang Sen had no need for this, he could not appear overly affluent. So he took Mia along to collect supplies. This was Mia's first outing in half a month, and she was immensely excited, her smile unwavering throughout the journey. The city library was not far from Yuan, merely an hour's walk. To expedite their task, they set out at dawn, only to find upon arrival that the area was teeming with people. 10 lines snaked like dragons, and soldiers stood guard every few meters, weapons at the ready. The supply area was encircled by a ring of armed soldiers, each with a stern expression, wary of any disturbances. Ordinary citizens, even from a distance, would feel intimidated. Boss, do you think those soldiers' guns actually have bullets? Why don't you give it a try? Lu Hao chuckled. Nah, I value my life. Just then, a commotion erupted at the front of the line. Who do you think you are cutting in line? Back to the end. I'm not cutting in line. I was just stepping out to relieve myself. You're talking nonsense. I've been standing here forever and didn't see you. Watch your mouth. I'm standing right here today. What are you going to do about it? The frigid weather and grim circumstances had left everyone's spirits low, and this altercation quickly escalated into a brawl. At that moment, a soldier approached. What's going on here? Sir, he started it. Sir, he cut in line. You are the one talking nonsense. I've been here the whole time. You are the one talking nonsense. Ask anyone nearby if they saw you. The soldier's face darkened as he glanced at the line cutter. Did you cut in line? No, I didn't. The soldier turned to those nearby. Did he stand here before? No, he cut in line, the onlookers chimed in. The soldier abruptly yanked him away, instructing him to queue at the back. If he continued to cause trouble, he would be blacklisted, and it would be futile to hope for any supplies in the future. The man immediately erupted in anger, demanding, Why should I? My family and I have been starving for so long, and we are on the brink of freezing to death. Is it too much to ask to collect our supplies sooner? You officials are all well-fed and oblivious to the suffering of the common people. You only begin distributing supplies now, while my wife has perished from hunger. Do you think you deserve our tax contributions? The soldier's expression darkened further. I shall say this one last time. Move to the back of the line, or be prepared for my wrath. Wrath? What do you intend to do about it? Come on, are you relying solely on that worthless gun? Go ahead, kill me. When it comes to battle, I never saw you risking your life. Yet here you are. Bullying is common folk. The soldier glared at the man's loathsome countenance, his teeth clenched in rage, while the provocateur continued his taunts. I stand here today, after enduring so much suffering, and now you show up, demanding I. A sudden gunshot interrupted his tirade. The square fell silent for a moment as the man collapsed to the ground, blood staining the ice beneath him, only to be swiftly frozen. This was the consequence of causing a disturbance. After delivering his grim warning, the soldier returned to his post. Everyone stood in stunned silence at the scene. Zhang Sen turned to glance at Lu Hao, asking, "What do you think? Is there ammunition in that gun? Goodness, this world has gone mad." Just a few words of contention, and they actually fired a shot. "Doesn't he fear punishment?" Zhang Sen whispered, ensuring only their small group could hear. They want to adhere to previous regulations. I suspect that now, if anyone causes a disturbance, all enforcement personnel can shoot to kill on the spot. So, be cautious when encountering officials. What if we've already killed so many? No worries, we were merely defending ourselves, and we didn't kill anyone in their presence. Lu Hao finally felt reassured. After more than 2 hours, it was finally Zhang Sen and his group's turn. Many had nearly succumbed to the cold. Yet their situation was relatively bearable. They had brought thermoses filled with hot water, which provided solace against the biting chill. Moreover, Zhang Sen and Maya had filled theirs with spatial spring water, warming them thoroughly upon consumption. Soon, they received their supplies: 1 pound of rice, a small packet of compressed biscuits, and a sweet potato. Lu Hao murmured, "This paltry amount will barely last 3 days. It probably isn't even enough for Maya." Zhang Sen did not respond, suggesting, "Let us go find something else to eat." Just then, they heard a commotion from the adjacent queue. "This is far too little. It's not enough for me, let alone my child and elderly parent at home. Then let your child and elder come to collect supplies too. We only distribute based on individuals and identification. My mother is over 80, and my child is just 1. Are you trying to send them to their deaths? Stop your whining. Either take the supplies and leave, or leave the supplies behind." The man attempted to argue further, but was met with the barrel of a soldier-esque gun, prompting him to skulk away in defeat. As they walked away, Lu Hao patted his chest, exclaiming, "Thank goodness, I only murmured complaint." The moment they stepped away from the line, an officer approached them, saying, "You 4, stay put." In Chapter 77, "Are you interested in joining the military?" They were led into the library hall, where they discovered far more armed soldiers than they had anticipated from outside. Zhang Sen and his companions felt a mix of apprehension, having blood on their hands, and the sight made their legs tremble. They suspected they might be executed on the spot. Although Zhang Sen was puzzled about why they had been singled out, he remained relatively calm. After all, he and T clashed with the authorities, so surely they wouldn't execute him outright. Colonel Deng, the individuals have been brought in, reported a subordinate. Deng Shiki, who had been engrossed in her documents, finally looked up upon hearing the report. Zhang Sen froze as he recognized her exquisite yet authoritative visage. It was her. In his past life, after entering the shelter, he had initially worked alongside Deng Shiki to earn supplies. Although a woman, her exceptional abilities and esteemed background allowed her to stand out among the male officers. Later, after she awakened her wood-based abilities, she was reassigned to lead a team of ability users, resulting in less interaction between them. The few times they had crossed paths afterward were when she had intervened to rescue him from being ostracized by a group of ability users. In the entire shelter, Deng Shiki was one of the few individuals Zhang Sen considered genuinely good-hearted, as she had never discriminated against or oppressed the weak. More importantly, during a mission where they both believed they were doomed, she subtly expressed her long-buried feelings for him. Ironically, Zhang Sen feigned ignorance at that time, committed to his feelings for Chun Tian. After they were rescued, they both tacitly agreed never to mention it again. Looking back now, Zhang Sen felt he had suffered a great loss. Damn it, I sacrificed a sumptuous feast for a bowl of spoiled rice that had sat for 3 days. Zhang Sen, is it? Deng Shiki scrutinized him, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Upon noticing the others accompanying him, her surprise transformed into appreciation. To maintain such vigor in these dire circumstances, you all must possess considerable skills. It's me. Are you interested in joining the military? Deng Shiki asked earnestly. As you can see, the situation is dire. This is a critical moment for our nation. We need capable individuals to join us in overcoming these hardships. Zhang Sen had made a decision long ago. He would never enter any shelter or base again. Thank you for your appreciation, but I lack the necessary skills. He placed a hand on my shoulder, adding, besides, I have a sister to consider. I wouldn't want to be a burden to the organization. If you wish, your sister could directly enter the shelter with us. There are many children her age there. Still, no thank you. I apologize for letting you down. A flicker of disappointment crossed Deng Shiki's eyes before she turned her gaze to Lu Hao and the others. What about you 3? Are you interested in joining? Lu Hao had already made up his mind. I'm sorry, but I want to be going. Tu Sai and Yang Yike exchanged glances, both displaying hesitance. For the two women, survival in this apocalyptic world was even more challenging. Joining the official organization might ensure a more stable existence, sparing them from daily violence. However, Zhang Sen's firm rejection of the official offer sowed seeds of doubt in their minds. After all, the group on the 16th floor had become a collective. If they left, it would feel like betrayal. Zhang Sen had discreetly aided them so much, they were unwilling to turn their backs on him. Sensing their inner turmoil, Zhang Sen turned and said earnestly, "It's all right. Make the decision you feel is right. Don't worry about anything else." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yike declared, Sai, I still want to follow Brother Senator Tu Sai, sighed in resignation. All right then, we won't go either. The nearby officer's expression darkened upon hearing their unanimous rejection. However, he dared not overstep his bounds, as Deng Shiki had not said anything. Deng Shiki, being principled, would not force them to stay. Still, she wished to make one last appeal. Zhang Sen's calm and rational demeanor impressed her greatly, and she recognized him as the backbone of this group. Mr. Zhang, may I speak with you privately? Zhang Sen agreed. Thus, Deng Shiki led him to a small room nearby. Mr. Zhang, may I ask for your thoughts on this catastrophe? Natural disasters. What perspective could a mere commoner like myself possibly hold? I suppose I shall strive to live, for each day that I persist is a day gained. A faint smile graced Deng Shiki's lips. Your mindset is indeed commendable. Zhang Sen joined in the laughter, acknowledging that given the current circumstances, one could scarcely survive without a positive attitude. After a brief moment, Deng Shiki's smile faded. Mr. Zhang, some matters ought not to be divulged to those outside the official system. I recognize you possess certain capabilities, or else you would not be able to escort a young girl through this apocalyptic world and manage to thrive reasonably well. However, I can assure you that the days ahead will only grow increasingly arduous, and resources will become more challenging to procure. Therefore, for your sake and that of your sister, I firmly believe that joining the official organization is the wisest choice. As for the compensation, you need not worry. I have never allowed my subordinates to suffer. Were it anyone else, Deng Shiki's words might have swayed them. After all, in these times, survival is an arduous endeavor, and everyone yearns to cling to a strong ally. Yet for Zhang Sen, he himself represented the most formidable support. Thus, he ultimately declined Deng Shiki's invitation. Though Deng Shiki felt regret, she bore no anger, providing Zhang Sen with the address of the shelter, encouraging him to seek her out should he reconsider. Zhang Sen refrained from closing the door completely on their conversation, as that would have been exceedingly ungrateful. He did not wish to wound Deng Shiki's feelings. After a friendly farewell, he departed the library with Lu Hao and the others. As Zhang Sen's imposing figure receded, Deng Shiki let out a sigh. Nearby, Officer Xiao Fong expressed his dissatisfaction. Colonel Deng, that fellow is utterly oblivious to the opportunity presented to him. You personally extended an invitation, and he rejected it. Today, we've recruited so many, and not one of them has shown such ingratitude. Deng Shiki cast him a cool glance. His choice to join or not is his own prerogative. Xiao Fong, your attitude is problematic. Xiao Fong sheepishly fell silent. Deng Shiki withdrew her gaze, her heart heavy with regret. She sensed that among the many recruits today, none possessed skills that surpassed Zhang Sen's, not even the retired veterans. Yet, if he refused to join, there was little she could do. Colonel Deng, I must admit, I find it perplexing why our superiors have commanded us to recruit so extensively. Resources are already scarce. It strains us to sustain our current numbers, let alone accommodate more. Deng Shiki remained silent for a moment before murmuring, because many more hard battles lie ahead. Chapter 78. Does the official know something? Upon exiting the library, Zhang Sen observed a throng of individuals loitering by the roadside. Both individuals and groups congregated. All eyes were hungrily fixed on those emerging from the library. Zhang Sen understood they were selecting their targets. Isolated individuals or seemingly weaker groups would be their prey. Zhang Sen adhered to the principle of non-aggression unless provoked, believing it preferable to avert conflict altogether. Should confrontation prove unavoidable, it would ultimately be a contest of strength. Drawing their weapons, he unsheathed his blade, and Lu Hao and the others followed suit. Eva Maya brandishing a dagger she had procured from her clothing, a weapon Zhang Sen had prepared for her, salvaged from a raid on Little Mao's office, now sharpened and ready for use. Indeed, the mere display of weaponry invigorated their presence, causing those who had been lurking to retreat in trepidation. Their path remained unobstructed until the library vanished from sight, at which point they sheathed their weapons. Despite the presence of Maya, the group chose to search for additional supplies. With Zhang Sen's protection, they felt secure regardless of potential threats. Upon entering a supermarket, They encountered two factions vying for a single package of supplies. Zhang Sen, disinterested in their squabble, guided his group around them. They scoured the supermarket, ultimately discovering only 2 bags of crushed biscuits, the latter unearthed by Maya beneath a shelf. Recognizing them as comrades, Maya promptly tore open the biscuits, inviting everyone to share. Though the packaging remained intact, the contents had been shattered under duress and competing hands. After consuming the biscuit remnants, the group continued on their journey. The silence that enveloped them on the road was palpable. The cold weather contributed to the quiet, but more significantly, they realized that their previous methods of scavenging yielded little in the way of supplies. Coupled with the day's invitation to join the military, each member harbored their own thoughts. Liu Hao contemplated how the military allocated so little in 3 days. Their resources must be severely lacking. Maya pondered why her brother did not enlist. Was it because of her? Yang Yike remained untroubled, while Tusai yearned for a stable life, particularly after witnessing the predatory gazes of those lurking outside the library, which heightened her anxiety. She feared that one day, she and Yang Yike might find themselves in a similar plight, forced to resort to theft for survival. These individuals, while currently wary of their weapons, might soon become desperate as conditions worsened. Could their strength ensure their survival amidst ongoing violence? Zhang Sen's mind was consumed by Deng Shiki's cryptic remarks, leading him to suspect that the officials might possess knowledge beyond the ordinary. If he had been reborn, could others have experienced the same fate? Might there already be other powers or beasts emerging? This multitude of uncertainties left him increasingly bewildered. Eventually, frustration gnawed at him. To hell with it. If I can't make sense of it, then I shan't dwell on it, he resolved. Perhaps by tomorrow, it would all slip from his mind. In any case, with so many contingencies in play, the likelihood of his demise was minimal. The immediate priority was to facilitate Maya's awakening of her extraordinary abilities. During this time, Zhang Sen had subtly probed for any signs of her latent powers, yet to no avail. To hasten her awakening, he had been providing her with water from the spatial spring. He even contemplated the audacity of allowing her to bathe in the spring, though he recalled the excruciating ordeal he had endured, doubting whether Maya's delicate frame could withstand it. His concern lingered that he might inadvertently harm the young girl. Moreover, the spring's efficacy lacked clear explanation. Given the current circumstances, it was prudent to keep this knowledge from Maya. Upon returning home, the first thing Maya did was check on the vegetables she had planted. This time, she had sown bok choy, cherry radishes, and chives. Before departing that morning, she had inspected the planting box, noting that the 3 varieties had begun to sprout but were not yet mature. Now they appeared significantly larger than before, almost ready for harvest. Brother, my vegetables are ripening. Zhang Sen, ever supportive, approached to take a look, nodding, indeed quite impressive. Maya's heart swelled with joy. This was a manifestation of her abilities, a tangible demonstration of her worth. Unbeknownst to her, the survival rate of these vegetables was a remarkable 100%, thanks to the spatial spring water and rich soil, coupled with Zhang Sen's own wood-based abilities that had accelerated their growth. Each night, while Maya slumbered, Zhang Sen practiced his powers on these vegetables, finding it quite effective. Every session resulted in noticeable growth. He felt confident that if he could elevate his wood abilities, he might soon complete the entire cycle from planting to harvest in record time. Yet, he remained uncertain about the flavor. As for the little chicks, he wondered when they would finally break free from their shells. Malt furrowed her brow as she gazed at the incubator beside her. Zhang Sen had previously stockpiled a batch of fertilized eggs, intending to hatch them once he found a stable place to settle down. At that point, he would have an inexhaustible supply of chickens and eggs at his disposal. He had never lacked for eggs and seldom thought to consume them, thus allowing the matter to slip from his mind entirely. It was only when he observed Malt meticulously tending to her vegetables that he recalled the eggs. It was the perfect opportunity to involve the young girl in this task. Zhang Sen, unable to manipulate the hatching process, could only let her go about it as she pleased. Fortunately, he had enough fertilized eggs that a few failures wouldn't matter. Hatching eggs typically took about 21 days, so he advised her to be patient and wait a while longer. Malt nodded and went off to find other tasks. Zhang Sen settled onto the couch, preparing to rest for a bit. Satan strutted over and leaped onto the sofa, snuggling up next to him. As for ice cream, it still succumbed to its fear of Satan and rarely ventured outside. However, Zhang Sen noticed that, thanks to his generous feeding and the benefits of the spatial spring water, ice cream had not only regained its normal shape, but seemed to be growing even larger. Now restored to its former beauty, even Zhang Sen, who was not particularly fond of cats, found himself occasionally enjoying holding and petting it. Thus, Zhang Sen resolved to continue feeding it for a while longer and perhaps give it a spring water bath, hoping it might awaken some latent abilities. Even if he could not replicate its powers, having another extraordinary creature nearby could prove beneficial. After a long day of work, Malt found herself at a loss for what to do next. The house was now impeccably tidy, a stark contrast to the disarray from when Zhang Sen lived alone. Therefore, having a little maid proved to be quite useful. Zhang Sen was no heartless master. He believed in rewarding hard work. He returned to his room and retrieved a box of imported chocolates from the space, presenting it as a reward for Malt. By now, she had shed her previous timid demeanor, adapting well to Zhang Sen's aversion to complications. She followed his instructions without question, never doubting him, a lesson learned from Lu Hao and his companions. However, today, she felt compelled to inquire about Zhang Sen's thoughts. Brother, did you refuse that sister today because of me? Zhang Sen was somewhat taken aback by Malt's sudden question. Yet, through their time together, he had come to understand her thoughts. It's not because of you. I simply have no desire to go. Our current life is quite satisfactory. So there is no need to stir things up. After a pause, he added, unless you wish to join the military? Malt shook her head, smiling sweetly. I only want to be with you. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Zhang Sen smiled back. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the early days when he first noticed how clingy Satan was. Initially, he had intended to nurture this girl until he could replicate her abilities before sending her to an official base. Now, it seemed that keeping her by his side was quite agreeable. He was uncertain whether Lu Hao and his companions would always follow him, but today, he could clearly see that Tu Sai and Yang Yike had begun to waver. Yet, this girl, at least for the moment, had no intention of leaving him. This was a relief, as it spared him from living the life of an empty nester. Moreover, having such an obedient young girl around made his days significantly more pleasant. With that thought, his smile deepened. All right, if you wish to follow me, then you shall always do so. Malt beamed with joy, rushing back to her room to retrieve a box, which she placed before Zhang Sen and her brother. These are all for you. Zhang Sen opened the box and was immediately taken aback. Inside lay a collection of exquisite jewelry and luxury watches. The sheer quantity and value were enough to astonish someone like Zhang Sen, who had never encountered such opulence. Did you bring all this from home? Yes. All of these are gifts for you. Although these items held little practical use at the moment, Zhang Sen was touched by the girl's heartfelt gesture. No wonder you didn't heed my advice and brought a suitcase filled with these things, he remarked. Malt nodded in affirmation. These have been with you for quite some time. Why give them to me now? I kept them because I was afraid you might not want me anymore. But now I know you will always take me with you, so I wish to give them all to you. Zhang Sen chuckled helplessly. Though the young girl had her wits about her, they were few. Aren't you afraid that if I accept these things, I might abandon you? I'm not afraid. You're a good person. Very well. After a moment of silence, he continued, Malt, these items, while of little use to ordinary people now, could potentially be exchanged for something valuable among the wealthy and powerful. However, they are heirlooms from your parents. Accepting them would be of no use to me. So keep them for now. If the day comes when you need to leave, or if it's no longer suitable for you to be with me, I promise to return everything to you. Malt felt a pang of disappointment. She hoped to remain with her brother forever without having to reclaim those items. Yet, it seemed her brother was always contemplating leaving her. Suppressing her sadness, she lowered her head and asked, Brother, do you wish to leave here? Leave here? Yes. To another place. Zhang Sen sensed there was more to her words and inquired, You don't want to stay here? I do. I'm just asking if you'll always stay here. No, this place is no longer suitable for living. Before long, we will need to find a new residence. Then where does brother wish to go? Perhaps to Jikin. Upon hearing the name Jikin, Malt's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, you want to go to Jikin? That is wonderful. What about you? Do you wish to go to Jikin too? Malt nodded vigorously. Yes, my father told me before that I should live in Jikin in the future. Why is that? Do you have relatives in Jikin? No, I have no family left. My father has a house there where we can reside. Zhang Sen then recalled that he had rescued a girl from a wealthy family, and he indeed had struck a fortunate deal. Wealthy individuals likely owned more than just one property across the country, but whether that house still existed was another matter. He refrained from explaining this to Malt, as he had yet to see the house and did not know if it was suitable for living. Even if someone occupied it, he could probably persuade them to vacate. How go? Why do you think Sun Gu is reluctant to join the military? Tu Sai mused on the way, unable to fathom Zhang Sen's refusal to enlist. After lunch, she sought out Lu Hao. I noticed that officer seemed particularly fond of Sun Gu today. If he joined, he would surely have a good life. So why did he give up without a second thought? Lu Hao pondered for a moment and shook his head. I'm not sure. Perhaps the boss has his own plans. Besides, the military isn't necessarily as good as they claim. Given the boss's abilities, he could thrive anywhere without needing to relocate. Tu Sai fell silent for a moment, then sighed. But resources are becoming increasingly scarce. The supplies Kiki and I hoarded might last only a little over half a month at most. If this continues, our lives may grow increasingly difficult. At that point, Lu Hao finally grasped Tu Sai's implication and chuckled. In that case, you could consider joining the military. After all, that colonel took a liking to you. With your skills, following a female leader would also be a decent option. Tu Sai, upon hearing this, assumed Lu Hao was upset. How go, please don't be angry. I'm just expressing our current predicament. I'm not saying we must go to the military. Lu Hao waved his hand dismissively. What you say is true. Why would I be upset? If you and Coco, two young ladies, are able to lead a stable life, it would indeed be a splendid outcome. Should you decide to enlist in the military, I am confident that the boss will, like me, respect your choice and extend his blessings. Tu Sai was moved. Although we have not yet reached a conclusion, Coco is reluctant to part from you, and I too wish for our little group to remain together. Yet, it seems that Brother Sun is quite resolute. Do you think he would alter his decision? The likelihood is slim, as the boss possesses a strong sense of independence in both character and actions. Having turned down that colonel, it is evident that he has already made his plans. And what of you? If the boss is not going, why should I? My life was saved by him. Without him, I cannot fathom how many times I might have perished. Thus, I have long sworn allegiance. Wherever the boss goes, I shall follow. Even if the apocalypse concludes, I will remain by the boss's side. Tu Sai fell into a profound silence. Upon returning home, Yang Yike had just finished washing the dishes. You're back. Tu Sai nodded. Noticing her melancholy, Yang Yike approached and embraced her. What troubles you, darling? Why so glum? Tu Sai sighed and asked, do you truly not wish to join the military? Yang Yike pondered for a moment. I am uncertain how to express it. Although I have never served, I have heard that military life is arduous and the regulations quite stringent. I do not know if I could endure it. Moreover, the most significant factor is that Brother Sun will undoubtedly not go. If he does not, then neither will Brother Hao. I cannot bear to leave them. Tu Sai offered a wry smile. Yet, have you not had your fill of a life filled with conflict and violence? After 2 days of contemplation, Tu Sai ultimately chose to pursue her ideal of a stable life. Although Yang Yike still desired to follow Zhang Sen, Tu Sai's reasoning resonated with her. As her weakest in strength, a life rife with combat was ill-suited for her. When Zhang Sen learned of this development, his reaction was as Lu Hao had anticipated. He bore no anger whatsoever. In fact, he even brought forth some food and asked Lu Hao to prepare a hot pot, treating it as a farewell feast for the two. Zhang Sen felt a tinge of reluctance in his heart. After all, they had shared much time together. The character of these two young women was commendable, and most importantly, they were pleasing to behold. Although he did not detect the fragrance of flowers, their daily presence lightened his spirits. Yet, since they had made their choice, he would not dissuade them. After all, some experiences must be lived through to foster growth. Their hearts had already stirred. Even if they were to remain this time, should they encounter better opportunities in the future, they would inevitably choose to depart. It was better to allow them to forge their own paths. In their previous lives, they had not accompanied him through extensive trials, nor had they been under the command of Deng Shaiki, yet they had survived. Ultimately, they even established their own base, which implied some degree of capability. Furthermore, it would not be long before at least one of them awakened their extraordinary abilities. As Zhang Sen had heard in his past life, although he was unaware of the nature of these powers or their potential strength, it was likely that they would manage to protect themselves for several years. Otherwise, their base would not have been established. During the gathering, aside from Zhang Sen, the mood among the others was rather somber, especially for Yang Yike. Her eyes were red-rimmed throughout, as she scarcely touched her food. The farewell feast concluded in an atmosphere of subdued melancholy. Subsequently, Zhang Sen returned home. Lu Hao retrieved a bag filled with some provisions, including compressed biscuits and instant noodles, as well as a cherished bottle of hot sauce he had been reluctant to consume. After all, we are friends, and since you are departing tomorrow, consider these items a farewell gift. Upon hearing this, Yang Yike's tears fell instantly, and she rushed to embrace Lu Hao. Brother Hao, why are you crying, little sister? It's not as if we will never meet again. Perhaps when you've made a name for yourselves, the boss, and I might even rely on your protection. He jested. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Sen walked in. Well, the moment I leave, you two are embracing? I cannot let you take advantage of this. Yang Yike laughed through her tears and stepped forward to hug Zhang Sen as well. Thank you, Brother Senator. Zhang Sen gently patted her back. Are you still uninterested in men today? Yang Yike released him, lightly punching his arm. You've asked me this countless times. When will you let it go? Why not? It's amusing. Zhang Sen replied with a mischievous grin. All right, you are leaving tomorrow, and as for food, the official rations are distributed daily, so I shall not burden you with more. Zhang Sen then presented 2 exquisite swords he had previously acquired from Xiao Mao's office. He had intended to gift them once the 2 ladies developed an interest in men, but it seemed that day would never arrive. Since they were departing tomorrow, he thought it best to present them now. Tu Sai, your sword has seen much wear. Though you have primarily wielded a machete, your techniques are rooted in swordplay. With your girlfriend around, a sword suits you well. Take them. Tu Sai and Yang Yike were both touched and elated. Tusai unsheathed the sword, her eyes widening in astonishment. Having practiced swordsmanship since childhood, she recognized the exceptional quality of Zhang Sen's gift. Brother son, where did you acquire such magnificent swords? This is the finest I have ever seen. Zhang Sen smiled gently. Just luck. I chanced upon them. Very well, since you are leaving early tomorrow, I shall not accompany you. At dawn the next day, Tusai and Yang Yike set forth. They left the remaining supplies, dividing them into 2 portions and placing them in front of Zhang Sen and Lu Hao's doors, before quietly departing with a sense of reluctance. After finishing his morning exercises, Zhang Sen was called by Lu Hao for breakfast. Recently, Lu Hao had prepared a batch of steamed buns, and each morning he would steam a few and cook a pot of porridge, accompanied by some fermented bean curd. Thus, they resolved their meal simply. Zhang Sen and Lu Hao opened their doors almost simultaneously, and upon noticing the supplies left by Tusai and Yang Yike, they both paused, feeling an inexplicable sadness. Lu Hao forced a smile. It appears we are left with just the 2 of us. You say that, and it truly wounds my Ya's heart, Zhang Sen replied. Indeed. Now we have gained a Maya. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Hao spotted Maya emerging from behind Zhang Sen, clutching a handful of baby bok choy. Brother Lu, look at the vegetables I grew. Lu Hao's eyes widened at the sight of fresh greens. Vegetables? Am I hallucinating? In this day and age, there's still vegetables. Maya then briefly explained the origins of the vegetables. Lu Hao was utterly astounded. His boss was indeed remarkable. He had even procured seeds and a cultivation box. Hastily, he sautéed the baby bok choy, and upon tasting it, he nearly wept. Boss, this is the best vegetable I have ever eaten in my life. Zhang Sen smiled but said nothing. Of course, for these vegetables were nurtured by the essence of spatial spring water. How could they not be delectable? Moreover, consuming them would bolster one's health. Zhang Sen had initially intended to cultivate vegetables to subtly enhance their physical abilities, but he had not anticipated that Tusai and Yang Yike would depart before that time. Since they had resolved to leave, Zhang Sen naturally would not disclose the existence of vegetables still in his possession. It was not a matter of mistrusting their integrity. Rather, the complexities of the place they were heading to were simply too great. The difference of consuming 1 meal's worth of vegetables would not matter in the grand scheme of things. It was better to avoid leaving himself vulnerable. At the city library, Zhang Sen and Lu Hao still held firm in their decision not to join the military. Colonel Deng Shiki regarded Tusai and Yang Yike with a heart full of regret. Indeed, Colonel Deng, they have their own plans. Yang Yike felt a flutter of anxiety. Surely, the military would not want only Zhang Sen and Lu Hao, and dismiss them entirely. Colonel Deng nodded. Very well, I understand. Please proceed with your registration. And after the rations are distributed, we shall return to the military together. She discerned Yang Yike's apprehension and offered words of solace. Do not fret, for by inviting you to join the military, I have acknowledged your potential. I firmly believe that with diligent performance, you shall undoubtedly establish your footing within the ranks. Only then did Tusai and Yang Yike exhale in relief, following an officer to register. Just as they departed, the resonant roar of engines echoed from outside. A military SUV sped onto the open space in front of the library, coming to a sudden halt. Deng Shiki turned her gaze towards the window, and upon seeing the vehicle, her brow furrowed in concern. Chapter 81. Who am I to have such a fine father? 3 robust men disembarked from the vehicle. Lastly, Gao Zheng emerged, leading a hefty Tibetan mastiff. A palpable envy and longing filled the eyes of those queuing in the square upon witnessing the spirited Gao Zheng and his imposing dog. They were on the brink of starvation, and yet this lad had the audacity to keep such a large dog. If he were to prepare a stew, it could feed him for quite some time. Sensing the malice directed at him, the mastiff barked furiously at the crowd, causing several children to burst into tears. Gao Zheng, irritated, retorted, "What are you crying for? It's unbearable. If any little brat dares to wail again, I'll unleash my dog on him." Some adults hastily gathered their children in their arms, covering their mouths. Yet, a few righteous souls, inclined to intervene in the face of injustice, stepped forward. An elderly gentleman, a former soldier who had seen battle, stood up. "Young man, what an unreasonable display. With so many people around, bringing such a ferocious dog is bound to frighten the children. How can you resort to cursing at them?" Gao Zheng's father was a high-ranking official in the Niniang shelter, holding the rank of Major General, and he had never feared anyone in Niniang. Before the apocalypse, he had to consider the law, but now, unshackled from legal constraints, he regarded himself as the prince of this city. How dare this old man provoke him? It was tantamount to courting death. "You, bring this old fool to me." A bodyguard quickly advanced, seizing the elderly gentleman by his clothing. The old man struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" "Disturbing the military's domain. A group of insolent brats," he thought. "When I was on the battlefield, you weren't even born." Despite his age, the old man was swiftly dragged before Gao Zhang. At that moment, a thunderous voice rang out, "Stop!" Deng Shiki, accompanied by several soldiers, approached. "Gao Zhang, what are you doing?" Upon catching sight of her, Gao Zhang smiled. "Colonel Deng, your arrival is fortuitous. I was just seeking you." Deng Shiki's eyes blazed with fury. "Release this gentleman at once." "That cannot be. This old fool dared to publicly confront me, and I must teach him a lesson." With that, he kicked the mastiff beside him. "Count, go feast." The mastiff, accustomed to raw meat before the apocalypse, had resorted to consuming human flesh in the absence of ample provisions. Hearing this command, the count lunged at the old man, pinning him down and sinking his teeth into his shoulder. The old man screamed in agony. Deng Shiki, now utterly incensed, drew her weapon and aimed it at Gao Zhang. In an instant, the three bodyguards flanking Gao Zhang also drew their weapons, creating a tense standoff. Soldiers raised their guns, loyalty to Colonel Deng overriding their respect for Gao Zhang, who was notorious for his bullying demeanor. Many present had suffered at his hands, and witnessing his treatment of a veteran stirred a collective desire for retribution. "Gao Zhang, while I cannot control you, I can certainly manage your dog. Should you continue your reckless behavior, I will not hesitate to take action against your beast." Gao Zhang remained unfazed, but was reluctant to further antagonize Deng Shiki, for he had yet to win her over. Observing the old man's condition, he decided to relent for her sake. "Count, return." Reluctantly, the mastiff returned to Gao Zhang's side, leaving the old man bloodied and barely alive on the ground. Deng Shiki seethed with rage, wishing she could end Gao Zhang's life right there. Yet, she knew that acting on such impulse could jeopardize her soldiers. She turned to her subordinates. "Assist the old gentleman." They complied without hesitation. Gao Zhang, feeling perturbed by Deng Shiki's continued aim at him, remarked, "Colonel Deng, I traveled a great distance to see you, and you point a gun at me? That seems rather inappropriate." Deng Shiki suppressed her anger and lowered her weapon. Gao Zhang, a smirk on his face, declared, "That's more like it. I must say, Colonel Deng, a woman as beautiful as you should not be wielding a firearm. Quite unbecoming, wouldn't you agree? Unlike the esteemed young Master Gao, who enjoys a life of leisure, squandering scarce resources while merely strolling about with his dog." Gao Zhang shrugged. "What can I say? I have a good father." Deng Shiki was nearly nauseated by his audacity, taking a deep breath to quell her urge to strike him. "Young Master Gao, if there's nothing pressing, I must ask you to leave. I am quite busy and lack the time to entertain you. Isn't it just distributing food to a group of refugees? With so many down there, let them handle it. Shall we? Or perhaps Colonel Deng would like to join me for a leisurely drive. My vehicle is air-conditioned and quite warm. We could partake in many delightful activities." "Thank you, but I must attend to my duties." With a glance at the old gentleman, now lifeless, she instructed her subordinates to ensure he received a proper burial before departing without a backward glance. Gao Zhang watched her retreating figure, stroking his chin. Quite the fiery spirit. "One day, I shall claim you for myself." Satan had not ventured out for quite some time. Zhang Sen typically kept him at home or confined in his space, allowing him to frolic alone. However, with time, the only beings occupying the space were a few wild chickens and rabbits, leaving Satan bored. Thus, Zhang Sen resolved to take him out for a stroll today, scouting for a new mountain peak to explore and searching for any newly mutated plants or beasts. He was uneasy about leaving Mayo alone at home, especially considering the dwindling resources outside. Rather than allowing Lu Hao to waste a day scavenging for a meager meal, it was wiser to have him stay home, keeping watch while also training Mayo in combat. After settling the two, Zhang Sen took Satan out. The creature had grown considerably, now larger than the average adult jaguar. If he were to ride a snowmobile, he might very well crush Zhang Senator thus. Zhang Sen decided to keep him in the space until they reached the mountains. Finding a secluded spot, he retrieved the snowmobile from a space. It was a blessing that Tu Sai and Yang Yike had left, with fewer people around. Even when he went out with Lu Hao, he could ride the snowmobile without issue. Zhang Sen aimed for a mountain peak located several kilometers from the Imperial Garden. Given the current road conditions, he expected to arrive in about 10 to 20 minutes. Upon exiting the Imperial Garden, he pressed the accelerator, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of speed after days of walking. "Young master, that Deng Shiki is far too ungrateful. Perhaps we should teach her a lesson someday," remarked a bodyguard seated in the passenger seat of the military SUV. They too harbored desires for Deng Shiki, but her status made them wary. However, with Gao Zhang, the son of a high-ranking military official, leading the charge, the dynamics shifted. Even if the situation were to come to light later, his father would likely suppress any fallout. Although Gao Zhang was a spoiled brat, he treated the three of them relatively well, often sharing women he had grown tired of. While they could find amusement outside, nothing compared to the resources that Gao Zhang provided. Under his patronage, they had even enjoyed the company of several popular actresses from before the apocalypse. The experience was nothing short of exhilarating. Deng Shiki, a woman of striking beauty rivaling that of any movie star, exudes an air of aloofness that is utterly captivating. They are consumed by an insatiable desire to toy with her, relishing the thought of discarding her once their interest wanes. However, should this occur, it would be prudent for Gao Zheng to employ more drastic measures, eliminating her entirely to ensure that her father, a high-ranking official in the military, remains oblivious to the events. Let us wait and see. Having already conquered numerous women, he remains steadfast in his belief that he will not fail to win her over. Although Gao Zheng is audacious and domineering, he is acutely aware that Deng Shiki is no ordinary woman. Should a calamity befall him, his father would not easily forgive him. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the bodyguard driving the vehicle, exclaiming in surprise, "Snowmobile." Everyone turned their attention to the front, where Zhang Sen was riding a snowmobile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Quickly, accelerate and block him. Chapter 82. One bullet is insufficient. Let us send a few more. Zhang Sen was reveling in his high-speed escapade when he suddenly heard the growl of an engine. Thanks to his enhanced vision, he quickly identified the military vehicle, noting the malice in the gazes of its occupants. Unfazed, he considered that if they got too close, he could simply hurl a massive stone from his spatial abilities to eliminate them. However, given the open surroundings and the likelihood of hidden onlookers in nearby complexes, it was wise to conceal his extraordinary powers for the moment. Leading them away before addressing the situation seemed prudent. Spotting a small side path ahead, Zhang Sen veered into it, slightly increasing his speed. As anticipated, the SUV gave chase. The road had transformed into a vast expanse of ice. While the snowmobile was adept at maintaining traction, its speed was still not remarkable. The SUV, cautious not to exceed safe speeds, maintained a consistent distance. The passenger in the front seat could no longer contain himself. He rolled down the window, brandishing a firearm, prepared to fire. Gao Zheng, fixated on his snowmobile, was filled with dread that a stray bullet might strike it, and he hurriedly called out, "Don't shoot at him. Just force him to stop." Bang! A bullet struck the ice beside Zhang Senator. "Stop the vehicle, or the next shot will be aimed at one of your own." Zhang Sen surveyed his surroundings. Noting the dense brush, it was time to act. He halted his vehicle and exited, positioning himself beside the road in wait for the SUV, which soon came to a stop. Two bodyguards disembarked, both armed. "This vehicle has caught my young master SI. If you wish to live, I suggest you leave promptly." Zhang Sen, disinterested in idle chatter, placed his hands behind his back, revealing an AK-47. Gao Zheng lit a cigarette, amused by the solitary figure of Zhang Sen before him. Beside him, the Count growled lowly, and Gao Zheng affectionately patted its head. "Hungry?" The Count barked in response. Indeed, it had yet to feast today, and the old man's flesh would likely be unpalatable. "Go on." Gao Zheng opened the car door, and the Count sprang forth, racing toward Zhang Sen while barking ferociously. The bodyguard in front, witnessing Zhang Sen's unmoving stance, initially intended to raise his weapon, but upon hearing the Count's barks, chuckled. "Looks like this kid belongs to the Count." They halted, mockingly gazing at Zhang Sen, anticipating his cries for mercy. On the other side, upon spotting the imposing Tibetan Mastiff, Zhang Sen recognized that he had encountered an old acquaintance. In a previous life, he had faced Gao Zheng multiple times, each occasion culminating in humiliation, including a near-fatal encounter with this very mastiff. This creature had awakened its own powers later on, manifesting a fiery ability. Alas, it would not survive to that point this time. The only regret was that Satan could not join them. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to play with it. Yet, it was of little consequence. He would simply claim it for Satan's lunch. As the Count drew closer, Zhang Sen smirked and readied his AK-47. "What the?" The expressions of Gao Zheng and his men shifted dramatically. The two bodyguards hastily raised their weapons, aiming and ready to fire. But their reflexes paled in comparison to Zhang Sen's extraordinary abilities. Rat-a-tat-tat. Though Zhang Sen's aim was not impeccable, it mattered little. He wielded an AK-47. One bullet was insufficient. Let us send a few more. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable bodyguards were reduced to a mere sieve, lifeless upon the ground. One bodyguard, propelled by inertia, accidentally fired a shot skyward. "Quickly retreat," Gao Zheng exclaimed, panic-stricken. The bodyguards, realizing they had encountered formidable resistance, swiftly reversed their vehicle. Zhang Sen, unfazed, fired several rounds at the SUV, discovering its armored body was impervious to his assault. Truly, Gao Zheng was a man of bravado, yet in dire moments, he was a coward at heart. The Count, initially incapacitated due to injury, struggled to rise upon hearing the sound of the vehicle. Its master was departing, and it felt an urgent need to follow. Dragging its wounded form, it attempted to pursue, yet the SUV showed no signs of slowing, only accelerating away. Exhausted, the Count finally collapsed, its gaze filled with anguish as it watched the SUV vanish into the distance. The gap was too wide for Zhang Sen to hurl stones from his spatial abilities. He could only watch as Gao Zheng escaped. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Taking down such a minor adversary would prove to be a trivial task. Zhang Sen approached the fallen bodyguards, collecting the firearms they had dropped, along with any hidden weapons, ammunition, and military knives, stashing them within his spatial realm. He then moved to the Count, preparing to place it in his space for Satan's lunch. Just as he drew near, the sound of a bullet casing clattering against the ice caught his attention. The Count stirred slightly. Zhang Sen paused. Had its powers awakened prematurely? In his previous life, he had witnessed a comrade, presumed dead, abruptly revive, forcing a bullet from his body just as his comrades prepared to bury him. He stowed the AK-47 and raised his left hand, readying himself for combat. Standing 10 meters from the Count, a distance that rendered it incapable of harming him, he quietly observed its movements. Sure enough, several bullets were soon expelled from the Countess' body. Before long, the Count stood tall once more, its form having expanded. Its eyes, once a dull crimson, brightened, flames flickering in their depths. It seemed fortune favored him today. He had the opportunity to replicate yet another extraordinary power. The Count shook its thick fur, seemingly proclaiming, "Did you think I was dead?" Indeed, it appeared to have gained a semblance of intelligence. With a newfound arrogance akin to Satan, the Count barked at Zhang Sen before leaping into the air, jaws agape. Zhang Sen smiled faintly, ready for combat. The anticipated scenario of the two-legged creature crying out in agony as the Count clamped down on it did not materialize. For reasons unknown, the creature's hand suddenly brandished a willow branch, moving with incredible speed to ensnare the Count, rendering it immobile and sending it crashing to the ground. The Count stood bewildered, its eyes wide with confusion. What sort of trickery is this? Frustration mounted, and as the Count bared its fangs, flames ignited beneath its paws. What is happening? Why am I bound? The tendrils ensnared the Count's jaws as well. What in the world is this creature? Chapter 83. Acknowledge me as your master, or perish. Zhang Sen confined the Count, now bound like a spring, within his spatial realm, securing it with an air barrier. Subsequently, he continued his journey into the mountains on a snowmobile. Upon entering the mountain, Zhang Sen stored the snowmobile in his spatial pocket and followed suit. A glance at the ability display screen revealed no changes whatsoever. Not only had his own abilities not increased, but even the countenance of the Count's powers had yet to reveal itself, reflecting on the prior fluctuations of the ability display screen. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment and arrived at a hypothesis. Could it be that this mutt, being forcibly brought here, did not acknowledge him as its master, and thus the space also disregarded it? It posed no significant issue. If it refused to recognize him, he would simply compel it to do so. He approached the Count and declared, "Acknowledge me as your master, or face death." The Count's mouth was bound, rendering it unable to vocalize. Its eyes blazed with fury as they met Zhang Sen's gaze. Rejecting the toast and opting for punishment, Zhang Sen turned his attention to Satan. "Satan, subdue this foolish dog." With an air of superiority, Satan approached. To ensure Satan had a satisfying experience, Zhang Sen selected a mountain peak, erected 4 walls of air, and promptly teleported the Count inside. The Count was bewildered by this sudden turn of events. How had it arrived here? Zhang Sen patted Satan on the head. "This is my newly acquired subordinate. Just subdue it, but do not kill it. Perform well, for if you cannot even handle this one, then your existence is forfeit. Roar. Engage." No sooner had he spoken than the vines binding the Count shrank rapidly, returning to Zhang Sen's wrist. Once the confinement was lifted, the Tibetan Mastiff began to bark furiously. Zhang Sen ushered Satan into the air walls. The Count continued its cacophony, vexing Satan, who charged forward without hesitation. Truly, the Tibetan Mastiff was a divine canine, showing no fear in the face of a beast like Satan, launching into action without delay. However, as a feline, Satan was remarkably agile. Before the Count could fully advance, it pounced, sending the Count tumbling onto its back. The Count opened its mouth, struggling to retaliate. But Satan had seized its neck with a vice-like grip. The Tibetan Mastiff, known for its tenacity, refused to yield. Coupled with its newly acquired powers, its fighting spirit escalated in the face of life and death. Soon, it began to fight back with its limbs engulfed in flames. Satan, taken aback by this unexpected display, immediately released its grip and leaped back. It could not comprehend why this dog was ablaze. Yet it quickly composed itself. "It's merely fire. It's not a problem." When the Count charged once more, Satan, nourished by the spatial spring water, met it head-on with its enhanced physical prowess. The Count, a mere fledgling with newly awakened abilities, appeared utterly outmatched. Utilizing its nimble movements, Satan not only evaded the Count's fiery limbs, but also left marks upon it with its sharp claws. In no time, the Count was left battered and bloodied, while Satan, aside from a singed patch on its leg, remained unscathed. Observing the Count lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Satan triumphantly howled. A resounding victory. Zhang Sen released it from the air walls and tossed a piece of beef before it as a reward. True to canine nature, Satan seized the meat and gleefully devoured it before the Count. Zhang Sen was left speechless. He retracted the area of the air walls and squatted before the Count. How about it? Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master now? Though weakened, the Count's eyes still burned with indignation. Damn it, stubborn creature. He sent a feeding bowl into the enclosure, pouring a basin of spatial spring water within. The Count sniffed, raised its head with effort, and fixed its gaze upon the bowl of water, confusion etched in its eyes. What is this water? Why does it smell so sweet? Unable to resist, it leaned into the basin and licked a mouthful, immediately lifting its head in shock. This water is divine. It's extraordinarily delicious. Drink up. It will aid in your recovery. The Count hesitated, realizing its wounds no longer ached as intensely. Zhang Sen tossed in a wild chicken. Only those who acknowledge me as master may feast on fine delicacies. Since you wish to be obstinate, you shall settle for this chicken. Your previous master abandoned you in times of peril, neglecting your very survival. What, pray tell, are you so stubbornly resisting? At these words, the Count raised its head from the basin, recalling the moment of abandonment, its eyes filled with pain. Indeed, it seemed its master had forsaken it. Zhang Sen continued, staying with me would be far better. Daily feasts, and this remarkable spatial spring water at your disposal. I know you have mutated. You can fully comprehend my words now. I shall grant you time to contemplate your decision. I am not one to force anyone against their will. If you remain unwilling to acknowledge me as your master, then in a few days, you will face Satan once more. Should you win, I shall permit you to return to your former master. If you lose, then Satan shall consume you. The Count's body trembled. This was undoubtedly a blatant threat. After delivering his ultimatum, Zhang Sen lost interest. While he had unexpectedly acquired a fire-based mutated beast, whether it would serve him remained uncertain, so he chose not to dwell on it. He set out with Satan to hunt. Despite their efforts, they could not locate mutated beasts or plants, but they did capture a plethora of wild chickens and rabbits. Just as they were about to leave, Zhang Sen spotted a wild boar, nearly 200 pounds in weight. A formidable creature, indeed. Satan gazed at it with longing and called out to Zhang Sen to go for it. Receiving the command, Satan darted forward with lightning speed, and shortly thereafter, Zhang Sen heard the anguished cries of the wild boar. When he arrived, the boar was on the verge of collapse. Satan, return. Though reluctant, Satan understood that its master would bring back the spoils, so it obediently returned to Zhang Sen's side. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Sen stored both Satan and the wild boar within his spatial pocket. Thereafter, he proceeded to disassemble the boar's various parts within the space. He preserved the delectable meat, intending to bring it back for Lu Hao to prepare, while placing the remainder before the Count. Not only would it be deprived of the feast, but it would also witness Satan indulging before its very eyes. By the time they returned home, dusk had already begun to fall. Zhang Sen stored the spatial motorcycle and released Satan. The duo ascended the stairs together. Inside the building, the number of occupants had dwindled further, leaving less than 30% remaining. Upon entering his residence, Zhang Sen retrieved the prepared pork from a space and presented it to Lu Hao, approximately 20 pounds in total. Lu Hao's eyes gleamed with delight upon seeing the pork. Boss, you're incredible. You even managed to procure wild boar. This is wild boar meat acquired by Satan. It has been gnawed in several places, with only these intact pieces remaining. What do you think we should do with it? How about I stew it for braised pork? Didn't Timmy plant some leeks? I could also make dumplings filled with pork and leeks. Chapter 84. The Man Has a Gun, AK-47. After distributing the rations, Deng Shiki led a group of new recruits to familiarize themselves with the conditions of a shelter, with Yang Yike and Tu Sai trailing behind. As Tu Sai observed the orderly environment before her, she felt a sense of security for the first time in this apocalyptic world, her heart brimming with hope for the future. The shelter had been transformed from its original military camp, and the buildings were still in use by the military. The adjacent open area had been cordoned off for constructing residences for survivors, with the first floor nearing completion. The construction workers were hired from outside, with several soldiers overseeing the work. Yang Yike regarded the refugee camp under construction, puzzled. Didn't I hear that the shelter had begun construction ages ago? How is it that the first floor is still unfinished? Her voice was not loud, and Tu Sai, preoccupied with her own thoughts, did not catch it. However, a soldier nearby heard her. Noticing her beauty, he was inclined to engage. It may seem like the first floor isn't finished, but there's actually a basement below. A basement? Indeed, the basement has been constructed with exceptional fortitude. A directive has been issued, emphasizing the necessity to prepare for a prolonged struggle against natural disasters at all costs, in order to safeguard the lives and property of the populace. Yang Yike, somewhat bewildered, nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Gao Feng emerged from the conference room, flanked by a throng of aides. Gao Feng holds the highest command in the entire Niniang military district, bearing the rank of general. Yang Yike immediately stood at attention and saluted. Gao Feng nodded in her direction. Ah, Xiaoyang, are you familiarizing the newcomers with the situation? Yes, General. Yang Yike began to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by a frantic voice. Soon after, everyone witnessed Gao Zheng rushing over, his face a mask of fury, accompanied by his bodyguards. Dad, someone is trying to kill me. Gao Zheng is Gao Feng's youngest son, spoiled beyond measure since childhood. Yet Gao Feng, aware that the current circumstances are not conducive for discussion, scolded him with a stern expression. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Wang, take this brat away immediately. Gao Zheng, having never suffered such a significant setback, not only failed to seize the snowmobile, but also lost 2 bodyguards in the process. Most importantly, the count he had invested heavily in was now dead. At this moment, his rage overwhelmed all rational thought as he exclaimed, Dad, I'm not lying. Can't you see I'm left with only 1 bodyguard? That person even killed the count. He was riding a snowmobile and was armed, quite audacious. Yang Yike and Tu Sai exchanged glances, their expressions filled with skepticism upon hearing about the snowmobile. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, they had only seen Zhang Sen ride one. Could it be him? Does he possess a firearm? They had never seen one. Meanwhile, upon hearing that the assailant was armed, Gao Feng instinctively scanned his son from head to toe, and upon confirming his unscathed condition, he finally felt a sense of relief. However, the presence of firearms among the populace is not a trivial matter. The Daxia regime has always maintained strict gun control, if firearms exist. Could there be other large-scale weapons as well? With societal order collapsing entirely, if someone were to seize the opportunity to establish a faction armed with lethal weapons, the situation would become even more dire. Contemplating this, his expression grew even more severe. Did you see clearly? Does the adversary truly possess a firearm? Indeed, and it is no ordinary handgun. It is an AK-47. As those words fell, the crowd's countenance shifted in unison. So what do you think? I'm not deceiving you. Isn't this quite alarming? With so many injuries, they are healing remarkably well. Zhang Sen crouched by the air wall, restraining the count, observing its seemingly recovered state while still feigning immobility. He understood that this dog remained defiant. No matter, time is on his side. In truth, the count's rapid recovery was not solely due to the spring water. The healing speed of extraordinary beasts surpasses that of ordinary animals, with the spring water merely serving as an auxiliary aid. However, the dog lacks intelligence, easily deceived. It would be best to convince it that he is a deity. To shatter the count's mental defenses, Zhang Sen deliberately allowed Satan to consume the wild boar meat it had hunted and drink from the spatial spring water in front of it. Once Satan had feasted sufficiently, he resumed their training sessions. Ever since awakening his physical abilities, he has practiced with Satan for an hour each day. He believes that in matters of combat, practice makes perfect, and at this stage, with no formidable opponents in sight, they have resorted to mutual sparring. This has proven to be a burden for Satan. Initially, during their first training session, Satan was eager to show its master a thing or two. After all, in terms of size, speed, and strength, it could easily overpower its master. However, to its surprise, the master, indeed, proved to be formidable, delivering a harsh lesson right from the outset. Although the master currently lacks the brute strength of Satan, the master is clever. Every time Satan lunged, the master adeptly dodged to the left or right. At first, Satan managed to dominate the fight, but after half an hour, its advantage waned. The master's reflexes sharpened, and the tide of battle soon turned. It found itself being pressed by its master. This was merely the beginning. With each passing day, the master's advantage expanded. Now, it has begun to question its own prowess. It is no longer just a pet, but has become a punching bag for its master. Indeed, today, in less than half an hour, it had been knocked down twice. Once more, Zhang Sen, dissatisfied with Satan's performance, ordered it to continue fighting. With no choice, Satan stood up and charged forward once again. In the midst of repeated defeats, it grew furious. It lunged, jaws agape, revealing its sharp teeth. Damn it! If I can't win, I'll at least take a bite. However, in the next instant, it found itself sent flying, landing on the ground, stars dancing before its eyes. Useless creature, if you continue to weaken, Prepare to be my meal. Satan trembled in fear. After dealing with Satan, Zhang Sen shifted his gaze to the Count. Dog, come and fight me. The Count, even more terrified, felt its legs weaken. Is this guy for real? If the leopard cannot defeat him, what chance do I stand? Before the apocalypse, Zhang Sen had downloaded extensive information and researched the characteristics of Tibetan Mastiffs. He discovered that their temperament is extremely extreme, fiercely loyal yet independently minded, and they do not overly rely on their owners. Most importantly, they do not easily trust strangers. Amusingly, Zhang Sen encountered claims stating that Tibetan Mastiffs possess an exceptionally strong sense of pride, and if they realize they have fallen out of favor with their owner, they might resort to self-destruction. Zhang Sen harbored skepticism about this. After all, this dog clearly understood it had been abandoned by its master, yet did not take its own life. However, it is also possible that after its transformation, it attained greater intelligence and recognized the futility of self-destruction. Overall, the temperament of the Tibetan Mastiff presented Zhang Sen with considerable challenges in his attempts to tame it. Thus, he had to explore alternative methods. He enticed the dog with the promise of meat and holy water, showcasing his own strength. Isn't it said that animals are drawn to the powerful? Despite uncertainty about whether this dog possesses such inclinations, he decided to take a chance with this dead horse as a live horse. Who knows, it might work. If successful, he would gain a valuable ally and perhaps replicate another extraordinary ability. If it failed, he could simply eliminate it. Seeing that the Count remained unresponsive to his provocations, he resorted to a bold move. Defeat me, and I'll let you return to your master. Upon hearing this, the Count instantly became intrigued. Isn't it just a fight? Worst case, I get beaten up. But what if I get lucky and win? Then I can return to my master. Without hesitation, the Count stood up, puffed out its chest, and barked defiantly at Zhang Senator. If you have the ability, let me out. Zhang Sen chuckled and waved his hand. The Count felt a shift in the air and took a few steps forward, realizing it was no longer confined, and swiftly charged toward Zhang Senator. Thus, it found itself schooled in obedience. This man is terrifying. It's like he's torturing a dog. The dog was utterly incapable of retaliating. Boring. Zhang Sen regarded the Count with disdain in his eyes, then waved his hand, trapping it once more within the air wall. He approached the beetle, urging it to attack him. The reason for not summoning the thorn vine was that its lethality was too great. One strike could leave him profoundly injured. Although he sought to enhance his strength, he was not foolish. There was no need to endure unnecessary suffering. In his duel with Beto, the tide of battle was no longer one-sided. His speed and strength could counter the onslaught of the willow branches emitted by Beto, but he could not sustain it for long. The sheer quantity of Beto's willow branches posed a significant threat. Should he falter even once, he would soon find himself ensnared. This had been the pattern each time, but fortunately, he was able to endure for increasingly longer durations. From an initial 5 minutes, he had now managed to last for 20 minutes. This signifies that Zhang Sen's prowess is steadily augmenting. Every day, Zhang Sen dedicates time to engage in combat with Beto, not only to enhance his reflexes, but, more critically, to compel his supernatural ability to evolve. Although Beto and Thornvine are presently under his control, such alien plants undoubtedly exist elsewhere. Their formidable combat capabilities indicate that he will inevitably encounter them someday. Moreover, certain wood element ability users can manifest wooden vines from their bodies to bind opponents, necessitating the discovery of effective countermeasures. In principle, alien flora abilities belong to the wood element, and those capable of countering them fall into 2 categories: fire element and metal element abilities. Fire element powers can incinerate the alien plants outright, while sufficiently potent metal element abilities allow the user to transform their body into a blade, severing the vines. Weaker metal element powers merely convert the body into metal, rendering the bindings ineffective, as they cause no pain or discomfort. However, this approach ultimately hinges on the relative strength of the abilities. If the metal element ability is inferior to the wood element one, exhaustion of the power will still result in defeat. Thus, fire element abilities remain the most effective against wood element foes. The problem lies in the fact that Zhang Sen has yet to acquire fire element abilities. Although the Count embodies fire element power, he may not acknowledge Zhang Sen as his master. Should the Count refuse obedience, the opportunity to obtain fire element abilities again remains uncertain. Therefore, Zhang Sen must prepare in advance. Given his current strength, to contend with Beto, he can either rely purely on brute force to break Beto's willow branches or compel his seemingly useless wood element ability to uncover alternative methods. After all, when one confronts wood, there must be some principle, perhaps 2 trees intertwining to mutual destruction. Zhang Sen has already attempted brute force multiple times, all futile. Beto's willow branches are exceedingly resilient. The more he struggles, the thicker the vines become. Consequently, when physical type abilities confront alien plants, such as Beto and Thornvine, Resolution is nearly impossible unless there is a significant disparity in ability tiers. Presently, he has been entangled by Beto for over 20 minutes. The reason he has not moved is to further pressure the wood element ability within himself, hoping it might resolve the predicament. As the adage goes, with great reward comes great courage. Zhang Sen muses, with great pressure comes great supernatural strength. Feeling his mental energy waning, Zhang Sen's fury ignites. Beto, tighten more. He commands. Beto hesitates, fearing to harm his master and thus lose access to the spatial spring water. But Zhang Sen insists, hurry, tighter. Only then does Beto comply. The willow branches suddenly contract, and Zhang Sen perceives the cracking sounds of his bones. As his mental energy dwindles, he knows his endurance is near its limit. Refusing to relent, Zhang Sen summons his remaining strength for a final attempt. With a fierce roar, he channels the last vestiges of his mental energy to activate his wood element ability. Suddenly, darkness envelopes his vision as he collapses backward. Before losing consciousness, he feels his body relax, unshackled. Upon awakening, Zhang Sen notices a warm dampness on the left side of his face and a tingling sensation on the right. Turning his head, he sees Satan licking his left cheek, while Beto and Thornvine nuzzle the right side. He tries to shoo them away, but remains dizzy. Feeling a substance on his face, he initially assumes it is saliva and kicks Satan away. Only upon finding a mirror does he realize it is nosebleed. His mental energy expenditure was so severe it caused this physical manifestation. Reassessing his mental energy, Zhang Sen finds it significantly enhanced, doubled compared to before, and he feels invigorated, akin to the sensation when he first awakened his physical type ability. Suspecting progress, he glances at the ability monitor, confirming that his wood element ability has advanced to Tier 3, while his physical type ability has risen to Tier 2. Ecstatic, Zhang Sen comprehends the implications. He is well aware of the effects of the physical type ability S advancement, but what of his wood element power? Approaching Beto, he inquires, Beto, how'd I just break free from you? Beto extends a willow branch and points to Zhang Sen's chest. Puzzled, Zhang Sen cannot comprehend the gesture. If only you could speak or write. He muses, I should teach you and Thornvine to write. Frustrated by the lack of communication, he urges, stop pointing, I don't understand. Try again. Beto trembles in response. It's not that you don't care for your body. Although I have many branches, growing more takes time. Zhang Sen misinterprets the shaking as fear of his strength and feels even more elated. It's fine, just one branch will suffice. I want to see how I escaped. Beto obliges, shooting out a branch that wraps around Zhang Sen with great force. As Zhang Sen resists and activates his ability, he notices the branch gradually sinking into his body without any pain. Absorbed? He wonders. Feeling inside, he confirms the presence of some willow branches within his body. Recalling the wood element ability users in his past life, he extends his hand and activates his power again. Indeed, several willow branches sprout from his palm. Casting his gaze at Beto, he smiles faintly, and the branches rapidly elongate, flying towards Beto, ensnaring him tightly and thickening continuously. Zhang Sen's spirits soar. His wood element ability finally possesses offensive capability. Curious, he attempts to summon other elements, such as Thornvine, but discovers he can only manifest willow branches, likely because he has not absorbed Thornvine before. Thornvine, entangle me, he commands. Never heard such a shameless request, but consider it done. Thornvine shoots a vine that ensnares Zhang Sen, eliciting a scream. Curse. He forgot to specify no thorns. Nevertheless, if he encounters other thorned alien plants, they likely won't heed his commands either. He must rely on himself. Activating his ability again, Zhang Sen absorbs Thornvine completely. Raising his hand, several vines sprout from his palm, identical in function to the willow branches. Continuing his experimentation, he determines that with both hands, he can summon up to 10 willow branches or vines at once, adjusting their quantities at will. Since awakening his abilities, this marks the first significant evolution. Previously, Zhang Sen had forced Satan to bathe with him daily in the spatial spring water, hoping for rapid advancement as if cheating. Yet, progress was negligible. The daily immersion, initially excruciating, became routine. Perhaps his body had grown accustomed to the spring water's effects, resulting in only marginal strength increases and no other apparent benefits. The baths now offered mere pleasure without substantive enhancement. Satan, Beto, and Thornvine exhibited no change either. The ginseng root had advanced to Tier 3, but remained useless, a mere fool. Though Zhang Sen contemplated consuming the ginseng root, he sensed the timing was premature. He believed that if the root S tier increased further, it might yield greater utility. Should it reach the celestial tier, even resurrection might become conceivable. With his mental energy bolstered, Zhang Sen's mastery over the spatial blade has also improved markedly. He can now maintain its condensed form for over 10 minutes. Although the spatial blade remains smaller than the dagger in Ya's possession, it nonetheless represents progress. With progress comes hope. He firmly believed that as his spiritual power continued to expand, he would inevitably devise some advanced techniques in the future. For instance, he had recently been contemplating, since he could teleport within a spatial dimension, why couldn't he employ this ability externally as well? The prospect of teleporting in the outside world struck him as immensely thrilling. Imagine a bullet hurtling toward him, and he simply vanishes to another location. Wouldn't that be spectacularly impressive? He had already experimented with this technique outside the spatial realm. Although it succeeded, strictly speaking, it was not genuine teleportation. Instead, he used a method of entering an advanced spatial dimension and then exiting it. Moreover, it consumed a considerable amount of time, a full 3 seconds, and the maximum distance covered was merely 2 meters, accompanied by a tremendous expenditure of spiritual energy. Therefore, he concluded that to unlock further potentials of spatial abilities, the paramount factor remained spiritual power. As for other spatial techniques, he had yet to fathom them. After all, his knowledge of spatial abilities in his previous life was limited to a modest storage function. He blamed his former self's inadequacy, having mostly interacted with ordinary soldiers like himself. Currently, Satan was not only contending with Zhang Sen, but also battling Beidou. Consequently, it was relentlessly beaten by Beidou, to the point of doubting its own existence. Unfortunately, Zhang Sen had erected 4 walls of air between it and Beidou, rendering Satan incapable of escape. To meticulously document Satan's development, Zhang Sen even brought a reclining chair to lie beside the Count. Smoking a cigar and sipping red wine leisurely, he watched the battle unfold with utter contentment. The Count, observing Satan's continuous beatings, grew numb. Initially sympathetic towards Satan, it later realized that every time Satan was struck, it gained ample meat and plenty of spatial spring water to drink, which only deepened its own pity for itself. Having lost its master and being confined by such a terrifying individual, the Count's spirit deteriorated day by day. Zhang Sen was aware that the dog would rather die than acknowledge him as its master. He felt somewhat helpless, although initially he intended to either subdue it or kill it outright if that failed. Upon witnessing a dog so overwhelmed by longing for its abandoned master that it lost will to live, he found himself unable to pull the trigger. Sighing, he released the Count, saying, "Forget it. Go find your former master." The Count glanced back at Zhang Sen, as if hardly believing what it had just heard. Zhang Sen brought over a piece of beef and a basin of spatial spring water. "Stop staring and eat quickly before I change my mind. Once you finish, I'll send you to find your master." Having said this, Zhang Sen rose and went to check on Satan, who had been battered by Beidou into a near-death state. Seeing that Satan's injuries were tolerable, Zhang Sen left the spatial realm and moved to a secluded corner outside the residential area. Night had already fallen. With a slight mental gesture, Zhang Sen retrieved the long-unused black Hummer from his spatial pocket, turned on the air conditioning, and released the Count. After drinking the spring water within the spatial realm and feeling rejuvenated, the Count suddenly found itself atop the vehicle, startling it into barking loudly. "Quiet down." 2 slender willow branches shot from Zhang Sen's palm. One bound the Count's mouth, the other tied it to the seat, immobilizing it. Starting the vehicle, Zhang Sen drove, while speaking, "Since you are such a loyal dog, not only will I personally return you, but I'll also share a few words with you." The Count struggled in vain for a while, then resigned itself and blinked at Zhang Sen, no longer harboring much hostility, for resistance was futile. "You are no longer like before. Creatures like you will henceforth be known as hetero beasts. You possess fire-type abilities. All 4 paws can emit flames. With further growth, you will become even mightier. Perhaps your entire body will blaze, and maybe one day you'll breathe fire. But your master is reckless and 1T live long. If you follow him, your fate will likely be similar, perishing before you truly mature. But that is your choice. I 1T interfere. Moreover, that fool Gao Zhang abandoned you once. There might well be a second time. Your early awakening of abilities makes it uncertain how he will treat a hetero beast like you. Most importantly, the place you return will likely turn you into a research subject, and your days there will be miserable. My advice is this: when you seek out Gao Zhang, don't enter his house immediately. Bark outside first. When he comes out, show him your flames. If he accepts you, then approach him. If not, run away quickly. If those scientists catch you, your life will be ruined forever. Understand?" The Count, unlike Satan who regularly drank spatial spring water, did not fully comprehend these words. They were too lengthy for it. Nevertheless, it obediently nodded, fearing that shaking its head would prevent Zhang Sen from letting it go. Zhang Sen withdrew the willow branch from its mouth and patted its head. "Good luck." After hearing this, the Count fell into deep contemplation, seemingly digesting Zhang Sen's counsel. Zhang Sen glanced at it through the rearview mirror and sighed silently. Dog, this is your final chance. If you fail to satisfy me this time, next time I see you and your foolish master, you'll both be facing death. Chapter 87. Successful Replication of Fire-type Ability. When the Black Hummer halted 1 kilometer from the sanctuary, Zhang Sen disembarked, opened the passenger door, withdrew the willow branches, and set the countdown. I'll accompany you this far. As the saying goes, sending the Buddha to the west, I'll walk with you a bit further. After storing the Hummer back into the spatial pocket, the two proceeded toward the sanctuary on foot. When they were 500 meters from the sanctuary, Zhang Sen approached a wall. This is as far as I'll take you. Remember what I told you? The Count nodded. Zhang Sen stroked its head and sighed. Honestly, I quite like you, but I know your heart belongs to your former master, so I won't force you. But remember, if Gao Zheng rejects you, come find me here. Go now. The Count was deeply moved. Zhang Sen was truly a benevolent soul. Alas, it already had a master. Hesitating briefly, it finally set off toward the sanctuary, glancing back thrice. Thanks to the Count's altered consciousness after its transformation, it gradually began to understand Zhang Sen's words during the journey. First, it must call its master out, then display its flames. Upon reaching the sanctuary's main gate, it barked loudly. Soldiers soon noticed its ferocity and, knowing how much Gao Zheng valued the dog, hurried to notify him. Moments later, Gao Zheng arrived with his sole bodyguard. Seeing the Count, he was overjoyed. Count, you're still alive? Wonderful. Your master still remembers you. He must have had no choice but to abandon you. The Count's heart swelled with joy. Recalling Zhang Sen's advice, it ignited flames from all 4 paws. Perhaps nourished by the spatial spring water and with its abilities now more stable, its eyes emitted flickering flames. It joyfully ran toward Gao Zheng. Unexpectedly, Gao Zheng and his bodyguard recoiled in terror. A ghost! Gao Zheng screamed. You're not Count. Count was shot so many times and is dead. You're its ghost. Though the Count could not fully grasp Gao Zheng's words, it sensed his aversion. It halted, gazing at Gao Zheng with wounded eyes. To Gao Zheng, those fiery eyes were nothing but blazing orbs, devoid of any expression. Terrified that the Count sought vengeance for being abandoned, Gao Zheng hastily drew his pistol and shouted, Kill it! Kill it! Bang! 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 Gao Zheng and his bodyguard fired wildly at the Count, but fortunately, both were so frightened that despite the many shots, only a single bullet grazed the Count's leg. The Count paused momentarily, finally coming to a profound realization. His master was truly unworthy. After sacrificing so much and returning only to be shot at, it was infuriating. Were it not for the fear of being caught in a hail of bullets, he would have relished the opportunity to sink his teeth into these 2 individuals. How dare you abandon me? There are far more formidable contenders vying for my allegiance. Enraged, the Count extinguished his flame and turned to flee. Gao Zheng and his bodyguard, evidently terrified, followed suit and dashed into the shelter. Outside, the darkness enveloped the Count, his figure melding seamlessly with the night. Only someone like Zhang Sen, who had undergone enhancements, could discern the Count's current state. As the Count sprinted towards him, Zhang Sen's lips curled into a smug smile. Gao Zheng, that fool, had not disappointed him. It remained to be seen how deeply he would regret his loss once he grasped the magnitude of what he had forfeited. Soon, the Count reached Zhang Sen, gazing up at him with eyes brimming with remorse. Zhang Sen inquired, Has he forsaken you once more? The Count bared his teeth in fury, flames erupting from his eyes. Zhang Sen was taken aback. Previously, he had only observed the flames on the Count's legs and had not noted the fiery glint in his eyes. This seemed to indicate that the Count's fire-based abilities were innately more potent than those of others. Zhang Sen felt a surge of joy. The wood-based powers he had replicated were already superior to ordinary abilities, allowing him not only to control plant growth, but also to assimilate plants as his own, far surpassing those who merely transformed their bodies into vegetation. Did this imply that the powers he would subsequently replicate from the Count would also be more formidable? He crouched down and ruffled the Count's head, reassuringly saying, Fear not, I keep my promises. If he does not want you, then I shall claim you as my own. From now on, you shall recognize me as your master, yes? The Count nudged his head against Zhang Sen's palm and nodded in agreement. With the fire ability now at his disposal, Zhang Sen felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Let's return home. He stood up and glanced toward the shelter, noticing a room on the upper floor ablaze with light while others flickered with flames. It was evident that the illuminated room belonged to the military's upper echelon. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, those in power never fail to indulge themselves. This was evident in Gao Zheng, a mere incompetent second-generation scion who, with no real talents of his own, relied on his privileged father to drive a fuel-guzzling vehicle and lead a band of armed bodyguards to block the way and commit acts of robbery in an already resource-depleted apocalypse. After leading the Count a short distance, Zhang Sen retrieved a Hummer from his space. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Imperial Garden, he stored both the vehicle and the Count back into the space and returned home alone. As he stepped through the door, he spotted Maya wielding a long dagger, practicing martial arts videos on the television. Deeply engrossed in her training, she hurried over upon seeing Zhang Sen's return, exclaiming, "Brother, you're back." Without further ado, Maya hung up Zhang Sen's coat and poured him a glass of warm water. Zhang Sen felt thoroughly pampered. "Brother, it's cold outside. Shall we soak your feet?" "Sure." Maya then went to prepare foot-soaking water, helping him wash his feet while Zhang Sen reclined on the sofa, relishing the experience. After warming his feet and casting off the chill, Zhang Sen summoned ice cream. The creature had grown significantly, resembling a medium-sized dog rather than a mere cat. Akin to the speed of Satan's previous growth, it seemed likely that it would awaken its own abilities in the future. With a sweet smile on her face, Maya remarked, "Brother, ice cream has been eating so well. It has gained so much weight." Zhang Sen, in high spirits, playfully pinched her cheek. "It's all right. Gaining weight is fine. When it's plump enough, we shall give it a spring water bath and see if that hastens the awakening of its abilities. I'll just have to collect some of its fur. Caring for it must yield some benefits." After soaking his feet, Zhang Sen sent Maya off to bed and retreated to his space. The display for his abilities showed some changes. The Count's information had finally appeared. Saying AO, fire-based ability. Ability level, first tier. The content on Zhang Sen's ability display also updated. Zhang Sen, spatial ability, first tier. Wood-based ability, third tier. Physical ability, second tier. Fire-based ability, first tier. Zhang Sen was exhilarated, eager to experiment with his new abilities. Thanks to his proficiency with the wood-based powers and an enhancement in his mental acuity, he now wielded his abilities with greater finesse. With palms upturned, he activated his powers, and flames erupted from both hands. As he increased the output of his abilities, he discovered that the maximum height of the flames was merely a foot or so. He hurled the flames, instantly scorching the grass below. Not bad for offensive power. Subsequently, he adopted a different approach, clenching his fists and channeling his powers. His fists were enveloped in flames. This method of utilizing his abilities consumed slightly more mental energy than simply producing fire, but flames also danced in his eyes. It must be said this was undeniably cool. It greatly satisfied Zhang Sen's inner essence of youthful exuberance. Chapter 88. The Military Seeks the Count. Despite the Count heeding Zhang Sen's command and summoning Gao Zheng alone, the commotion stirred up had not gone unnoticed, and some of the military had seen the flames on the Count's paws. Upon learning of this matter, Gao Feng acted swiftly to contain the information and immediately sought out Gao Zheng. At that moment, Gao Zheng was cowering in his room, still shaken. As Gao Feng entered, he wasted no time and bluntly inquired, "Has the Count returned?" Upon seeing Gao Feng, Gao Zheng sprang from his bed, exclaiming that it wasn't he the Count. It was the Count's ghost. It must be seeking revenge for my abandonment. Gao Feng, witnessing his son's cowardice, nearly suffered a heart attack for frustration. "What nonsense are you spouting? Ghosts don't exist in this world. You've gone to university. Do you not feel ashamed to utter such things?" "It's true. Dad, I'm not lying. That was indeed the Count's ghost, and it was not only larger than when it was alive, but also engulfed in flames, with eyes like hellfire. Terrifying. Were it not for his reluctance, Gao Feng would have dearly liked to give his foolish son a sound thrashing." Suppressing his anger, he asked, "Did you manage to shoot the Count? Did I hit it?" Gao Zheng appeared momentarily dazed. "I don't think so. It looked fine when it left. Moreover, ghosts lack a physical form, so how could I possibly have hit it?" Gao Feng sighed deeply. His son was truly more of a hindrance than a help. The first appearance of a mutated beast in Ninyang, such a valuable subject of study, had been driven away by him. However, seeing his son so terrified, Gao Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He urged Gao Zheng to sit down, saying, "Ah Zheng, you're not a child anymore. Stop behaving like a brainless kid." Gao Zheng believed his father still didn't believe him, tears welling in his eyes from frustration. "Dad, I'm not lying. I know you're not lying. That was indeed the Count, but it truly isn't the Count's ghost." Gao Zheng stared blankly at Gao Feng, his brow furrowing tightly, clearly struggling to comprehend. Gao Feng continued, "The Count has mutated. What you saw must have been the mutated Count." "Mutated?" "Indeed. Mutated creatures have begun to appear in the Greater Xia, albeit in small numbers. Your Count is the first known mutated beast in Ninyang. You mentioned the Count was engulfed in flames. I believe that is undoubtedly its mutated form." Gao Zheng stood there, stunned, before finally regaining his voice. "Dad, you mean this mutation is akin to superpowers in movies?" Gao Feng felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. It was somewhat accurate. Gao Zheng was ecstatic, exclaiming, "That is fantastic. My Count hasn't died. It has awakened superpowers. I'm so lucky to have such an extraordinary dog. Dad, you should have seen it. The Count was incredibly cool. Its legs were ablaze, and its eyes were aflame, just like a hellish lord. Father, in the movies I watch, superpowers seem to grow increasingly stronger. Do you think the Count will follow suit? Will he be able to breathe fire in the future? Gao Feng, unable to contain his frustration, interrupted the foolish musings. Instead of entertaining such nonsense, shouldn't you focus on how to locate the Count? Gao Zheng, with a bright smile, replied, "All right, Dad. If you provide me with a team, I shall set out to find the Count first thing tomorrow morning." The next day, as Gao Zheng was still lost in the dream of ruling the world atop a fiery Count, with Deng Shiki kneeling at his feet, a knock at the door jolted him awake. Irritated, he opened the door, only to be greeted by another visage from his dreams, leaning against the doorframe. He forced a smile he believed to be charming. "Colonel Deng, good morning." Deng Shiki grimaced at his foul breath, closing her eyes to avoid witnessing his puffy face and the remnants of sleep in the corners of his eyes. "Young Master Gao, General Gao has dispatched me to search for the Count. As his owner, your assistance is required. I shall be waiting with my team at the military district entrance in 10 minutes. With that, she departed, leaving no room for Gao Zheng to further inflict his breath upon her. Meanwhile, the Count remained blissfully unaware that he had become one of the most crucial missions of the Niniang military district. He was currently suffering alongside Satan, enduring relentless torment at the hands of Zhang Senator. Moreover, he had ceased to be called the Count, as Zhang Sen disdained using his former name, opting instead to refer to him as Demon Child. After an hour of relentless suffering, Demon Child lay on the ground alongside Satan, gasping for breath. When Zhang Sen was at the first tier of his physical ability, the two of them together might have posed a challenge. But now that he had ascended to the second tier, they could only serve as mere punching bags. The vegetables from the malt seeds had been harvested, and the second batch was already being sown. There were still remnants of the pork Zhang Sen had brought back, so he had no intention of venturing out anytime soon. He aimed to devote himself to honing his abilities. While having multiple abilities had its advantages, it also meant that the advancement speed was significantly slower than that of a single ability. Fortunately, he had ample time. Recently, Maya had been diligently studying swordsmanship through videos, and upon acquiring some skill, she would practice against Lu Hao, thanks to the effects of the spatial spring water. Her physique had improved significantly, and her strength had increased considerably. Lu Hao was astonished, never expecting the once frail girl he had rescued to now exhibit such remarkable strength. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen continued to train his abilities within the confines of the spatial realm. Although the hope of upgrading his powers through soaking in the spatial spring water seemed slim, he persisted in his daily hour-long sessions. It wasn't just him. Satan also soaked every day. As for Demon Child, Zhang Sen intended for him to drink the spatial spring water for a while longer to acclimatize before starting, so he wouldn't be overwhelmed by the intense taste. Through Zhang Sen's diligent training and prior experiences, both his spatial and fire abilities had ascended to the second tier. Chapter 89. A Reunion with Yang Yike. Elevating one's abilities from the first to the second tier is relatively easy, but progressing further becomes increasingly arduous. Zhang Sen had no intention of forcing himself to advance to the third tier of his wood ability as he had previously. It was too painful, and he had even bled from his nose. He perceived this as his body's warning that such methods were inadvisable, fearing that he might collapse next time. He had heard of cases in his past life where ability users had met their demise during ascension due to mismanagement. He felt it was unnecessary to endure such suffering and risk. With his current strength and conditions, he believed he could handle any mutated creatures he might encounter without significant trouble. From what Zhang Sen understood, there were two methods for upgrading one's abilities. One was through self-imposed advancement, akin to his previous experience with the wood ability. The other involved absorbing crystals from mutated creatures. Each mutated being contained a crystal within their bodies. For ability users and mutated beasts, the crystals resided in the brain, while for mutated plants, they were hidden in the roots. The size of the crystal indicated the level of the ability, larger crystals corresponding to higher levels. For instance, a first-tier mutated creature had a crystal the size of a grain of rice, which increased in size with each tier until, at the highest celestial tier, the crystal could be as large as an infant's fist. Each type of mutated creature had crystals of different colors. For example, the crystal of a fire ability was a vivid scarlet. Currently, Zhang Sen's crystal in his mind was the size of a glass marble, indicative of his third-tier ability. However, as a multi-ability user, his crystal exhibited several colors: white for spatial ability, wood-colored for wood ability, flesh-colored for physical ability, and fiery red for fire ability. Notably, the wood ability's hue was the brightest among them. It was anticipated that once mutated creatures began to appear en masse, the authorities would eventually discover the method of crystal absorption. However, This method was only applicable to common abilities such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, lightning, and physical abilities, and only within the same type. Zhang Sen's spatial ability, being rare, could not utilize this method, as the number of spatial ability users was exceedingly low. One might even say they were 1 in 10,000. Finding crystals would be nearly impossible. Other rare abilities, such as mental and dark abilities, faced a similar predicament. Their users could only rely on their efforts to advance. In his past life, Zhang Sen had seen or heard of rare ability users, the highest of whom had only reached the 3rd tier. The difficulty of upgrading rare abilities was evident. However, Zhang Sen was not overly concerned, for he understood that, for rare abilities, mental fortitude was paramount. He possessed several common abilities, and their advancement would bolster his mental strength. The stronger his mental power, the easier it would be to elevate his rare abilities. He could effectively use the enhanced mental strength from his common abilities to ascend his spatial ability, thereby achieving more with less effort. Zhang Sen had his own plans for enhancing his strength. Given his current circumstances, he considered himself to have achieved a minor goal. He intended to take a break and at least assess the situation outside. Coincidentally, today was the day the authorities distributed relief supplies. So Zhang Sen decided to accompany Lu Hao and Maya to collect provisions. In crowded places, information spread more swiftly. Upon arriving at the distribution point, Zhang Sen noticed a change in the guards compared to before. At the entrance of the plaza, several individuals were stationed, questioning everyone who entered. Tu Sai and Yang Yike were among them. Zhang Sen had no intention of intruding, but to his surprise, Yang Yike spotted him first and waved excitedly. Xin Yi, over here. With a smile, Zhang Sen approached. Singa, how go Maya? It's been ages. I missed you all terribly. Yang Yike embraced each of them in turn. Tu Sai observed the 3 from a distance, smiling but not approaching. Singa, how have you all been? Is everything well at home? Yang Yike inquired. Quite well, and you? I'm doing all right. Although our meals aren't as lavish as before, and I have to go out searching for dogs, life has become more stable. At least I no longer worry about finding food daily, nor do I fear others coming to steal from us. Oh, and by the way, my Sai Sai has even become an officer now, the leader of our squad. That's wonderful. Please extend our congratulations to your Sai Sai. Zhang Sen replied sincerely, then feigned confusion, asking, by the way, you mentioned searching for dogs? What sort of dog? Only then did Yang Yike recall her mission. Handing Zhang Sen the paper she held. Singu, how good. This is our military's dog, a Tibetan Mastiff. Take a look and see if it rings a bell. The military places great importance on this dog. They've been searching for it for half a month now, deploying over 100 people to comb the city. Yet, there's been no news. Should you provide any valuable information, an immediate reward of 20 caddies of rice will be granted. Should you assist the military in capturing the entire pack of dogs, the reward increases to 100 caddies of rice and 30 caddies of beef. Zhang Sen glanced at the photograph of Motong and couldn't help but chuckle. Such a grandiose search for a dog suggested that they had discovered something extraordinary about Motong. Shaking his head, he admitted having no recollection and suggested showing it to Hao Ge. Both Lu Hao and Mia examined the image and declared they had never seen it before. Yang Yike was not disappointed. She had long suspected that the dog could not be found again. After a while, she suddenly remembered something. Singu, I have something important to discuss with you privately. She pulled Zhang Sen aside. Zhang Sen teased with a smile. Oh, are you about to confess an interest in men today? Yang Yike shot him a playful glare. Singu, stop joking. I genuinely have something very important to tell you. All right, go ahead. Singu, you must never ride your snowmobile again. Why? Our top leader's son was nearly killed by a man on a snowmobile. If he hadn't been busy helping search for the dog recently, he would have already gone after that man. Although I know it wasn't you, for your own safety, please never let anyone see you on that snowmobile again. You don't understand how tyrannical that leader's son is. Just then, a military vehicle rolled up. Seeing it, Yang Yike hurriedly said, Son Ge, I must get back to work. With that, she dashed away. Lu Hao and Mia approached Zhang Sr. Zhang Sen watched as Gao Zheng stepped down from the vehicle and seized a young soldier, inquiring, any news? None yet. Gao Zheng kicked the soldier aside, cursing useless. Damn it, a bunch of incompetence. Nearly half a month, and we still haven't found a single dog. Chapter 90. No need to search for the dog anymore. Zhang Sen and his companions arrived late, by the time they were about to receive their relief supplies. The military had nearly exhausted their distribution. A family of 4 ahead of them only received 2 portions. Dissatisfied, they argued with the soldier responsible for the distribution. The soldier, having sat in the biting cold for hours, had little patience and stood abruptly, declaring, That's all there is. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, there's nothing we can do. Without looking at the family, he called out to those waiting behind, You all can go home. The relief supplies are finished for today. A chorus of lamentations erupted as the crowd surrounded the soldier, demanding explanations amid the uproar. Lu Hao glanced at Zhang Sen, who smiled bitterly and shook his head. Let us go. As the three turned away from the crowd, a gunshot rang out. The square fell into sudden silence. Gao Zhang stood at the library entrance, his face darkened. What is all this noise? I said it's finished. If you don't leave, I'll kill every last one of you. He then turned to the soldiers, packing up. And you? Why did the military give you guns if you don't know how to use them when there's trouble? Useless lot. Hurry up and pack. Once done, all of you come with me to look for the dog. Everyone seethed in silence. Even those who had been protesting left dejectedly. Sengu. Just as Zhang Sen was about to leave, he heard Yang Yike's voice. He halted and turned to see her running over. What is it? From her arms. Yang Yike produced 2 packs of compressed biscuits and a bag of dehydrated vegetables. I saw you didn't bring any food. I didn't bring much when I went out today, so take these back with you. Zhang Sen smiled. No need. We have supplies at home. You should keep these. Yang Yike handed all the food to Mia. Don't be so polite. Mia, take these. Sai Sai is the team leader and receives more rations each month. When she gets her salary next month, I'll send some more to the Imperial Garden. Yang Yiki est hopeful gesturupasang sen griatli. However, even if given the food, he would not consume it. He took it all back from Mia and returned it to Yang Yike's arms. I really have enough to eat. You don't have to bring us food. Just look after yourselves. Yang Yike watched the food being pushed back and forth. Realizing her plan to repay kindness had failed, feeling somewhat downcast. All right then, if you ever need anything, come find me at the shelter. Will do. At that moment, a military truck arrived, and a dozen soldiers jumped down for the cargo bed. Deng Shiki stepped out of the front passenger seat, pausing briefly as she passed Zhang Sr. She glanced back and forth between Zhang Sen and Yang Yike before asking, what is going on? Yang Yike quickly explained, Colonel Deng, it's nothing. I saw that Sun Gu arrived late and didn't get any supplies, so I wanted to share some of what I brought, but Sun Gu refused. Deng Shiki pondered, then returned to the vehicle. When she came back, she carried a bag, which she handed to Zhang Senator. It's so cold. It's not easy coming here. Take this. If you want to eat it, your little sister should. Zhang Sen looked helpless. Why does everyone insist on giving me food? Seeing his reluctance, Deng Shiki offered the bag to Mia with a smile. Little one, you're growing. Since your brother won tea, take it. These are for you. Just then, Gao Zheng and his bodyguards hurried over, overhearing Deng Shiki's gentle words. Colonel Deng. Deng Shiki's expression instantly hardened upon seeing him. Mia dared not act on her own and looked to Zhang Senator with a sigh. Zhang Sen nodded, and Mia accepted the food. Thank you, sister. Deng Shiki patted her head affectionately. Good girl. Yang Yike swiftly added the food from Deng Shiki's hands into the bag. Mia, eat more and grow tall. My yes miled sweetly et Yang Yike. Gao Zheng then noticed Yang Yike, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Yet when he looked at Zhang Sen, his gaze turned hostile. What could this pretty boy possibly have? Why were so many beautiful women surrounding him? Most strikingly, even an icy beauty like Deng Shiki smiled at him. Colonel Deng. Who is this? A friend, Deng Shiki replied coolly. Zhang Sen merely glanced at Gao Zheng before withdrawing his gaze. Colonel Deng, I want to keep you from your work. I'm leaving now. All right, Mr. Zhang, take care. Take care, Kiki. Let us go. Yang Yike watched him leave reluctantly, finally patting Mia's head. Mia, remember to think of your sister. I will. Watching Deng Shiki and Yang Yike escort Zhang Sen away, Gao Zheng's heart grew bitter. Colonel Deng, you and your friend seem very close. Deng Shiki ignored him and walked past, which made him feel even more frustrated. His expression darkened. Colonel Deng, have you found any news about the Count? No. Then why are you back? Hurry, let us continue the search. I've thought of a plan. Let us stop searching in the city and head to the mountains. The Count must be there. No need, young Master Gao. Our mission is complete. Complete? Who said? Why stop looking for the Count? We must find him. Do you know how important he is to the military now? My father said we must find him. Deng Shiki smiled faintly. Sorry, I just received an order from General Gao. My subordinates, and I no longer need to search for the dog. Impossible. Gao Zheng erupted in anger. Colonel Deng, I warn you, you'd better obediently search for the dog, or I won't let you off. If you want to go, go yourself. If you have the ability, ask your father to order me. Chapter 91. Could it be you're interested in him? Gao Zheng was utterly infuriated by Deng Shiki's blatant disregard for him. Upon returning, he stormed into Gao Feng's office. Father, that despicable Deng Shiki said you ordered her to stop searching for the Count. Is that true? Gao Feng had just returned from the laboratory, his mood heavy. Upon hearing Gao Zheng's words, he instantly exploded. Are you mad? Mind your words. She is a colonel, and what are you? I don't care what she is. Just tell me, did you not say you would stop searching for the Count? It was I who said it. It's been half a month, and still no trace. Besides wasting manpower and resources, what purpose is there in continuing this search? But that is my dog, a fire-breathing dog. Have you ever seen one? Gao Feng felt a profound sense of frustration, utterly at a loss on how to communicate with his foolish son. Gao Zheng continued. And didn't you mention that the count holds significant research value? Aren't you studying it? No longer necessary. The military has acquired a new research subject. Gao Zheng was momentarily taken aback. A new research subject? Have you found another fire-breathing dog? Take me to see it. It's not a dog, it's a squirrel. A squirrel? Does it breathe fire? Dad, stop sitting around. Take me to see it. Nonsense. This is military confidential information. Do you think you're allowed to see it? I am your son. What could be off limits? Just a glimpse. I won't disclose anything. After much tantrum and pleading from Gao Zheng, Gao Feng ultimately relented and escorted him to the research lab. However, upon witnessing the squirrel's so-called superpower, Gao Zheng's disappointment was palpable. The creature possessed a wood-type ability, its sole power being the transformation of its skin into plant-like textures, resembling a tree trunk. What kind of superpower is this? Damn it, it's hideous. Even a toe of the count pales in comparison. Gao Feng had grown weary of the conversation and led Gao Zheng out of the lab. Back in the office, Gao Zheng commenced his campaign to persuade Gao Feng to resume the search for the count. Gao Feng, plagued by a headache from his incessant chatter, conceded. It is impossible to specifically search for the count again. How about this? I will send someone to inform Xiao Deng, asking them to look for the count while they are searching for mutated animals. You are still searching for mutated animals? Gao Feng nodded. Currently, various authorities are undertaking this secret mission, which pertains to the future of humanity. If animals evolve with heightened aggression, it could spell disaster for mankind. Thus, we must prepare in advance. Gao Zheng pondered for a moment, formulating a new plan. Dad, I want to participate in this mission. Nonsense. This is a military operation. What business do you have meddling? Then let me join the military. Assign this mission to me. Have Deng Shiki assist me. Am I not aware of your capabilities? How dare you suggest that Xiao Deng assist you? Do you not fear becoming a laughingstock? Moreover, Xiao Deng's involvement in this matter was a decision made collectively by the military's higher-ups. Do not even think about it. Gao Zheng's mind raced, and he countered. Then how about this? Grant me the title of consultant so I can participate in this mission. Half an hour later, Gao Zheng emerged from Gao Feng's office, elated. After expending so much effort, he was famished, and, as he prepared to return for a meal, a bodyguard approached him. Young master, I have discovered the identity of that woman. Woman? Which woman? When did I instruct you to investigate someone? The one who delivered relief supplies alongside Colonel Deng today. Haven't you taken a liking to her? Gao Zheng suddenly recalled and laughed. You clever fellow, you're becoming increasingly astute. Of course, I've been following you for so long. I possess some insight. So tell me, what is her identity? She is a new recruit under Colonel Deng, named Yang Yike. The bodyguard leaned closer and whispered, young master. I must tell you, there's another woman who came with Yang Yike, named Tu Sai. They are a couple. A couple? Yes, two women in a romantic relationship. If you're interested, you can have some fun together. Gao Zheng's imagination ignited at the thought. Where are they now? Let's go see. Did you give all the food to Zhang Sen and the others? Tu Sai placed her tray on the table and sat down. Yes, they arrived late today. Waited in line for a long time, but received nothing. Yang Yike, seated beside Tu Sai, turned to her and asked, What's wrong? Tu Sai shook her head. It's nothing. If they gave, they gave. But for now on, let's refrain from such things. Why? With Sun Ji's abilities, he can acquire whatever he desires. Look at our own rations. They are insipid and meager. The supplies will only dwindle further. We should prioritize our own needs. Yang Yike was taken aback. Sai, are you angry? I'm not angry. Tu Sai smiled, ruffling Yang Yike's hair. I simply hope that you discuss things with me beforehand. You've seen how many are starving outside. We must take care of ourselves. I was just thinking about how well Sun Gu treated us before. I wanted to repay him. Kiki, Tu Sai set down her chopsticks, stating earnestly, Have you forgotten? We are merely in a cooperative relationship. There is no debt between us. Yang Yike gazed at Tu Sai, confusion etched on her face. Tu Sai continued, Moreover, you must maintain your distance from him. At least not engage openly in front of so many. Why? Do you not remember? Gao Zheng wanted to find that person who rides the snowmobile. Although we are unsure if that person is Sun Gu, if Gao Zheng sees Sun Gu riding the snowmobile in the future, he might mistakenly think that Sun Gu is the one who nearly harmed him. If we become too close, we may be implicated. Given Gao Zheng's status, we cannot afford to provoke him. Why should we avoid suspicion for something that hasn't even happened? We've been through so much together, in my heart. Sun Gu is a friend, family. If he is in trouble, I must help him. How can I only worry about being implicated? Tu Sai grew serious. Kiki, we're not friends with Zhang Sen or Lu Hao. Think about it. When we first teamed up, we agreed it was a cooperative relationship, right? Every supply we received was earned through our efforts. When we left, although Sun Gu gifted us 2 swords, we also left supplies for them, did we not? Not to mention you helped him secure the vault key. That was a significant favor. Consider this. Did his attitude toward us improve afterward? Yang Yak mulled over this for a long time, increasingly feeling that something was amiss. No, Sai. I believe you're mistaken. How so? Our relationship with Sun Gu is not merely a cooperative one. Sun Gu has always been helping us. If he hadn't allowed us to stay on the 16th floor and taken us to find supplies, we two girls might have perished long ago. Although he was a bit aloof at first, once we got to know him, he was quite kind, sharing with us many of his secret delicacies. Those were things we had never tasted in the military. As for the vault key, it appears I helped him, but acquiring it was his own ability. Exchanged through his connections with my uncle. I was merely the introducer. Thus, in my view, we are not in a cooperative relationship. He is assisting us. He can do without us, but we cannot do without him. Yang Yak looked at Tu Sai, her face resolute. Tu Sai, too, dropped her smile. Fine. If you wish to think that way, so be it. Yang Yak, feeling angered, set down her chopsticks. No, what do you mean by wanting to think that way? Is this not the truth? We cannot accept so many benefits from others, and then, when we no longer need them, claim it was merely a cooperative relationship. As if we owe him nothing. Tu Sai, feeling the heat rising, retorted, Yang Yak, are you alright? Get your facts straight. Who is truly family to you, huh? Or do you think Zhang Sen is more important to me now? You're not developing feelings for him, are you? You. Yang Yak's eyes reddened with anger. Just then, Gao Zheng approached, witnessing the two in a heated argument. He sat down with a smile. Ladies, what seems to be the matter? Why such a fiery dispute? Chapter 92. The Acquisition of Lightning Powers. Upon seeing Gao Zheng, both individuals were momentarily taken aback, an unspoken wave of unease washing over them. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gao Zheng, and you may have heard of me. I'm the son of General Gao. Extending his hand, Gao Zheng remarked that the two young women appeared to be of a similar age to him, suggesting they become friends. Should you encounter any issues within the military, feel free to approach me directly. Tu Sai glanced at Gao Zheng's outstretched hand, feeling a sense of discomfort, yet managing to muster a smile as she shook his hand. Greetings, young Master Gao. Gao Zheng deliberately squeezed Tu Sai's hand before releasing it, and then extended his hand towards Yang Yak. Yang Yak grew increasingly anxious, his unabashed gaze making her uncomfortable, rendering her incapable of extending her hand. Tu Sai, aware of their precarious position with Gao Zheng, nudged Yang Yak, signaling her to reciprocate. Yang Yak was in turmoil, and just as she was at a loss, a resounding bang echoed nearby. Everyone turned to see Deng Shiki observing Yang Yak and Tu Sai. Have you finished your meal? Tu Sai quickly responded, Yes, Colonel Deng. If you have finished, why aren't you hurrying back to prepare for tomorrow's task? Tu Sai and Yang Yak seized the opportunity to make their exit. Gao Zheng regarded Deng Shiki with a mix of displeasure, yet reminded himself of his plans. Managing to suppress his irritation. Colonel Deng, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to inform you about tomorrow's mission. What does tomorrow's mission have to do with you? I am involved as well. Have you not received the news? I am your designated consultant for the hunting mission. Deng Shiki looked at Gao Zheng with incredulity, as if questioning his sanity. Gao Zheng continued, This is also for your safety. The risks associated with your mission are considerable, and I have experience raising Tibetan Mastiffs, which are quite formidable canines. After returning to their quarters, Tu Sai and Yang Yak were still shaken. That Gao Zheng makes me uncomfortable. He is utterly repulsive, exuding an air of greasy arrogance. As she spoke, she poured herself some water and, suppressing her disgust, diligently washed her hands 3 or 4 times until she felt somewhat better. After drying her hands, Tu Sai noticed Yang Yak sitting in a daze and assumed she was merely frightened. She approached and embraced her, asking, What is wrong? Are you scared? Yang Yak raised her head. When did that Gao Zheng arrive? Could he have overheard us discussing the snowmobiles? Are we putting Sun Gu in danger? Tu Sai was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening instantly. Yang Yak, are you out of your mind? We're being targeted by that lecherous Gao Zheng. And you're still thinking about Zhang Sen. Well, I'm concerned. Concerned about what? Don't think I don't know. You've developed feelings for Zhang Sen. When I mentioned leaving, you were reluctant. If you genuinely like him, go back to the Yew Garden and find him. I want to stop you. Yang Yak, incensed, retorted. Tu Sai, have you completely lost your conscience? He has helped you so much, and you can act so ungratefully. Today, when we saw them at the library, you didn't even bother to greet him. Now I understand why Sun Gu was so guarded around us. It's because he feared encountering someone like you, a thankless wretch. A heavy silence fell over the room, the tension palpable. Yang Yak, incredulous, covered her face as she gazed at Tu Sai, who herself was in disbelief over her own actions. She had struck Yang Yak an unthinkable act. With red-rimmed eyes, Yang Yak shouted, We have been together for 3 years. And you dare to hit me? Darling, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I don't know what came over me. Tu Sai exclaimed. reaching out to embrace Yang Yike once more, but was forcefully pushed away. "Don't touch me," Yang Yike yelled, biting her lip. Her eyes filled with disappointment as she stared at Sai. After a moment, she exhaled deeply and forced herself to calm down. "Sai, it's over between us." Satan had been acting unusually lethargic these past few days, seemingly more drowsy than before. Initially, Zhang Sen attributed it to fatigue from daily training. But today his condition appeared more severe. It lay sleeping when he left and was still asleep upon his return. The raw meat and water he had provided remained untouched. Upon nudging it, Zhang Sen discovered its body was burning with fever. Alarmed, he considered waking it, but suddenly recalled that in his previous life, those with supernatural powers often exhibited similar symptoms during their awakening. Fever, weakness, drowsiness, until the transformation was complete. Could it be that Satan was about to awaken its powers once more? Hadn't it already undergone an awakening? Was it possible that its previous awakening was due to the spatial spring water rather than its innate abilities? The thought filled Zhang Sen with exhilaration. It seemed Satan could become a dual-element supernatural creature. He brought Satan into the space, remaining vigilantly by its side until the following morning when Satan finally awoke. Zhang Sen eagerly inquired, "How are you feeling, my dear?" Satan approached Zhang Sen, circling him twice before looking up at him, brimming with vitality. Zhang Sen observed that it had grown even larger, now the size of a majestic lion, and his heart swelled with joy. It had succeeded, checking the supernatural ability display. He noted a change indeed. Satan's abilities had expanded to include Jaguar, lightning powers, ability level, first tier. Zhang Sen could hardly contain his excitement as he glanced at his own ability display. Zhang Sen, spatial ability, first tier, wood ability, third tier, meat ability, second tier, fire ability, first tier, lightning ability, first tier. Goodness, my dear, you've done splendidly with your lightning powers. A sudden tingling sensation coursed through Zhang Sen's mind as he felt a new white light shaped like a lightning bolt within his crystal. "Show me your new powers." Satan excitedly dashed outside, then raced back towards Zhang Sr. Its limbs were enveloped in a dazzling current, and as it leaped towards Zhang Sen, a slender bolt of lightning surged forward. Zhang Sen's pupils dilated as he instinctively dove to the side, the lightning striking behind him, singeing the grass where it hit. Had he not reacted swiftly, that bolt would have struck him squarely in the face. Zhang Sen scrambled to his feet, infuriated, and delivered a solid kick to Satan. "You ungrateful creature. Are you trying to electrocute me?" Acknowledging its misdeed, Satan lowered its head, unable to meet Zhang Sen's gaze. Zhang Sen, uninterested in further discussion, began experimenting with his newly acquired lightning abilities. Like his fire abilities, his lightning powers were executed through hand gestures. Lifting his hand, a bolt of lightning shot forth. "Biddy, attack me." A thin branch flew towards him, and he aimed, sending a lightning strike in its direction. "Biddy, trying out new tricks to torment me, are you?" The branch fell to the ground, twitching from the electric shock. Zhang Sen approached to inspect it. The branch remained intact, merely bearing a slight mark where it had been struck, the surrounding area charred. It appeared that the first-tier lightning abilities were not particularly lethal. He would need to devise a plan to quickly elevate his abilities. Chapter 93. I wish to leave the military. Early in the morning, Deng Shiki led her soldiers into the mountains. Currently, the authorities had not yet made the appearance of the aberrant beasts public, so only a handful of individuals present understood the true nature of the mission. The ordinary soldiers believed they were merely there to hunt and protect the ecological environment. Their task was to capture as many animals as possible alive from the mountains. In a bid to assert dominance, Gao Zheng immediately proclaimed upon entering the mountains, "Everyone, let's work hard. The more we hunt, the better. If we catch any edible animals, I'll arrange for the cafeteria to provide extra meals for everyone." Upon hearing this, the soldiers were invigorated, much to Gao Zheng's delight. He truly was a born leader. Although Deng Shiki harbored no fondness for Gao Zheng, she refrained from contradicting him, recognizing that the prospect of meat motivated the troops. However, what took everyone by surprise was that this was precisely the mountain where Zhang Sen had once guided Lu Hao and others on a hunting expedition. The game on the mountain had long been nearly exhausted by their previous efforts. Thus, the group of over 100 individuals toiled throughout the morning, only managing to locate a handful of wild rabbits and a few weasels, some of which might have even been discarded by Zhang Sen due to his disdain. Sai sought out Yang Yike several times throughout the morning, yet Yang Yike paid her no mind. Gao Zheng also attempted to approach Yang Yike and Sai multiple times, but was consistently thwarted by Deng Shiki. Fearing potential trouble, Deng Shiki eventually decided to keep both Yang Yike and Sai close at hand. At noon, everyone paused to regroup and address their lunch. Gao Zheng once again sought out Yang Yike and Sai, only to be blocked by Deng Shiki once more. This time, Gao Zhang's animosity toward Deng Shiki had reached a boiling point, his gaze filled with resentment. "You shameless harlot, if you refuse to acknowledge my authority, then do not fear my wrath." The bodyguard, overhearing this, recognized that Gao Zhang was finally prepared to resort to forceful measures against Deng Shiki, and his heart swelled with delight. "Young master, what are you planning to do? Once this wretched woman is dealt with, the hunting mission will be mine, and none of her female soldiers will escape." With determination etched across his face, Gao Zhang turned to the bodyguard. "Do you still have that drug from before?" "Yes. Of course. Just let me make the arrangements." Meanwhile, Deng Shiki remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril she faced, consumed by concerns over the day's unproductive mission. After finishing her meal, Tusai noticed Deng Shiki's despondent demeanor and inquired, "Colonel Deng, what troubles you? I'm pondering why, with so many of us, we have only found such meager offerings after an entire morning. Is it even worth our time to remain here this afternoon?" Tusai contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Colonel Deng, I propose we change our location." "Why is that?" "In truth, I have been here before with Kiki, and Zhang Sen has visited for several consecutive days. The game that can be hunted here has already been nearly depleted. With only 4 of you, including a child, even if your hunting skills are exceptional, it is improbable that you would exhaust the mountain's resources." Colonel Deng, Tusai was about to elaborate further when she was abruptly interrupted by Yang Yike, who shot her a fierce glare. Feeling somewhat guilty, Tusai averted her gaze. "Colonel, Zhang Sen is exceptionally skilled, so for him, hunting is a rather effortless endeavor." Observing the exchange between the two, Deng Shiki sensed that there was more at play. She called Tusai aside and asked, "Tusai, what is amiss between you and Kiki?" Tusai offered an awkward smile. "We had a minor quarrel. It's nothing significant." "Very well." Deng Shiki had already been aware of their relationship and chose not to pry further. Instead, she shifted the topic. "It seems you prefer not to discuss Zhang Sr. Would you care to enlighten me as to why? Perhaps it's due to a desire to avoid causing him trouble. Given our current circumstances and the fact that we are not monitoring the populace's hunting, how could we possibly bring him trouble? Moreover, with only a handful of you, how could you deplete the mountain's game?" After a moment of contemplation, Tusai confessed, "Colonel, to be candid, Zhang Sen has a pet jaguar, so during hunts, he hardly needs to lift a finger. The jaguar fetches all the game for him." Deng Shiki pondered this revelation, then chuckled. "I see. Zhang Sen indeed possesses some remarkable abilities." For her, the notion of keeping a jaguar as a pet, while unconventional, was not entirely unacceptable. This information served only to solidify her decision to cease wasting time in this location. She promptly announced their departure to the next mission point. Upon hearing Colonel Deng's order to regroup, Yang Yike immediately realized that Tusai must have divulged something. She pulled Tusai aside and questioned, "Did you tell Colonel Deng about Satan?" "I merely wish to prevent everyone from continuing to squander time here. It wouldn't cause any trouble for your Zhang Sr. Yang Yike's anger flared. "Tusai, I knew it. You are nothing but an ungrateful wretch. You would betray even your benefactor for the sake of self-promotion. Are you out of your mind, Yang Yike? How have I betrayed Zhang Sen?" Yang Yike scoffed derisively. "Do not pretend to be oblivious. Do you not realize how unique Satan is as a pet? With so many of us currently searching for animals, do you not understand that revealing Satan's existence might prompt the military to seize him?" Having said that, Yang Yike disregarded whatever Tusai had to say and rushed to find Deng Shiki. "Colonel Deng, I need to speak with you. Is it about Mr. Zhang?" Deng Shiki continued walking, wrapping her arm around Yang Yike's shoulder with a smile. "If so, you needn't elaborate. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang's choice of pets is his own affair and has no bearing on us. I must admit, I admire his audacity in keeping such a beast." Yang Yike felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing this. "Thank you, Colonel Deng. However, there's another matter, one of a personal nature." Noticing the gravity of her expression, Deng Shiki stepped away from the group and led her to a secluded spot. "What is it?" "Colonel, I wish to leave the military." Deng Shiki appeared taken aback. "Leave the military?" "I apologize, Colonel Deng. I realize it is rather unreasonable to want to depart so soon after arriving, but I simply cannot bear to remain here any longer. Ordinarily, wanting to leave the military after joining would label one a deserter, but in this apocalyptic world, such rules have lost their significance. You are not yet a fully fledged soldier, so if you wish to leave, it is not impossible." Deng Shiki regarded Yang Yike intently. "But I must know why you suddenly wish to depart. After all, for a young woman, the military is significantly safer than the outside world." "Colonel, you are aware of my relationship with Tusai. I initially joined the military primarily because she wished to, but now that we have parted ways, I feel I have no reason to stay." As she spoke, Yang Yike's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After 3 years of affection, letting go was not without its heartache. "Moreover, as you can see, my abilities are rather ordinary, and I cannot contribute meaningfully to the military. Rather than endure unhappiness here, I would prefer to return to a place that brings me joy. Do you intend to return to Zhang Sen and the others? Yang Yak nodded. If they would still accept me. Deng Shiki contemplated for a moment. Currently, the best option for ordinary people is to wait until the shelters are established and then relocate. You're already within the military, and it is likely that Zhang Sen and his group will also enter the shelters in a few months. Therefore, I suggest you reconsider. Let's discuss this matter further after today's mission concludes. Chapter 94. Choose between a cat and your life. After more than half a month, Zhang Sen finally brought out Satan, the demon child, and ice cream. He intended for Satan and the demon child to practice their extraordinary abilities. But the confines of his space could scarcely withstand the havoc wrought by these two mythical beasts. With fire and lightning, if he did not exert control, they could obliterate the grassland within his domain. The sole reason for bringing ice cream along was to foster a closer bond with him, so that once ice cream awakened its powers, it would regard him as its master. He found a grand mountain and instructed the demon child and Satan to pair up and utilize their abilities for hunting, adhering to the old rule, no killing. Meanwhile, he cradled ice cream and followed them, also hoping to discover any new exotic plants. The trio traversed the woods together. The demon child and Satan, working in tandem, captured more prey than before. They even caught a small white fox. When Zhang Sen first laid eyes on the white fox, it was no longer pristine. Its fur was charred black in places or singed bare, a truly pitiful sight. Logically, white foxes should not inhabit this mountain. Zhang Sen attributed this anomaly to the chaos that had upended the entire ecological system. Animals were migrating everywhere in a desperate bid for survival, and he found himself anticipating the day he might capture a plump panda. Zhang Sen examined the fox's injuries and found them to be mere superficial wounds, not severe. Thus, he retrieved a small basin of spring water from his spatial pocket and placed it before the white fox. Upon inhaling the distinctive fragrance of the spring water, the fox immediately abandoned its usual cunning demeanor and began to drink heartily. Once finished, it fixed its gaze intently on Zhang Sen, silently requesting another basin. Zhang Sen chuckled, marveling at how invaluable the spring water from his spatial realm truly was. He mused that perhaps one day, by harnessing this spatial spring water, he could captivate all the flora and fauna of the world. Zhang Sen released those creatures that were inedible, such as the weasel, back into the wild. Meanwhile, he gathered the white fox and other edible common prey into his spatial domain, segregating them into distinct zones by species and securing them temporarily. Subsequently, he instructed Motong and Satan to continue hunting until they were utterly drained of their supernatural abilities before returning. As Motong and Satan departed, Zhang Sen heard a commotion. Numerous individuals were ascending the mountain. Seeking a vantage point, he climbed to a higher spot and, using a military-grade binocular retrieved from his spatial pocket, surveyed the approaching group. Approximately 100 soldiers, clad in military uniforms, were advancing in a grand procession. Leading them were none other than Deng Shiki and Gao Zheng. Upon closer inspection, he spotted Tu Sai and Yang Yike among the ranks, though they were separated and both bore rather sullen expressions. Had they not vowed not to seek dogs? Why then had so many people ventured into the mountains? Zhang Sen initially assumed they had come to gather firewood, but they carried no tools, and Gao Zheng, a pampered second-generation official known for his aversion to manual labor, was among them. Such a person would never stoop to chopping wood. Regardless of their intent, Zhang Sen resolved that they must not encounter Satan and Motong. He summoned them back and secured them within the spatial pocket. Though he himself could have concealed within the spatial realm, he refrained, reasoning that his spatial ability was still too feeble. His entry and exit points were separated by a mere 2 meters at most. With so many soldiers in the mountain and an uncertain timetable for their departure, emerging at the wrong moment might cause them to witness his sudden apparition and provoke far greater troubles. It was better, he decided, to remain where he was and feign hunting. After all, with Deng Shiki present, they would unlikely harm him. He trusted her character and was also eager to discern the true nature of their mission. Even if he could not extract information from Deng Shiki, he still had Yang Yike, who was naive and unsuspecting. As for Tu Sai, he had no expectations, after all. She had ignored him outright when he saw her yesterday at the library entrance. Zhang Sen concluded that she was heartless and resolved to sever ties. He did not place ice cream, the cat, in the spatial pocket, primarily because it was timid and reluctant to be alone with Satan, now joined by Motong. The spatial pocket was an entirely unfamiliar environment for it, and Zhang Sen feared that its first entry without his presence might frighten it and adversely affect the awakening of its supernatural abilities. Having arranged everything, Zhang Sen drew a hand crossbow from the spatial realm and continued wandering through the mountains, maintaining the guise of hunting. After several minutes, a loud voice called out, Who goes there? Zhang Sen halted and turned his head. Singa! Yang Yike exclaimed joyfully. Tusai glanced at Yang Yike, then at Zhang Sen, her eyes brimming with jealousy. Zhang Sen's heightened spiritual awareness detected her hostility immediately. Casting her a single glance, he withdrew his gaze and instead smiled at Yang Yike. He took 2 steps forward. Colonel Deng, what a coincidence. Deng Shiki felt her heart race inexplicably upon seeing Zhang Sen, and her mood lifted immensely. She noticed the cat cradled in Zhang Sen's arms and the hand crossbow at his waist. Mr. Zhang, are you out hunting? Yes, unfortunately. I've been here an hour without any luck, he replied. Deng Shiki glanced around and smiled. Then her eyes rested on ice cream. Is this your cat? My sister S, quite adorable and rather plump. Indeed, it's larger than an ordinary cat from birth, and not at all picky with food. Gao Zheng, irritated by Deng Shiki's soft tone before Zhang Sen, approached her. Major Deng, don't forget our mission today. Deng Shiki's expression darkened. How I execute the mission is my business. No need for you to meddle, young Master Gao. Damn woman. Gao Zheng fumed inwardly. Just wait. He then eyed ice cream. Noting its size was considerably larger than typical ragdoll cats, suspecting it might possess supernatural powers. Resolute, he decided to seize the cat. You brat. The military task requires requisitioning your cat. Leave it here and get lost. We have a mission to carry out. Zhang Sen was taken aback. This fool obviously had never been hardened by society. What mission? Why my cat? Will you return it? And what compensation do I get? You want compensation? Gao Zheng raised his gun at Zhang Sen, her hand over the cat now, or I'll kill you. Cat or life? Your choice. Deng Shiki was startled by Gao Zheng's sudden aggression. Yang Yike, fearing Zhang Sen would suffer injustice, rushed forward. Young Master Gao, how can you be so cruel? Before Gao Zheng could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain on his face. He let out a cry of agony, clutching his eyes, and only seconds later realized it was that damned cat that had ambushed him. Damn it, you audacious feline dare to attack me. I swear I'll have you all exterminated. Gao Zheng seethed with rage, raising his gun once more, intent on eliminating the ice cream. Zhang Sen, who had initially planned to take action, was now prompted to do so as the ice cream had stolen the initiative. With no hesitation, he stepped forward, deftly seized the gun, and struck Gao Zheng on the head with the butt of the firearm. Gao Zheng instantly succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the ground. Deng Shiki observed Zhang Sen's swift and precise movements, her eyes filled with admiration, her heart racing. Zhang Sen handed Gao Zheng's gun to her, saying, Colonel Deng, it is indeed a sorrowful affair that your military has individuals like this. Deng Shiki felt her face flush with embarrassment at his words. I apologize, Mr. Zhang. On behalf of the military for today's incident. It's time to leave. With so many of you here, I doubt you can continue the hunt. Zhang Sen picked up the ice cream from the ground, gently stroking it to soothe it. He then turned to Yang Yike with a smile. Kiki, I'm leaving now. Yang Yike wanted to inquire if Zhang Sen could move back, so she immediately asked Colonel Deng, may I accompany Brother Sen? Deng Shiki nodded. Yang Yike took Zhang Sen's hand, guiding him down the mountain. After walking for a short while, Yang Yike asked Brother Sen, may I move back to the 16th floor? Zhang Sen halted, questioning her why. I broke up with Tusai, she replied. Zhang Sen was taken aback by this revelation. Initially, he had assumed it was just a quarrel between young lovers, never anticipating the truth was so dire. Yet, hadn't they escaped the shelter together in his past life, establishing a base outside? How could they have suddenly separated? Zhang Sen held a considerable trust in Yang Yike's character, especially after witnessing her courage in confronting Gao Zheng on his behalf. He had no desire to deny her. However, recalling the dynamics between her and Tusai in his previous life, he mused that they were likely just experiencing a minor spat and would reconcile soon enough. Kiki, don't act impulsively. Breakups and reconciliations are quite common in romantic relationships. Yang Yike shook her head, her eyes reddening. Brother Sen, we want to reconcile. Our values are incompatible. I cannot continue with someone like that. Someone like that? Zhang Sen inquired, puzzled. What is wrong with Tusai? She hit me, and I cannot forgive her, nor do I wish to see her again. Our separation is not solely due to this. There are other reasons I prefer not to disclose at this moment, though perhaps you will understand in the future. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yike added, Brother Sen, even if you don't allow me to return to the 16th floor, I will leave the military. Have you truly made up your mind? Zhang Sen asked, contemplating her resolve. Yang Yike nodded, clarity in her expression. Tusai and I are now strangers. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment, concluding, if you wish to return, do so swiftly. Otherwise, if Gao Zheng seeks revenge, Colonel Deng may not be able to protect you. Upon hearing this, Yang Yike couldn't help but laugh. That's wonderful. I've already informed Colonel Deng. She said to consider it thoroughly. I'll return to gather my things today and be back tomorrow. Thank you. Brother Sen, I will never leave again. I'll stick with you and Brother Hao. Zhang Sen smiled. By the way, there is something I must clarify with you in advance. What is it, brother Sun? She asked. I may leave Nanyang for a while, and it's unlikely I will return. Where are you going? Is brother Hao going too? Can you take me with you? Yang Yike queried, concern etched on her face. I haven't decided yet. If you wish to accompany me, you may. If you prefer to stay in Nanyang, you can remain in my current residence. Absolutely. Wherever you go, brother Sun, I shall follow. Chapter 96. Yang Yike returns. As soon as Yang Yike returned, she informed Deng Shiki about her departure from the military. This time, Deng Shiki refrained from dissuading her. After all, Yang Yike had genuinely offended Gao Zheng today, and he would undoubtedly not let her off easily. Moreover, she could not always be there to protect her. Allowing her to leave was the best choice. Tu Sai noticed Yang Yike joyfully packing up her belongings and tried to intervene several times, but she remained resolute in her decision to leave. Knowing that Yang Yike had made up her mind to part ways with her, Tu Sai felt a mixture of sadness and anger. In her eyes, Yang Yike's choice stemmed from her feelings for Zhang Sen, leading Tu Sai to harbor a deep-seated resentment toward him. Early the next morning, Yang Yike bid farewell to Deng Shiki. Concerned for her safety on the road, Deng Shiki arranged for a fellow soldier on a mission to escort her to Yuan. During this time, Lu Hao had seldom ventured outside, spending his days at home, either training or experimenting with various foods alongside Maya. The ingredients were primarily supplied by Zhang Sen, allowing Lu Hao to avoid scavenging for supplies, leading to a comfortable existence. Upon learning of Yang Yike's breakup with Tu Sai, Lu Hao felt a tinge of regret. However, the news of Yang Yike returning to the 16th floor brought him considerable joy. Upon her return, Yang Yike's mood soared, the gloom of heartbreak dissipating entirely. She stood before the electrified door, hesitant to touch it, and called out for Lu Hao. When Lu Hao emerged and saw her, his face lit up with surprise. I was just about to finish breakfast and come fetch you. I can't believe you returned on your own. Yang Yike briefly explained her situation as she followed Lu Hao into room 1601. As soon as they entered, a rich aroma of chicken soup filled the air. It smells wonderful. Lu Hao grinned sheepishly. You returned just in time. I've just finished kneading the dough, and brother Sun and Maya are awake. We'll eat together shortly. Yang Yike felt a bit embarrassed. I've been gone for so long and contributed nothing. Now I'm just here to eat. It's no trouble. We're all family. It's just a meal. Since brother Sun agreed to your return, do you want to mind? Just help out more in the future to make up for it. Yang Yike nodded earnestly. All right, brother Hao. Is there anything I can assist with? Could you help me pick these baby bok choy? Lu Hao asked while slicing the hand-rolled noodles. Yang Yike blinked in astonishment at the sight of the vegetables. Baby bok choy. Brother Hao, how is that even possible? Surprising, isn't it? Maya grew these. We even have chives. Recently, she has been researching how to grow peppers. Yang Yike was utterly amazed. Maya is incredible. She can grow vegetables even in this weather. It's mainly thanks to brother Sun. Not only does he have seeds, but he also possesses vegetable cultivation boxes, Lu Hao explained. By the way, the eggs Maya's been incubating just hatched. Soon, we'll have fresh eggs every day. As they chatted excitedly, Zhang Sen and Maya arrived. Maya held a bunch of scallions, exclaiming, Brother Hao, I brought scallions. My brother loves scallion flowers. Please use plenty. Upon seeing Maya, Yang Yike rushed to embrace her. Maya, Kiki. Maya was overjoyed to see Yang Yike. She had been thrilled all night after learning of her return. Zhang Sen exchanged a few words with Yang Yike before she and Maya joined Lu Hao in their tasks. With their combined efforts, Lu Hao's chicken soup and hand-roll noodles were quickly prepared. Zhang Sen consumed 5 large bowls on his own, while Lu Hao had 2 bowls and Maya 1.5. Yang Yike, usually not one to eat so heartily, found herself devouring 2 bowls. Overwhelmed by the deliciousness of the meal, by the end, she could barely stand. After the meal, Zhang Sen lit a cigarette. Kiki, while we all agreed to your return, there are certain matters I must clarify, even if they pertain to your privacy. For the safety of us all, I need to know. Yang Yike nodded solemnly. Brother Sun, ask away. I will disclose whatever you wish to know. First question, you and Tu Sai will not reconcile? Just as Yang Yike was about to respond, Zhang Sen added, think carefully before you speak. I dislike being deceived and will not tolerate betrayal. If what you say now contradicts your future actions, neither you nor Tu Sai will escape my wrath. I swear I will never reconcile with him again, Yang Yike stated with utmost seriousness. If one day I find myself back with Tu Sai, you can directly end my life, Sun Ge. Zhang Sen nodded in acknowledgement. Now, for the second question. Why did you and Tu Sai part ways? Yang Yike cast a glance at Zhang Sen, feeling somewhat troubled. True to her nature, she was disinclined to speak ill of her former partner post-breakup. However, Zhang Sen's demeanor made it clear that she must elucidate this matter today. Zhang Sen recalled the venomous glare Tu Sai had directed at him and inquired, Is your breakup related to me? With a sigh, Yang Yike recounted the entire sequence of events, from from their quarrel in the military cafeteria to Tu Sai divulging to Deng Shiki the tale of Zhang Sen's pet jaguar. Lu Hao, upon hearing this, was infuriated. That Tu Sai is utterly despicable, he exclaimed. Has she forgotten how shamelessly she insisted on moving to the 16th floor? Did all those hot pots, dumplings, and wild game go to waste? He truly believed that her modest contributions were somehow commensurate with the return she received. Zhang Sen, however, remained unfazed. To him, he and Tu Sai, in a certain sense, were akin, cold-blooded, and rational. Rather than viewing the relationships in his life as friendships, he preferred to regard each individual as a collaborator. Thus, if one day a bond were to fracture, he would feel indifferent. The only distinction between him and Tu Sai was that he would never betray his partners, regardless of circumstances. While individuals like Tu Sai might survive in a post-apocalyptic world, Zhang Sen, endowed with formidable abilities, felt neither the need nor desire to resort to such tactics. To him, the current mode of existence lacked humanity. If one could not even uphold that minimal standard, what differed them from beasts? Moreover, he had always held the belief that one reaps what one sows. No longer did he harbor the extreme notion of merely surviving alone until death. After all, humans are social creatures. Living in solitude for decades could lead to madness. Thus, his perspective had shifted to valuing companionship with trustworthy and compatible individuals. He had already included Lu Hao and Maya in this circle. As for Yang Yike, given her deeds, she was also nearly there. Subsequently, Zhang Sen inquired about the current state of the military, which was somewhat better than when he had entered in his past life. Although the rations were still subpar, the portions were sufficient, unlike during his tenure when food shortages were commonplace. From the altercation with Gao Zheng the previous day, he had nearly deduced the nature of Deng Shiki's mission. Moreover, Yang Yike inadvertently provided some insights, confirming that the military was aware of the species mutations and had commenced research on the matter. Zhang Sen pondered whether the Niniang military possessed a stock of mutated beasts. If so, it would facilitate his plans to infiltrate their ranks and acquire all their creatures. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. Given Gao Zheng's reaction upon witnessing the mutated demon child and the military's extensive search for it over the course of half a month before pursuing the mutated beasts, it was evident that even if the Niniang military had such creatures, their numbers would be limited. The risk was not worth taking unless the official's beast-possessed abilities he currently lacked. With this in mind, Zhang Sen resolved to investigate the matter thoroughly. Yang Yike's low rank in the military precluded her from accessing such information. Although Deng Shiki was knowledgeable, her character suggested she would not share it with him. Thus, the most suitable point of inquiry would be Gao Zheng. Given Gao Zheng's interest in mutated beasts, he was likely privy to more information regarding them. Of course, seeking Gao Zheng was not solely about this issue. Setting aside the grievances of his past life, Gao Zheng had attempted to kill him twice. Should he let Gao Zheng go, it would be an affront to his second chance at life, especially with so many abilities at his disposal.